Chapter 1. The Escaping Scion Princess. What if you found yourself with a one-way ticket to another world, only to accidentally transform into a girl? You might entertain a daring thought, perhaps something along the lines of, well, never mind that. However, a certain white-haired lowly, at this moment, could only exclaim, to hell with this transmigration, and to hell with this transformation. She simply wanted to return home. Transmigration was one thing, transformation another, but could a world like Dragon Ball truly be navigated by someone like her, a mere office worker? Her home planet was obliterated in a fiery spectacle, and now her enemies relentlessly pursued her. This was truly absurd. Princess Bellies, you cannot escape, kekekek. A sinister laughter echoed from behind, belonging to an entity who had devoured several elders of the Soul Palace. Here it came again. Just look at that standard villainous grin. Who would wear such a smile but a villain? The white-haired lowly tug at the corners of her mouth. She felt like a little white rabbit being chased by a big, bad wolf, weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless. I am not a princess, nor am I named Bellies. You've mistaken me for someone else. She protested loudly. Ha ha ha, mistaken you? How could the mighty Jinyu possibly make such an error? Once more, the laughter sounded from behind, belonging to the purple-skinned creature who called himself Jinyu. Sporting two long black horns atop his head, he flashed a menacing grin and raised his right hand, launching a purple energy blast. The only white-haired scion on planet Vegeta, the one that Lord Frieza has ordered to be closely monitored. I would never mistake you for anyone else. The white-haired lowly swiftly dodged as the energy blast whizzed past her ear. Hearing Jinyu's mocking tone, she nearly let slip a torrent of curses, held back only by the decorum instilled in her from years of being a corporate drone after graduating university. So what if she had white hair? Did it consume your ice? It's not like she chose to have white hair. It was simply her nature. What could she do about it? Just because she had white hair, did that mean she was a super scion? Please, were super scions that cheap? Lord Frieza, what did your ancestors tell you? Beware the golden-haired warrior. The emphasis was on the golden hair, not the white. Here she was, a frail and helpless white-haired lowly, not some muscle-bound Barbie doll. How could anyone mistake her for a super scion? If you think she resembles one, she could change right away, couldn't she? Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending plumes of thick smoke into the air. The purple energy blast Jinyu had thrown obliterated a mountain thousands of meters away. The entire mountain vanished in the explosion, and a massive mushroom cloud billowed into the atmosphere, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. Oh no! The white-haired lowly crossed her arms, channeling her energy into a protective barrier to withstand the oncoming storm of destruction. Even so, the force of the blast still hindered her flight speed. Now you can't escape. Taking advantage of the moment, Jinyu accelerated his flight, soaring over her before landing directly in her path. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Jinyu loomed over the girl, meeting his gaze. The white-haired, lowless muscles tensed as she spat defiantly. What do you want from me? I've told you I don't know you or anything about scions. Jinyu produced a photograph from the folds of his battle suit, waving it mockingly before her. At this point, do you still wish to deny? A battle power nearing 60,000 if it weren't for the king's orders. I'd be tempted to recruit you into my Jinyu force. The reading of nearly 60,000 startled Jinyu. He had never seen Bellies. The Scion Princess had always maintained a low profile, exhibiting a battle power of merely 2 to 3,000. However, being the only white-haired member of the Scion race made her a striking anomaly, thus catching the keen interest of Lord Frieza. The photograph he held depicted Bellies in her most recent form. Before the annihilation of her race, Frieza had demanded that this rare Scion princess be captured. Was there a recording device on the ship? Gazing at the photograph, Bellies furrowed her brow. Perhaps she was photographed before leaving the planet, but she had clearly dismantled the tracking device. How could you find me? At this juncture, denying her identity was futile. This question was an acknowledgement of her true self. As for the princess of the Scion race, if you're curious, it'll enlighten you. There have been 2 tracking devices aboard the ship. You took a gift from the king. The one you dismantled was merely the surface-level tracking system. However, due to your tampering, the one pursuing you happens to be me. If it had been someone else, you'd likely have dispatched them without a second thought. Looking back, the king's wisdom is indeed commendable. He is truly the emperor of the universe, Jinyu mused. We shall see who prevails. Do not assume your victory is guaranteed, Bellies retorted, adopting a combat stance. 60,000 battle power does grant you a measure of struggle, Jinyu replied. Unfazed by the Scion Prince's desperate resistance, he adjusted the device at his eye. Do you know what my battle power is? Jinyu spread his legs, clenched his fist slightly, and pointed his thumb at himself. Exuding confidence, I, the captain of the Jinyu force, the foremost warrior under Lord Frisia, possess a battle power of 110,000. How's that feel? Despairing, isn't it? Bellies remained undeterred. Yet Jinyu chuckled, stroking his chin. How about this? I won't retaliate and will allow you to strike me for 1 minute. What do you say? Taken aback, Bellies inquired, are you certain? Was there truly someone so foolish as to stand still and let her attack? Did he think she was incapable of wielding her weapon? I keep my word if I move. I am the puppy. Jinyu crossed his arms and, upon finishing his statement, enveloped himself in a layer of energy. With a battle power of around 60,000, she couldn't even scratch him. Don't you dare regret it, Captain Jinyu. Bliss energy began to surge. Indeed, just this level of power, yet still far superior to those self-proclaimed elite warriors among the wild monkeys. Observing the final reading on the battle power meter, Jinyu felt a wave of reassurance wash over him as he patted his chest. Come now, Princess of the Scions, whom Lord Frisia has taken special interest in, let me witness your prowess. Bellies slowly raised her hands, placing them before her forehead. What was this maneuver? A look of confusion crossed Jinyu's face, but he was unconcerned. Before absolute power, all tactics bore no significance. You will learn the folly of arrogance, Jinyu, Bellies shouted fiercely. The hands before her forehead emanated blinding light, enveloping her in a powerful white glow, radiating terrifying energy like a burning sun. Solar flare. The blinding light shot toward Jinyu's widened eyes. Instantly, Jinyu was blinded, followed by an unbearable burning sensation in his eyes. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Jinyu's face contorted in agony as he desperately shielded his eyes from the intense light. His mind spun, the pain in his eyes connecting with his nerves, making him feel as though his head would split apart. Damn it, damn monkey, damn Scion. Jinyu removed one hand from his eyes, aiming it forward as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The task of capturing Bellies was now forgotten. All he desired was to eliminate the vile and shameless Scion. This time he would not hold back. Suddenly, a lethal sense of crisis surged within him. In a split second, Jinyu twisted his body and evaded his previous position. Section 2. Slash. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed. My leg. My right thigh. A searing pain shot from the root of his thigh, racing through his nerves and piercing his brain, coupled with the pain in his eyes. Cold sweat trickled down Jinyu's furrowed purple forehead. Ah! Jinyu roared, his furious voice reverberating through the sky as his energy exploded outward in layers, creating a terrifying energy cyclone that obliterated everything nearby. Several kilometers away, leaning against a massive rock, Bellies gasped heavily. The solar flare had disrupted his vision, and she had followed up with a key blade for the finish. This was one of the tactics she had devised to combat Jinyu. Yet ultimately, it had fallen short. The key blade failed to sever Jinyu's head, merely slicing off one of his legs. However, that was to be expected. With a battle power exceeding 100,000, Jinyu was no ordinary foe in this era, where power levels had not yet spiraled beyond comprehension. Even a difference of 1 or 2,000 was akin to a chasm. Bellies took a deep breath, mentally comparing her strength to Jinyu's. The advantage lies with me, as long as I remain cautious of Jinyu's body-switching technique. I can win. Bellies possesses one final, formidable trump card. It is also a crucial factor that allows the Scions, with their battle power hovering around 10,000, to be hailed as a warrior race. Transformation. Upon transforming, a Science-based battle power multiplies tenfold. Utilizing an artificial moon significantly diminishes the effectiveness of this transformation, however. Even in her transformed state, she boasts a battle power of 3 to 400,000, more than sufficient to vanquish Jinyu. Her reluctance to transform earlier stemmed from a lack of opportunity, coupled with the fact that her enlarged form posed a safety risk against Jinyu. Jinyu possesses the ability to swap bodies, a skill that bellies must remain wary of. Now, with Jinyu missing a leg and in a semi-disabled state, his vision impaired and his ability to sense energy compromised, defeating him would be a straightforward task. Jinyu, unlike those scions who perished foolishly, I remain steadfast and will not grant you any chance for a comeback. A smirk graced Bliss' lips as she slowly raised her right hand, revealing an inadequately formed artificial moon in her palm. HM. Bliss' brow furrowed slightly as a flicker of movement caught her eye in the periphery. Suddenly, a staggering scene unfolded before her eyes. A colossal wave of energy pierced through the clouds, descending at a steep angle. It drew ever closer to the ground. The impact zone lay far from Bliss' position, and its speed was overwhelming. She had no hope of catching up, let alone intercepting it. Bellies fell silent. With a firm squeeze of her right hand, the artificial moon disintegrated into dust. Curse you, Rem Jinyu. You lack martial ethics. As the energy waves struck the horizon, a billowing cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring the sky. The destructive force unleashed by the explosion, laden with terrifying energy, rapidly spread outward. The ground began to collapse at a visible rate, the affected area expanding rapidly. The planet entered its countdown to obliteration. Bellies had no time for any remedial action. The energy released from the planet's destruction entirely engulfed her body and consciousness. In the fleeting moments before her awareness faded, Bellies faintly perceived a sound. Ding. Energy replenishment acquired chat group loading. Chapter 2. The God of Destruction and the Death Notification from the chat group. In the vastness of the cosmos, a planet on the brink of its demise. Endless warfare is the prevailing theme of this planet, with flames of conflict rising and falling in a relentless cycle. A divine being descends quietly. Her arrival signifies the final punctuation mark for this irreparable world. The God of Destruction, a deity tasked with destroying planets to maintain the balance of the universe. This is the mission bestowed upon her by the cosmos. Destruction. Her words, devoid of any emotion and tinged with youthful innocence, echoed throughout every corner of the planet. The creatures inhabiting this world halted their tasks. Even the warring factions, engaged in the fiercest of battles, momentarily distanced themselves from the cacophony of conflict. In unison, they raised their gazes skyward. The fractured atmosphere, suffused with a purple hue, transformed the sky into a breathtaking aurora. Before long, the earth too donned a purple hue. A veil of purple energy enveloped all living beings, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Have we angered the gods? A voice trembled to utter such a thought. Perhaps it was the final utterance of this planet's life. The ground began to crumble, and the sky rapidly darkened. All that could be seen was the purple energy consuming everything in its vicinity, wearing down, disintegrating, until ultimately fading into nothingness. In mere seconds, there was no trace left of this planet. This line of work is truly unappealing. In the cosmos, the young girl gazed upon the planet's demise. Her snow-white hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, and her attire, reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, lent her an air of solemnity. She slowly lowered her hand, the purple destructive energy in her palm dissipating rapidly. It's time to depart. With a soft sigh, the girl's figure vanished into the cosmos. In the realm of the God of Destruction, at the edge of the universe, within a unique space, the girl reclined lazily on the grass, sprawled out in a starfish position. No longer clad in pharaoh-style garb, she now wore a light white sundress. She appeared relaxed, exuding a vibe reminiscent of a neighborly girl. 20 years, the girl counted on her fingers. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, she had borne the name Bellies for 2 decades as the princess of the Scion race. 5 years ago, she transitioned from a candidate for the God of Destruction to an official deity, and since then, her appearance had remained unchanged. The shift in gender before and after her journey was no longer a concern for her. Or rather, It had never truly mattered. When one learns that the planet they inhabit is destined to explode in a few years, jeopardizing their very existence, does gender still hold significance? In a perilous world where one can easily obliterate a planet with a wave of their hand, gender pales in comparison to the might of power. I wonder if that Jinyu fellow is still alive. Even after all this time, Bellies remained vividly haunted by the memories of Jinyu's reckless behavior, which had escalated to the point of flipping tables in frustration. However, had Jinyu not obliterated planets, the chat group likely would not have awakened either. She would not have found herself in the present universe, nor would she have become a candidate for the god of destruction, ultimately leading to her unexpected ascension as the new god of destruction. The chat group system, during the final moments of a planet's explosion, had saved Bellies' life, transporting her to the current universe, only to remain perpetually in a loading state since then. It had been years since she transitioned from a candidate to the god of destruction. Yet the chat group was still stuck in this endless loading. She had no idea when it would conclude. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, ding. The chat group has successfully loaded. Bellies. With a spring-like motion, Bellies sat upright. What did I just hear? Chapter 3. The idle chat group is finally commencing work today. The mechanical voice of the chat group resounded once more in her mind. Ding. Inviting members. Ding. Old Age Spot has joined the chat group. Ding. The unfortunate Miko has joined the chat group. Ding. I am not a spider has joined the chat group. After the 3 consecutive notification sounds, Bellies took note of the chat group's activity. She briefly skimmed through the chat group's functions. Then her gaze shifted to the newly added members. Such peculiar names in the chat group. Apart from herself, 3 avatars were illuminated. Bellies sent a message in the chat group. World S First Princess. Hello, is anyone there? If so, please respond. I am the group leader Bellies, though my nickname seems rather odd. Just as Bellies intended to greet the group, the message took a bizarre turn. World S First Princess? Is that referring to her? It seemed that in this world, she truly was a princess. After a lengthy silence, no one replied. Ding. Old Age Spot has died. Bellies. The sudden notification from the chat group left Bellies utterly bewildered. However, what transpired next rendered her speechless. The chat group continued to scroll notifications. Ding. I'm not a spider has died. Ding. The unfortunate Miko has died. Bellies. In the realm of the gods of destruction. Gazing at the 3 consecutive death notifications, Bellies was left dumbfounded, her forehead lined with dark veins. They had just been brought in and had not even warmed up before all meeting their untimely demise. Tsubasa, you aren't pulling people in. You're issuing death certificates. Ding. Sending death replay to the group leader. Bellies glanced at a corner of the chat interface in the previously blank section for group leader attachments. 3 videos appeared. Tsubasa, how considerate of you to provide videos, Bellies quipped. Bellies opened the first death replay. What greeted her was a dimly lit cave. Inside sat a frail old man, his face covered in wrinkles, with white hair cascading down to his waist, occasionally gasping for breath, appearing quite weak. Abido, during the time I was resurrected, you walked the earth as Uchimadara. The frail elder struggled to stand, his voice trembling. With your eyes, observe this world filled with despair. You will come to understand that only the infinite Tsukuyami can save it. With a sudden movement, the old man severed his connection with the outer path statue. The life-sustaining tubes fell to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The elder coughed violently, losing the support of the statue, his rapidly aging body slowly collapsing. Images of his dear friends filled his mind. 2 youths, seated on a cliff, discussing peace and the future. This scene was likewise recorded by the chat group's replay. The elder's consciousness began to fade. Hashirama. In the years since your death, 3 shinobi world wars have erupted, each more intense than the last. And the tailed beasts you distributed became instruments of mass slaughter. You were wrong, Hashirama. Ding. Sensing your strong obsession, we invite you to join the chat group. Who? The voice that emerged interrupted the elder's musings, hastening the decline of his fading consciousness. Ding. Your consciousness is about to vanish. Avoid unforeseen circumstances. We will forcibly pull you into the chat group. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the chat group. After watching the video, Bellies was unsure where to begin her sarcasm. So, You dragging a dying person to meet the quota. Despite numerous questions, Bellies proceeded to open the second video. This perspective is quite strange in a classroom. Students listened attentively. The video being played felt exceedingly distorted, akin to images reflected in a funhouse mirror, where both lines and surrounding scenery appeared disjointed. This group member peering down from the ceiling. Bellies glanced at the group member's nickname and avatar. I am not a spider. So. The group member is a spider. With a deafening bang, an explosion engulfed the classroom. Blinding light consumed the entire screen. Rather abrupt for a demise. Likely an explosive death, Bellies pondered thoughtfully. Such a violent force could not possibly stem from a mere gas pipe explosion. Hearing the chime from the screen, Bellies had no desire to comment on the system anymore. Surely, this one was also dragged in just before death, only to perish. Bellies clicked on the final death replay. In the video, a woman dressed in white and red dragged her injured body slowly toward her village. The white garment near her chest was torn by sharp claws, blood seeping continuously from the wound, staining her clothing a deep crimson. The Miko who guards the Shurkan jewel, spotting the cold visage of the woman in the video. Bellies deduced her identity as the video progressed second by second. The replay reached its conclusion with the Miko's passing. Just as Bellies finished watching the replay, the chat group chimed in. Ding, detecting the deaths of all group members. Initiating emergency measures, binding their souls. Binding successful. Ding. Uchiha Madara, Spider Child, Kikyo have joined the chat group. Chapter 3. Uchiha Madara's Provocation. The chat group revealed the identities of its members. They were none other than the legendary figure the Uchiha clan embroiled in constant conflicts. Uchiha Madara, the reincarnated spider protagonist, Spider Child, and Kikyo, the dog lover from the Inuyasha world, who guards the Shurkan jewel. Bellies swiftly uploaded the death replay to the public screen. Clearing her throat softly, she typed a message in the chat group. World's First Princess, welcome to the chat group. I am the group leader, Bellies. Uchiha Madara. What is this chat group? Is it a Jinjutsu? World's First Princess. All information regarding the chat group has been sent to your souls. You may peruse it at your leisure. After sending her message, a heavy silence enveloped the chat group. Before long, the rolling notifications shattered the stillness. Spider Child. Hey, a platform for communication across different dimensions. It seems quite impressive. Can it assist me? I might be dying soon. Kikyo. What transpired on your end? As the guardian of the Shurkan jewel, Kikyo had long suspected that this peculiar chat group was the doing of the Shurkan jewel. Yet she sensed no presence of it. What puzzled her further was that whenever her consciousness strayed from the chat group, she felt engulfed in a blank white void, as if everything around her were frozen in time, excluding herself. Thus, when Spider Child emitted a signal that resembled a cry for help, Kikyo could not resist probing whether the Shurkan jewel was indeed behind it. Spider Child. That's it, Spider Child. Upon awakening, I found myself in a strange world, surrounded by terrifying sights, including spiders devouring their kin. Spider Child captured a brief segment of video from the chat group and sent it to the public screen. Chapter 4. The footage displayed countless tiny spiders, clustered together, using their legs to pry open unhatched spider eggs, devouring both the shells and the unborn spiders, accompanied by the unsettling sound of crunching. Uchiha. Oh, creatures from other worlds. This is quite intriguing. Upon perusing the information gleaned from the chat group, Uchiha Madara, though harboring a degree of skepticism, had a general understanding of its purpose. Upon viewing the video shared by the user known as Spider Child, he found himself intrigued enough to comment. Spider Child. This is utterly uninteresting. I can't shake the feeling that things are bound to deteriorate further. Kikyo. Is this the lair of the spider? Have you transformed into a spider, Spider Child? Kikyo, having witnessed the playback of Spider Child's demise, noted that while the perspective of the video was somewhat peculiar, it likely did not originate from this location. Thus, it seemed Spider Child had traversed to another realm, assuming the form of a spider. From the perspective of a priestess, the phenomenon of a soul possessing another body was not beyond the realm of possibility. Spider Child, indeed, I have become a spider, despite once being human. Following this declaration, Spider Child sent a panoramic selfie to the group, a creature that deviated from the ordinary spider, resembling more of a peculiar entity. Spider Child, world's first princess, Is the group leader present? Can you possibly save me? It is truly terrifying here. As an ordinary student, she questioned why she must confront such circumstances. There was no necessity for this traversal. Look over there! That spider just bit off the head of another spider. How horrifying! World's first princess. Regrettably, I am unable to assist you at this juncture, but I can offer some advice. The location you currently inhabit is not Earth. It is a world imbued with magic and a skill system. Spider child. Huh. Not on Earth. I'd assumed I'd ended up in some remote wilderness, but it appears I am merely in a realm with system values. This is indeed more frightening. World's first princess. Spider child. The system can empower you. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you'll have the ability to revert to human form. Spider child. Human. Is it truly possible to return to being human? Filled with excitement, Spider child leapt up, flailing her arms in joy. One could only imagine the depth of her despair upon becoming a spider. World's first princess. Indeed, but you must survive. Should you perish, the chance to revert to human form will be lost. Spider child. I will strive to endure. Thank you, esteemed group leader. I am filled with resolve to regain my humanity. Rar. World's first princess. Do your utmost. I end the realm of destruction. Belith wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Was Spider Child truly afflicted with social anxiety? She appeared quite lively in the group chat. However, it must be noted that such social anxiety might merely be a self-perception derived from Spider Child's memories. Belith refrained from divulging too much information about Spider Child. If she were to perish, such disclosures would be meaningless. Belith could not guarantee that the chat group would retrieve Spider Child should she meet her end. In contrast to Spider Child, Uchiha Madara and Kikyo remained significantly quieter within the group. Aside from an initial gleaning of information, they exercised great caution. At that moment, a new message appeared on the chat screen. Uchiha Madara. Fascinating, truly fascinating. A platform connecting different worlds. I, Uchiha Madara, shall once again take to the stage. After a series of inspections, Madara confirmed that he had not fallen victim to an illusion and that he was indeed deceased, yet his spirit remained in the Pure Land. Thus, it was highly probable that this chat group was an existence surpassing even Sage of the Six Paths. Hashirama, your vision remains too narrow. Once I realize our dreams, I, Uchiha Madara, shall spread my name across all realms beyond the shinobi world. I end the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara brimmed with fighting spirit. His gaze fell upon the last option in the chat group. The group leader must possess unique advantages. I, Uchiha, do not wish to be beholden to anyone. I end the realm of destruction. Belith savored the fruits of the tree of spirit. Suddenly, a look of shock crossed her face. Had Uchiha Madara ascended? The chat group sent her message. Uchiha Madara has issued a challenge to you, wishing to defeat you and seize the position of group leader. Ding! Due to a system error resulting in the death of a group member upon entry, a compensatory measure has been enacted. The newly entered members of the chat group are granted one opportunity to challenge the group leader. Should the current leader decline, the position will automatically transfer to the challenger. Friendly reminder, is it not a source of shame to decline challenges from mere group members? Belith, is she being scorned by the system? Should Uchiha Madara succeed in his challenge, he would automatically become the group leader, relegating the current leader to the status of group administrator. Belith sighed in resignation and casually clicked to accept. Ding! Group leader world's first princess has accepted Uchiha Madara's challenge. The leader challenge match will be broadcasted live, ensuring the authenticity and integrity of the event. Spider Child? Kikyo. The pinned message on the public screen left the two group members perplexed at in the arena. Belith and Uchiha Madara were simultaneously drawn into the fray. Standing upon a verdant planet, Belith expanded her senses, surveying the surrounding information. An independent space had birthed a planet, and everything upon it appeared to be palpably real. The capabilities of the chat group exceeded my expectations. Sensing the substantiality of her body, Belith was certain this was not her original form. This specially crafted body allowed her to unleash her powers without reservation. At that moment, an audacious voice caught Belith's attention. Ha! This body, this is what it feels like to be alive. Uchiha mercilessly bit into his own arm, crimson blood gushing forth, splattering onto the ground. Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally, his mouth stained with the blood from his self-inflicted injury. occasionally mixing with saliva trickling down his chin. Witnessing this spectacle, Belith fell silent, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. The foremost of the mad laughers truly lives up to his reputation. He resembles a rabid dog in his frenzy. Chapter 4. Which adult would take a child seriously? The live broadcast returned to the chat group. Training diligently, Spider-Child had nestled herself in a safe corner, opening the chat group live stream to witness the duel. Yet upon glancing at the screen, she was taken aback by a certain eccentric hairstyle. Spider-Child. That gentleman named Uchiha Madara was so handsome in his youth, Spider-Child. The group leader is quite beautiful as well. The white hair is adorable. However, she appears rather delicate. One punch, and she might cry for quite some time. Could she truly win? World's first princess, Spider-Child, you have revealed your preferences. Additionally, do not fabricate stories about me. I can't hear you. Spider-Child. Esteemed group leader, aye. Spider-Child panicked, her haste leading to her being caught out. World's first princess. No need to worry. I am not so petty that Uchiha Madara handsome. In truth, he is quite the submissive type, Spider-Child. No way, that is hard to believe. Kikyo. Submissive? What does that mean? World's first princess. Spider-Child, you explain to Kikyo. I must focus on the battle. Spider-Child. In the arena, Belith hastily withdrew her consciousness, no longer attending to the messages in the chat group. Opposite her stood Uchiha Madara, the foremost of the mad laughers, though he remained silent in the chat group. He had been observing. Uchiha Madara's expression gradually darkened. It seemed he had gleaned from the chat group that Spider-Child was elucidating the concept of submissive to Kikyo. Mr. Madara, your complexion seems rather poor. Is this manner of combat perhaps a tad unfair? Would you deny your defeat should it come to pass? Even if he were to deny it, it would be of no consequence that Belith's teasing voice reached Uchiha Madara's ears, almost shattering his composure. I, Uchiha Madara, am not one to shy away from defeat. Madara retorted coolly, and you dare to fight me while clad in such attire, dressed in a casual knee-length suspender skirt. She appeared less a warrior and more a traveler against the backdrop of her snowy white hair. Fear not. I shall ensure my clothing remains intact. You may attack with abandon, without any reservations. Belith replied with utmost understanding. Little girl, are you suggesting that you can defeat Uchiha Madara without even tearing your dress? A vein pulsed on Madara's forehead as he laughed in anger, for even Hashirama had never dared to utter such audacious words. I have always believed that in the Valley of the End, when Hashirama Senju declared he did not wish to kill you, it was audacious and arrogant enough. Little did I expect, today there is someone even more brazen than that fool. If Mr. Uchiha Madara wishes to perceive it this way, it is not without merit. Belly shrugged and remarked, speaking of which adult would take a child seriously? Uchiha Madara was immediately incensed. He had always been the one to utter such words to others. But now the tables had turned. Initially, he had intended to hold back. Against an opponent who could not be bested in verbal sparring, Madara sensed that Bellies likely possessed considerable knowledge of his world. Madara did not strike first, not merely because Bellies appeared to be a mere 15 or 16 years of age, but rather due to his wariness of her. Do not be mistaken. Uchiha Madara is not reckless. As a third-party force and the second most cunning king in the ninja world, he had witnessed countless intrigues and scandals throughout decades of ninja history and among the hidden villages. Although initially outmatched in cunning by Hashirama's brother, time and experience had compensated for this shortcoming, especially since Madara himself had once been a clan leader. His impulsiveness stemmed from the fact that, with his strength, he could resolve problems through the simplest means without the need for strategy. However, Bellies, now the leader of the chat group, was someone who, even at a mere glance, could be discerned to be potentially more formidable than Hashirama Senju. Bellies was in no rush to engage. As time passed, Madara found himself increasingly unable to contain his impatience. Even under scrutiny, he felt an insidious pressure, something that even Hashirama had never managed to instill in him. This pressure continued to mount slowly, seemingly a deliberate consequence of her presence. Madara formed hand seals and bellowed, fire style. Great fire annihilation. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted, manifesting before him as a searing ocean of flames. The intense fire rapidly spread across the ground, hurtling toward Bellies at an alarming speed. Even a standard fire-style technique wielded by Madara could unleash an unfathomable force. The inferno quickly enveloped Bellies, akin to a colossal tsunami crashing upon the shore. The ground, scorched by the blistering flames, crackled ominously. In the chat group, Spiders and Kikyo bore witness to Uchiha Madara's formidable prowess. How terrifying. The group leader won't perish. Will she? Spiders pondered. Having traversed into the world as a spider, equipped with a system template, she understood that this realm harbored magic and otherworldly powers. The overwhelming fire unleashed by Madara seemed far more fearsome than the glimpse she had previously caught of her enormous spider mother. Kikyo remarked, Uchiha Madara is no match for the group leader, a priestess capable of vanquishing great demons. Kikyo possessed a broader perspective than Spiders, though she remained uncertain of the leader's methods. She inferred from previous statements that the leader was well-versed in the affairs of all group members' worlds. Given this knowledge, the leader's nonchalance in entering the arena with Madara suggested her strength far surpassed his. A reasonable conclusion that as Kikyo surmised. Even if Uchiha Madara were conceited, he could not possibly believe that such a basic technique as Great Fire Annihilation would effortlessly vanquish his adversary. Madara's brow furrowed. In the area engulfed by flames, a striking purple point of light emerged. The energy emanating from this point rapidly consumed the surrounding inferno. In the blink of an eye, the vast sea of flames transformed into a purplish hue. What could this unnerving energy possibly be? As Madara's words faded, the purple inferno swiftly receded, and in less than a second, the colossal blaze that had scorched the ground vanished without a trace. At the center of this conflagration stood a white-haired girl, her beige pleated skirt swaying gently in the breeze. The expression on her face remained tranquil, as if the searing flames had not inflicted the slightest harm upon her. So this chakra composition is quite intriguing, Bellies mused, lifting her gaze to regard Uchiha Madara in the distance. Mr. Madara, your level of power is insufficient to keep me subdued. The position of group leader is beyond your reach. I was merely testing the waters. Madara's expression darkened, his hands coming together as an even more formidable chakra materialized, causing the ground beneath him to tremble ominously. Now comes the real deal. This is a technique of Hashiramas, and I shall see how you withstand it. With style. Advent of the trees. The ground shook violently as serpentine roots burst forth from the earth, rapidly growing and spreading outward. The once scorched earth, singed by flames, soon teemed with life. Chaotic roots sprouted new branches adorned with tender green buds. With Madara's chakra augmenting the technique, the area of the tree's advent surged toward Bellies, observing the oncoming forest. Bellies maintained her composure. Crack! Saplings erupted from the ground beneath Bellies' feet, growing rapidly, twisting around her ankles before binding them. It resembles the rules of the king of the realm. Bellies murmured. A faint pulling sensation began to siphon her energy. The disparity in energy levels was such that even standing idly for 3 days and nights would yield no adverse effects. However, this was a bit excessive, I must say. The branches encircling her ankles, like creeping vines, were inching upward. It's already at my knees, and I am wearing a skirt. It feels rather ticklish. Should this continue, it may become quite peculiar. Who knows, I might adapt to such subtle matters and find myself in a predicament one day. Bellies took a deep breath and softly uttered, destruction, almost instantaneously as her words echoed. The branches coiling around her halted, centered around Bellies. The tendrils clinging to her legs withered and disintegrated, vanishing rapidly. Following suit, the nearby lush branches and leaves were eradicated by an unseen force, disappearing in the blink of an eye in an instant. From the center where Bellies stood, thousands of dense trees lost their vitality and lushness, transforming into mere specks of dust at a visible pace. A gentle breeze brushed against Bellies' beige, pleated skirt, causing its hem to sway slightly. Mr. Madara, is there anything else amusing? Shall we call it a day? Upon hearing Bellies' words, Uchiha Madara was infuriated. Twice now. He, the esteemed Uchiha Madara, could not fathom why his chakra-infused attacks had inexplicably vanished. The energy that stirred unease within him remained a mystery. The great fire annihilation had been extinguished, which Madara accepted. However, the advent of the trees, a technique he had acquired from Hashirama, was inexplicably consumed as well. Play. A singular word surfaced in Madara's mind. Madara was being toyed with like a monkey. The battle had not concluded because she wished to observe his techniques further. His rage was so intense it threatened to alter his very complexion, a formidable figure in the ninja world. How had he ever endured such humiliation? Humph, that was merely an appetizer. Now comes the main course. Madara clasped his hands, his gaze steely. I eagerly anticipate it. Do your best. Perhaps I may inadvertently witness the group leader's defeat, Belly said, extending her hand, pinching her fingers together to indicate a minuscule size. Madara was perplexed by the gesture, yet felt deeply insulted. He formed hand seals, his Sharingan spinning rapidly until it morphed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a towering skeletal Susanoo, towering over 10 meters, erupted from the ground, enveloping Uchiha Madara within. This massive blue Susanoo emanated a terrifying aura, extending 4 arms, each forming the same hand seals as Madara. Heavenly obstruction. Tremor started a few moments later. The clouds in the sky were pierced, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground. A massive meteor, capable of obscuring the sun, plummeted swiftly, its speed generating a series of sonic booms around it. The target of the meteor was Beres, who stood upon the ground cloaked in the shadow of the falling rock. She gazed upward at the rapidly descending meteor, brushing aside the stray strands of hair that obstructed her view, and remarked, "What a magnificent spectacle! 2 meteors each exceeding 250 meters in diameter. But Obito, have you forgotten that you too are within the impact zone? Do you intend to perish alongside me?" Uchiha Obito maintained his aloof demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the impending meteor strike. It was perplexing to comprehend Obito's thought process. Logically, after 2 prior tests, he ought to have exercised greater caution. Was he, perhaps, consumed by rage, leading to reckless abandon? Beres stepped back to the left, evading an attack that came from behind, as a gentle breeze stirred a few of her white locks. A surprise attack. Indeed, the technique, limbo, border jail, utilized by Obito's Rinnegan, was rather intriguing. Observing Beres evade his lethal strike, the shadow clone created by limbo, border jail leapt to another position, launching another assault on Beres. Yet despite its increased speed, she effortlessly dodged it once more. It was evident that she could perceive at some point. The Sharingan in Obito's eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan, and the visibility of limbo, border jail, took him by surprise. Had he overestimated the capabilities of the Rinnegan? The myriad worlds beyond the ninja realm rendered the Rinnegan and its wielder, the Sage of 6 Paths, perhaps inconsequential. The limbo, border jail clones continued their relentless assault on Beres, who refrained from retaliating. She merely retreated or advanced a step or two, deftly evading the cunning strikes of limbo, border jail, as if she had preemptively anticipated his predictions. Point 1 could only wonder if Obito would be angered if the meteors he had summoned were to strike only him. Beres deftly sidestepped, causing another attack from limbo, border jail to miss. Without glancing back, she knew with absolute certainty that she could avoid any attack from limbo, border jail. Universal pull. Obito's voice resonated from behind Beres. She sensed a powerful gravitational force emanating from him. However, this force had no effect on her. Her body did not move toward Obito's position. Undeterred, he executed his planned attack, thrusting a black rod, formed from yin-yang release, toward her from behind. The clones exchanged positions, revealing Obito's strategy. The combination of limbo, border jail, and universal pull aimed to immobilize her with a black rod. Yet your universal pull holds no sway over me. Beres retreated 3 steps, then sidestepped, narrowly evading the black rod thrust by Obito's real form. The atmospheric pressure intensified as the meteors drew ever closer to the ground, creating a tempestuous wind that swept across the land. Should this continue, was he worried that she might fly away? However, if she did not act soon, the meteors would strike, and Obito might very well meet his demise. Beres discerned his intentions. He sought to delay her, hoping the meteors would claim her life. Such naivety from Obito was almost amusing. Humph. Obito remained silent in response to her words, calculating the descent of the two meteors before once again launching an attack on Beres. One could not deny that his taijutsu was formidable, his movements graceful. Yet he simply could not land a hit. Just as Beres evaded another direct assault from him, Obito suddenly vanished. Was it another exchange of positions? Beres was taken aback, sensing his presence 1,000 meters away. So he could utilize two limbo, border jail clones. As she contemplated this, another limbo, border jail clone, which had been stationed nearby, initiated an attack on her. However, whether it was one or two, the level of power and speed they possessed was inconsequential to Beres. Should she evade? The meteors were now less than 100 meters away. If she chose to dodge, would Obito be disappointed? Yet he likely had other tricks up his sleeve. After all, he was a ninja from the Warring States period, and given the time that had passed, he should have realized that merely two limbo, border jail clones could not contain her. Furthermore, if he were to retract even the limbo, border jail, then four red suns formation. The sound of Obito's voice echoed from four directions. Simultaneously, barriers of purple light rose in the cardinal directions. Chapter 6. Complete Body Susanoo. Quite the ingenious strategy. The four red suns formation sealed off Beres' potential escape from the falling meteors, enveloping the two meteors, each larger than 200 meters, in its protective embrace. Was this meant to maximize the impact of the meteors? The Sage of Six Paths had employed a similar tactic to optimize the Ten-Tails-tailed beast ball. Beres cast a glance beyond the four red suns formation, where in the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest stood a wood-release clone of Obito, each manipulating a barrier of the formation. The four red suns formation extended like a rectangular chimney, reaching a height of over 1,000 meters. Not far from the formation, Obito's true form was even more striking. His complete body Susanoo, far exceeding the size of the meteors, shielded him, poised with a drawn blade. Through the azure chakra armor of Susanoo, the chakra enveloping Obito intensified, warping the surrounding space with its sheer energy. Truly, he was a formidable warrior from the Warring States period, orchestrating one scheme after another. Whether through wood release, limbo, border jail, or the meteors, all served as precursors to the genuine threat posed by the Susanoo hovering above. However, should all your efforts result in a miss, Obito, would you not be infuriated to the point of spitting blood? I find myself quite curious. The meteors descended rapidly, stirring up fierce winds as they approached the ground. Beres pressed one hand against her billowing pleated skirt while using the other to push aside her disheveled hair, which had been tossed about by the gusts. In truth, it was time for her to conclude this battle. However, there were still matters regarding the chat group that required clarification, and it seemed Obito was holding back as well. Therefore, she decided to indulge in this little game a while longer. Kikyo and Spiders were still intently observing the match within the chat group. Through the chat, they were able to witness the most breathtaking moments from a better perspective, akin to watching a film. Spider, how impressive! I wish I could become that powerful. Spider had already escaped her lair and was now being pursued by a horde of peculiar monkeys. Even amidst this life-threatening scenario, she remained engrossed in the arena's battle. Imagining herself hurling meteors at the monkeys behind her, she envisioned her experience bar rising dramatically. However, such distractions nearly caused her to lose her grip on the wall, almost tumbling into the menacing throng of monkeys. Startled, Spider scrambled to grasp a protruding rock for support, narrowly avoiding disaster. Spider's heart raced in the aftermath, her 8 legs trembling from the close call. In contrast to Spider, Kikyo remained much quieter. She did not participate in the chat like Spider. The group leader, Beres, was beyond her comprehension, yet she could analyze Obito to some extent that Obito's strength could perhaps be likened to that of Inuyasha's father, the former ruler of the Western lands. Could humans truly attain such power? Kikyo was unclear about the power systems of other worlds, yet she was acutely aware that she would not stand a chance against Uchiha Madara. Humans possess limitations, even if one is hailed as the mightiest priestess. Deep within her heart, Kikyo understood that had it not been for the purifying powers that inflicted unique damage upon Yukai, in a fair battle, her chances of overcoming a formidable Yukai were almost non-existent. In terms of strength, speed, and reflexes, humans are utterly inferior to Yukai, let alone the far more terrifying greater Yukai. Kikyo, was astonished by Uchiha Madara's combat prowess. After all, he was a human, yet in every aspect, he was no weaker than the greater. As for the leader, Bellies, was she even human? As a wild priestess who did not serve any deities, she was not entirely ignorant of divinity. The profoundly arcane aura emanating from Bellies suggested that she was likely a deity herself, one far superior to those gods worshipped by priestesses, infinitely more powerful than those who relied on incense and faith for their existence. In the arena, the first meteorite struck the ground, causing violent tremors across dozens of kilometers of the surface. The meteorite fell at an astonishing speed, generating countless fragments upon impact. These shards, within the confines of the Shikio barrier, flew about like sharp stone blades, slicing through everything contained within. Moments after the first meteorite's descent, the ground began to stabilize. However, a second meteorite, nearly identical to the first, plummeted into the same spot. It collided forcefully with the first meteorite. The ground, which had been settling, began to shake once more, this time with even greater intensity, creating tremors akin to an earthquake over a vast area. Boom! 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 The second meteorite shattered the first into countless pieces. Crack! The barrier formed by the Shikio began to reveal a myriad of fissures after the impact of the second meteorite. This was not due to the Shikio's inability to maintain stability, but rather because Uchiha Madara had dispelled all his wood clone techniques, losing the energy required to sustain the barrier, which could not endure for long under such circumstances. Naturally, Uchiha Madara no longer required the Shikio. At that moment, he had augmented the energy of his Susanoo to its maximum potential. The fully realized Susanoo, towering at 400 meters, obscured the sky and nearly matched the combined diameter of the two meteorites. Madara Susanoo's right hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, began to move slowly. Zi! The blade, forged from blue chakra compressed to its utmost, gradually emerged from its sheath. As the blade revealed itself to the air, the atmosphere became overwhelmingly oppressive. With a single stroke, it could annihilate all existence. With a blade passed, the air was instantly drained. The sharp flash of the sword sliced through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom. In the seventh segment, the Shikio barrier shattered completely, and the meteorites crafted by the star-shaking powers disintegrated into fragments. Under the ferocious light of the blade, the meteorites were torn into dust, engulfed in a terrifying energy that left not a single remnant. In the distance, towering mountains were cleaved in two, their scorched cross-sections exuding an aura of dread. Spider-Child. How terrifying. Kikyo. Indeed. Both Spider-Child and Kikyo were taken aback by the scene before them. Especially Spider-Child, who had never witnessed such a brutal battle. The prolonged gash extending several thousand meters, and a mountain soaring hundreds of meters high, was sliced apart as if it were mere tofu. This was merely the aftermath. Not even the true direction of the attack, the AS for the meteorites. The combined height of 400 meters was rendered to nothingness under Madara's single strike, with not even a trace of meteor dust remaining. Spider-Child, leader, are you still there? Spider-Child trembled, swallowing nervously on the battlefield. Uchiha Madara was slightly panting, still maintaining his fully realized Susanoo state. Just moments ago, it had been nearly his full power unleashed. Yet he did not believe his technique could vanquish Bellies. The arena was silent. No word of victory reached him. Madara dared not afford even a moment of complacency. Are you tired, Mr. Madara? Uchiha Madara was startled, quickly honing in on the source of the voice with his Rinnegan. Upon seeing Bellies, disbelief washed over him. She was completely unscathed. This was impossible. The girl stood serenely atop the tip of Susanoo's blade, clad in a beige pleated skirt, her long snow-white hair billowing in the wind. Not a single injury marred her. Her attire remained immaculate. It seems Mr. Madara is quite astonished, Bellies teased, observing the shock still etched on his face. You calculated everything, yet it bore no fruit. Even you, Mr. Madara, must find it hard to remain calm. You actually possess space ninjutsu. Madara gritted his teeth, the only explanation he could fathom for Bellies evading the Shikio barrier and escaping danger. Well, that interpretation isn't entirely off. It indeed relates to space, Bellies replied with a faint smile, explaining in simpler terms. Within the range my perception can reach, I can execute space jumps. Therefore, Mr. Madara, your earlier strike was for naught. Hearing Bellies' taunts, an image of a certain white-haired figure flickered in Madara's mind. Space abilities, white hair, the inherently malevolent Senju Tobarama. Chapter 7. Madara's life at stake. Mr. Madara, I know you are quite angry now. But please, do not be. The outcome of our battle was predestined from the start. When viewed from this perspective, doesn't it feel a bit more bearable? Bellies' words nearly sent Uchiha Madara into a frenzy. Predetermined outcome. How dare you say that? Madara's fury transformed into a sardonic smile. The blue arm of Susanoo, gripping the hilt of the sword, trembled slightly, morphing into a blue katana, swinging the blue blade forcefully toward Bellies' position. Madara declared, "Do you still refuse to yield, Mr. Madara?" As the blade flashed, a powerful surge of chakra emanated from Susanoo's front. Just as the blade was about to cleave Bellies in two from behind, her figure vanished with a whoosh. In the next instant, she lightly landed upon the back of the swinging sword. Despite the rapid motion of Susanoo's strike, she remained utterly still at the blade's tip. Truly, the Susanoo, passed down through generations of the Uchiha, was impressive in both its offensive capability and appearance. Yet as Belly spoke, her tone suddenly shifted, but I wonder how it performs defensively. Once more, Bellies vanished, charging toward Uchiha Madara's fully realized Susanoo. Sensing danger, Madara commanded Susanoo to defend. With one strike, two strikes, the dual blades of Susanoo swung with blinding speed, yet each time they neared Bellies, she adroitly evaded them. She dodged with an exquisite finesse that incited Madara's ire. Damn it, so close! Bellies drew nearer to Susanoo's protective shield, prompting Madara to swiftly form hand seals. Fire release. Dragon flame. Too slow, the voice emerged almost simultaneously. As the most resilient aspect of Susanoo, designed to protect its user, the special shield upon Susanoo's forehead cracked with a series of fissures. Not good. Madara's expression shifted drastically. He abandoned the hand seals, channeling his Rinnegan to extract every ounce of ocular power. Super. Heavenly obstruction. The repulsive force generated by his ocular control converged into a single direction. Boom! At that moment, Susanoo's shield shattered, unleashing an unfathomable shockwave that surged toward him. This is impossible. The repulsive force from Super. Heavenly obstruction was instantaneously suppressed by the air wave, offering no resistance whatsoever to Uchiha Madara suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. The back of his complete body, Susanoo, exploded with a massive hole. His body was sent hurtling backward, and after lingering in the air for several seconds, it crashed heavily onto the ground, causing tremendous inertia that led to fierce friction between Madara's body and the earth, rolling him several hundred meters before he finally came to a halt. The complete Susanoo, having lost the ocular power of Uchiha Madara to maintain it, completely disintegrated. Where Madara rolled to a stop, a shallow pit measuring 7 or 8 meters was formed. Cough, cough, cough. Madara pressed one hand against his chest, continuously coughing up blood. The red armor he wore became tattered and torn from the friction with the ground. The gap between her and me is indeed colossal. Uchiha Madara had never imagined that someone could merely extend a finger and lightly flick, casually compress air to unleash an air cannon, instantly obliterating what was hailed as the strongest defense. Even his complete body Susanoo, but if someone had told him in the past that the complete Susanoo was vulnerable, he would have scoffed at them. Now cough, cough. Uchiha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had Hashirama's cells. Otherwise, he might not even be able to stand defeat, a complete and utter defeat. There was not a shred of possibility for victory. No, if he could perfectly wield Hashirama's power, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope. Death in the arena does not equate to true death. This was the information Uchiha Madara gleaned from the rules of the arena, which was also the reason he had no intention of holding back from the very beginning. Bellies descended slowly from the sky, standing at a distance from Uchiha Madara. "Mr. Madara, are you going to give up?" Bellies' voice was calm. "Uchiha Madara knows only failure and success. I have never known surrender." Madara spat out a mouthful of filthy blood, standing tall. "That I still have one last move. If you can withstand it head-on, I will acknowledge you as the strongest." "Is that so?" Bellies replied with a slight smile. "Though I am not particularly concerned with being the strongest, since it is your request, I will reluctantly oblige." I will remain within your attack range and will not use teleportation to evade. You may attack with confidence. Bellies offered Madara a reassuring glance. Very well, Madara declared with a hint of pride. Though it may be a bit underhanded, there is no other choice. Bellies casually performed a space jump, finding it quite vexing if she could not withstand his full power attack that it was akin to when he attacked Bellies previously, only for her to simply sidestep and watch the spectacle unfold. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara activated his complete body. Susanoo once more thought, Mr. Madara, do you intend to rise from where you fell, reclaiming your dignity with Susanoo? Bellies inquired with interest. Humph, do not engage in verbal sparring. The true performance is yet to come. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together. Would release. With human technique. The earth trembled violently, and moments later, a colossal wooden figure, entirely constructed of wood, emerged from the ground. Hashirama, let us fuse into one. Uchiha Madara bellowed. Susanoo. Beast of hardship. The azure chakra, radiating from Susanoo, spread meticulously over the wooden figure, enveloping it in a layer of armor nearly matching its size. Susanoo encasing a wooden figure. Bellies observed the quaking ground, her expression reflecting a hint of amusement as she regarded Madara's new technique taking shape. Interesting, quite entertaining indeed. However, Mr. Madara, it seems you are currently unable to use sage techniques. If memory serves, your sage techniques were pilfered from Hashirama after you were reincarnated. Uchiha Madara appeared to be losing vitality at an alarming rate. What has transpired? Bellies pondered, her understanding of chakra being rather rudimentary. She was still unfamiliar with its intricate workings. Madara's once raven black hair was visibly turning gray at an astonishing pace, and wrinkles began to creep across his face that the Susanoo-encased wooden figure was now complete. Yet Uchiha Madara's vitality continued to diminish geometrically. This is the strongest technique unique to me, Uchiha Madara. The earth trembled incessantly, and the air within a 1,000-meter radius became thick with tension. Uchiha Madara brought his hands together, gasping for breath. Sage art, beast of hardship, true 1,000 hands. The colossal wooden figure served as a fulcrum, and the 1,000-handed Buddha ascended into the sky. The blue armor of Susanoo rapidly enveloped the outer layer of the Buddha statue. The nearly 1,000-meter-high statue, now shrouded in Susanoo's protective armor, reached an astounding height of 1,200 meters. Each hand of the Buddha radiated a faint blue luminescence, resembling scales. The once monotonous 1,000-handed Buddha now appeared even more magnificent. Who? Uchiha Madara's face displayed signs of fatigue, his aging visage and graying hair failing to obscure the immense battle spirit within him. Receive my attack, he roared in a slightly hoarse voice. True 1,000 hands, ascending Buddha. The wooden figure began to move, accompanied by the massive Buddha statue beneath it. The ground reverberated with a thunderous noise, shaking violently. The distance between him and Bellies diminished rapidly. The Susanoo-encased wooden figure looks quite impressive and intimidating, Bellies remarked, offering a rare compliment. Then I shall take this a bit more seriously, as she spoke. Bellies slowly closed her eyes, a delicate aura of mystique surrounding her, within the protective mirror of Susanoo. Uchiha noticed Bellies' actions. Oh, dare close your eyes in the face of my and Hashirama's power. How arrogant! Cough, cough. Amidst his wild laughter, a surge of rage erupted from Madara, having lost a significant portion of his vitality. He nearly succumbed to his breathlessness, coughing several times before managing to clear the obstruction in his throat. Humph. If that is the case, I shall claim the position of the group leader. The towering Buddha statue, exceeding 1,000 meters, erupted with a terrifying chakra. Surrounding the statue, a multitude of arms, armed with Susanoo's power, displayed a formidable blue hue, exuding an air of intimidation. 1 arm, 2 arms, 3 arms, the ends of the arms. Palms transformed into fists, striking out in succession. Countless fists fell like bullets. All attacks converged toward a single target. The position where Bellies stood, the first fist to reach the ground, created a series of explosive sounds. Boom, 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 boom. The arms of the true 1,000 hands swung back and forth vigorously, pounding the ground with relentless force. Uchiha Madara, utilizing his Rinnegan, commanded the true 1,000 hands, attempting to capture Bellies' whereabouts. Gradually, Beads of sweat began to trickle down Madara's aged face. Is this something that a human can achieve? The eye of reincarnation narrowed to a mere pinprick. Even in this state, it could barely capture fleeting remnants of Belize's evasive movements as a fist hurtled toward Belize's head. With a subtle shift of her position, she deftly dodged the blow, narrowly avoiding contact. Instantly, a second fist lunged at her from the side. Belize gracefully leapt, evading the whistling attack with ease. Even a punch that came from behind seemed to be anticipated by her, as she effortlessly sidestepped it. Despite the reinforcement of the Susanoo, the relentless barrage of fists pounded the ground, with one fist striking the same spot as another, causing mutual destruction between the two arms. Such occurrences were frequent. The area engulfed by the true Thousand Hands was littered with countless shattered wooden arms, debris scattering in all directions. Yet the densely concentrated and intimidatingly sharp wooden spikes posed no threat to Belize. With her eyes closed, she evaded each attack in a manner that seemed almost miraculous, as though she could foresee the landing points of each strike. Could the Sage of Six Paths execute such maneuvers? Uchiha harbored doubts. Should Belize demolish the true Thousand Hands with absolute power, he would hardly be surprised. However, Belize did not retaliate. Every evasion, every landing, remained within the range of the true Thousand Hands assault. No matter how concentrated the onslaught or the residual shock waves, not a single hair on her head was disturbed. The true Thousand Hands continued their relentless assault for nearly 20 minutes. The arms, unable to withstand the strain of their own attacks, perpetually shattered and broke apart. Uchiha Madara maintained the form of the wooden Susanoo, but the colossal statue behind him had completely lost its arms. Reduced to mere stumps, the landscape within a radius of several dozen kilometers lay in ruins, ravaged by the true Thousand Hands' explosive destruction. Uchiha Madara's countenance darkened considerably, panting heavily, not a single wound inflicted. The true Thousand Hands, which had exerted immense pressure on him, even while augmented by the complete Susanoo, far surpassed the power of the colossal Buddha of the Valley of the End, yet failed to graze her. "Mr. Madara, please do not say that. You did indeed hurt me." A calm voice reached Uchiha Madara's ears. "What?" he responded, perplexed. Wearied, he gazed at the palm of Belize's outstretched right hand. "You need not be so surprised. In terms of strength, you are quite formidable." Belize interjected before Uchiha Madara could say more. As he beheld the two snow-white strands of hair resting quietly in Belize's palm, a shadow of despair clouded his expression, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Are you insulting me?" Uchiha Madara gritted out through clenched teeth. "How dare you claim to have wounded me? I merely stated a fact. I did not intend to demean you." "Mr. Madara." Belize lifted her gaze to meet Uchiha Madara's. "You seem quite angry. Shall I demonstrate more explicitly the disparity between us?" Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "I intend to defeat you directly, in a manner you would deem acceptable." The pupils of Uchiha Madara's reincarnation eye contracted, and he replied coldly, "If you can achieve that, then by all means try, even in the face of certain defeat." His pride would not allow him to yield in the slightest. "Rest assured, this will conclude swiftly." The two strands of white hair in her palm drifted gently on the breeze. Belize lowered her raised hand slowly, taking a deep breath. "That it has been quite some time since I employed this stance. Perhaps I'm a bit out of practice." The cascading white strands of hair fluttered slightly. An aura of faint pressure emanated from Belize, radiating outward in all directions. This was the 9th chapter. Even within the confines of the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara distinctly sensed the terrifying energy radiating from Belize. A powerful wave of force surged, transforming into a raging storm that perpetually expanded outward. The statue encased within the Susanoo was suppressed by the aura released by Belize, rendering the chakra sustaining the Susanoo increasingly unstable. Under the onslaught of the energy wave, the statue retreated repeatedly until it came to a halt several dozen meters away. Golden flames enveloped Belize, while the devastated ground shimmered with radiant golden ripples as the energy diffused. The white hair cascading down to her waist gradually transformed into a brilliant gold at the tips. With a striking visage framed by cool violet eyes, an overwhelming force erupted suddenly from Belize. The 9th chapter. The Super Scion with purple eyes. What sheer terror this invoked. above the colossal statue. The figure controlled by Uchiha Madara continued to retreat. The giant Buddha, towering over 1,000 meters, despite the enhanced defenses provided by the Susanoo, crumbled visibly under the relentless energy assault. Ugh! He spat another mouthful of blood. The seasoned elder, Madara, exhibited a flicker of fear in his eyes. Possessing the eye of reincarnation and harnessing the power of all creation, he experienced a tremor of apprehension deep within his soul for the first time. Not merely in body, but in spirit. He felt as though he were no longer himself, that it was akin to being adrift on a tumultuous sea, a fragile vessel at risk of capsizing at any moment. Weak and helpless. Even his consciousness seemed to solidify. Uchiha Madara watched helplessly as the enormous statue, shrouded in Susanoo, was pierced by the rampaging golden energy, with the defenses of wood style combined with Susanoo crumbling layer by layer against the chaotic golden energy. Ultimately, the true thousand-hand statue disintegrated into fragments of various sizes, cascading to the ground. Uchiha Madara also plummeted from the sky. Barely managing to control his descent, he gasped heavily, sweat beading on his aged face. His once proud white hair, now a disheveled mess from the excessive drain on his life force. Struggling, he lifted his gaze toward Belize's position. The golden flames continued to spread, and the incoming energy seemed deliberately to avoid Uchiha Madara. Passing around him, the meticulous control over energy was such that even one as proud as Uchiha Madara could not deny that he was vastly inferior. Cough, 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 he gasped, recognizing the insurmountable power that far exceeded that of the Sage of Six Paths. Though he had never encountered the Sage, Uchiha Madara instinctively believed that even if the Sage were to emerge from his coffin, he would likely be no match for this girl, who appeared to be no older than 15 or 16. Perhaps he wouldn't even withstand a single strike. Energy surged in golden flames from the girl, rising skyward, radiant even under the watchful eyes of the reincarnation, in the gaze of the reincarnation eye. The girl vanished in an instant. In the next moment, she reappeared before Uchiha Madara. Her purple eyes looked down upon him as he propped himself up with one arm, kneeling on a single knee. His vitality nearly depleted. Gazing at the girl's indifferent expression and her unperturbed violet eyes, Uchiha Madara summoned all his strength to utter, "You have won." With his admission of defeat, Belize displayed no hint of joy. She slowly raised her right hand, palm facing Uchiha Madara, who was about to be transported away. Her palm hovered less than half a meter from his forehead. Destruction. Uchiha Madara had scarcely the opportunity to utter more words. With an expression tinged with incredulity, his form swiftly began to dissipate. First, his legs vanished, followed by his torso, and ultimately his head. It was as though an eraser was methodically removing him, bit by bit. In the end, Uchiha Madara's very existence had entirely faded from the gazes of those present. After casually erasing Madara, Belize exited the arena as well. The live broadcast abruptly ceased at this moment. The battlefield vanished. However, Kikyo and Spider-Son, watching the scene, remained ensnared in a prolonged state of shock. Their minds lingered on a girl with resplendent golden hair, radiating an otherworldly aura. A small tuft of golden bangs fell over her forehead, partially obscuring her eyes, yet failing to conceal the daunting, boundless indifference reflected in her purple gaze. Spider-Son, is that old man Uchiha Madara still around? As Spider-Son spoke, her voice trembled, unable to rid her mind of the lingering image of the golden figure, causing her entire spider-like body to quiver. If Madara's formidable strength had left her astounded, the power exhibited by Belize, the group leader, was an unparalleled terror. Even through the screen, one could faintly sense it. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Spider-Son recalled the moment when the group leader transformed, causing the very surface of the planet to tremble. Madara did not respond to Spider-Son's inquiry, and the public chat screen fell into a heavy silence. Spider-Son, surely the group leader didn't kill the old man, did she? But the rules of the arena state that one cannot die, right? Spider-Son attempted to read the rules of the arena, yet her words were devoid of conviction. Belize was the leader, while Uchiha Madara was merely a member. Did the rules apply only to members and not to the leader? If a person is killed, they die if killed by the leader. Does that mean they truly perish? Spider-Son curled up, embracing herself with her 8 spider legs. Within the warmth of the silk cocoon she had spun, her emotions gradually stabilized. That world's first princess, Uchiha, is not dead. Spider-son, your voice suggests you seem quite fearful of me. Spider-son, oh, he's not dead. Kikyo, his avatar is still lit. The two shifted their attention to Madara's avatar, the aging figure with white hair, still radiant, showing no signs of disconnection. However, Madara remained silent, in the realm of the Hokage, within the purgatory. Even in a state of mere soul, Uchiha appeared to tremble. On one hand, he was gripped by the terror of having his essence and corporeal form gradually erased, fully losing his senses. On the other, he felt exhilaration. He sensed an irresistible tremor within his heart, one that made even Hashirama feel like an insignificant insect in the face of such power. How terrifying it was! A flicker of confusion crossed Uchiha Madara's eyes. Unlike at the beginning of the battle, when he could not sense any trace of Bellie's energy, perhaps due to the disparity in their levels. It was only when Bellie's declared her intention to defeat him directly and transformed into a being radiating golden flames that he began to comprehend. His straight white hair gradually morphed into gold, and the once soft strands became sharply defined. Particularly, the aura was starkly different before and after her transformation. Though he could not ascertain which of Bellie's estates was more potent, the sensation she exuded post-transformation reminded him of his own awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. As though her internal character had undergone a profound transformation. Of course, this was merely Uchiha Madara's speculation. Regaining his focus, the imagery of the chat group surfaced in his mind. The myriad powers from different worlds, countless formidable existences, were indeed captivating. Regarding his recent defeat and the fact that he could not exit the arena but was instead obliterated by the leader, Uchiha Madara remained unfazed. He was a warrior, unafraid of failure, that he merely needed to reclaim victory next time. Moreover, he was not dead. No, he still possessed consciousness, did he not? Uchiha Madara typed into the public chat. Uchiha Madara, I am still here. I implore a certain group member to refrain from mourning. After the previous battle, Uchiha Madara gradually integrated into the chat group, no longer speaking from a condescending height. Regardless of how he perceived it, the chat group was an opportunity for him. Chapter 10. Uchiha Madara. Above all other, Spider-son. Oh, is old man Madara still alive? I thought, Kikyo. Indeed, even I felt that way. The oppressive sensation from the moment Madara was erased lingered, as if they had been there in person. Despite the distance of the screen, world's first princess, it's likely due to my transformation. That form can influence my character to some extent. In simpler terms, it resembles how Mr. Madara feels after awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, are you implying negative emotions? World's first princess. If you wish to interpret it that way, I suppose it is not without merit. Upon returning from the arena, Bellie's consciousness re-entered her body. After inspecting her physical condition, she discovered no remnants of her Super Saiyan transformation, indicating that she had not utilized her own body in that space. Furthermore, it had not affected her current self in any way. Since becoming a true god of destruction, Bellie's had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. The primary reason was that the transformation of a Saiyan clashed with the destructive power inherited from her divine position, resulting in changes to her character. Until she fully overcame this issue, she had no intention of casually attempting to become a Super Saiyan. Previously, in another space, and given that her body was constructed specifically by the chat group, she decided to experiment. However, the consequences of her transformation were far more severe than she had anticipated. Initially, she merely sought to test the strength of the arena's space, yet after transforming, she ended up killing Uchiha Madara, testing whether the chat group could bring him back. While it seemed like a minor difference, it indeed had a significant impact on her character. After all, I am fundamentally incompatible with the warrior race. The messages from the chat group pulled Bellie's back to her thoughts. Uchiha Madara, wait, I suddenly ponder a question. Leader, did you intend to bypass the rules of the chat group to kill me? Uchiha Madara was not dim-witted. Piecing together the leader's explanations and the nearly visceral experience of having his body and soul erased, he could not help but deduce a chilling answer. The more he contemplated, the more plausible this deduction became, especially given the indifferent expression that appeared in Bellie's purple eyes, as if she regarded him as mere refused world's first princess. You've caught on, Mr. Madara. It's quite a headache. Should I silence you? Uchiha Madara. Kikyo, Spider Son, world's first princess. I am jesting, Mr. Madara. Rest assured, before my transformation, I had no intention of eliminating you. Nor do I now, as you can see from my post-transformation state. Even under my full assault, you remain quite alive. Uchiha Madara, I believe you are merely making excuses, and I possess evidence. Ding! Uchiha Madara has been promoted to group administrator. Cheers erupt. Uchiha Madara, hush money. This must be solid proof. World's first princess. Ahem. In any case, the previous incident was an accident. The current state is the true me. That personality post-transformation should be forgotten by everyone. What do you think? Mr. World's foremost princess. You may address me by my name. Should you refer to me as sir, I feel as though one day I may be sold by you, Uchiha Shin. Confronted by an individual capable of extinguishing his life at will, found his arrogance curbed, he harbored aspirations and sought peace within the ninja realm. Thus, he must endure truly, it is as Hashirama understood from the outset. The essence of being a ninja lies in patience. World's foremost princess. Very well, what do you propose? Uchiha Madara. So we are at an impasse. Must we not change the subject, upon acquiring the status of group administrator and understanding the permissions therein? Uchiha Madara felt reluctant to oppose the group leader. After all, defeat meant forfeiting one's rights. He had previously provoked the leader's authority, and even if he were slain in the arena, it could be deemed a consequence of his own actions, especially since his soul remained intact. Uchiha Madara. Ahem, I too believe the group leader is quite amiable, akin to Hashirama. How absurd it is that he, a formidable figure of the ninja world, could utter such hypocritical words without a hint of shame. After the misunderstanding between Bellies and Uchiha Madara was resolved, the chat group fell into a notable silence. Kikyo preferred not to speak, while Uchiha Madara was preoccupied with the newly acquired administrative privileges. As for the Spider Child, they were diligently leveling up, a matter of life and death. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Madara, world's foremost princess, group leader, are you aware of the events transpiring in my world? World's foremost princess, are you referring to the Ten Tails or your Moon Eye plan? Uchiha Madara, you truly are informed. May I inquire how much you know, world's foremost princess, since your entrance into the chat group? Based on the leader's permissions, I can generally ascertain the predetermined past and future of group members' worlds. This refers to the established events that would occur had you not joined the chat group. Of course, this is merely a portion, not the entirety. Bellies refrained from directly revealing that the worlds of the group members were all anime. Instead, she explained from an almost omniscient perspective of the chat group. No one desires to believe their existence is merely a comic. Uchiha Madara. So, has my plan succeeded? Will the ninja realm usher in everlasting peace? His voice quivered with excitement. Achieving peace in the ninja realm had nearly become his obsession. World's foremost princess. It has succeeded, yet it has also failed. Uchiha Madara. World's foremost princess. Someone has betrayed you. Someone you held in the highest trust. Uchiha Madara. Who might that be? In his heart, Uchiha Madara found it hard to believe. The individual he trusted most was world's foremost princess. Would it not be rather dull to reveal the truth now, once you are revived? Would it not be better for you to seek the answers yourself? After all, you already have plans for resurrection. Uchiha Madara. That individual is insufferable, yet I find myself unable to best her. Within the realm of destruction, Bellies severed her consciousness from the chat group, the peace brought by infinite Tsukuyomi. She shook her head. Who could assure her that the world she inhabited was not a utopia crafted by a superior civilization? She chose not to disclose the truth of infinite Tsukuyomi to Uchiha Madara. Regarding his so-called infinite Tsukuyomi, Bellies remained skeptical that if a person were to live in a false world from birth, the imprint left by that falsehood would become their reality. The distinction between truth and falsehood is not always so clear-cut. Just as she pondered her current Dragon Ball world, could she guarantee that this world truly existed? What if it were merely a creation of some unscrupulous author who had thrust her into it? Chapter 11. 2 new group members. Uchiha is decent, though somewhat superfluous to me. After battling Uchiha Madara, Bellies gained considerable inspiration. including the ability to simulate the structure of chakra through her own laws. What? How did she accomplish this? Please, a deity with foundational combat power exceeding 1,000,000,000. If she cannot even simulate the degraded energy of a mere creature with combat power less than 1,000, would she not be better off smashing her head against a tofu? The yin-yang properties of chakra bear a striking resemblance to the laws of the god of destruction and the supreme Kai, albeit the results are degraded countless times over. With a casual gesture, Bellies dispelled the complete form of Susanoo, which towered a kilometer high around her body. She descended slowly to the ground. It cannot be said that she gained nothing. Rather, it was better than having no gain at all. Bellies felt a sense of solace within. The emergence of the chat group proved to be somewhat useful. She immersed her consciousness back into the chat group. She noticed, Bellies' face displayed a hint of astonishment. Two new group members had joined. Apps 4869 Researcher. Chapter 11. Abyss Princess. Gazing at the avatars of the two individuals, familiar images surfaced in Bellies' mind. Having lived for 20 years in this world, her memories grew clearer after ascending to divinity. How intriguing. It turns out to be them. Apps 4869 Researcher. A girl with tea-colored hair, an important supporting character from a certain anime about a Shinigami elementary student. Originally named Mayano Shiho, now known as Hybera AI after her transformation as for the other individual, the traveler from Genshin Impact, an adept at quests in the Teyvat continent. The nickname seems off. Abyss Princess? Surely not. While Bellies contemplated, in Teyvat, the chat group connecting countless worlds, how could such a thing exist in Teyvat? The golden-haired girl in a white dress wore a puzzled expression. Systems and chat groups. Are they not the stuff of novels? Given her knowledge of certain novels that feature so-called golden fingers, she remained unaware of any malice. The girl murmured to herself, diving into her consciousness to peruse the chat group's contents. Her eyes widened, and her expression gave off an innocent vibe. That moment, a deep abyss mage appeared suddenly. The mage knelt respectfully behind the girl, speaking with deference. Your Highness, the plan to transform the East Wind Dragon into a war weapon has encountered unexpected obstacles. Exiting her consciousness from the chat group, the girl's innocent expression vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor tinged with a hint of coldness. She cast a sidelong glance at the deep abyss mage behind her. Is it the Anemo god? Is he intending to don his crown anew for this dragon? No, it is not him. That unreliable deity will meddle in this matter. We already have a counter-strategy in place. The source of the obstacles to our plan comes from your bloodline. As the mage's words fell, the girl's pupils suddenly dilated. Images of her interactions with the traveler, even moments of combat against the sustainer of heavenly principles, flashed through her mind. The girl transformed into an afterimage, racing toward the position indicated by the deep abyss mage. The Wind Dragon ruins. Traveler Ether was engaged in a fierce battle with the Hilichurls. Sister Lumen stood atop the highest cliff, her hands resting on her knees, slightly bent as she gazed at the familiar figure below. After a while, Lumen averted her gaze, harboring no intention of meeting her brother. She turned instead toward the ruined guard she had been lingering by. Farewell for now, brother. We shall eventually reunite, but that time is not now. Standing in the colossal palm of the ruined guard, Lumen reflected on her recent addition to the chat group. Perhaps we still have better options. This unexpected element should provide me with a different kind of inspiration. Once this matter is settled, brother, we shall seek a new home together. In the world of Detective Conan. The girl with tea-colored hair dismissed the Shinigami elementary student accompanying her to school. In the face of the bewildered gaze of the Shinigami student, the girl dashed around the corner. The girl now bore the name Hybera AI, yet that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the voice that had suddenly emerged in her mind. Do you truly wish to live? Then join us. Yes or no? Just as Hybera AI found herself puzzled and contemplated waiting for a moment to inquire with a certain detective nearby, the voice reappeared in her mind. Ding! Due to your prolonged inactivity, the system defaults to your choice to join the chat group. Hybera AI? Continuing on, Hybera felt a buzzing in her head, as peculiar and strange information incessantly flooded her mind. The contents of her memories grew increasingly vivid, presenting a collection of recollections that, while not her own, felt as if they had been meticulously etched anew. This bizarre imagery, led the former scientist. Shiho Mayano, now Hybera AI, to comprehend that such extraordinary phenomena were far beyond the capabilities of contemporary technology. She hastily sought an excuse to divert Dagawa Konan, looking for a secluded spot to thoroughly examine the information she had received. However, the more she recalled and scrutinized the details, the more incredulous she became. Magic, demons, chakra, was this some sort of jest? Yet, deep down, she understood it was no joke. "What is the matter, Hybera?" At some point, Conan had appeared beside her. A look of skepticism etched upon his face. "Do you believe in magic?" Hybera casually posed a perplexing question that left the elementary school detective bewildered. "What are you talking about, Hybera? I am a materialist. I believe in science. How could something like magic possibly exist?" Conan stared with wide, fish-like eyes, having rushed over in a state of alarm, only to find this. "Kudo, do you consider apps 4869 to be scientific?" Conan was momentarily rendered speechless. This is a product of technology. It seemed he found it hard to refute the absurdity of shrinking down after ingesting a drug. A high school student weighing over 100 pounds transformed into a delicate elementary school child, all without any lingering side effects. It was utterly at odds with the law of conservation of energy. As for apps 4869, the initial research was, in fact, aimed at creating an elixir of immortality. How could such a thing exist? Conan was about to dismiss Hybera's fanciful ideas, but halted, remembering his own transformation into a child, which, in a sense, could also be considered a peculiar form of immortality. "How so?" Hybera brushed her bangs aside. "Hybera, you've been acting strangely since earlier." Conan avoided the topic, fully aware that if he were to acknowledge the effects of the drug he had taken, he would truly be hesitant to continue investigating the Black organization. It was evident that any organization engaged in such research would be shrouded in far deeper waters than he could fathom. "You should head to school. I'm feeling a bit unwell today and will return home." Leaving Conan with her retreating figure, Hybera turned to depart. "Wait." Conan, filled with confusion, glanced at his watch, which indicated he was running late. Ultimately, curiosity succumbed to the constraints of reality. Once he confirmed that Dagawa Konan had wandered far off, Hybera AI leaned against a nearby tree, exhaling a long sigh of relief. "Great detective, I just shared some astonishing information with you. Within the organization is not only Jin who is active. Their influence spans nearly the entire globe." Hybera cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and immersed herself in the chat group. She had just received a piece of information from the group administrator that piqued her interest immensely. Even if it meant engaging in a deal with the devil, she was willing to give a try. Apps 4869 researcher. Uchiha Madara, is it true that you can revive the deceased? What you mentioned earlier, was it genuine? Hybera's body trembled slightly, and she could even feel her heart racing. "Revive my sister. Uchiha Madara. Once the chat group levels up, that capability will be unlocked." As an administrator, Uchiha Madara was privy to numerous details about the chat group, including his keen interest in the subject of resurrection. After all, being dead himself and harboring plans for revival, it was only natural that he would be concerned about this. The group leader, Bellies, was offline, and as the group administrator, Uchiha Madara had to step in to welcome new members. He casually painted a grand vision for the newcomers, his experience as a former clan leader rendering him adept at such endeavors. Thus, the newcomer with the nickname Apps 4869 Researcher was easily lured in. While Uchiha Madara diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, a certain white-haired creature, the group leader, quietly came online. She did not interject, but rather observed silently, perhaps occasionally releasing a few bubbles into the water. Indeed, such a proud figure as Uchiha Madara would, once subdued, act of his own accord. Chapter 12. The Fire Dragon Lian Duo, as Uchiha Madara passionately educated the new member about the group. Bellies stealthily entered the conversation. "World's first princess. Oh, I was only away for a moment, and 2 new members have joined. World's first princess. Greetings, I am Bellies, the leader of this chat group. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Barely had Bellies finished her introduction when a query appeared on the screen. Apps 4869 Researcher. "World's first princess. Did the administrator just say that this chat group can revive the deceased? Is that true? Could you elaborate on how it works?" Having only recently become an administrator, Uchiha Madara had not provided much detail on resurrection. Upon seeing the group leader online, Hybera promptly pressed for answers. World's first princess. Are you hoping to revive someone, perhaps your sister? Asks 4869 researcher. How did you know? Hybera was taken aback. She had indeed mentioned wanting to revive someone, yet she had never disclosed in the group that it was her sister. World's first princess. No need to worry. I am not part of the Black organization. Once you join the chat group, the trajectories of your life, both past and future, will be captured to a certain extent. World's first princess. Of course, the past and future I speak of are based on your experiences before joining the chat group. Apps 4869 researcher. I see that World's first princess. The purpose of this chat group is to better alter a predetermined future or even amend past regrets. Naturally, if you seek to gain formidable power, that is also within reach. Deep Abyss Princess. Power. World's first princess. As the leader, are you quite powerful? In Teyvat, as the Deep Abyss Princess ruling the Abyss, Ing yearned for immense strength, especially since she was destined to confront the heavenly principles one day. World's first princess. Different worlds operate under different laws, and thus the manifestation of power varies, without engaging in actual combat. Comparisons are difficult. In my own world, I would say I am relatively competent. Belize's response was somewhat ambiguous, yet he refrained from probing further, maintaining a notable wariness toward the chat group. World's first princess. Earlier, a new member inquired about resurrection. World's first princess. Let me clarify that once the chat group reaches level 3, the transaction system will be activated, and the answers you seek will be found within. World's first princess. There are 2 ways to level up the chat group: the activity level of its members and the number of members. World's first princess. Apps 4869. Do you have any more questions? After a brief silence, a message appeared on the chat screen. Hybera, AI. None. Thank you, group leader. Unbeknownst to her, Hybera had changed her nickname to her own name. Revivaled in Teyvat, and was also peering into the chat group's information. Murmuring. In many worlds, discussions surrounding resurrection often touch upon taboo subjects. The ability to speak of such matters without restraint indicates that the group leader's power may surpass even that of the heavenly principles. However, in the next moment, a warning message emerged from the chat group, leaving him perplexed. Other members? Ding! Detection indicates that member Jaduko is in life-threatening danger. Her life force is rapidly declining. As this information flashed across the chat group, its live stream was activated. Jaduko. Help! Help! I'm going to die! In the scene, there lies an area of extreme heat, engulfed in molten lava. The spider girl rests upon a protruding rock, distant from the seething lava. She gasps for breath, her abdomen severely wounded, having lost a significant portion of it, and several of her spider legs are also missing. Blood seeps incessantly from her wounds. It is evident that the health meter above her head has plummeted to a dangerously low level. Kikyo, what grave injuries you bear. Achihamadura, have you encountered a formidable foe? Haihara, AI, is this individual also a member of the group? World's first princess, where are you now, Spider Girl? Surrounded by lava, despite the severity of her injuries, she remains in the molten region. That dragon, half destroyed, which Spider-Girl's mother cast in the lava with a single slap? Spider-Girl. At last, the group leader has appeared. I urgently seek assistance. In the original narrative, Spider-Girl was all alone, but now that she has joined the chat group, she instinctively reaches out to its prominent leader, hoping for some means of aid. World's first princess. Is it the fire dragon, Rendo? Spider-Girl. Ah, you are aware of it too. That wretched creature, relying on its superior attributes, relentlessly torments me. The fire dragon Rendo unleashes a torrent of flames, compelling Spider-Girl to leap aside in evasion. She springs onto a nearby stone slab floating upon the lava. Haihara, AI, a dragon that breathes fire? Spider-Girl. Indeed, that dragon. I cannot fathom how I provoked its ire. It assaults me mercilessly upon sight. That I am so feeble and pitiable. Does it truly need to be so cruel? World's first princess. Spider-Girl, I can transfer a portion of my strength to help you vanquish this fire dragon. But are you certain you wish for my assistance, especially under the watchful gaze of others? Spider-Girl, is there truly someone watching? For some time, Spider-Girl has felt the unsettling sensation of being observed. Yet upon thorough inspection, she finds nothing amiss. World's first princess. The one observing you is the very developer of your current numerical system, the one who brought you into this world. She is a deity. You know, Spider-Girl. Really? I assumed the numerical interface was created by you. Group leader, I had no idea it involved divine entities that I am but a feeble spider. How can my plight be so dire? She recoils from a notion of being under the scrutiny of a deity, that world's first princess. I can assist you, but should you be discovered, you may find yourself subjected to dissection. Spider-Girl. Group leader. Are you unable to defeat the opponent? World's first princess? I have never faced it, so I cannot say. The chat group can only channel a fraction of my power. Should I fail, the one to suffer the consequences will undoubtedly be you. Spider-Girl. Then I shall resolve this myself. A fire dragon and a deity capable of creating systems. It's evident which is the more manageable FOE, the very least. This fire dragon seems to present a glimmer of hope. Spider-Girl had previously suspected she was being monitored. This is why, even amidst battle, she continues to converse in the chat group, her expressions remaining unchanged. She wishes to avoid detection. Chapter 13. The Crisis of Spider-Girl in the Realm of Destruction. Bellies observes the unfolding events in the chat group. The battle between Spider-Girl and the fire dragon Rindo rages on fiercely. The fire dragon, already on the brink of death, suffers further blood loss under Spider-Girl's relentless assault. The heated lava wafts an aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. Yet, the inherent disparity in attributes between Spider-Girl and the fire dragon cannot be overlooked. Should I intervene? Bellies' eyelids flutter, her heart filled with hesitation. As the group leader, she possesses the authority to project a being of considerable strength into the world of her members. However, she is wary. While she can assist Spider-Girl, it would likely provoke the wrath of the malevolent deity D, who orchestrated Spider-Girl's arrival in this world. Whether out of interest in Spider-Girl or in her capacity as group leader, such attention is not what Bellies desires. She has little confidence that her projection would be able to overpower the opponent. At this moment, the battle between Spider-Girl and Rindo has reached a fever pitch. The chat group's live broadcast showcases their fierce contention without reservation. Spectacular spells and exhilarating dodges heighten the adrenaline rush. If Rindo is akin to a stationary artillery, then Spider-Girl embodies the agile assassin. With her speed and clever maneuvering, she persistently drains the fire dragon's health and magical energy. Uchiha Madara. Remarkable battle awareness. Even the proud Uchiha Madara cannot help but express admiration. Kikyo. This fire-breathing dragon possesses strength approaching that of a great yokai. Kikyo harbors genuine concern for Spider-Girl's condition. The two newly joined members of the group observe intently. Haihara AI watches the battle unfold with keen interest. If I could master even one such spell, I would no longer fear Jin. However, she soon shakes her head. Such unrealistic notions are foolish, setting aside the fact that Spider-Girl's world features an incredible numerical interface. What is this magical energy? Do I possess such a thing? No, thus how could I learn? As everyone contemplates the live broadcast, Spider-Girl seizes an opening to unleash a powerful spell. Abyssal magic, gate to hell and ancient. Decayed square stone door slowly rises from the lava, soon standing at the center of the molten expanse. Near the fire dragon, by the time Rindo perceives the perilous door, it is far too late. The colossal gate creaks open, revealing a spectrum of colors emanating from within. Roar. The fire dragon attempts to halt the unfolding calamity, striving to destroy the gate that embodies its fatal threat. However, the formidable gravitational pull of the gate not only draws in the surrounding molten lava, but also consumes the dragon's gathered magical energy in the blink of an eye. The blood and flesh from the dragon's wounds are similarly drawn in, transformed into strands of crimson that swiftly flow into the gate. Minutes pass, and the gaping abyss gradually closes. The once molten realm now lies in desolate ruins. The scorched earth blackened. The fire dragon's massive form remains suspended in place, not swallowed by the door, yet its breath of life is nearly extinguished. Abyssal magic. Ing sits atop the peak of Qingyun, contemplating her plan to seal the Archon of Liua. Meanwhile, she leisurely observes the chat group's live broadcast. Spider-Girl's prowess surprises Ing. To her, the fire dragon known as Rindo is not a formidable foe, far inferior to Tulin. Ing would forsake Tulin for a brother. How could she regard a mere fire dragon with any esteem? Nevertheless, she finds herself intrigued by the abyssal magic Spider-Girl employs. As the door swings open, it subtly emits a sense of danger. Perhaps she should inquire later about the rules of different worlds. Employing such powers is undoubtedly complicated, much like the abyssal energy, which took her considerable time to comprehend before she could wield it. Yes, I must become familiar with the others in the group to reap the benefits. Ing muses, her heart brimming with hope for the future. Heavenly principles, one day, I shall stand above you. Spider-Girl's blood-soaked retaliation against the colossal dragon presents an awe-inspiring spectacle for the members of the chat group. Uchiha Madara, Spider-Girl, you are impressive. I see a reflection of my former self in you. Spider-Girl, Madara, you actually acknowledge me. Uchiha Madara, indeed, in all the battles I've faced, none have matched the elegance of yours, aside from my encounters with Hashirama. Your composure, calmness, and bravery in the face of adversity, as well as your grasp of the situation, are unparalleled. It is hard to imagine that this being known as Spider-Girl was once an ordinary student in a mundane world. In such a brief span, she is transformed into a capable warrior, Spider-Girl. Madara, isn't it you and the group leader who fought? Who is this Hashirama? Uchiha Madara seems to frequently mention Senju Hashirama. Could it be that Senju Hashirama is his girlfriend or perhaps his wife? When he speaks of battle, could it be that he refers to something more intimate? No, surely I am overthinking this. Uchiha Madara, do not mention the past. It cannot truly be considered a battle. The words of Zuzuko caused Uchiha's expression to darken. Clearly, he had been on the receiving end of a one-sided thrashing. How could that possibly be deemed an exhilarating encounter? Zuzuko refrained from further conversation in the chat group, as time was of the essence. The recent abyssal magic had nearly caused the entire cavern to collapse, and tremors began to quake the surroundings. Zuzuko exerted every ounce of strength to drag the spoils, a fire dragon, to safety. This fire dragon's flavor remained a mystery. Zuzuko licked her lips. Abyssal princess, is dragon meat delicious? I yearn to taste it. Shiho Mayano, you wish to consume a dragon? Observing Zuzuko's expression and the comments of another group member who had joined alongside her, she felt the atmosphere of the live chat growing increasingly delicate. Zuzuko, it is quite delectable. I once feasted upon a dragon that was not nearly as formidable as this one, yet its flavor was exquisite. Uchiha Madara, a dragon, you say? It seems we have none here. But there are two reckless souls who recently indulged in a feast of large fox meat. Uchiha Madara recalled the information relayed by White Zetsu regarding the golden horn and silver horn. However, just as Zuzuko prepared to savor her delicacy, a peculiar space began to coalesce. A man clad in black armor, wearing a helmet adorned with two black horns and possessing cold red eyes, emerged from the forming void. He cast a glance at the nearby fire dragon corpse, which was bound tightly by Zuzuko's silk, then shifted his gaze back to her, commencing a speech in a tongue that Zuzuko could not comprehend. Zuzuko, who is this fellow? Can anyone decipher what he is saying? As she sent the message, Zuzuko did not anticipate a response. Yet, the group leader, fluent in the tongue of dragons, seemingly out of sheer boredom, began translating for the members. World's first princess. Zuzuko, this dragon inquires whether you are an underling of Ariel and why you attacked his kind. If you are not an underling of Ariel, you shall perish here as retribution for his kind. Zuzuko, retribution? A dragon. This is entirely a matter of humanity, is it not? How could it resemble a dragon? World's first princess. Zuzuko, your focus is rather peculiar. Zuzuko, that does seem to be the case. Does he intend to slay me? Zuzuko belatedly grasped the situation, her entire form quivering. She poked at her front legs, pleading desperately. Oh, esteemed dragon, I truly had no idea that this fire dragon was of your kin. He was attacking me relentlessly, and I was compelled to retaliate. Yes, it was self-defense. I in the realm of destruction. Upon hearing Zuzuko's beg for mercy and her acknowledgement of the dragon's identity, Bellies was left utterly exasperated. What a fool. All my previous words were in vain. I hope the evil god D did not overhear. Otherwise, it is highly unlikely I would save Zuzuko. If the evil god D intends to abandon her, I shall undoubtedly intervene. Given Zuzuko's current capabilities, there is no way she could withstand an administrator's assault. Indeed, With a barrier of linguistic misunderstanding, the administrator, Chiolai, could not comprehend a word Ziziko uttered. Raising his hand, he prepared to deliver a lethal blow, seeking vengeance for his kin. Chapter 14. Confrontation with the evil god D. Witnessing the menacing aura emanating from his opponent, Ziziko began to perspire, flailing her limbs and shaking her head vigorously. Stop. Wait, let us converse civilly. Ziziko, oh, esteemed group leader, come and save me. Someone seeks to slay me. World's first princess. Fear not, Ziziko. I shall intervene. Upon receiving the leader's assurance, Ziziko felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though the cold sweat continued to trickle down from her forehead to her chin, Ziziko had contemplated retaliating. However, being locked by an unseen force made movement exceedingly difficult, as she beheld the tall man across from her. A radiant light began to emanate from his palm, aimed directly at her. Ziziko's spirit plummeted, and she instinctively shut her eyes. Esteemed leader, if you do not arrive soon, the adorable little spider shall meet her demise. Enough of your lamentations. I have arrived. In a flick of her finger, Bellies halted the beam intended for Ziziko, compressing it into a spherical orb of light. With a snap of her fingers, the orb transformed into a cascade of glimmering particles, gently descending. How remarkable! Ziziko opened her eyes just in time to witness Bellies effortlessly compressing the adversary's beam into a ping-pong ball-sized energy sphere, which she casually dispelled. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 14. An attack of mortal threat was effortlessly neutralized. Quack, quack, quack. Honk, honk, honk. Chiolai spoke in a tongue Ziziko could not fathom, his eyes reflecting a wary demeanor. What a bother, this language barrier. Bellies casually tapped the space ahead of her a few times. In no time, Ziziko, who previously could not understand Chiolai's speech, now found herself comprehending. Esteemed leader, what sorcery is this? Ziziko inquired, puzzled. Just a simple two-way translation device. Nothing too remarkable, Bellies replied without a hint of modesty. Such a contraption exists, but esteemed leader, you merely tapped the air. You did nothing, Ziziko exclaimed, bewildered. At a certain level of power, it becomes easy to create convenient little gadgets. All right, Ziziko still wished to inquire further. But Bellies raised a hand, signaling her to remain silent. Her gaze fell upon Chiolai, donned in black armor, as Bellies smiled gently. I intend to spare this little spider. Do you have any objections? Who are you? Chiolai inquired, his expression grave. He had not anticipated that a mere system check could reveal so little about this white-clad, white-haired girl who effortlessly blocked his attack, even if it was not his full strength. It was beyond the capabilities of the systems on this planet. A friend of Baiji. Does that answer satisfy you? Baiji. Chiolai furrowed his brow, recalling the spider's name. Esteemed leader, who is Baiji? I am not Baiji. My name is Rui Jisa. Ziziko felt perplexed as to why her group leader would misname her. That so. Then I must have forgotten. Baiji, or Little White, shall be your future name. Bellies remarked nonchalantly, chuckling lightly. No, that cannot be. Oh. A future name sounds rather intriguing. However, I am more curious about your name. Outsider. A small smartphone dropped to the ground. The instant the sound resonated, Chiolai's solemn demeanor shifted slightly, as she recognized the voice's owner. Ziziko, startled by the unexpected sound from the phone, quickly inched closer to Bellies. Who? What person? The deity who brought you to this world. I previously mentioned you should be familiar with them. Ziziko's 8 spider legs flailed in panic. Is it truly that deity? The one whom the leader said might not be able to defeat? A hand struck Ziziko's forehead, and Bellies wore an exasperated expression. Must you announce such things in public? I have my pride as well. I am terribly sorry. Ziziko seemed to realize her error, hastily apologizing. May the esteemed leader live long, remain invincible, and conquer the universe. Please refrain from speaking. I fear I may lose control and end your life. Bellies responded with exasperation. All right. Ziziko trembled slightly. Bellies extended her finger, gently flicking it. The smartphone lay a short distance away, soaring towards them. Grasping the red-edged device, Bellies greeted, A pleasure to meet you, the administrator of this universe. Evil God D, or rather Ru. Names are merely labels. No need to dwell on them. The voice from the phone interrupted Bellies' speech, but it seems she had no intention of continuing. That I have saved the little spider. Is that acceptable? Belize's words were succinct yet striking. This won't do, she mused, her gaze fixed on the diminutive spider, whom she had high hopes for. Her future name shall be Baiji, correct? Then I shall affectionately call her Xiaobai. I have great expectations for Xiaobai. The smartphone continued to emit a distinctly feminine voice. Since you are aware of my circumstances, you must also be cognizant of the spider's true identity. Thus, shall we discuss a monetary arrangement? Indeed, it was no surprise that this foreign deity possessed a nimble intellect. The voice of the malevolent deity emanated from the device, calm and unhurried. She refers to you as the group leader. How about you invite me into your little circle? Malevolent deity continued. I am exceedingly intrigued by your method of traversing the cosmos. This is not an equal exchange. Belize narrowed her eyes. I can certainly extend an invitation, but not at this moment. Let us wait until Baiji transforms into a human. Transform into a human? You certainly have the audacity to dream, or perhaps you possess foresight and confidence in her. The notion of becoming human implied achieving divinity. The identity of the spider child was clear to malevolent deity D, and it was this clarity that bred a sense of astonishment. D, oh, you not wish to see it. You have gone to great lengths to deliver the spider child to me. Perhaps in the past, but now I find myself far more intrigued by you. The surrounding space trembled slightly as a portal materialized. Upon seeing the girl standing outside the portal, Belize chuckled softly. If negotiations falter, do you intend to resort to force? Is that truly wise? You should realize that I am merely an energy projection here. Even if you were to defeat me, what significance would it hold? Moreover, victory is not guaranteed for you to be frank. Belize did not regard malevolent deity D with excessive concern. Transposing life from one planet to another and establishing a planetary system was within her capabilities. Yet, this was the universe in which the spider child resided, and she had no desire to foster enmity with such a deity. The high-ranking deity, malevolent deity D, as the girl adorned with a cat-faced mask stepped forward. Chiu Lai felt an immediate tension coursing through him, and one understood better than he how terrifying this capricious high deity could be. In his eyes, malevolent deity D acted purely on whims. He had not anticipated that his quest to eliminate a small spider that had slain a member of his kin would entangle him with not only an unknown powerful deity, but also malevolent deity D. Had he known the spider's profound background, he would have steered clear of such murky waters. Chiu Lai now genuinely feared that malevolent deity D might obliterate the planet. He harbored deep affection for the planet of his birth. Even if malevolent deity D refrained from destruction, the potential conflict between two seemingly equal deities could prematurely extinguish the life of the very planet beneath him. Chapter 15. The transaction between two deities. Why? Oh, why does this girl, no, this deity, choose to wear a mask? The spider child hid behind Belize, cautiously peeking out at the somewhat familiar figure across from her, confusion evident in her voice. Because she is your classmate and wishes to remain unrecognized by you. What? The spider child gasped, her expression one of utter disbelief that no, it cannot be. A deity attending school. That's absurd, akin to a billionaire begging on the street. Who are you? Trembling, the spider child extended a leg to point at the figure. Yashike's Hizei, do you care so much about my identity? Malevolent deity D's voice maintained its sharp edge. Not at all. The spider child stammered, frightened by malevolent deity D, and quickly retreated. Now, let us not frighten Baiji. Surely you wouldn't want me to reveal your name? Belize remarked with a hint of exasperation. And no worries. I care more about your existence than Xiaobai's. Malevolent deity D replied, nonchalantly. Is that truly acceptable? This is your universe. Should anything go awry, the loss would be yours. Yes, she observed the powerful aura rising from the figure before her. Belize cast a sphere of white light upon the spider child, imbuing it with energy to ensure her safety. Ugh! Chiu Lai seemed unable to withstand the intensifying energy pervading the space, struggling to lift his body with his hands pressed against the ground. Just as before, he still could not sense the presence of malevolent deity D. They existed in entirely different dimensions. Yet his body instinctively reacted. Even his proud dragon-scale armor felt feeble beneath the weight of malevolent deity D's aura. Hey, this dragon is one of your subordinates. D, oh, you not care for his life. Bellies casually tossed a sphere of light that pierced through the oppressive force emanating from malevolent deity D, striking Chiu Lai directly. Instantly, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Huff, huff, huff. Chiu Lai gasped heavily, fatigue etched on his face as he looked at Bellies with gratitude in his eyes. Why concern yourself? After all these years, this foolish creature has made no progress. I have provided him with the best methods to manage this planet, nearly stating it outright. He is but a blockhead, in the face of an equal. Malevolent deity D seldom offered explanations. What is there to fear? Do you not know? Bellies rolled her eyes. With her dreadful temperament, how could Chiu Lai, such an honest dragon, dare to defy you even a step further? It is simply his foolishness. Malevolent deity D scoffed. Is that why you brought in unrelated individuals from other planets? Based on the context of the original narrative, Bellies surmised malevolent deity D's intentions. That was my benevolence, malevolent deity D replied, that I provided them with a chance to survive, and if their strength is sufficient, they may return to their original world. You certainly have the audacity to claim that. Given you do not believe the Spider Child can achieve it, let alone anyone else, I have already given the opportunity. Malevolent deity D paused. And are you not the same? Malevolent deity D sensed that the powers of both were quite similar. They were both planetary cleansers under the laws of the universe. True enough, I seem to lack the qualifications to admonish you. Bellies shrugged. Although the laws of the universe varied across different realms, the tasks performed were fundamentally similar. For years as a destroyer, Bellies had busied herself with the organization of cosmic planets, primarily to enhance the overall value of the universe, occasionally to bolster the strength of a particular planet. She would scatter training methods and techniques for mental energy in remote wildernesses, leaving them for those fated to discover them. It was because of such actions that Bellies was now entirely confident that the overall value of her universe surpassed the evaluations made by the Grand Priest during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. Taking a deep breath, Bellies resolved to accept malevolent deity D's challenge, for she could not remain in this place forever safeguarding the Spider Child. The violet energy of destruction surged forth from Bellies, centered around her, abruptly rising. The formidable energy instantaneously rebounded the oppressive force released by malevolent deity D. The latter staggered back a few steps, her cat-faced mask betraying no expression, yet her tone conveyed palpable astonishment. I did not expect to encounter a powerhouse of your caliber from another universe. Simultaneously, a layer of gray energy enveloped her, gradually equalizing the opposing forces between them. Boom! Crackle! The interplay of their energies caused a terrifying spatial rift to gradually form at the center where they stood. The rift voraciously consumed everything around it. However, under the constraints imposed by the two deities, the rift's consuming range was limited, sparing the entirety of the space. The Spider Child, shielded by energy, trembled with her hands clutching her head. In contrast, Chiu Lai, also protected by Bellies' energy, bore an expression of fear and disbelief. Malevolent deity D was astonishingly at a disadvantage, though the breaths of both parties were imperceptible, in contrast to Bellies' calm demeanor. There was an unmistakable hint of uncertainty when the malevolent deity D unleashed an energy collision. Outside the cosmos, Chiuya murmured, "Is my vision still too narrow?" He had overheard the words of the malevolent deity D, vaguely grasping something, yet unable to comprehend it fully. Was it wrong for him to protect the planet he called home? Your strength surpasses my imagination, the malevolent deity D stated, his tone no longer sharp but rather subdued, tinged with a hint of astonishment. This voice bore a resemblance to that of the Spider Child. So, as I previously mentioned, is everything all right? Bellies inquired. Indeed, the malevolent deity D replied, after a moment of silence, nodding slightly. Subsequently, both parties simultaneously withdrew their unleashed energies, and the spatial rift that had formed between them began to mend slowly. The rift was repaired by the malevolent deity D utilizing the laws of the cosmos. Otherwise, it could have lingered in that state for decades, if not centuries. The disparity between those who wield the laws of the cosmos and those who do not is immense. Moreover, the actions of the malevolent deity D served as a demonstration. I may not be able to best you with sheer strength, but I can augment my power. Bellies did not refute this. Indeed, had the malevolent deity D initially buffed himself with the laws of the cosmos, it would have been nearly impossible for Bellies to contend with him unless she had truly descended in her original form. Ultimately, it was but a fraction of his power, insufficient against a cosmic-level adversary. Let us discuss the matter of Baiji in detail. How about we venture into the cosmos? The malevolent deity D proposed. Very well, Bellies acquiesced, recognizing that certain matters were indeed unsuitable for the current spider child to know. The two vanished before the watchful eyes of others, leaving the spider child and Shuya in a state of perplexity. Simultaneously, the protective energy surrounding them began to dissipate. That dragon brother of yours, your gaze is quite unsettling. Do you still wish to harm me? The spider child trembled, expressing her concern. I dare not, Shuya replied with resignation. You must be aware of who stands behind you. Before long, Bellies and the malevolent deity D returned. Xiaobai, I have spoken with your classmates. You are safe now. Are you happy? Bellies said, lifting the spider child into her embrace. Group leader, what did you discuss with the malevolent deity D? The spider child inquired cautiously, fearful of inciting the group's leader's wrath and facing dire consequences. Nothing much, merely ensuring that your future path will be smoother. Formidable beings like Chilia, who cannot be detected by the system, will no longer trouble you. Observing that the leader's form seemed to fade considerably, the spider child anxiously implored, Group leader, could you allow me to revert to human form? This spider body is such a hassle. Alas, that is part of my agreement with D. You must find a way to return to humanity on your own that I can offer you some advice. If you evolve the small spider to its final form, there exists a possibility to regain your human state. Additionally, concerning the 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues, skills akin to divinity, if you possess any, endeavor to learn them, as they will be immensely beneficial to you. Is that so? The spider child queried, somewhat perplexed. Now that matters are resolved, I shall take my leave. That Bellies' energy form transformed into a myriad of starlight and vanished. Meanwhile, the malevolent deity D said little to the spider child, taking Chilia away, seemingly with important matters to discuss. Chapter 16. Youthful beauties over 500 years old in the destruction realm. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, Bellies slowly opened her eyes. Her encounter with the malevolent deity D had unexpectedly advanced her mastery of destructive power. She brushed off the dust from her attire and stood up. I believe I am no longer at the bottom among the deities of destruction. Bellies had a sense of her own standing. Compared to those who had trained for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, her time spent honing destructive power was but a fraction. However, she possessed a significant distinction from those rigid deities of destruction. She could also cultivate the creative power of the Kaishin. This fact had astonished even her master, the former deity of destruction. For no deity of destruction could cultivate creative power, nor could any Kaishin master destructive power. This was a universal law. Furthermore, the emergence of the chat group had opened up broader horizons beyond her world. To phrase it differently, they had acquired the power to negate the world from beyond. Speaking of which, that abyss princess remained quite wary of her. Did differing circumstances foster distinct personalities? It was indeed plausible. A princess wielding abyssal power would possess a vastly different character than a golden-haired traveler easily deceived by others. Point 1 must bear the weight of their position. As the leader of a faction, exercising caution is entirely reasonable. Bellies turned her attention to the chat group. Why is it so quiet? The group, though small, should not have remained silent for such an extended period. She scrolled back through the chat records, noting that the conversations among the members had mostly ceased shortly after the Spider Child's live broadcast concluded. The primary topics of discussion revolved around the strength of the group leader, the nature of gods, and the cosmic administrators. However, it appeared that no answers had been forthcoming, leading to a cessation of dialogue. Group leader has logged in. Fantastic. We have so many questions to ask, the Spider Child exclaimed. What do you wish to inquire about? Bellies, the world's foremost princess, replied that I can answer anything within my capacity. But Spider Child, how did you handle that dragon? Ah, wasn't it meant for consumption? Group leader, do you want it? The spider child replied, "No, I was merely asking casually. I've eaten dragon meat before. It's rather ordinary. Besides, I am not from the 6th or 7th universe, where two gluttons might scramble for instant noodles." Bellies considered herself a serious deity. "I apologize, I inadvertently consumed it all, and I'm unsure how to share the dragon meat with you," the spider child confessed, having hoped to discover a method for item transmission within the chat group, yet finding nothing. Unable to bear the loss, she resigned herself to solitary indulgence. However, with each bite, she found herself increasingly exhilarated as her experience points rose, a delightful predicament, in line with the philosophy of preferring to overindulge rather than starve. The spider child devoured a giant fire dragon, leaving only its skeleton. Dragon meat is absolutely delicious. If only I could feast on a dragon every day, I would awaken with a smile. The spider child's fanciful musings elicited a bemused response from Bellies. "Spider child, are you not concerned about becoming a roasted spider? Do you know what that dragon, Chilya, is known as?" The spider child inquired. "He is the dragon god of the dragon race. If we were to overhear your previous remarks." "A dragon god?" Shouting about eating dragon meat in front of the dragon god. The spider child slapped her forehead, the imagery too daunting to contemplate. It was possible that instead of savoring dragon meat, she might find herself strung up on a spit. "I have an agreement with the malevolent deity D, including Chilya, cannot harm you without cause. However, spider child, do not provoke him too much. For example, claiming to eat a dragon daily is rather excessive. Of course, if you wish to indulge, Chilya will not take your life. At most, he might pluck a few of your spider legs to hang as smoked meat." That sounds rather harsh. Do you not think that your desire to consume a dragon daily is even harsher? Moreover, how could such a diminutive creature like you devour a dragon several hundred or even thousands of times your size in such a brief span? Is your stomach a fourth-dimensional pocket? Though she jested, Bellies noticed another member of the group sending a message. Changing your nickname to your real name. Has your vigilance diminished? World's foremost princess, I wish to consult you about some inquiries regarding deities. What is your understanding of them? In the company of her brother, traversing countless worlds, she has witnessed a myriad of wonders. However, her understanding of the term deity remains somewhat nebulous, as different realms possess varying definitions of the divine. The foremost princess of the world, Ing, did not expect that she would be the first to succumb to curiosity. She had anticipated that Uchiha Madara would pose this question first. "Uchiha Madara, I wish to inquire." Yet I was uncertain from which angle to approach the topic. Moreover, the livestream featuring Spider had revealed far too many elements that were beyond my comprehension. "Ing, may I provide clarification? If not, the world's premier princess, there is nothing preventing it, though I must admit I am somewhat surprised to be explaining the concept of divinity to you so swiftly. Nevertheless, with the emergence of the malevolent deity D, it is prudent to address this matter in advance. The foremost princess of the world, Ing, you and your brother have traversed numerous worlds, encountering various deities along the way, in fact, by virtue of your existence. You could also be considered a deity in the Pure Land. Uchiha scrutinized the messages on the chat screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Abyssal Princess, a divine being. That golden-haired young girl, truly a being of greater power than he? Having witnessed the clash between the malevolent deity D and Bellies, Madara had entirely shelved his pride. His own strength now seemed rather inconsequential. He had not anticipated that one of the new members would be a divine entity. What, then, is the Abyss referenced in the introduction of the Abyssal Princess? Curious, Uchiha Madara clicked on Ying's avatar, where he found a brief introduction to that world. The information was not particularly useful, merely mentioning that the Abyss should not be gazed upon directly. The world's foremost princess, Uchiha Madara, did you not claim to be researching Ying's background, while simultaneously expressing doubts about your own power? Uchiha Madara. No, Uchiha Madara, fear nothing. The world's foremost princess. Oh, let us assume that is the case. Uchiha Madara, you are utterly lacking in faith. Do not think I am oblivious. The world's foremost princess, in the realm of ninjas, Uchiha Madara, you are indeed regarded as a deity by ordinary ninjas. Hybera AI. Does the leader imply that a deity refers to one who possesses extraordinary power? In other words, someone whose strength is unattainable by mere mortals? although the world of Conan seems devoid of such extraordinary beings. As a remarkably intelligent scientist, Hybera, AI, quickly grasped the essence of the leader's words. The world's foremost princess. Such an interpretation is not without merit. The definition of a deity varies across different worlds, making it challenging to elucidate clearly. The world's foremost princess. Generally, it pertains to strength and longevity. For instance, Ing, a youthful beauty of at least 500 years, is perceived as a deity or immortal by the ordinary folk of Teyvat. Ing, Chiyun Peak, a symbol appeared on Ying's forehead that, is it not sufficient to simply be a youthful beauty? Why at a base age of 500 years? Does that imply I am old enough to be a grandmother? Achihavara, 500 years? You look utterly unaged. Hybera, AI, it is hard to believe that one could live for such an extended period. However, even without overwhelming strength, one who survives for so long would likely be regarded as a living fossil by ordinary people. There was a thought that Hybera, AI, refrained from voicing. One who has lived for 500 years yet lacks sufficient power for self-protection might find themselves ensnared in a laboratory, continually subjected to dissection. Chapter 17. The work of the god of destruction. Why do you concern yourselves with my age? Is not the leader's age even greater? Ing felt flustered, despite being the abyssal princess. She was rather sensitive to jests regarding her considerable age. The world's foremost princess. Apologies, I am but 20 years old. Ing, you jest. Achihamadara. Impossible. Hybera AI. The 20th power of 20, where n equals positive infinity. Spider. I might forever believe in the leader. Spider's speech was somewhat disjointed, suggesting a degree of emotional turmoil. The world's foremost princess. I have an excellent teacher and have diligently practiced, thus achieving divinity at a young age. Is that not remarkable? Ing. Kikyo, the world's foremost princess. It seems everyone is more concerned about information regarding deities, which is why we're only now realizing that the leader appears somewhat narcissistic. The world's foremost princess. I was merely jesting. Rest assured, I shall divulge all the information you seek. The world's foremost princess. However, I speak the truth. I am indeed 20 years old, unlike a certain youthful maiden. Ing, you may say what you wish, but why drag me into this? Nonetheless, the unreliable leader, after jesting about herself, finally returned to the matter at hand. The world's foremost princess. My divine position as the god of destruction stems from my mentor. Thus I inherit his divinity. Uchiha Madara, god of destruction. Ing, inherit. The world's foremost princess. To put it simply, deities can be categorized into two types: those with immense power and longevity, respected by others, and those with certain limitations, or those bound by the rules of their divine position. The world's foremost princess. For instance, in Kikyo's world, the deities reliant on incense and faith often draw their power from their followers. At times, they must assist their devotees in fulfilling wishes to maintain their strength through faith. The world's foremost princess. Alternatively, in the continent of Teyvat, there are the 7 archons governed by the islands in the sky. The world's foremost princess. There is no absolute boundary between the strength of the two types. Ing, I see. I now understand. Point 1 type is without restriction, while the other is constrained. Spider. So, what type of deity is our leader? The world's foremost princess. Take a guess. Spider. Given the leader's immense power, she must belong to the first type. The world's foremost princess. Regrettably, you are mistaken. Spider. Hybera AI. The leader should be of the second type. Previously, in her dialogue with the malevolent deity D, both mentioned engaging in similar activities, suggesting there may be some limitations on the leader. Furthermore, Bellies had earlier stated that her divine position was inherited, providing a clear answer. The world's foremost princess. Indeed, I am now preparing to commence work. Would you like to watch the live stream? Spider. What does the leader's work entail? I am most curious. The world's foremost princess. Spider. Could you refrain from adopting such peculiar speech patterns? My work is something Ing should be able to surmise. Ing, perhaps, but I am not entirely certain, considering the conversation between the leader Bellies and the malevolent deity D. The universe, cleansing, reflecting on the arbiter of heavenly principles, it would be impossible not to have some inkling. Yet her current emotions are undeniably complex. Ding, the world's foremost princess has initiated the live stream. The sound of the chime snapped Ying's thoughts back to the present. The world's foremost princess. Hello, hello, hello. Can you see me? My dear members, in the live stream, Bellies waved at the audience. Uchihamadara. Leader, you have changed your attire. At T first glance, Uchihamadara immediately noticed the leader's clothing. He would never consider himself a lecherous person. Rather, Bellies' previous remark about clothing not being torn and thus able to defeat him had left a profound impression. Her attire was not a casual dress, but rather a short-sleeved white garment adorned with stripes at the collar. Resembling the robes of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh, Bellies greeted the members with a smile, yet one could faintly sense an aura of solemnity. The world's foremost princess. Indeed, one must wear formal attire for work. Bellies adjusted the pharaonic collar of her outfit. Although there are no stringent requirements regarding the attire of the god of destruction, it is essential to don the garb of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh during work. Signifying respect for life. Spider, the difference is striking. You exude an air of confidence, entirely devoid of the previous weakness. With her waist length, snow-white hair complemented by the white-patterned pharaonic-style robe, she radiated a sense of the sacred, while also embodying beauty. The world's foremost princess. Spider, did I appear weak before? Spider. Ah, no, absolutely not, as Spider's heartfelt words left Bellies, observing the public screen, feeling somewhat speechless. Was she truly that formidable? Uchihamadara, world's foremost princess. Group leader, where are you at this moment? It is pitch black all around. World's foremost princess. This is the universe, an expanse boundless and vast that Mr. Madara, you may not fully comprehend, do you, Spider Child? Huh? The universe, group leader, are you in outer space? World's foremost princess. Indeed, I've adjusted the live stream to panoramic mode and brightened it a tad, so you can perceive your surroundings more clearly. Before long, the screen displayed to the group members transformed into a third-person perspective. The once dim universe now radiated with vibrancy. Hybera AI. What a stunning starry sky, though separated by a screen. She was still profoundly awed by the close-up view of the cosmic spectacle. Spider Child, world's foremost princess, the great group leader can actually fly in the universe. And yet, isn't it necessary to breathe? After all, outer space is a vacuum, devoid of air and fraught with various radiations. It seems perilous indeed. Should T1 wear a spacesuit in such circumstances? Upon reading Spider Child's words on the public screen, Bellies felt utterly speechless. Was Spider Child's reasoning a bit off-kilter? I am a deity. Is it so strange to possess the ability to traverse the cosmos? World's foremost princess, Spider Child. As long as one possesses sufficient power, flying the universe is not particularly challenging. Spider Child? Oh, is that so? It seems plausible upon reflection, considering Bellies is a deity with some unique capabilities. It is not entirely unfathomable. Uchihamadara, world's foremost princess, what exactly is the universe? World's foremost princess, how should I articulate this? Bellies teleported beside a colossal planet. World's foremost princess, do you see this planet? The world you inhabit, the ninja realm, is akin to such a planet. Countless planets like this exist throughout the universe. And my task? Bellies slowly raised her hand, revealing a purple energy orb in her palm. Whiz! The energy orb swiftly hurtled towards the planet. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the planet's surface. The brilliance unleashed by the planet's destruction illuminated an area spanning light years. After the explosion, the once substantial planet was reduced to cosmic dust. Subsequently, Bellies typed a message in the chat. World's foremost princess. Isn't the fireworks display splendid? Quite a spectacle. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 18. The bizarre planetary flora in the world of Naruto. The Pure Land. Now in a spiritual state, Uchihamadara's lips twitched slightly. Surely, the group leader must be quite unwell. He pondered over the concept of planets that the group leader had previously mentioned, only to witness an energy orb obliterating a planet. While it was indeed a magnificent sight, it left Uchihamadara utterly bewildered. Uchihamadara, world's foremost princess, are you showcasing your power? I acknowledge your strength. But is it necessary to use the annihilation of our ninja realm as an example for comparison? World's foremost princess, am I boasting? I am merely recounting my duties. Hui. World's foremost princess. Group leader, is your job to cleanse planets in the universe? We pose a question that several group members wish to ask. Although they received an answer, disbelief lingered in the air. World's foremost princess. Indeed. That is my vocation as a destroyer. The title alone suggests that I am not a benevolent deity. You make a compelling point. I find myself at a loss for words. Hybrid AI. World's foremost princess. May I inquire if the planets you obliterate harbor any life? The world of Conan is, after all, one of the mundane realm. Witnessing someone casually destroy a planet comparable to their own was somewhat frightening. World's foremost princess. None at all that if a planet were to harbor life, I would refrain from indiscriminately demolishing it. World's foremost princess. In fact, I have cleansed planets that hosted life. However, those were deemed subpar planets that in other words, in the cosmic grading system, they fell below the passing mark and were thus subject to eradication. What constitutes a subpar planet? World's foremost princess. Well, let me provide an example that you recall the malevolent deity D. She performs a role akin to mine. The planet where Spider Child currently resides is one that malevolent deity D intends to cleanse. Spider Child. World's foremost princess. Group leader, please do not frighten me. Am I to be a bystander in my own demise? A habitable planet is poised for divine eradication, and the one to act is malevolent deity D. World's foremost princess. Had it not been for Chio Lai ascending to divinity, hoping to preserve your planet, malevolent deity D would have obliterated your current world long ago. Spider Child. No, that cannot be. World's foremost princess. Spider Child. When your taboo level reaches its maximum, you will discover the answer. For now, I shall refrain from divulging further, maintaining an air of mystery. Spider Child. Teasing others' curiosity, yet leaving it unresolved. How wicked of you! Group leader. World's foremost princess. Oh, is that so? I do not perceive it that way at all. Spider Child. Quite the contrary. Spider Child's remarks evoked a subtle sense of resentment within Bellies, who was traversing the cosmos while monitoring the chat. Princess Bellies. To provoke such ire in the little white weaver is indeed delightful. Spider Child. Spider Child ceased to speak, opting to level up in frustration. Bellies glanced at the now quiet chat. World's foremost princess. I trust you all have a general understanding of the destroyer's duties, which involve eliminating subpar and even excessively aberrant planets. The objective, you see, is to maintain the equilibrium and stability of the universe. Bellies continued her flight through the cosmos, the remnants of her purple aura trailing behind her like the long tail of a meteor. In no time, Bellies arrived near a colossal planet. Before her lay the target of her current task. Rather than speaking in the chat, Bellies softly murmured to the empty sky, despite not articulating her thoughts within the group. They could still hear her through the live stream. Uchiha Madara, are you intending to destroy this planet? You shall see what unfolds. Bellies did not respond to Uchiha Madara's inquiry, instead plunging towards the planet's atmosphere. Bellies descended at an astonishing speed, akin to a meteor plummeting from outer space, effortlessly tearing a breach in the planet's protective atmosphere. Without the hindrance of the atmosphere, Bellies reached the surface in mere minutes. This was her consideration for the group members, allowing them to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, she could have landed on the planet's surface in an instant. The primordial, uncanny jungle. No wonder such peculiar growths proliferated. Bellies gazed upon the vibrant green foliage tinged with purple. Logically, a primitive forest should host a multitude of life forms. This planet met the criteria for life existence. However, the seemingly endless sea of trees before her was eerily quiet. Excessively so. Chapter 18. A fa ade of vitality, yet steeped in an eerie atmosphere. Every tree in the thicket resembled a monstrous maw awaiting its prey, and every seemingly fragrant blossom sprouted from the ground, akin to a rose bearing thorns. Group leader, this place feels somewhat off. Uchiha Madara. It bears a resemblance to the world of the Hashirama trees. Spider Child. The forest is beautiful. I adore it. Perhaps you are all being overly sensitive. I find it quite harmonious. Having trained underground every day, seldom seeing the sunlight, Spider Child exhibited a yearning expression upon witnessing the lush forest. Hybrid AI. It is too quiet. It does not conform to the natural patterns of a primitive forest. Kikyo. Indeed, it feels as though it is awaiting the arrival of prey. Group leader, exercise caution. Though aware that Bellies was unlikely to encounter danger, she still voiced her concerns. Bellies retracted her sensory perception. The entirety of the planet lay within her control. I see a parasitic entity has infested a quarter of the planet. No wonder the universe issued a warning. Demon vines, a peculiar plant, feeding on the cores of planets, resembles an animal more than a plant. Upon reaching maturity, its roots envelop the entire planet, sprouting a colossal bud on its surface. Its growth pattern bears a striking resemblance to that of the spirit tree, both deriving nourishment from the planet's energy. However, unlike the spirit tree's simplicity, the demon vines appear as a corrupted version of it. The demon vines do not bear fruit. Instead, their buds bloom into resplendent flowers, releasing pollen that drifts into the cosmos beyond the planet. This drifting pollen serves as seeds for another demon vine, parasitizing any passing celestial bodies. Fortunately, their arrival is timely. Otherwise, the workload would have increased. Belly sighed inwardly. The proliferation of the demon vines could potentially infest not just one or two planets, but an entire galaxy. Belly's murmured thoughts were audible to the group members. World #1 Princess. Group leader, do you have knowledge of such a plant? World's #1 Princess. Having traversed numerous worlds, I may be somewhat familiar with the plant before us. However, the variations in world rules lead to differing forms and abilities among such flora. World's #1 Princess. Ahem. Do you know what the greatest enemy of a magical girl is? Magical girl enemy, sitting atop the towering peaks of the solitary cloud pavilion, with the sea breeze caressing her. Struggled to keep pace with Belly's train of thought. Spider child? Oh, I know. The greatest enemy of a magical girl must be something that can make her blush, but I know nothing at all. Huiyuan AI. World's #1 Princess. I expected the answer would come from yet it was preempted by Spider Child. What on earth has the evil god de-stuffed into Spider Child's mind? Could it possibly be the evil god's own memories? Chapter 19. The Destruction God Bellies. Educating the group members. World's #1 Princess. Ahem, Spider Child, you seem remarkably knowledgeable. Spider Child. Not at all. Compared to the all-knowing and all-seeing group leader, I have much to learn. World's #1 Princess. Was I complimenting you, and you dare to retort? Never mind. Let us focus on the matter at hand. World's #1 Princess. Plants like the demon vines should not exist. They can transform a vibrant planet into a desolate one in a relatively short time, akin to the type of planets I previously obliterated. My objective this time is to eradicate it. Huiyuan AI. Group leader, shouldn't you be cautious? It seems like a fog has rolled in. Observing the group leaders still educating the members, Huiyuan AI couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. The red mist permeating the air during the live stream felt unsettling. Let us hope it doesn't devolve into some alarming visuals. Belly shifted her gaze from the chat group to the strange red mist wafting in from all directions and remarked calmly. This red mist is one of the unique secretions of the demon vines, capable of inducing hallucinations in any creature that enters it, typically affecting the five senses, with the nature of the hallucinations often tied to desire. Bellies continued deeper into the forest, her pace unhurried, occasionally providing further explanations to the group. In addition, the demon vines possess another method of attack, which is their primary means of offense. They extend peculiar tendrils from surrounding plants or the soil beneath. With a graceful leap, Bellies evaded an attack from behind. The green tendril whirled through the air before latching onto another tree. The tendril binding the tree was neither sharp nor barbed, appearing rather bare and quivering slightly, like a living creature. Another tendril launched a surprise assault from the right. Bellies reached out and swiftly seized it. She examined the slightly writhing plant, feeling a slick sensation in her right hand. Dampened by the liquid oozing from the tendril, a few drops of transparent liquid dripped from her wrist onto the ground. Bellies paid it no mind and continued to explain. The attacks from the demon vines, aside from the earlier illusion, comprise these tendrils that strike from unknown origins. They secrete a transparent liquid from the tendril's pores, which, once inhaled by a creature, can alter certain hormones within its body. At this moment, perhaps angered, Dozens of light green tendrils surged from all directions. They seemed intent on ensnaring this audacious creature that remained unaffected by the illusions, eager to train it thoroughly. Truly unyielding. Bellies relinquished her grip on the writhing tendril. But the moment she did, the green tendrils, as if possessing sight, did not retreat. Instead, they swiftly coiled around her arm a few times before tightening forcefully. Are they really this persistent? In the next instant, as her right hand was bound, tendrils from other directions accelerated their assault. With a series of zipping sounds, the tendrils ensnared Bellies in a great X. Lifting her off the ground. Spider-Child? Group leader, are you all right? This doesn't look good. Spider-Child covered her eyes, sensing the gravity of the situation. At this rate, the group leader might truly be overwhelmed. How strange. These plants are so powerful. From a sensory perspective, the green plants attacking Bellies like snakes might be considered formidable, but for one capable of casually annihilating planets, could such plants truly render her defenseless? Believed it was impossible. The group leader must be doing this deliberately. Could she have some peculiar preference? Having been ensnared, Bellies paid little heed if the mighty god of destruction were to falter in such a manner. It would truly be laughable. The tendrils, tightly binding Bellies, began to extend their branches. They crawled slowly towards her cuffs and the gaps in her clothing, leaving behind glistening traces of moisture. The newly sprouted tendrils dripped the transparent liquid, occasionally adhering to Bellies' clothing and skin. The once opaque fabric, under the liquid soaking, became slightly translucent. The surrounding red mist, combined with the slightly constricted binds of the tendrils, rendered Bellies rather uncomfortable. Well, that's enough of this. I'm still live streaming. I must maintain some decorum. Now that I have located the core of the demon vines, there is no need to prolong this. The violet forces of destruction surged forth. The lush green tendrils visibly withered at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, the tendrils that had tightly grasped Bellies' hands and feet crumbled into fragments. Falling to the ground, it seems my attire requires some cleaning. Observing the remnants of the slippery liquid clinging to her arms, sleeves, and even her chest, Bellies couldn't help but say, in a moment of whimsy, she extended her tongue and gently licked the liquid from her clothing, even sampling the residue left on her lips. Indeed, these substances would multiply and were artificially induced, relating to the spirit tree. In this universe, he alone possesses the capability to achieve such a feat. Yet, I still lack complete control over the authority of the Realm King God, and am unable to pinpoint his location. Spider-Child. Group leader, you actually licked it? No way, you really did. World's #1 princess. Licked what? Having partially directed her consciousness into the chat group, Bellies was a bit slow to catch on. Spider-Child. The liquid secreted by the tendrils that can alter certain hormones in living beings. For some reason, the mere thought of Bellies' recent action conjured certain exhilarating illustrations in Spider-Child's mind. That world's #1 princess. It will not affect me. After all, I am a divine being. If I cannot even be immune to a trace of toxin from the plants on the planets I govern, would that not be rather disgraceful? Chapter 19. By the way, what does the liquid secreted by the tendrils taste like? In the solitary confines of the solitary cloud pavilion, as listened to the report from Yuan Shang, her mind wandered, and she instinctively sent a message to the public screen, only to regret it immediately. For the chat on the public screen could not be retracted. Oh no, this is social death. The world's foremost princess. You actually harbor curiosity. If you wish to know, I can certainly tell you the truth. As for the taste, it is rather akin to that of the heather flower. If you're interested, you may give it a try. What heather flower? Isn't that? Your Highness, is there anything else? A wave of anxiety washed over akin to being caught red-handed with some peculiar literature. Yet, despite this, her expression remained remarkably composed. S1 in a position of authority, it was only natural that she would not allow her subordinates to discern her thoughts. Merely cast a fleeting glance at Yuan Shang behind her. Yuan Shang immediately felt a surge of pressure and respectfully inquired, "What shall we do regarding the plans for Liua?" "Leave it be." Leaped down from the stone pedestal, landing near Yuan Shang. Since they had gleaned that the transaction between Morix and the Fatui concerned the heart of God, there was no need for excessive commotion. Did he truly believe that shifting all responsibility to the nation of Snezhnaya would not provoke the wrath of the heavenly principles? As for Ozhel, once the transaction concluded and the wooden vessel was crafted, Moritz would find himself with no avenue for retreat. Do you intend to wage war against Moritz? Yuan Shang ventured. What we desire is Ozhel. Should he wish to preserve Liyue, he will undoubtedly acquiesce. Of course, this was predicated on their possessing leverage that could threaten Liyue, as well as the qualifications to engage in a contest of wits with him. However, your previous plan did not suggest this. Is it not permissible to cancel? No, it is merely that I, your subordinate, believe that exposing the abyss openly is somewhat perilous. Moritz, disregarding him for now, I'm certain your highness would not engage in a battle without assurance. Yet, should the one in the sky awaken, and your blood relatives have not regained their strength, I am concerned. Yuan Shang hesitated to continue. Humph, he will not awaken. We still have time. Ing's gaze turned frosty. Yuan Shang, I entrust you with a task. Ing turned to speak. Investigate the whereabouts of the Golden King beast. A creature of alchemy left in the wild is rather wasteful. Yes, I shall faithfully obey your orders. Yuan Shang opened the abyss portal and gradually retreated within. Chapter 20. The Sinister Vines, the Death of the King of Hell. As she traversed the dense primordial jungle, Bellies was moving at a significantly swifter pace than before. Her body enveloped in a faint purple energy. The closer she approached the core, the more frequent the attacks from the vines became. However, as the vines surged from all directions, they wilted rapidly upon contact with the purple energy surrounding Bellies. Disintegrating into fine ashes, perceiving danger, is the intent to stop me at all costs. As she flew through the forest, the surrounding mist thickened to the point of near total obscurity that on such a planet. Perhaps outright destruction would be a more straightforward approach. Belly sighed inwardly. She had arrived at the most central area and pinpointed the controlling core of the plant roots, by extracting the control area connected to the core. She could halt the forest's expansion. Slowly, Bellies extended her hand to touch the trunk of a colossal tree. This giant tree, with a diameter of 10 meters, emanated an eerie energy and towered above the surrounding foliage. As Bellies' hand neared the bark, the massive tree quickly turned a sickly yellow. The dense leaves on its branches fell like autumn leaves cascading from a maple tree. A depth of 50 kilometers underground. If the core was not locked onto, it would be exceedingly difficult to seize the primary control area that could move throughout the forest, as it was far too minuscule, no larger than a palm-sized fruit. With closed eyes, Bellies searched, suddenly opening them to reveal a flicker of purple light. That moment. The entire forest seemed to stir violently, preparing for a final struggle. Strange vines slithered through every possible crevice, their target being the very spot where Bellies stood. Yet before the vines could reach her, whoosh, a spiked purple fruit shot forth from the ground, landing gently in Bellies' palm. The instant the fruit touched her hand, the onslaught of vines came to an abrupt halt, as if the scene had been frozen. Subsequently, the vines that had yet to approach Bellies withered and vanished at a pace visible to the naked eye. Within less than half a minute, the once boundless primordial jungle had completely ceased to exist, leaving not a trace behind. This moment, Bellies stood amidst an endless expanse of barren yellow earth, dust swirling around her. The vitality of this area had been entirely absorbed by the fruit. If one were to gaze upon the planet from its periphery, one would see that a quarter of its surface had transformed into a desolate ochre. Bellies scrutinized the spiked purple fruit in her hand, reminiscent of a tomato, faintly exuding an unusual fragrance that in the chat group. Members observed as Bellies produced the fruit, witnessing the total disappearance of the jungle. Without needing to think, it was evident that this diminutive object was the root cause of the entire bizarre forest. Spider-Child. It looks rather strange. Is this thing edible? Spider-Child's words left Bellies somewhat speechless. You just called it strange, and yet you inquire if it is edible. The world's foremost princess, if you do not wish to end up in a state of self-identity crisis. It is best not to consume it, Spider-Child. So, it implies that it can be eaten. While leveling up, Spider-Child licked their lips, eyes gleaming with desire. The world's foremost princess. Consumption will alter your character, as this fruit is related to certain desires. the world's foremost princess. To illustrate, if you were to transform into a human in the future and accidentally consume such a fruit, you might find yourself turning into the protagonist of a dark narrative, or perhaps the heroine, Spider Child. Ignoring the ongoing discussion in the chat group, Bellies carefully examined the alluring fruit resting in her palm. The fruit, a bluish-purple with numerous spikes, bore intricate interlinking patterns around its spines, subtly forming a unique design. As for what it represented, Bellies preferred not to explain, lest certain individuals in the group overhear. However, with the presence of tentacles and its relation to peculiar desires, what else could it be? Casting aside the distracting thoughts in her mind, Bellies took a deep breath. That individual has resorted to unscrupulous means to enhance their power. Or do they believe their actions can evade the gaze of the Archon or the Heavenly Sovereign? With the energy of the demon realm, the spiritual tree's fruit was transformed, an act forbidden by the gods. Bellies, informed by her predecessor, a former angel and indeed another of her mentors, was aware of a clandestine matter. Under the dominion of the Omni King, 18 universes existed, and 6 of them were obliterated for incurring his wrath. Having witnessed the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, Bellies naturally comprehended this occurrence. However, the true reason for their offense against the Omni King was not merely his capricious temperament, as suggested in the original tale. The actual cause lay in the involvement of the Destroyer Gods and Supreme Kais from the 6 universes in the Spiritual Trees Modification Project, which they executed rampantly within their own realms. Although this endeavor significantly elevated the comprehensive rating of their universes in a short span, propelling them to become the 6th strongest among the 18, it drastically diminished the lifespan of those universes. As for the reasons behind this decline in longevity, Bellies remained unaware, only knowing that the subsequent outcome led to the complete erasure of the 6 universes, including all beings such as the Supreme Kais and Destroyer Gods. The 6 angels who passively condoned the actions of the Destroyer Gods and Supreme Kais without intervening were likewise forced into slumber by the Omni King. Many Destroyer Gods, including Beerus, were oblivious to this matter. Perhaps only the angels, the Grand Minister, and the Supreme Entity, the Omni King, who presided above the 18 universes, were privy to the truth. Tragically, Bellies' mentor, the former Destroyer God, had met with an untimely demise 5 years prior. Upon the death of a Destroyer God, the angels too would fall into slumber. Before succumbing, the angel had imparted essential knowledge to her, revealing certain truths that would be difficult for many Destroyer Gods to grasp. In Chapter 20, she entrusted Bellies with the task of mastering the authority of the Supreme Kai during the transition period before retrieving her appointment letter from the Omni King. 10 years marked the transition between the old and new Destroyer Gods. Presently, 5 years remained. In other words, Bellies was officially a Destroyer God, albeit of the inherited variety, lacking official certification. 5 years, neither too long nor too short, was merely a fleeting moment for a Destroyer God. In 5 years, I shall master the authority of the Supreme Kai and avenge you, Bellies declared with a hint of determination etched upon her face, even if a deity were to perish. Resurrection was not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps the dragon of the gods could accomplish such a feat, however. It was premature to deliberate on this now. The destructive energy enveloped the purple fruit, and in the next moment, the fruit vanished from Bellies' grasp. She slowly crouched down, placing her right hand upon the earthen ground, now laden with yellow soil. Gradually, she closed her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A pale white light emanated from her palm. Revival, a gentle whisper escaped her lips. The ripples generated spread outward swiftly, centered upon her palm resting on the ground, and a green sprout broke free from the weight of the rock, peering forth with its verdant head. Following it with a second and third sprouts, grass, petals, and flower hearts emerged. In mere moments, the once desolate soil was dotted with seedlings and blossoms that a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the delicate fragrance of the flowers. With her hand lifted from the earth, Bellies slowly stood upright. She opened her eyes and gazed upon the land, now teeming with burgeoning life. After dedicating considerable time to mastering the power of creation, her control was likely only slightly superior to that of the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, barely reaching the level of Supreme Kai. The planet had regained vitality, and the warning red line of cosmic rules had vanished. A medium planet with a maximum combat power not exceeding 10,000. Sensing a considerable amount of decent energy within the planet, Bellies murmured, while compared to those destroyer gods who indiscriminately annihilate planets and star systems, my approach can be deemed diligent and responsible. Having completed her task, Bellies prepared to return to the realm of the destroyer gods. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as she retrieved her communicator. As soon as the communicator activated, a green light screen displayed an image of a bovine visage, its expression fraught with urgency, seemingly bearing distressing news. Upon the successful connection, the bovine face exclaimed in a frantic tone, "Destroyer God, a grave situation has arisen. The realm of the dead is in chaos. King Yama has been. He has been killed." In Chapter 21, the inquiry of the Supreme Kai and the newcomers to the group unfolded. What is happening? King Yama is dead, killed in the underworld. Who could have slain him? Bellies' brow knitted tightly. Only a deity of a higher dimension than he could accomplish such a feat within the realm of the dead. No ordinary person, no matter how formidable, could achieve this. Indeed, they would be suppressed. Unless they could transcend the boundaries of soul and flesh, they would have to be of divine caliber. Not to be confused with the pseudo-deities like Vegeta and Goku from the original narrative. Yes, the Supreme Kai wished for King Yama to undertake a task, but he did not acquiesce. And then, Supreme Kai? What Supreme Kai? Upon hearing the bovine's words, fury surfaced in Bellies' voice. Did I not instruct you to inform me immediately upon seeing him? Why has King Yama not sent me a message? Where is that wretch now? I do not know. Supreme Kai. It seems he's gone to the underworld. The bovine's voice trembled slightly. Without the Supreme Kai, that individual is unworthy of the title. Bellies suppressed her anger. Summon Ma Mian and the others to maintain order in the underworld and heaven, particularly ensuring the gates of hell remain secure, preventing any souls from escaping. I will personally address the matters within the underworld shortly. Yes, understood, the subordinate replied. By the way, Bellies pondered for a moment before instructing the bovine. If manpower is insufficient, have those in heaven who are idly consuming resources come forth to assist. I will reward each of them with a spiritual tree fruit afterward. Understood? As the communicator's visual faded, Bellies inhaled deeply. The anticipated chaos had finally arrived. Yet, did King Yama not even have time to send me a message? Suddenly, a thought struck Bellies, and she turned her gaze to the chat group. The world's first princess. Apologies, I've encountered an issue. The live broadcast will end here. Spider Child. The group leader can attend to matters first. We can resume the live broadcast when convenient. Spider Child's speech was somewhat halting, particularly after witnessing the group leader's anger during the live broadcast, an experience that had frightened her. It was her first encounter with the group leader's fury. Shortly after Spider Child's words, Bellies' avatar indicated she had gone offline. Spider Child. Phew. She has finally left. Spider Child. Did any of you find the group leader terrifying just now? Kikyo. Indeed, the group leader's demeanor was one of profound anger. Hui Yuan AI. It may be related to that Supreme Kai. The tone of the group leader shifted dramatically upon hearing the word Supreme Kai, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. That was hatred. The group leader undoubtedly has some connection with that Supreme Kai, and something transpired that incited her immense fury. As the princess of the abyss, who had endured the catastrophic fall of Kenya 500 years ago. Felt a resonance with this deep-seated emotion, even through the screen. Spider Child. What do you think could have happened? We do not know much about the group leader. The only thing that comes to mind is one possibility. But I'm not certain. The group leader previously mentioned that her divine position was inherited. From her tone, I felt that the former destroyer god, Uchiha Bito. Let us not discuss these matters further, nor speculate. If the group leader wishes us to know, she will inform us in due course. When it comes to grievances and grudges, it is best for outsiders to refrain from involvement, having once orchestrated Obito's descent into darkness. Uchiha Obito possessed a nuanced understanding of human nature. The group leader, being a deity, could be even more perilous. Spider Child. Then let us refrain from discussing it. Spider Child. Spider Child. Spider Child. Spider Child. Spider Child. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. Juzi, what are you doing? Why are you inexplicably spamming ellipses? Juicy. I want to turn the chat history pages. That way, as long as the group leader doesn't scroll back, they won't know what we've just been discussing. Hui Yuan AI. That seems more like an attempt to cover up. Ing. Juicy. Little spider. Are you not being a bit cowardly? Juicy. This is merely a strong desire to survive. How could that be construed as cowardice? Ding. Witch of Scraps has joined the chat group. Ding. Cursed Archmage has joined the chat group. The sudden intrusion of two peculiar system notifications brought an abrupt silence to the chat's discussions. Kikyo, we have new members. Hui Yuan AI. From their nicknames, it does not appear they are from the mundane world. Juicy. Welcome, newcomers. I am your adorable Juicy. Achimadara. Welcome to the group. New members. Please carefully review the group rules and detailed information that was transmitted to you upon joining. Achimadara. Oh, by the way, I am the group administrator. The group leader has stepped away for a moment. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Having welcomed newcomers before, Achimadara was now quite at ease with the process. A moment of silence enveloped the chat group, which of Scraps. What an intriguing concept. I thought it was magic, but it turns out it isn't. Cursed Archmage. Is there an immensely powerful being among you? That would be splendid. Might I inquire if any of you could bring about my demise? Uchiha Madara. Ing. Juicy. Others. The first utterance from this new group member left everyone utterly bewildered. Juicy. May I cautiously inquire, not to offend, but Cursed Archmage, do you perhaps have a grave illness? Juicy was at a loss for words. She had been tirelessly leveling up, pondering how to survive when the malevolent deity threatened to annihilate the planet, only to have a heavyweight newcomer arrive with such a morose inquiry. Cursed Archmage. I have lived far too long, and I only bring misfortune to others that I hope someone can end my existence. Achihamadara. This is the first time I have encountered someone with such a request. For a moment, Achihamadara was at a loss for how to respond. Here he was, a dead man, contemplating how to return to life. And now he faced someone who felt they had lived too long and were weary of existence. It was truly a case of a satiated man being oblivious to the hunger of another. Juicy. Cursed Archmage. May I ask one more question? Great one. How old are you? Could it be that he is an immortal who has lived for thousands of years and, finding no joy in life, wishes to end it all? Cursed Archmage. I cannot recall the exact time, but I believe I am approximately 400 years old. Juicy. What? You are merely 400 years old and are contemplating such things. I had thought you must be several thousand at the very least. It is only 400 years. Disregarding other worlds, in her own world, figures like the dragon god Xiolai and the malevolent deity Di have lived far longer. Especially the latter, whose age could easily be counted in millennia. Juicy. Cursed Archmage, you are still quite young. Do not despair. Among our group, there is at least one member who is over 500 years old. Perhaps in time, with more members joining, 400 years may not even place you among the oldest. Ing. This little spider has floated away. Do not think that because you omit names, I do not know you are speaking of me. Uchihara. Cursed Archmage. Juicy speaks the truth. 400 years is still quite youthful to I in the past. Uchihara might have been surprised, but now, for 100 years, he might very well reach that age himself. Cursed Archmage. My existence only brings misfortune. For I have transgressed taboos and been cursed by the gods. He divulged the circumstances surrounding his plight to the group members, candidly stating the truth, as he had nothing to guard against. Given he wished for one of them to end his life. Ing. To touch upon the forbidden boundaries of life and death, consequently incurring the curse of immortality, and the more one cherishes life, the more likely those around them are to wither. Jirfu. Indeed, it is just so. Over the past few centuries, I have inadvertently caused the deaths of many. Jirfu then changed his nickname to his own name. Irina. Mr. Jirfu, your magic must be quite formidable. Might you teach me? Seeing Jirfu change his nickname, Irina followed suit, changing Witch of Scraps to her own name. Chapter 22. Zama's the chat group welcomed new members. But Bellies was unaware. She was currently not in the mood to attend to the affairs of the chat group. In an instant, she teleported to the underworld. The sudden arrival startled the denizens of the underworld, causing a flurry of panic. Fortunately, someone recognized the long-haired girl with cold eyes. Great Destroyer. The creature with a human body and a horse's head hurriedly scuttled over Amion, explained the situation. And where has Nyotu gone? Bellies was direct and to the point. Yes. The red-faced humanoid creature wiped the sweat from his brow. Most matters have been handled, and the celestial realm and the underworld are generally stable now. Mamion paused before continuing. Nyotu is in charge of the underworld. He previously took most of the celestial realm's strong beings to guard the entrance of hell. The last message we received indicated that the situation was not quite favorable. None of the strong beings sent to probe the underworld have returned. Understood. Once Mamion finished speaking, Bellies transformed into a flash of purple light, swiftly making her way toward the entrance to hell. With Bellies' departure, Mamion slumped onto a nearby stone seat, finally feeling a sense of relief that a nearby subordinate tugged at Mamion's sleeve. Big brother, who was that just now? You seemed quite fearful of her. Mamion shuddered, hastily shaking off the subordinate's grip and casting a fierce glare. That is the most powerful deity in the entire universe. Show her respect should you encounter her again. The most powerful deity? Is it not Lord Yin Luo? The subordinate asked, puzzled. Lord Yin Luo is unworthy of even carrying her shoes, Mamion replied, recalling how Lord Yin Luo himself had once stated that he was no match for the Great Destroyer. Mamion, sensing the subordinate's confusion, added, in front of the Great Destroyer, even Lord Yin Luo would not dare to harbor a thought of resistance. The Great Destroyer is indeed the mightiest deity in the cosmos. Near the entrance to hell, a burly man with a face full of muscle and a pair of horns stared intently at the gates, fearful of whatever might emerge from within. Beside him stood dozens of beings of various races, each adorned with halos. What is the situation? As the purple light descended beside Nyotu, he startled awake at the sound. Great One. Upon recognizing the delicate-looking, somewhat petite white-haired girl beside him, Nyotu hurriedly bowed. There is no need for formalities. Have there been any unusual occurrences? We dispatched several teams to investigate, but thus far, none have returned. Nyotu's expression turned grave. Thank you for your hard work, if they are still alive. I will bring them all back, that if they are killed in a state of soul, there would be no hope for recovery, not even with the Dragon Balls. Bellies transformed into a stream of light, swiftly entering the abyss-like, bottomless black pit. Nyotu, the one who just left, was an elderly figure with a halo. One of the beings inquired anxiously. The Great Destroyer, Nyotu replied. She is the most powerful and greatest deity in the entire universe. If she cannot resolve this, then hell is likely doomed, and perhaps the entire underworld shall perish. From the depths of hell, the anguished howls of demon beasts echoed faintly, a sound that even Nyotu, who had spent years in the underworld, found unsettling, a testament to the disparity in their ranks. King of Worlds. Nyotu had encountered the King of Worlds before, regarding the one who was cast aside by the Great Destroyer. His feelings could be summed up in 2 words. Cold and aloof, he bears no resemblance to the King of Other Worlds. Most importantly, he possesses an intrinsic arrogance towards all living beings, a haughty demeanor that emanates from his very bones. The bull-headed figure let out a long sigh. Lord Yama, that he vaguely sensed that Yama intended to stabilize the King of Other Worlds before summoning the God of Destruction. However, his ulterior motive seemed to have been uncovered by the king, resulting in a fatal consequence. Hell, the entire expanse, was suffused with a faint crimson mist. The souls once imprisoned within found their gates ajar, yet none ventured forth. Come out. I know you are here. Applause echoed through the silent void. Long time no see, Bellies, or should I say, the current God of Destruction. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. He bore a verdant countenance, with a tuft of gray hair styled like a rooster's comb. Adorned in the purple-gray garments of the King of Other Worlds, I find no joy in being addressed with respect by a wretch capable of slaying his own master. Bellies remarked coldly upon observing the man stepping forth from the darkness. Am I wrong, slayer of masters, Zamas? No, anyone can say that, but you alone cannot. Zama shook his finger with a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. You ought to be grateful to me. Human, were it not for my intervention, you would never have ascended to the role of God of Destruction, and even if you did, it would not have occurred so swiftly that I do not possess your treacherous heart. Humans prefer to conceal their true selves, yet as a deity, I can see through all. Zama spoke with unwavering confidence. You and I share a disdain for Master Guavaz's methods, do we not? Regardless of how much he may displease you, it does not justify your act of murder. Belis did not deny Zama's assertion. As the king of other worlds, it must be said that Guavaz's demeanor was somewhat cowardly, always observing. Yet what could he accomplish by mere observation? Should not the king of other worlds guide to some extent? After all, if you do nothing, waiting for the Omni King to obliterate the universe, you will not be able to create a single strong entity. The king of other worlds of Universe 7, Shin, while flawed, is indeed taking action. Thus, she did not align herself with Guavaz's approach that, of course, she was not the king of other worlds, but merely a substitute god of destruction at the time. Unable to intervene in Guavaz's personal conduct, there an issue. I am correcting Master Guavaz's errors to restore the order of the universe. Upon hearing Belis's rejection, Zama's appeared somewhat displeased. Zama scrutinized Belis for a moment. His tone languid. The king of other worlds should indeed guide the universe to a certain extent, rather than being a mere bystander. Was that not your teaching to me? Everything I do is in accordance with your wishes. Zama's grinned. I have nothing further to say to you. Belis replied with an icy demeanor. What? Are you at a loss for words? Zama suddenly laughed. In truth, you have always wanted to kill me, haven't you? From our very first encounter, you harbored murderous intent towards me. Yet, you have always hesitated. Zama's snapped his fingers. Perhaps you foresaw this day, which is why you felt such animosity upon our first meeting. If that is the case, everything falls into place. However, after that initial encounter, such murderous intent never resurfaced. God of destruction, could you enlighten me as to why that is? Because at that time, you were not beyond redemption. Belis remained silent for a moment before speaking. However, I later discovered my error. When I first met Zama's, he was merely a gentleman. Truth be told, he did not come across as malevolent. His obsession was not as pronounced as it is now. He was still capable of listening to reason. Had Zama's been able to shed some of his original fixation, he would have been a qualified king of other worlds, at the tea least for Belis. Such a king would be far superior to Guavaz. The lives of the god of destruction and the king of other worlds are intertwined. Although Belis was reluctant, she lacked the strength to challenge the rules set by the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Thus, should she seek a weak king of other worlds to bind her life to, or one of commendable strength and exceptional talent? Belis pondered deeply. When Guavaz and Ramushi eventually stepped down, she and Zama's would assume the roles of the new god of destruction and the new king of other worlds, respectively. After meeting Zama's, Belis hesitated for a long time before abandoning her thoughts of killing him. Whether she could accomplish it was one matter. The follow-up, how to explain it to her master, the god of destruction Ramushi, and the esteemed Guavaz, was another. She did not believe that eliminating Zama's would allow her to conceal the truth from the king of other worlds, the god of destruction, and the angels. Could it be that Zama's would kill his teacher Guavaz solely based on a nebulous future? Yes, angels can indeed observe parallel worlds. However, a significant issue remains. Belis's own origins are far from pristine. For instance, what if the angels observe parallel worlds and do not find her presence? How would she explain herself? If just one or two parallel worlds lacked her existence, that could be manageable. But if every parallel world had no record of her, what then? Ultimately, Belis relinquished her intention to kill Zama's, choosing instead to devise a way to alter his obsessive nature. Perhaps the inertia of history is simply too formidable. During her training, Belis unexpectedly discovered her ability to learn the creative powers of the king of other worlds, which posed no conflict with her own destructive abilities. The angel Cux informed her that if she could master both creative and destructive powers simultaneously, there would be no need for the king of other worlds and the god of destruction to be bound together. The primary reason for their binding was to stabilize the volatile destructive energy within the god of destruction's body and soul using the king of other worlds' tranquil creative force. This was the essence of their intertwined fates. The weighty revelation from Cux ignited Belis's interest in creative power. After all, no one wishes to be bound to another's life and death. Consequently, through years of effort, she gained a certain understanding of creative power. Of course, Cux advised her not to disclose her mastery of creative power to anyone aside from Ramushi, not even the king of other worlds. The reasons for this were left unspoken. Subsequently, she neglected to train Zamas, dedicating herself fully to mastering creative power. Under Guavaz's earnest guidance, Zamas descended into darkness, a transformation occurring years earlier than in the original narrative. By the time Belis took notice, it was already prior to the slumber of the Angel Cucks. The only consolation was that Zamas, not aligning with Guavaz's principles, had not been informed of the time-space ring. While handling Guavaz's belongings, Belis discovered the box containing the time-space ring and took it back to the realm of the god of destruction for safekeeping. Zamas, this time I will not let you escape. I shall avenge my master Ramushi and the esteemed Guavas. With waist-length white hair gently swaying, a subtle yet potent pressure emanated from Belis towards Zamas. Escape? Sensing the aura surrounding Belis, Zamas's expression shifted slightly before he quickly regained his composure, his voice filled with conviction that I never intended to flee. Humans should not exist in any universe. This time next year will mark your demise. Zamas slowly spread his arms, and the surrounding red mist rapidly coalesced towards him, faintly forming a dim halo above the back of his head. You see, this is the posture of a true deity. The emergence of the divine ring imbued Zamas's somewhat ethereal divine aura with greater magnificence, subtly surpassing the pressure exerted by Belis. Transform, just as you did 5 years ago, adopting that golden-haired form. I shall defeat you with absolute strength to wash away the indelible shame of the past 5 years. 5 years ago, Zamasu murdered the Kaioshin, Gawas. The demise of Gawas led to the death of the god of destruction, Ramzi, with whom he was intrinsically linked, and caused the angel, Kusu, to fall into slumber. Following the faintest of clues, Belis managed to locate Zamasu's whereabouts, and a fierce battle ensued, during which Belis unleashed a technique never before utilized during their previous sparring sessions. Transformation. Her once snow-white aura transformed in the blink of an eye into a dazzling golden hue. The terrifyingly ferocious energy that emanated from her was still vividly etched in Zamasu's memory. Ultimately, it was the sheer power that left him at a disadvantage. Post-transformation, he was no match for her. Were it not for his training as a candidate Kaioshin, mastering instant transmission and employing it multiple times to evade capture, he might have met his end then and there. I harbor no interest in the manner of your demise, nor is there a need to conform to it. Transformation. Did Zamasu believe that she remained the unrefined candidate for the god of destruction, incapable of fully harnessing the power of destruction, as she was 5 years prior? The god of destruction who inherited the divine position is of an entirely different caliber than a mere candidate. You arrogant fool, you shall pay dearly for your hubris, Zamasu snarled, his visage twisted with rage. Human, do not presume that becoming a god of destruction grants you the license to act with impunity. I too am a deity, capable of judging even the highest of divine beings. From the dark halo encircling the back of Zamasu's head emanated a terrifying pressure. The air and the ground beneath trembled violently, as if the very depths of hell were wailing in anguish. Zamasu, would you dare utter such words in the presence of the Omni King and the Grand Priest? Initially, Belis thought she would be filled with fury upon encountering Zamasu. Yet watching his performance stifled her ire. Anger, fueled by the folly of others, only serves to burden the soul. That Zamasu's voice faltered. Even in his arrogance, he could not believe himself capable of matching the Grand Priest and the Omni King in a contest of strength. Spare me such meaningless banter. Have you formulated a plan for your demise, human? What of the souls of the damned in hell, as well as those in heaven? Belis chose not to respond to Zamasu's inquiry. She had just recently scoured the entirety of hell with her divine sense and found not a single soul. Ha! Zamasu cackled, his expression growing increasingly sinister. The prospect of acquiring the power to become a new god was, for these wretched souls trapped in hell, a privilege. Not just in hell, but in heaven as well. Human, to appear in any domain governed by the divine is a transgression, an affront to nature itself. I see. So they're all dead. Belis's violet eyes flickered. Zamasu, the seductive vines of the cosmos are also your handiwork, are they not? Suppressing the impulse to eliminate Zamasu on the spot, she understood that as a god of destruction, she must oversee various aspects, particularly those unforeseen events shrouded in mystery, striving to uncover the truth. Indeed, human greed, lust, and pride are all sinful manifestations, which should be governed by the divine, Zamasu stated indifferently. Only in this manner can the universe attain greater beauty. Belis retorted coldly, "Do not speak so eloquently. Your actions are merely a reflection of your own selfish desires. Your ultimate aim is to come to hell, to satiate your cravings, and to forge that foul halo upon your head." Foul! You dare to speak of the divine as being foul? Zamasu's countenance twisted in fury. Then he recalled something and spoke with a hint of mockery. "The righteousness of power is determined by its wielder, not by the power itself. You once told me this, and now you utter such nonsense. Do you not find it laughable?" A dark red glow enveloped Zamasu as he clenched his fists, feeling the immense power surging within him. "I am a god. Even when gazing into the abyss, my power remains sacred and pure. Perhaps I should never have shared these thoughts with you." Belly ceased her words. The purple energy of destruction around her began to rise gradually. The righteousness of power is a subjective notion, and at that time, as a candidate for the god of destruction, she had observed Zamasu's biased views regarding Gawas and sought to correct him. Of course, she held similar beliefs herself. Therefore, her words to the pre-darkened Zamasu were indeed heartfelt. "I have no interest in your notion of righteousness. I did not come here as the god of destruction, but rather as a disciple, with the sole intent of eliminating those who betray their masters and ancestors," Belis stated coolly. "Revenge? Humans possess such base desires." Zamasu scoffed. "To seek vengeance against a god in the name of humanity is an act of utmost arrogance." The release of Zamasu's power spread slowly through the entrance of hell, the ominous energy seemingly engulfing the entire underworld. "However, I permit it. The mercy of a god allows you to seek revenge against me." Chapter 24. A forceful suppression before Zamasu could finish his sentence. He caught the scent of blood. A sharp pain shot through his arm. Zamasu clutched his severed right arm, retreating swiftly, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Damn it!" Purple blood gushed forth from the fresh stump of his severed arm. "My apologies. I slipped." Casually, a golden energy sphere was hurled, striking Zamasu's motionless form, which lay bleeding from the remnants of his arm. After a resounding explosion, Zamasu's severed right hand was utterly obliterated. "You dare to harm a goddess body. This is unforgivable." Zamasu's left palm morphed into a blade, a sword of purple-red energy materializing in his grasp. Enraged, he charged forward. Such temperament. It is no wonder Gao has deemed you unworthy. Taking 2 graceful steps back, Belis propelled herself into the air, performing a somersault to land behind Zamasu. Noticing this, Zamasu's blade grew longer and thicker. Fixating his gaze, he swung the blade at Belis, who slowly raised her right hand. With a slight squeeze, she effortlessly grasped a red blade of icy energy, akin to a laser, within her palm. "Is this all you can muster? To devour the souls of all in hell, and yet lack even the qualification to make me serious? You are even weaker than 5 years ago. You insolent wretch, such matters are not for you to comment on." Smoke billowed from Zamasu's severed arm as it regrew, much like a gecko's tail. "Die." His right hand lifted an ominous energy sphere and hurled it toward Belis's forehead. Rabbit hair needles Zamasu's once snow-white hair billowed gently, transforming in an instant into sharp spikes. Thousands of needle-like projectiles pierced into Zamasu's body. The energy sphere Zamasu had gathered in his right hand dissipated, leaving his body resembling a hedgehog, covered in white spikes. "You!" Zamasu swiftly retreated, and upon seeing him withdraw, Belis chose not to pursue, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Her expression remained utterly unfazed. "Well then, God, do you also experience fear? Infuriating, unforgivable. How dare you injure me? The supreme deity, time and again." Zamasu shattered the spikes embedded throughout his body with divine force. His hair, transforming into lethal points, he slowly spread his arms. "Human, do not be so arrogant that in an instant." Hell was adorned with scarlet luminescence, swirling around as Zamasu waved his arms. Judgment blade the scarlet lights, transformed into countless blades, descending in response. Boom! 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 Numerous blades struck the ground, filling hell with a cacophony of explosions. Ha ha ha! Die! Let them all perish, Zamasu cackled. In my world, there is no place for humanity. Yet in the next moment, two circular discs emerge from the gaps between the descending judgment blades. Humph! What significance does such sluggishness hold? As the energy blades hurtled towards him, Zama's face twisted into a cold smirk. In an instant, the two energy blades multiplied into 4, then 8. What? Terror flashed across Zama's visage. Damn it, he had been deceived. Dozens of smaller golden discs, spinning rapidly, approached him like razor-sharp blades capable of tearing through anything. No, I mustn't be cut. Zama's raised his palm, coalescing a crimson energy orb, which he hurled directly at the oncoming blades. It's over, Zama's. Before he could fathom the source of the voice, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of violet blood. Disbelief etched across his features. Struggling, he lowered his gaze to his pale hand resting on his chest. I told you when I was hunting you that I would personally extract your heart. A cold voice declared that a girl with snow-white hair stood behind Zama's, her gaze as frigid as ice. With a fierce tug, she extracted a mass stained with purple-blue blood from within Zama's. She lifted it slowly to eye level, observing the still twitching heart that dripped blood incessantly. Her low voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. How disappointing. It's not black after all. Zama's, now devoid of his heart, summoned all his strength to distance himself from Belly's point. One hand pressed against his chest. He gasped for air. You bastard! Overwhelmed by fury and grievous wounds, he coughed up another spray of blood. Losing his heart was not a fatal blow for Zama's, who possessed the divine ring. Given time, he could fully recover. What? Are you angry? Bellies remarked indifferently. She gently clenched her hand around the heart. In an instant, the once beating organ was reduced to a mass of shredded flesh, blood splattering everywhere, some even staining Bellies' pristine white hair. Yet she remained unfazed, her violet gaze fixed on the grotesque countenance of Zama's. I see this how you killed Guavas? Zama seethed, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling with rage. Observing the infuriated Zama's, Bellies replied calmly, at that time, I was too naive. If I had simply killed you, perhaps Master Ramsey would not have perished. Bellies, don't speak as if you've won. The entire underworld is under my control. I'm the ultimate player in this game. Zama spat out another mouthful of blood and clasped his hands together. Whether you are a destroyer or a mere human, you shall accompany this universe to its grave. As Zama's unleashed his power, the very ground of hell and the surrounding space trembled violently. Not only hell, but heaven and the entire underworld became exceedingly unstable. To farewell. You wish to flee. Bellies extended her hand, preparing to erase Zama's with destructive force. It's futile. I have calculated the release speed of her destructive power. The underworld I command can momentarily halt its effects on me, granting me ample time to escape. Destruction. Without further words, Bellies initiated her attack from a distance. However, until Zama's employed instant transmission to evade, Bellies was unable to obliterate him. That's how it is. He used the instability of hell to distort the surrounding space, preventing the destructive force from reaching him swiftly. This fellow, did he anticipate his retreat from the very beginning? Bellies swiftly cleansed her palms and the blood clinging to her hair with her violet destructive energy. She found the sticky residue quite bothersome. Oh well, it's fine if he escapes. After all, I've left a mark on him. Bellies spoke. The trembling hell gradually regained its stability. The demonic spirit tree has manifested. I knew that one day you would come to the underworld. Only in the deepest recesses of hell, filled with countless wicked souls and desires, can you undergo your transformation. This game is mine to win. Zama's. Bellies vanished from the realm of hell, using instant transmission. In a distant corner of the universe, Zama's coughed violently, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes brimming with fury. The gaping wound in his chest had healed. Repairing my injuries has drained so much energy. Zama sensed that his current strength was likely less than half of his peak. Bellies, I must admit, you truly are my wise mentor that in uncertain victories, it is best to have a fallback plan. A lesson you once imparted to me. Yet, you should not exist as such a lowly creature as a human deity. He lamented Bellies' humanity, for often her suggestions illuminated his divine perspective. In moments of confusion, Bellies had once told him that the righteousness of power is not determined by the power itself, but by its wielder. Such words had cleared the fog from his mind. Humans should not exist. In my pursuit of justice, humanity is a blasphemy against the divine. Not even you are exempt. Madness glinted in Zama's eyes. That, my dear friend, for the sake of my justice, for the justice of the entire universe, please die peacefully. When we meet again, I shall hold the grandest of funerals for you, igniting the beacon of my righteousness with your blood. That I'm sorry, but I have no interest in your justice. Nor do I acknowledge you as my dear friend, for I do not wish for a short life. There is no profound reasoning. Everything is so ancient that a girl with flowing white hair, dressed in pharaoh-style attire, stood not far from Zama's. Zama's opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he returned to his senses, recalling how Bellies had suddenly appeared behind him in hell. Indeed, it was instant transmission. Only the Supreme Kai can learn such a skill. How did you manage to acquire it? Does that imply you also possess the creative powers of the Supreme Kai? Is that of any significance? Bellies replied with indifference. Zama's let out a dry laugh and shook his head. It truly no longer mattered. Have you come to kill me? Although he was uncertain of what she had done to him. Since she could locate him using instant transmission, given his current state, he had little chance of escape. Go ahead. Dying by your hand would be an honor. Why not refer to me as a deity? At this point, do you still wish to mock me? A hint of anger tinted Zama's tone. No, I meant no mockery, Bellies responded. I came here for another reason, to discuss guavas with you. He never held any blame against you. What? Zama's was taken aback. Zama's, I had once mentioned to guavas, perhaps you might entertain thoughts of killing him. Oh, you know how he replied. What did he say? Zama's trembled slightly. Guavas had said, Zama's is a talented and opinionated child. If one day he truly commits an act of treachery, it is most likely because I fail to understand him. If my death can bring that child back to the right path, then it would be worth it. Bellies recalled the original narrative, how guavas of the 10th universe, even knowing that future Zama's would kill his future self, still wished to touch his heart with genuine feelings. Bellies would never comment on such an approach, but she knew that she could never achieve such a feat. She was a rather selfish individual. Guavas, my teacher. Zama's voice was deep, tinged with a slight tremor. It was hardly surprising. When he pierced Guas's chest with his hand, Guas's face bore a mixture of regret and helplessness, yet not a trace of hatred was directed toward him. It seemed he had always known. Zama's, after all, was a creature of emotion. Even deities were not exempt from such feelings. Drawing power from desire, one could, to some extent, resonate with the souls around them. Even the most heinous of individuals harbored a pure sanctuary within their hearts. Bellies fell silent for a moment before continuing, transforming and augmenting the spirit tree of desire to enhance strength, or perhaps employing the souls of the underworld to perfect oneself. If I were not a destroyer, I would not concern myself with such matters. Zama's recalled Bellies' words from the past. Indeed, Bellies nodded, acknowledging the truth in his reflection. You truly do not conceal your thoughts at all. I observe those souls from the underworld. Often, they wrap their selfish desires in the guise of lofty principles, Zama's remarked. There is no need for such pretense. I have no desire to become that kind of person, Bellies replied calmly, combining the powers of destruction and creation. Bellies, you may indeed make for an exemplary deity, Zama's chuckled, perhaps a sign that in the face of death, one's words tend to be kind. You speak truth. Gods and humans alike harbor selfishness and desires. Even I, who pride myself on my purity, act merely to fulfill my own cravings. What right do I have to judge those who are similarly inclined? May I pose a question? Zama's inquired, as the madness that had once consumed him began to fade. Why did you wish to kill me upon our first meeting? Did you foresee the future, as I previously suggested? At this, Bellies fell silent for a while before softly responding, I can see. Just 3 words. Bellies had not anticipated implanting the narrative of Dragon Ball into Zama's mind. Whether one calls her cautious or suspicious, even now, she remained wary of Zama's. Who could say if this very Zama's might resurrect like those characters from Dragon Ball Heroes? In any case, exercising caution was prudent. Zama's sensed Bellies was withholding something but chose not to press the matter. Shall we proceed? The work of a destroyer is quite demanding. Is it acceptable for me to chat with a sinner like myself? He suddenly stated. Bellies lifted her hand slowly, directing her palm toward Zama's. A whisper of destruction escaped her lips. Zama's corporeal form began to fade gradually. Not only his body, but even his soul would be erased. Are we still friends? Zama's, with half of his body already erased, suddenly uttered. Yet, as his physical and spiritual senses began to dissipate, he never received a response from Bellies. Thank you, were the last two words he left behind before vanishing. A gentle breeze stirred Bellies' snow-white hair, slightly veiling her eyes. Her violet irises had already reverted to a deep black. I cannot deny it, she murmured, brushing aside her bangs to gaze at the red sun that had already dipped below the horizon. Perhaps everyone possesses their own brilliance, in a certain sense. Her ability to master the creative powers of the Kaioshin and to observe Zama's training was significantly intertwined. Had she not connected with Zama's and Guas, she might never have learned the powers of the Kaioshin so easily. Of course, her initial intent in visiting the Kaioshin realm for sustenance was to properly educate Zama's, steering him away from his obstinacy and, at the very least, preventing him from eliminating the Kaioshin. Although that goal went unachieved, she ultimately became the beneficiary. It sounds quite amusing, doesn't it? Having dealt with the affairs of the underworld, Bellies returned to the realm of destruction. First to pay her respects at the memorial of the destroyer Ramses. Afterward, she made her way to the Kaioshin realm. The last time she had visited this place was 5 years ago, which felt like quite a long stretch. Before the memorial of the Kaioshin Guas, she reflected, Zama's has perished. Even if I say this, I doubt it brings you joy, as he was your disciple, and you held great expectations for him. Gazing upon the memorial adorned with a cross, Bellies murmured, Elder Guas, if you have words to impart, I shall await your resurrection to hear your teachings. Reviving the destroyer Ramses was a task Bellies was determined to undertake. Whether it could be accomplished was another matter entirely, while Guas's revival was merely incidental. If it could be done, splendid. If not, it mattered not. There were distinctions in relationships. The destroyer of Universe 10 had rescued her from drifting in the cosmos and taken her as a disciple. Though a protective system safeguarded her physical form, allowing her to drift in the universe indefinitely, one could only speculate what might have occurred had Ramses not taken her in. Perhaps one day, she would awaken from slumber only to find herself trapped in some laboratory vessel. This kindness was something Bellies held dear. Moreover, after taking her as a disciple, Ramses dedicated himself to her education. How should she put it? Had she not been in the realm of destruction, it was uncertain whether, at her current age, she would have achieved Super Saiyan status, let alone risen to the pinnacle of the universe. Do not assume that becoming a Super Saiyan is an effortless feat. That in the original tale, characters like Trunks and Goten benefited from the legacies of Vegeta and Goku, inheriting their bloodlines. For ordinary Saiyans, particularly those from Universe 7, the notion of becoming a Super Saiyan wasn't that akin to a once-in-a-millennium legend. To illustrate, when she traversed planet Vegeta from birth until the destruction of the planet Namek, her battle power barely reached 58,000. To be honest, she felt utterly disheartened at that time. From ages 7 to 10, her battle power increased by a mere 1,000 each year, leaving her devoid of hope for survival. Fortunately, through a series of unforeseen events, she not only leaped from Universe 7 to Universe 10, but was also rescued by the passing destroyer Ramses and the Angel Cucks. Reflecting on her decade in Universe 10, she pondered, how many decades does one have in life? She was uncertain how Universe 7 had changed. Crossing universes required the permission of an angel. If she wished to visit Universe 7, she would first need to obtain formal employment documentation from the King of All and awaken the Angel Cucks. Having paid her respects to Guas, Bellies returned to the realm of destruction. After many days of not checking the chat group, she felt a twinge of curiosity about its current state. Surely it hadn't devolved into chaos. As she projected her consciousness into it, the chat group's offline status transformed into online. Eager to peruse the previous messages, she felt a thrill at the prospect of eavesdropping. A live broadcast? Or is it Huaying? The entry button for the live stream appeared in the lower right corner of the chat group. How strange, she mused, had Huaying become familiar with everyone to the extent of hosting a live stream. However, Bellies did not immediately enter the live stream, but instead noted that the number of group members had increased by 2. Fairy Tales Dark Wizard Jalal and the protagonist of The Witch's Journey. Elena. Two more fascinating worlds of magic had joined. After perusing the profiles of the new members, she entered Huiying's live stream. The scene that unfolded before her left Bellies in shock that a colossal golden dragon, perhaps a dragon-wolf hybrid, lay sprawled on the ground. The once majestic wolf head now appeared utterly disfigured. Its eyes and snout were swollen, particularly the two eye sockets, dark as if resembling panda eyes, contrasting sharply with the dragon wolf's former grandeur. The dragon wolf's mouth opened and closed rhythmically, seemingly uttering the sounds. Abba, Abba, Bellies' lips twitched. What was Huiying doing? Had this creature offended her in some way? The lifeless creature, which appeared to be the Golden King beast, stirred slightly, attempting to raise its head. The Golden King beast was ready to rise. With a resounding thud, the Golden King beast's head, which had barely been raised, crashed heavily against the ground once more. It babbled incoherently, its words a mere babble. Such pitiable sight, Perilous remarked with a hint of exasperation. The distinct mark of a sword was clearly visible on the beast's forehead, a testament to the handiwork of someone wielding a sword as though it were a mere brick. Have you surrendered? If you have, then come home with me. If not, we shall continue this standoff. Ing gently flicked the exclusive 6-star artifact in her hand, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the colossal creature beside her. The spider dragon was in a woeful state, having endured a beating for 2 days and nights. Jelf was astonished to learn that the Golden King beast was a manufactured entity, seemingly more formidable than himself. He pondered in curiosity about the kind of individual capable of creating such a being. The battle between Ing and the Golden King beast left Jelf, a grand sorcerer, utterly astonished. First, he marveled at the creature's construction, for he, too, had crafted living demons and understood just how arduous it was to bring forth such a powerful so-called alchemical life form. Even he found it nearly impossible, and Ing, the seemingly petite girl, was actually over 500 years of age. Though this detail was inconsequential, what mattered was that this girl named Ing, if we recall her thus, possessed strength that far surpassed his as a grand sorcerer. She was overwhelmingly powerful. It could almost be said that had her intention been to subdue the Golden King beast, the battle would have concluded long ago. Irina mused, is this truly the world of the strong? I'm still so far from that mark. Recently graduated from the Witch Academy, she had believed her abilities to be commendable. After all, she was a cut above the rest within the academy. To claim she lacked pride would be an understatement. Yet, having witnessed Jelf's seamless display of magic and Ying's near annihilation of the frightful Golden King beast, she felt insignificantly small. Irina caressed the book in her hands, titled Nicole, and took a deep breath that, I've resolved it. I shall become the strongest witch in this world. Should the opportunity arise, she wished to traverse various worlds, exploring their unique cultures, and pen a tome even more extraordinary than Nicole. As Irina brimmed with hope, outside her door stood a woman clad in an apron, her mother. With gray-white hair and a lovely visage, she resembled a mature version of Irina, a powerful witch in her own right. She was also the author of Nicole's Adventures, which chronicled her own experiences. Observing her daughter's recent changes, Nicole perceived them with keen interest. Although she was uncertain of the circumstances, there appeared to be no immediate danger, prompting the powerful witch to merely observe from afar without interference. Chapter 26. The mightiest witch, such a feat cannot be easily accomplished. Moreover, little Irina, are you perhaps concealing something from me? Nicole stood outside Irina's door, refraining from entering. However, through magic, she could almost see everything transpiring within. Irina's demeanor had grown considerably more composed, leaving one to wonder whether this was a positive or negative development. She had already informed her disciple, who should be arriving shortly as Irina's mentor. One could imagine that Flan, who had often been bullied by her, would be quite intrigued, though Irina might very well surprise her. Chapter 27. The High Priest Arrival World's First Princess. Ing. How did you find yourself entangled with the Golden King beast? The chat room erupted with excitement upon seeing the message. Spiderchild. The group leader is alive. Oh no, the leader is online. I haven't seen the leader in days. Did you miss the adorable Spiderchild? World's first princess. I find roasted spiders rather delectable. Spider child? How could you eat such a cute creature? Leader, world's first princess. No nonsense. Share what has transpired recently. Also, welcome new members, Jelf and Irina. Jelf. So this is the group leader, more powerful than Ing and Uchihamadara. May I ask if you could kill me? World's first princess. Those who make such requests often have something amiss in their heads. World's first princess. Jelf, you are still quite young. In my world, there are many who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. World's first princess. You must be cursed wishing for death, correct? Jelf. Indeed, because world's first princess. No need for explanations. Once you join the chat group, I will learn much about the workings of your original world. World's first princess. You likely pondered how to control the curse, but found it impossible, yes? Ing. The curse on Jelf seems to stem from a disparity in rank. To lift it, one must possess, or even surpass, the power of the deity who initially cast the curse upon him. Ing. Oh, and leader, you inquired why I sought trouble with the Golden King beast. I have a plan involving the beast, which is why I thought it best to capture it. World's first princess. I see. Have you discussed the curse with Jelf? Perilous refrained from probing further into Ying's plan, as it was none of her concern. Instead, she was more intrigued by the curse itself. The Abyss Princess Ing and the Traveler Ing were entirely different entities that in simple terms. The former was aloof, while the latter acted like a foolish blonde seeking raw gems. Ying's willingness to engage in Jelf's topic indicated her interest in the curse he bore, perhaps even leading to a more detailed inquiry. Yes, I have discussed the matter with Jelf. His curse shares certain similarities with the one placed upon Canria by the laws of nature. Lifting it requires more than mere personal strength. World's first princess. The so-called curse typically refers to the application of laws. Ing, since you can wield the abyss without succumbing to corruption, you should also grasp the laws. Correct? Ing, I can utilize them, but to claim I understand, if I truly understood, I would not be a loss regarding the salvation of Canria's citizens. Casting a glance at the Golden King beast, which was struggling to rise, Ing wielded her weapon like a club and struck its forehead with force. Clang. The Golden King beast, once again drooling, succumbed to unconsciousness. World's first princess. Do not worry. Once the chat group reaches level 3, a traversal feature will activate, facilitating mutual learning and assistance. Jelf? Level 3. What level is the chat group now? World's first princess. Level 1. Jelf. So, it will take a considerable time. How disappointing. Initially defiant. The Golden King beast ultimately surrendered to the undeniable truth of the situation, and closed the live stream. And as she beheld the now tranquil streaming room, Berelis's consciousness also withdrew from it. However, she did not log off. Just moments ago, the chat group had issued a warning to her. A formidable being capable of threatening her had entered her universe. Formidable being? Perilous furrowed her brow. She had not sensed any anomalies in the universe. Yet, if the individual surpassed her even with the aid of cosmic rules, it would not be surprising that she remained oblivious, given the chat group's warning. It was prudent to exercise caution. Before long, a spatial portal materialized above the realm of destruction that a man garbed in blue attire and crowned with a divine halo emerged. The man was not tall, nor did he exude an aura of might. He appeared somewhat incapable of even wringing a chicken's neck. Upon his arrival, Berelis's eyes widened in shock. Subsequently, adorned in her destruction deity attire, she knelt before him. Adopting a half-squatting position, she had encountered a high priest. Before me stands a man known as the Grand Priest, quietly suspended in mid-air. He scrutinizes bellies for a moment before speaking in a serene tone. There is no need for anxiety. Your accomplishments have been brought to my attention by Keisai. You, the newly appointed god of destruction of Universe 10, have done remarkably well, elevating the overall strength of Universe 10 from the 3rd lowest to the 6th highest in such a short time. Even Lord Zeno holds you in high regard. Bellies nods slightly, responding with respect. This is merely my duty as the decade approaches its conclusion. I have come to observe. The Grand Priest continues, his tone still imbued with tranquility as he descends slowly to the realm of destruction. Oh, Bellies is momentarily taken aback. Isn't there still 5 years remaining? The Grand Priest's face reveals a hint of confusion as he ponders for a moment before breaking into a smile that, I see now. It appears I have misremembered. Bellies is left speechless, and oh worries. It was my oversight, the Grand Priest says with a slight smile, his scrutinizing gaze upon Bellies instilling a sense of pressure within her. How about this? Do you have any requests? Consider it a compensation for my error in timing. Any request is welcome. That a smile graces the Grand Priest's face, yet there seems to be an underlying implication in his words. I wish to employ the eternal dragon to resurrect my mentor, Ramsay. Might I inquire if the Grand Priest would grant such a request? Uncertain of the Grand Priest's intentions, Bellies recognizes this as a rare opportunity. Utilizing the eternal dragon necessitates traversing multiple universes that if she could secure official permission from the Grand Priest, there would be no cause for concern when encountering the gods of destruction and angels from those universes later on. Moreover, Bellies harbors a personal interest in visiting Universe 7, the eternal dragon created by the dragon god. The Grand Priest does not respond immediately. Instead, he turns away, seemingly in contemplation, before glancing back at Bellies and stating, I recall you originally hailed from Universe 7. Indeed, Bellies affirms with a nod. Acknowledging her origins, she sees no need to deny it, as further argument may displease the Grand Priest that I see, that indeed aligns with the regulations. The Grand Priest then produces a token embellished with golden edges from his pocket, the center inscribed with a single prominent character. Take this to gather the Dragon Balls. The 6th and 7th universes should not pose any difficulties for you. Thank you very much, Grand Priest, Bellies exclaims, her voice tinged with excitement as she accepts the token. The Grand Priest nods slightly, stepping back a few paces as a spatial portal materializes behind him. By the way, once your wishes are fulfilled, make haste to Lord Zeno's palace, if you please. Of course, Bellies replies. The Grand Priest's expression softens as he adds, wishes granted by the eternal dragon are exceedingly precious. Do not squander them indiscriminately. Without allowing Bellies a moment to ponder, the Grand Priest steps into the portal, which gradually vanishes. Rising to her feet, Bellies gazes at the somewhat antiquated token in her hand, murmuring to herself, do not waste wishes? What could he mean by that? An inexplicable sense of unease stirs within her. Chapter 28. The Grand Priest and Lord Zeno the Grand Priest indeed possesses a strength that is daunting. Clutching the token inscribed with the prominent character, Bellies feels her heart race. After a long while, she manages to quell her anxious thoughts. Through the power of the chat group, she strains to sense the Grand Priest's might. Throughout their encounter, he has not displayed a hint of arrogance. Yet merely standing beside him feels as if one is at the very nexus of all cosmic laws. Fortunately, even the Grand Priest has yet to discern the existence of the system. With this thought, Bellies' apprehension lessens slightly. Drawing a deep breath, she calls out to the chat group. System, please check if this token has any hidden implications. That a few seconds later, a notification chimes. Ding. The token is crafted from special material and is not connected to any causal threads. Only a symbolic significance. Bellies recalls the Grand Priest's earlier words. Perhaps I am overthinking this, she muses. Shaking her head, she must remain cautious, for the Grand Priest's power could effortlessly erase her from existence. Nevertheless, regardless of the Grand Priest's ulterior motives, she owes him a debt of gratitude. And no matter what he harbors in his mind, she must venture to the 6th and 7th universes. In the palace of Lord Zeno. Seated regally upon a high platform, Lord Zeno sits upright. The Grand Priest bows slightly, contemplating how to broach the subject. So, did the new god of destruction not accompany you back? Lord Zeno, whose head resembles a boiled egg, inquires curiously as the Grand Priest remains silent. The transition between the old and new gods of destruction has not yet occurred, and it appears there may be a temporal anomaly within Universe 10. The Grand Priest reflects before responding. Just like 20 years ago, Lord Zeno poses a seemingly trivial question. Uncertain, the Grand Priest replies, shaking his head. Before my return, I observed all existing parallel universes, and there was no god of destruction by the name of Bellies, nor did I find a scion princess named Bellies on planet Vegeta in Universe 7. I see. This means our universe is indeed unique. Lord Zeno concludes. 2 decades prior, a significant event transpired within the Zeno universe. Many places, including the Dragon Realm, were cleansed by a mysterious force. Investigations revealed that within their universe, parallel worlds would no longer manifest. Grand Priest, Lord Zeno exclaims as he leaps from his seat to stand beside the Grand Priest. Were there no other findings? She seems quite enigmatic. I wonder if that Scion Princess is aware of her circumstances. The Grand Priest contemplates before responding. Should any ill intent arise towards her, an overwhelming sense of invincibility would surface within me. The intensity of the laws that envelop her surpasses the sum of all cosmic coefficients. Is it truly that formidable? Lord Zeno queries. Intrigued, it seems that the boundless laws surrounding her exist solely to ensure her safety. The Grand Priest speculates, noting that Lord Zeno does not press further. The Grand Priest pauses before continuing. The Scion Princess seeks to utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect the former god of destruction, Ramsey, according to the rules of the Dragon Realm, as she originated from Universe 7. She is indeed entitled to use the Dragon Balls, thus I cannot refuse her request. Does this imply, Lord Zeno, that she will be arriving shortly? After a prolonged silence, Lord Zeno speaks in his still childlike voice. I too am curious about Salama's perspective. Lord Zeno muses, gradually returning to his seat, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Once more I in the realm of destruction. Bellies does not rush to gather the Super Dragon Balls from the other universes. Before departing from Universe 10, she feels compelled to make certain preparations. Additionally, the recent tumultuous actions of Zamasu have rendered Hell quite unstable, necessitating her vigilance. Otherwise, should she leave and chaos erupt in the afterlife, the consequences would be dire. Despite this, she finds herself rather idle. Each day, she has personnel from the afterlife report on their tasks, while she comfortably observes the chat group within the realm of destruction. At that moment, in the chat group, Spider-Child, help! I've encountered a major boss. World's first princess. Spider-Child, look, it's this JPG. Spider-Child sends a screenshot of the boss. World's first princess. The Demon King. Ariel, Spider-Child. Yes, that's her. No wonder she seems so familiar. Spider-Child suddenly recalls the name mentioned during the battle with the Fire Dragon. The original Spider, the Demon King Ariel. Spider-Child, group leader. I feel like I'm about to meet my end. Uchiha. The disparity in attributes is quite significant. The attributes of the Demon King Ariel are so impressive that even Uchiha Madara can't help but be taken aback. Putting aside the extensive health and mana stats for a moment, the skills listed below are almost all at maximum level. While I am unaware of the current attribute display of Spider-Child, it is hard to fathom how, in such a short span of time, she could possibly enhance her stats to match those in the image she sent. Spider-Child. Indeed. World's first princess. May I pose a question? Is your body minister still around? Spider-Child. Body minister? Ah, it has been quite a while since I last contacted her at World's first princess. I see. Well, you should strive hard. This time, I shall not assist you. Spider-Child. World's first princess. Because you see, this is a test, and I cannot be there to help you every time. Moreover, I shall let you in on a secret about the future. Spider-Child. What secret? Having successfully evaded the Demon King's initial pursuit, Spider-Child now feels at ease conversing with the group leader, World's first princess. The Demon King Ariel will be your future bosom buddy. A very good friend, someone you can be close with. Isn't that astonishing? Spider-Child. Uchiha Madara. And what about my relationship with Hashirama? World's first princess, Uchiha Madara. Do you wish to reflect on your own words? When I express confusion, it is not due to my own issues, but rather I perceive a problem with you. Skipping over Uchiha Madara's irrelevant remarks, World's first princess continues. World's first princess, Spider-Child. Try to buy some time. Long, as you can escape the Demon King's grasp a few more times, Ariel will eventually seek reconciliation with you. World's first princess. Good luck, little spider. Spider-Child. Escaping from the Demon King is already a matter of life and death each time. How can I manage that more than once? It seems I cannot rely on the group leader. Spider-Child approaches the group leader seeking help, fully aware that this powerful being will not come to her aid. The Demon King Ariel, while formidable, does not reach the terrifying extremes of entities like the evil god D or Chiolai, who surpass the system's limits. With no external assistance, she must rely on her own strength. Spider-Child must rise up. Chapter 29. Elena, Princess of the Abyss. The tumultuous love-hate relationship between Baiji and Ariel. In the original narrative, had it not been for Spider-Child's body minister encroaching upon Ariel's consciousness, reconciliation between the two would have been impossible. Bellies, having no intention of aiding Spider-Child, recalls her prior agreement with Evil God D before Spider-Child ascends to divinity. Evil God D will ensure her survival. Thus, even if Spider-Child is pursued by the Demon King Ariel, Bellies remains unconcerned. Elena, Teacher Jelf, thank you for your guidance. I have officially become a witch. Suddenly, a message from Elena pops up in the chat group. Elena has become a witch, which in the original story occurs after a year. Bellies ponders, is there such a significant disparity in the flow of time across different worlds? Or has Jelf's tutelage accelerated Elena's journey to witchhood? In the anime Witch's Journey, Elena possesses extraordinary magical talent, and to temper her spirited nature, her mother Nicole sought out her former disciple to act as Elena's instructor. Before becoming the Ashen Witch in the original narrative, Elena served as a near servant to Fran for almost a year. And now, just a few days later, Elena has graduated. Jelf. Elena, this is the result of your own hard work. I merely offered a hint, so you need not address me as teacher. Elena. Yes, Mr. Jelf. Jelf? There's no need for such formality. You can simply call me by my name in the realm of the destruction god. Bellies observes the exchange between Jelf and Elena in the chat group. Truth be told, she is rather curious. How many days have passed in Elena's world? It appears that the time flow for each group member's world is quite distinct. For instance, Spider-Child has progressed to battling the Demon King Ariel, that world's first princess. Elena, how long did it take you to graduate from your teacher Fran? Elena, 1 week. I defeated teacher Fran in just 1 week. Elena, teacher Fran even mentioned that I might surpass that which named Nicole in the future. Elena's explanation leaves Bellies somewhat astonished. Indeed, the flow of time is evidently different. Moreover, the plot seems to have become quite convoluted. After some contemplation, Bellies decides to inform Elena about Nicole, that world's first princess. Elena, do you know where that witch Nicole is? Elena, the group leader knows. Upon hearing Nicole's name, Elena becomes intrigued. The adventures of Nicole could be considered her enlightening reading material. World's first princess. Elena, there's no need to mimic Spider-Child's peculiar speech. You may refer to me as group leader or Bellies, that world's first princess. The author of the adventures of Nicole is right beside you. Can you guess who it is? Elena. Someone close to me? Could it be teacher Fran? The only witch beside her seems to be teacher Fran, that world's first princess. Your teacher Fran is a disciple of Nicole. Elena. Really? Elena's expression is filled with excitement. She never anticipated that her favorite Nicole's disciple would be right beside her, and moreover, her teacher. How could teacher Fran not reveal this at all? Lying on the lawn, Elena rolls back and forth in a flurry of emotions. World's first princess. Elena, you have actually met Nicole before. Messages from the chat group leave Elena somewhat bewildered. When did she meet Nicole? Could there be some powerful witch hidden in the town? Cautiously, she types into the chat group. Elena, is it a resident of the town? Could the witch Nicole be living here in seclusion? The more she thinks about it, the more likely it seems. Is it not common in stories for a powerful witch to retire to a quiet place to delve into magic after traversing the world? World's first princess. Elena, I'll offer you a hint about Nicole. She shares your gray-white hair and a similar, rather disdainful demeanor. Elena, group leader, that slander. How am I disdainful? World's first princess, allow me to finish. There's one final clue, so listen closely. Elena focuses intently on the chat group. World's first princess. The last clue is, Elena, you can see her every day, and it was she who brought your teacher Fran to you. As Elena reads the information on the screen, a question mark slowly appears above her head. Gray-white hair, disdainful, seen daily, and she brought teacher Fran. Putting aside the last point, she met teacher Fran while practicing magic on the back mountain. However, the first 3 conditions. Elena, I must rule out the possibility of the group leader pulling my leg. A certain figure emerges in her mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could her gentle and refined mother be Nicole? And moreover, be even more disdainful. Elena walks home in a daze. Unconsciously returning to the living room, she happens upon her mother, Nicole, preparing lunch. Elena could hardly reconcile the image of a worldly, powerful witch with a mother before her. Mother, was it you who brought teacher Fran? Elena's mother does not respond, but instead brings a bowl of snacks from the kitchen, placing it on the table before Elena. Elena, have you guessed it? You are Nicole? Elena inquires tentatively, her hands unconsciously smoothing the hem of her skirt beneath the table. Indeed, I thought I could keep it hidden from you a bit longer. I never imagined you would discover it so quickly. Nicole reaches out to touch Elena's gray-white hair, revealing a gentle smile. Why? Elena ultimately did not embark on a long journey of discovery regarding her mother's identity. She is still a novice. Having just become a witch, at least in terms of experience, if you were Nicole, why did you have teacher Fran instruct me? ISNT teacher Fran, your disciple. Irene was perplexed, despite being a formidable sorceress. Why did she choose to educate her daughter through the hands of others? Ah, does Irene truly desire the unvarnished truth? Since she mentioned the name Nicole, it was hardly surprising that she had some inkling of Fran's identity. Irene nodded slightly, torn by the realization that it was difficult to act against her own daughter. Any harsh measures would feel rather excessive. Moreover, during the time Fran was my disciple, I often bullied her. So I believe she would take a keen interest in mentoring Irene. Is this truly your rationale? Irene's pupils dilated as she scrutinized her mother, as if seeing her for the very first time. Is this woman genuinely her mother? Could she have been switched at birth? She was just as insipid as the leader had described. Oh dear, is Irene angry? Nicole playfully poked Irene's nose. In truth, I initially intended for Fran to temper your temperament. Your magical talent is extraordinarily potent among your peers, and such pride could lead to significant troubles in the future. However, I ultimately changed my mind. Nicole paused, noting that little Irene seemed to have already found her own path. May I share with Mother what has transpired over the past half-month? Irene hesitated internally. Irene, is the leader present? May I disclose some information regarding the chat group? Irene felt a twinge of concern and sought the leader's opinion first. The world's first princess. That would be permissible, but do exercise caution. Irene, thank you. With the leader's approval, Irene recounted her experience of joining the chat group to Nicole. Nicole listened intently to Irene's unexpected circumstances. Irene had indeed found a teacher, and that teacher seemed far more powerful than herself. However, what of that curse? Was it a divine curse? Nicole pondered, resting her chin on her hand, after a lengthy silence. Nicole turned to Irene, smiling slightly. Irene, is your aspiration to become the most powerful sorceress also influenced by the group? Yes, Mother, that is indeed the case. Well then, do strive earnestly, my daughter, even in comparison to others from different worlds. You must not appear too feeble. Nicole contemplated and then said, how about this? Over the next month, I shall personally train Irene. Given Irene's prowess, Nicole had initially intended for her to journey across the continent. However, it now seemed that Irene valued strength more, and since opportunities from other worlds had arisen, as a mother, I could hardly impede her to. Really? Mother wishes to instruct me. Irene felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 29. Growing up, it seemed she had never witnessed her mother cast magic. Yet from their recent conversation, perhaps it was merely that she was still too weak to perceive it for the moment. Matters concerning Irene reached a temporary conclusion. Meanwhile, on the Teyvat continent, Your Highness, the Liyue invitation ceremony has commenced, reported Yuan Shang from behind Ing. How is the preparation? Hearing this, Ing glanced back. Everything is ready, as long as Your Highness can hold Morix at bay. Even if we engage in a full-scale war with Liyue, we are confident we can prevail. Chapter 30. Ying's plan. The life of a destroyer is unremarkable. Each day, he listens to reports from his subordinates. Sated by a handful of spirit tree fruits when thirsty, and when boredom strikes, he checks for new messages in the chat group. However, there is indeed something new. Ing, would you like to watch a live stream? Spider, yes. Ing, what kind of live stream is it? Cooking? Ing, it isn't about food. Presently near Liyue, Ing wore an exasperated expression. This gluttonous spider could think of nothing beyond eating. Nevertheless, Osser did have some connection to fish. Ing, it's about the demon god Siege. It could be quite lively. Achihamadura, a demon god? Jalal, a deity, you say? Ing, it could be regarded as a deity, albeit one that has been sealed due to failure. In terms of strength, there remains a significant disparity compared to the legitimate deities of the continent. Achihamadara, how does it compare to your prowess? Ing, should I speak candidly? Achihamadara, Ing, Uchihamadara, during Asur's prime, he surpassed you, but after being sealed for so long, when he eventually breaks free, he will likely only possess a fraction of his former body and power. His strength should be on par with yours when you battle the leader. Ing had indeed watched the video that Spider captured the fight between Uchihamadara and the leader. The demon god Asur was indeed stronger than Uchihamadara. Any demon god that participated in the 7 ruling candidates possessed the embodiment of laws. Uchihamadara. How should I respond to this? A dignified shinobi of the ninja world, whose battle prowess is deemed inferior to even a sealed and weakened demon god, merely equivalent to a portion of its strength. The world's first princess, Uchihamadara. Ing speaks the truth. If you can reach the 6 paths level, perhaps you could rival a slightly weaker demon god. Uchihamadara. Is the disparity that vast? 6 paths, that was his ultimate goal. And yet, this is the result. The world's first princess. Any demon god can be considered an incarnation of laws. Let me provide an example. The Salt Demon God. Recognized as the weakest on the Teyvat continent, upon her demise, unleashed enough energy to turn an entire city into a barren wasteland. The world's first princess. Of course, the laws differ across worlds, so one cannot generalize. However, generally speaking, the path from power to laws is a necessary journey in most worlds that I emphasize most, not all. For instance, in the Dragon Ball universe, did Goku and Vegeta grasp the laws? No, at least by the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, the two barely understood what laws entailed. The Scions are a warrior race, memorizing power through their bodies. Laws? What are those? Do they fill one's belly? If one could devour a feast meant for dozens or hundreds in one go, could that be considered understanding laws? Then indeed, the Scions possess an innate understanding of the laws. Well, at least those other than her. Jalal. Laws, if I could master the curse within my body, would that count as touching upon the laws? The world's first princess. That would qualify, but only as a preliminary contact. The vast majority of beings, depending on their race, sometimes carry innate talents. Such abilities could barely be classified as laws, but rather, they're utilized through the memory of their own bloodline. The world's first princess, for example. Uchiha's Sharingan, or my previous transformation, can be considered a form of bloodline memory. Spider. This is all so profound. I can't comprehend any of it. The world's first princess, Spider. There is no need to understand. Simply continue to grow stronger, and you will inevitably come into contact with it. I merely wanted to give you a heads up. The world's first princess, by the way. The system interface created by the evil god D can also be seen as a form of law. The world's first princess. Ing, how far has your world line developed? Speaking of which, do you have any plans in mind? Recalling the golden beast that merely babbled when he brought it back from the wild. Ing, I intend to wait until my brother travels to Inazuma before initiating the plan. The world's first princess. The one to shake the Sky Island? Ing, yes, I must obtain Asur. The world's first princess. Morix will not simply stand by. Are you confident? Ing, a being dulled by the erosion of heavenly principles likely lacks the strength he once possessed during the Demon God Wars. Ying's words left bellies in deep contemplation. Was there an undercurrent of disdain from Morix at her tone? The world's first princess. What about those immortals? What do you plan to do with them? Liyue seems to have many creatures. Although they may not compare to Morix, they're still ancient beings that have lived for thousands of years. Ing, their strength is quite limited. At most, they can team up to deal with weaker demon gods. These immortals, who barely grasp the laws, have traversed countless worlds. In her prime, Ing paid them little heed. Furthermore, the power of the abyss can counter them. The world's first princess, bringing the abyss into the open. Ing, have you considered the ramifications? Ing, it may not even lead to conflict. Morix has his own agenda. The wear and tear imposed on the deities by the principles of heaven, who would willingly endure such suffering if they were not compelled to do so? The world's foremost princess remarked, as long as there is a plan in place, it is acceptable. Should any unexpected events arise, I may assist you once, but only in the capacity of saving lives. Not in vanquishing foes. Bellies, for her part, held a certain fondness for Ing, perhaps a remnant of her pre-transmigration days spent playing Genshin Impact. However, she could not offer unlimited assistance. Furthermore, Bellies was eager to observe the laws of Tevat up close, believing that such insights might enhance her own strength. Ing expressed her gratitude. "Thank you," Spider-Child lamented. "Ooh, the esteemed leader is so biased. Little Spider is on the verge of demise, and yet the leader pays me no heed." "Ooh," the world's foremost princess replied. "You are hardly dying. You seem quite idle, even wishing to watch Ying's live stream." Spider-Child retorted. "This is merely for reference," Spider-Child continued. "Esteemed leader, did you know? I have narrowly escaped the Demon King's pursuit for the second time, only to be dismembered. How terrifying. Had it not been for my system skills, the esteemed leader might never have seen the adorable Spider-Child again." "Oh," the world's foremost princess responded. "So you were torn asunder, your head flying off and drifting about?" Spider-Child protested. "The esteemed leader is mocking me." The world's foremost princess reassured. "Not at all. I have faith in you. Keep at it. And soon the Demon King will be unable to resist reconciliation." Spider-Child mused. It feels as though before any reconciliation, she has already been devoured by the Demon King. And in a rather literal sense, just thinking of the Demon King's ability to consume anything sends shivers down my spine. Ding! In began our live stream, Chapter 31. The Siege of Ozer. Outside Liyue Harbor. Towards the direction of Ganyu's abode, turbulent waves surged forth. The oppressive aura belonging to the Archon gradually descended upon the entirety of Liyue. Hachimadara inquired, "Is that five-headed water, Serpent Ozer?" Through the live stream, he beheld the colossal creature, its azure form swirling amidst a massive vortex of water stretching towards the sky. The heavens above were shrouded in dark clouds, pouring down torrential rain. The world's foremost princess explained, "What you see in the live stream is the radiation of the laws. With but a thought, one can alter the natural environment within a certain range at will." Irina exclaimed, "How terrifying! How does one contend with such a being?" Seated on her sofa at home, she projected the chat group's visuals onto the wall, watching the horrifying scenes of the Archon Ozer alongside her mother. "Nicole," Jelf noted, "impressive. It seems even more dreadful than the Golden King beast." He could not help but compare it to the black dragon of his own world. The 30th segment revealed a growing suspicion that even that black dragon might pale in comparison to the Archon before them. Ing clarified, "This is not Ozer's full power. It is merely a fragment that has leaked forth after the seal was broken." Hybra AI remarked, "It is becoming increasingly fantastical." Essay scientist. She felt utterly at a loss. With deities emerging, it seemed that only a nuclear bomb could pose a threat to such entities. Irina asked, "Ing, the Ozer you intend to capture, it cannot be him, can it?" She shivered at the thought of Ing and the group's leader discussing matters within the chat. Ing affirmed, "Indeed, Ozer's current strength is not a concern for me, even at his peak. Capturing him would not pose a significant challenge. My main worry lies with the Geo Archon in Liyue City." Uchiha Madara queried, "Geo Archon Morix, is he formidable?" Ing explained, before being chosen as the Geo Archon by the Sky Island. His title was the God of War, and the Vortex Demon before us was sealed by him. As Ing conversed with the group, Ozer advanced swiftly towards Liyue, and the range of law radiation began to spread. Thick clouds and heavy rain creeping toward the city. Spider-Child asked, "What is that flying object?" With keen eyes, she spotted something in the panoramic video moving towards the Vortex Demon, resembling a spacecraft. Ing replied, "That is called the Chuanyu Pavilion. It appears to be constructed from floating stones, though I am not entirely certain of the details." Spider-Child expressed desire. "I want that. I would love to reside in such an impressive house." Ing struggled to comprehend Spider-Child's thought process. Nonetheless, she paid it little mind. The group was filled with peculiar individuals, and besides, Spider-Child was not quite human in the sky, concealed by a barrier. Ing noticed a familiar figure atop the Chuanyu Pavilion. "Brother, how could he be there?" Ying's brows furrowed slightly. With her limited mastery of only two elements, she could barely hold her own against the lowest-ranking Fatui. Should she encounter a Demon King, it could very well lead to her demise. Ing wished to avoid drawing Morix's attention, at least until the latter completed his trade with the Ice Empress. She sought to avoid any complications. After Ozer's matter was resolved, she would need to find a way to distract her brother. Perhaps she could send you on to handle it. Ing pondered, knowing that should she fall out of favor with Morix, her brother's presence would become exceedingly perilous. Taking a deep breath, she considered her brother's next likely destination, which would probably be Inazuma. She resolved to write a letter for Yuan to deliver, stating that she would meet him in Inazuma, thus allowing her brother to sidestep the ensuing troubles. Ing contemplated her solution. The geomantic teleportation points could facilitate her return, but there was one prerequisite. The teleportation could only occur between points and not to just anywhere. If she could obstruct her brother's path to Inazuma or delay him before he activated the teleportation point, she could settle the matter efficiently. Atop the Chuanyu Pavilion, the celestial beings descended according to plan, utilizing a special formation to initiate the decisive battle against Ozer. Just then, an unusual portal opened. The Fatui emerged in droves from within. Hybra AI remarked, "ISNT, Ozer a demon god. Are these strange soldiers his subordinates?" Although she was unfamiliar with the conditions on the continent of Teyvat, she still analyzed the situation with scientific rigor through the livestream. The odd ice creatures and the tall gunmen appeared decidedly human. No, rather than human, they resembled cyborgs. In contrast to the blue water serpent, the vortex demon Ozer seemed rather incongruous. Ing clarified, "Those are the Fatui. They're the ones who broke the seal of the vortex demon." Kikyo inquired, "Why would they do such a thing?" Even as a benevolent witch from a different world, she found the act of releasing a demon god to attack a city quite distasteful. Ing explained, "It is a transaction between two deities, the Ice Empress of Snezhnaya and the Geo-Archon of Liyue." Ing elaborated, "In simple terms, the Geo-Archon feigned death, handing governance of Liyue over to humanity, while Ozer serves as a test for the current powers. Should the situation spiral out of control, I suspect he would intervene." Ing continued, "Snezhnaya is cooperating with the Geo-Archon scheme, unleashing the so-called Vortex Demon." Kikyo questioned, "What is the nature of their agreement?" Though Kikyo struggled to grasp the intricacies of political matters, she felt that the Fatui aiding the Vortex Demon appeared to be mere pawns. Ing explained, "The Gnosis, an object of little use to deities but possessing other values. The Ice Empress seeks to collect all the Gnosis from the 7 Archons of the mortal realm." Kikyo remarked, "How complicated." Not wishing to pursue the matter further, she realized that understanding the Gnosis held no significance for her. After all, she was preoccupied with how to safeguard her own Shurkan no Tama. Spider-Child exclaimed, "Are those cranes truly celestial beings? They all seem so powerful." Spider-Child marveled, continuing to watch the cinematic scenes unfold. From her vantage point, she could clearly see the battle between the celestial beings atop the Chuanyu Pavilion and the Vortex Demon. Meanwhile, the return mechanism on the Chuanyu Pavilion served as the primary fighting force against the Vortex Demon. Irina queried, "Ing, may I ask you a question?" Ing responded with curiosity. "What is it?" Irina inquired. "Is that golden-haired youth atop the Chuanyu Pavilion related to you? I can't shake the feeling that you both resemble each other." Hybra AI concurred. Indeed, after Irina mentioned it, I too noticed the striking similarity in appearance between Ing and that golden-haired youth. Ing confirmed, "That is my brother, Ether," Spider-Child gasped. Ing, unexpectedly, has an elder brother, and the disparity is quite significant. Ing, what does that mean? Uchiha Bito, it should pertain to strength. Is that young man truly your brother? There's no need to elaborate on Ying's prowess, as she effortlessly subdued the Golden King beast, seemingly without exerting herself. And what of the young man below? In Uchiha Bito's eyes, his strength is commendable. But nothing beyond that. Ing, my strength is not significantly different from my brother's. If we were to quantify it, he may indeed be slightly stronger than I. Ing. In this world, we have been sealed by the divine. And I awakened 500 years ago, having already broken that seal, while my brother has only recently emerged from his, regaining only a portion of his strength. Uchiha Bito. Was he not at his peak then? Uchiha Obito suddenly realizes, as it makes sense. His sister is the princess of the abyss. Powerful indeed. If her brother were merely of ordinary caliber, it would be hard to believe. Moreover, Ing mentioned traversing many worlds. Without strength, how could one accomplish such feats? Elena. Look, the 4 machines attacking Ozer have malfunctioned. The situation has become dire. Elena is uncertain of the name of the returning machine, but it is evident that these four machines are the main force against the demon god. If they fail, it would spell great trouble. While paying attention to the chat group, Ying's gaze shifts towards the Chuanyu Pavilion. It appears they have reached their limit. Does this mean Morix's trial is a failure or a success? Ying is indifferent to the notions of failure and success, as they bear little relevance to her. What concerns her is the fate of Kong atop the Chuanyu Pavilion. Should she intervene to rescue her brother? Ying ponders. Yet, she remains unhurried, waiting for Morix's decision. If Morix shows complete disregard for the lives of his subordinates, she will undoubtedly rescue her brother in the end. However, should Morix choose to act, there would be no need for her to intervene unnecessarily. After all, before the transaction is complete and Kong departs Liyue, she has no intention of thwarting Ozer's plans. Chapter 32. Kong's misstep. Ying unexpectedly acts the seas outside Liyue are tumultuous. The attack from the returning machine has thoroughly enraged the demon god Ozer. 5 heads simultaneously lift, gathering the energy orbs at their mouths. The blue-white energy sphere illuminates the entire sea shrouded in dark clouds. Ying continues her livestream, displaying her characteristic naive expression. Uchiha Bido. Remarkable. Even through the screen, the oppressive aura is palpable. Jelf. Indeed, such power is undeniably divine. Ying. Aside from its appearance, Ozer's strength ranks among the top among demon gods. Even a mere fraction of its power is not something the Adepti of Liyue can easily suppress. While Ying converses in the chat group, Ozer launches the colossal energy sphere into the sky. Like a terrifying laser, it pierces through the clouds, transforming the dim sky into a semblance of daylight. Moments later, the sky flickers with a cerulean glow. The energy shot into the heavens by Ozer morphs into countless water attribute light arrows, plummeting to the ground like meteors. The first to bear the brunt is the floating Chuanyu Pavilion. Countless water arrows rain down upon it, unleashing a cacophony of explosions. Thanks to the protective formations, the Chuanyu Pavilion's defenses hold strong, but the returning machine meant to combat Ozer is utterly destroyed. Forcing the Liyue Qinyan army, stationed there to withdraw, the outer formation shatter. The traveler Kong finds himself stepping into thin air. Brother! Ying gasps, her body transforming into a streak of golden light as she darts towards the Chuanyu Pavilion. Meanwhile, the Demon Slayer Saint, witnessing Kong's fall, leaps into action, attempting to catch him. A golden light whizzes past him. In the blink of an eye, Kong vanishes. The direction of that light was indeed the Chuanyu Pavilion. The Demon Slayer Saint falls silent for a moment before disappearing from sight. The golden light enveloping Ying dissipates, and she, along with Kong, has arrived at the Chuanyu Pavilion. Long time no see, brother. Ying speaks. Kong's eyes are filled with disbelief, his shoulder trembling slightly under Ying's support. You are Ying, indeed, without a doubt. Ying smiles, her expression evoking a sense of familiarity in Kong. Other matters can wait until Ozer is dealt with. This is not the time for such discussions that I in the chat group. Spider. Hey. Ying, are you going to help your brother? Ying. No, this is his journey that I instinctively saved Kong just now, and I already regret it. Watching her brother fall, Ying's impulse to rescue him surged, but once she embraced him, her thoughts were, where am I? What am I doing? Yet having saved him, it would be unthinkable to let go and allow him to fall again. After all, he is her blood relative. She must act. No, she cannot even think of that. With no other choice, and can only bring Kong back here for now. The world's first princess. Ying, what do you plan to do next? In the storyline of Genshin Impact, this scene seems absent, or perhaps Ying was not present at the time, allowing the Demon Slayer Saint to seize the opportunity. Ying, I'll let things unfold. I refuse to believe Morix would dare to risk Liyue and confront me over a mere Ozer. The world's first princess. You seem quite irritable, Ying. After saving Kong, before he could ask anything, the people of Liyue had already gathered around. Traveler, this is Ningguang, who glanced at Kong and then scrutinized Ying for a moment. My sister Ying, I have been searching for her since we got separated. Kong replied, So, she is your sister. Ningguang is well aware of the traveler's background and knows that Kong had previously posted missing person notices with the Knights of Favonius in Mondstadt. Ying, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ningguang is intrigued by Ying. After all, The fact that she managed to save her brother in such circumstances already speaks volumes about her strength. Noticing Ying nodding in silence, she refrains from probing further. Ningguang is also aware that this is not the time for idle chatter. Even if she is curious, they must first deal with the blockade posed by Ozer. Ying has no intention of getting involved in Kong's affairs with Liu. After rescuing Kong, she turns and flies down from the Chuanyu Pavilion, waving her sleeve without taking a single cloud with her. Ozer lets out a prolonged roar, emitting a piercing sound wave sharp enough to cause discomfort in the ears. It seems that upon noticing the solitary Ying, one of Ozer's serpentine heads opens its mouth. A water blue energy beam shoots straight toward Ying's descent. "Ying!" Kong exclaims in alarm. However, Ying has already flown too far. Even if Kong wishes to save her, there is no way to do so. Sigh. Ying exhales. Does she truly wish to be captured? A slender sword adorned with golden patterns materializes in her hand. With a casual flick against the oncoming beam, Ozer's attack is effortlessly dispersed. The next moment, boom! The head of Ozer that had aimed to attack Ying, along with its body, detonates. The mournful cry echoes from Ozer's direction. Ying does not pursue further attacks against Ozer. The sword in her hand vanishes as she begins to descend once more. This entire scene unfolds before the eyes of the onlookers at the Chuanyu Pavilion. That weapon. Has Ying regained her strength? Kong's murmured voice carries a tremor. Moreover, he vaguely senses that Ying's current strength may have surpassed what it was when she battled that divine being. Such overwhelming power from a mere flick of her wrist. In the eyes of the great sage, a flicker of unusual color flashed by. Just moments ago, while endeavoring to rescue Kong, he had felt the aura emanating from Traveler's sister up close. That suffocating sensation was something he had only previously experienced in the presence of the Emperor. The others had yet to recover from the terror of Ying's formidable power when Ozer, in a fit of rage, launched an attack, resulting in the immediate obliteration of a head, inciting Ozer's fury to a whole new level. Unable to locate Ying, she vented her wrath upon the conspicuous Chuanyu Pavilion above. Esteemed immortals, now is not the time for contemplation, Ningguang interjected, pulling everyone's attention back as they witnessed Ozer's rage. She proceeded to educate the group on the Chuanyu Pavilion's celestial movements, deprived of a head. Ozer's strength was notably diminished compared to the original narrative. After a thorough arrangement, the Chuanyu Pavilion responded with a resounding crash, accompanied by Ozer's mournful wails that a colossal mushroom cloud gradually ascended above the sea. Ozer was sealed once more. With the matter temporarily resolved, the group returned to Liu Harbor. "Brother, you've worked hard," Ying expressed to the returning Kong. Having already met, there was no need to adhere to the original plan to distract him. "Ying, if there is something you wish to say, let it wait until you traverse the 7 nations that I shall always keep watch over you." Kong attempted to speak, but Ying interrupted. Then, farewell, that an oval portal appeared behind Ying. "Wait, Ying." Kong reached out, striving to grasp her before she entered the portal. "We shall eventually reunite, but not at this moment." That Ying's figure dissipated, and the portal began to fade. Kong's outstretched hand passed through the portal, reaching the other side, yet he could not enter. Chapter 33. The 6th and 7th Universes. That concludes today's live stream. We shall meet again next time. I plan to capture Ozer, and if anyone is interested, I will broadcast it then, Ying announced, skillfully managing the streaming process. Bellies voiced her exasperation. Well, it's better that the group enjoys themselves rather than scheming against one another. She recalled certain chat group novels where the group leader would cunningly deceive members, masquerading as a benevolent figure while exploiting them for food and favors. Is that concern? No, that's merely lusting after her body. How base, Bellies mused, considering herself a breath of fresh air, least, aside from the narrative concerning group members. Everything else she shared was truthful. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dust. After so many uneventful days, it seemed that the underworld would not present any surprises. It was time to gather the Dragon Balls. For a destroyer god, traversing universes was no Herculean task. Even Zamasu from the original narrative had managed to traverse from the 10th universe to the 7th, let alone her current self in the 6th universe. Upon her entrance, Bellies sensed an elusive gaze upon her. Was it an angel or a destroyer god? Just as she pondered this, a A woman with a grayish-white ponytail holding a staff emerged from the realm of destroyers. Greetings, may I inquire which universe you represent as a destroyer god? According to regulations, without prior appointment and permission from an angel, a destroyer god cannot visit uninvited. Please state your purpose, or I shall be compelled to expel you. Her voice was serene, imbued with a noble and gentle aura. Forgive my impudence, Miss Bados. I am Bellies, the newly appointed destroyer god of the 10th universe, that I seek to collect the wish orbs within the 6th and 7th universes. As per the orders of the Grand Priest, Bellies did not bow to Bados, for destroyer gods and angels were of equal standing, and such formalities were unnecessary. Bados examined the token Bellies offered, studying the inscription for a moment before nodding. Indeed, this is the token of the Grand Priest. I now comprehend your intentions. I can provide you with the locations of the wish orbs in the 6th universe. But the 7th universe does not fall under my jurisdiction. To procure the wish orbs there, you must consult the angel of the 7th universe. My brother is the angel of that realm. I shall contact him shortly and explain your situation. Thank you immensely, Miss Bados. Bellies received the token back and, following Bados' directions, embarked on her quest for the Dragon Balls. After a period of searching, she gathered all the wish orbs from the 6th universe. Gazing upon the 3 orbs, each slightly larger than an ordinary planet, she felt a surge of emotion at their vastness. Next, she would proceed to the 7th universe. Bellies harbored no favorable feelings toward the destroyer god Beerus of the 7th universe, and the reason was simple. She was the scion princess of planet Vegeta. The destruction of her planet had been orchestrated by Beerus through Frisia. Let us set that aside for now. Debts of gratitude must be repaid and grievances avenged. Nothing more. With the 3 wish orbs in her possession, Bellies ventured into the 7th universe. She casually found a spot to place the Dragon Balls down. Given their immense size, it was unlikely anyone could easily carry them away. Yet to be cautious, Bellies cast an illusion over them. Following Bados' coordinates, she located the realm of the destroyer god in the 7th universe. With a swift motion, she activated her instant transmission. Bellies appeared in the realm of the destroyer gods. Oh my, what a rare visitor! The angel of the 7th universe, Whis, observed, approaching her slowly. Greetings, Mr. Whis, Bellies began, the newly appointed destroyer god of the 10th universe. I presume. May I ask who Lord Ramses is to you? Whis inquired while accepting the token Bellies presented. Regardless, the procedures concerning the wish orbs must be duly followed. He was my mentor, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he has passed away, Bellies responded, her voice tinged with melancholy. Ah, yes, that's so. That is indeed regrettable. Whis returned the token to Bellies. The locations of the wish orbs have been marked on this map. He indicated, gesturing towards a special map in his hand. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Bellies gratefully accepted the map. After a brief conversation with Whis, she departed the realm of the destroyer gods under the pretense of seeking the Dragon Balls. Once Bellies left, Whis squinted, pondering, how curious. Why does she bear remnants of the 7th universe as insignia? Could she have once belonged to that realm? He then shook his head. What does it matter? Does it truly matter which universe a destroyer god originated from? After departing the realm, Bellies did not rush to search for the wish orbs. Instead, she leisurely moved in the direction where the orbs were located, as if on a sightseeing tour, perhaps in search of something. On a certain planet, during the night, a bald man and another youth with upright hair sat before a campfire, gnawing on roasted meat. The bald man spat and remarked, Raditz is utterly useless. He was defeated by someone with a power level of merely 1,000. Do not be so harsh, Nappa. He did bring us good news, did he not? Vegeta replied with a cold smile. The Dragon Balls? Nappa chuckled. Indeed, such miraculous objects should not be in the hands of feeble earthlings. Vegeta, do you intend to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Raditz? Nappa inquired curiously. How could that be? Such a waste of a wish for a worthless being. Vegeta bit into the roasted meat with fervor. Nappa, how about a wish for immortality, to eternally relish in the thrill of battle? Ah, I see. You certainly have intriguing ideas, Your Highness. Both Vegeta and Nappa burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, not far from them, a pair of eyes were fixated upon their every move. With a power level of merely 18, 000. He lacks even the qualifications to activate that crystal. What on earth has he been doing all these years? A touch of helplessness crossed Belly's face. With the demise of Raditz, it was only a year until Vegeta and Nappa would arrive on Earth. But wait, something seemed amiss. Age. How old was Vegeta when he first set foot on Earth? Was it 25 or 26? This defied logic. Bellies had stumbled upon a question she had previously overlooked. Goodness, she was merely 20. Why was Vegeta so much older than her? As far as she knew, within the realm of the Omni King, time was uniform across all universes. According to this theory, Vegeta's true age should be in his teens. So, where had the discrepancy arisen? Suddenly, the words spoken by the Grand Minister upon his arrival in the realm of destruction flashed in Belly's mind. Misremembering time. The very implication of those words was problematic. As the steward of the entire universe, second only to one, could the Grand Minister truly misremember the time of all universes? No, she needed to verify this. Bellies resolved that after making her wish to the Eternal Dragon, she would visit Universe 6 to confirm its timeline with Vados. If both universes' timelines were accurate, then the issue lay within the time flow of her own Universe 10. With this thought, she lost interest in observing Vegeta and Nappa, using instant transmission to depart, and began hastily collecting the Dragon Balls based on the location provided by Whis. Chapter 34. The Dragon Balls Gathered. The Eternal Dragon appears. Bellies piled the 3 Dragon Balls found in Universe 6 alongside the 4 from Universe 7. In an instant, the 7 orbs, resembling celestial spheres, began to shimmer, emitting a soft resonance. Arise, Eternal Dragon, Bellies called forth in the divine tongue. Almost as soon as her voice faded, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant radiance. The colossal dragon, obscuring the sky, opened its gaping maw and swallowed Bellies whole. When she regained her senses, a magnificent golden dragon loomed before her. The dragon coiled and twisted, its scales appearing vividly lifelike, its dual eyes glimmering with emerald brilliance. Speak your wish, O fortunate one, regardless of what it may be. I shall grant it. Everything was enveloped in golden light, a terrifying aura pervading the air, with the conduit of that power being the colossal golden dragon that spanned countless kilometers. Bellies took a deep breath and said, Eternal Dragon, I beseech you to perfectly resurrect the former god of destruction of Universe 10, Lord Rumsey, and if possible, to also bring back the former Supreme Kai, Gao, as that Bellies' intention was to revive her mentor. The former god of destruction of Universe 10, however, as the lives of the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai were intertwined, she worried that Rumsey might perish again if Gao's were to remain deceased. Hence her emphasis on perfection. Gao's was also a personal desire of Bellies', hoping to exploit a potential loophole in the Super Dragon Balls. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed. The dragoness' emerald gaze gradually dimmed. Yet it remained silent. What? Is it beyond your capability? Bellies inquired tentatively. Yes, it is impossible. Neither the god of destruction Rumsey nor the supreme Kai Gaoas can be resurrected, as their deaths are irrevocable. Bellies furrowed her brow. Eternal Dragon, what do you mean by irrevocable? Do you wish to know the reason for their inability to be resurrected? That is not my wish. Bellies suppressed the urge to strike the dragon if being unable to resurrect was not enough. Asking for a reason counted as a wish? Is this dragon not overly cunning? Shouldn't it be your duty to explain the reasons for the limitations on wishes? The dragon, sensing Bellies' thoughts, seemingly had no intention of further deceiving her and stated, This is a rule that has existed since the inception of the universes under the Omni King. A divine being killed by another divine being is not permitted to return, a matter beyond even the realm of the dragons. The former god of destruction Rumsey and the former supreme Kai Gaoas are linked in life. The supreme Kai Gaoas was slain by the Kai Zamasu, which constitutes a conflict between deities, effectively meaning that Zamasu simultaneously killed both Gaoas and Rumsey. Do you understand now? Bellies fell silent. Very well. Fortunate one, do you have another wish? May I ask you one more question? Bellies continued to probe. Certainly. For some reason, Bellies felt that the dragon's responses seemed much quicker, unlike its previous mechanical demeanor. Is it possible to restore universes that the Omni King has erased? In the original work, All universes except Universe 7 were restored by the super dragon. This notion always felt incredible. After all, Bellies had once inquired about the super dragon with Angel Kusu, who informed her that it could not surpass the level of a god of destruction. In other words, wishes granted by the super dragon were limited to that level. It wasn't a matter of capability, but rather one of prohibition. Thus, a contradiction arose. If the Omni King erased a universe, how could the super dragon restore it? No, it cannot be done. Upon hearing Bellies' inquiry, the dragon spoke with a degree of certainty. The dragon realm cannot interfere with the entire universe unless the Omni King expressly permits such interference. Even then, if a universe has been entirely erased by the Omni King, restoration is nearly impossible unless the Omni King initially intended not to fully erase it, leaving a certain backdoor, which would also require the Omni King's permission for restoration. Only then could the Super Dragon Balls be used to completely restore a universe that I see. Bellies mused as she processed the dragon's explanation, her brow slightly furrowed. In other words, the Dragon-S restoration of the universe in the original work was contingent upon the Omni King's permission, and the Omni King must have left a backdoor open when erasing the universe. Or, perhaps more likely, there was an agreement between the Omni King and the entity behind the Super Dragon. Of course, the specifics were of little concern to Bellies. So, how can I resurrect the god of destruction Rumsey from Universe 10? That is not a question I can answer, or rather, you already possess the answer within yourself. The dragon regarded Bellies for a moment before gradually speaking. O current god of destruction Bellies of Universe 10, if you have no other wishes, then we shall meet again next time. Wait, that doesn't count as a wish, does it? Bellies felt a surge of urgency. Silence. The dragon paused for a moment. It can be disregarded. Then what is your wish? You may make only one. Any wish I can fulfill. Hearing this once more, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Bellies' mouth. How dare you say that again? Don't you feel any shame? Of course, Bellies dared not voice any criticism towards the dragon. After all, wishes granted by the super dragon were exceedingly precious, and she could not afford to waste them. Wait, Bellies suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the Grand Minister was aware beforehand that the super dragon could not resurrect her mentor Rumsey? Then why grant her the super dragon balls? Was he investing in her potential? No, that couldn't be right. It must be a mere illusion, much like the three great illusions of life. He or she likes me. I can turn the tables, and my phone vibrated. Regardless of the Grand Minister's intentions, she must not squander the wish from the super dragon. Wishes. What wish should she make? Her primary wish was undoubtedly to resurrect her mentor. However, now that this was impossible, making another wish left her uncertain that if she wished to transform into a super scion, could she still manage the destructive power within her? No, that wouldn't do. Bellies shook her head in disapproval. Such a wish was far too mundane. Given time, and with the chat group available, she was confident she could achieve such a feat without resorting to the Super Dragon Balls. Resurrecting King Yama or the souls consumed by hell. King Yama was a deity with a divine position, and it was unlikely he could be resurrected after being killed by Zamasu. After all, the Super Dragon had just stated that gods killed by other gods could not be resurrected. As for the souls in hell, while there were a few heavenly souls present, she felt that utilizing the Super Dragon Balls for such trivial matters would be unwise. Moreover, and most importantly, through the chat group, Bellies sensed other gazes upon her. Most likely, it was either the Omni King or the Grand Minister. She must not carelessly waste the wishes of the eternal dragon. It was the great priest who spoke before his departure. Whether there was any profound meaning behind his words, Bellies could not ascertain. Although she was fully aware that the Super Dragon Balls could not resurrect Ramsey, she still facilitated her collection of the Dragon Balls. No matter how she pondered over it, his words before leaving seemed to carry some significance. Do not waste wishes. What could that possibly mean? Could it be that I could wish for two wishes like the Eternal Dragon? She feared that by contemplating this, the Eternal Dragon would arrive with Dragon God Salama to confront her. Not a single wish would be granted, and yet she would be so greedy. Have you ever encountered anyone so shameless as to wish for two wishes? That would be nothing short of provocation. Wait a moment. Wishing for two wishes? Could it be that the great priest implied, Chapter 35, wishes in the audience with the king of all, Eternal Dragon? I have chosen my wish. Bellies clenched her teeth, making a decision. Yet, She was uncertain whether dragon god Salama would grant it or if the king of all would intervene, or perhaps this was precisely the wish the great priest referred to when he spoke of not wasting wishes. Bliss took a deep breath. May I possess the ability to create Dragon Balls? Is such a wish permissible? Silence enveloped the space. As her words faded, the entire form of the eternal dragon fell into stillness. The surroundings became eerily quiet. After an indeterminate span of time, the voice of the eternal dragon shattered the silence. Indeed, this wish is quite simple. The super dragon's eyes, with their emerald pupils, emitted a brilliant white light. The radiance gradually descended upon Bliss. The process persisted for nearly 10 minutes. Bliss felt a new, unique force manifest within her being, alongside the powers of destruction and creation. Your wish has been fulfilled. The ability to create Dragon Balls will enhance in accordance with your comprehension of dragon power. The super dragon paused momentarily, then continued, Here, I offer you a piece of advice. The dragon power bestowed upon you does not equate to the strength of the dragon god. All consequences of your wishes will be borne by you alone. Could you elaborate? Bliss, newly endowed with dragon power, felt somewhat bewildered. The Dragon Balls you create will differ from those of Namek. Each wish made with the Namekian Dragon Balls generates negative energy, which is automatically purged by the dragon god Salama's rules. The dragon power granted to you is your own, and any negative repercussion from your wishes will be your responsibility as the creator. However, you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the dragon realm. That if one day you attain a level of understanding of dragon power akin to that of a dragon god, you shall become another dragon god. I believe I have made myself sufficiently clear. Do you have any further inquiries? The super dragon inquired gently. Thank you. I shall utilize this power wisely. Bliss bowed respectfully to the eternal dragon, present. She was uncertain whether the being conversing with her was the eternal dragon itself or the creator, Salama. Hence, she chose to remain deferential, especially since she had unexpectedly gained an advantage. Until we meet again. Newly appointed god of destruction, the dragon realm anticipates your future. The eternal dragon emanated a golden radiance, and as it vanished, the 7 Dragon Balls swiftly dispersed into the cosmos, following the conclusion of her wish. The universe gradually fell into tranquility. Phew! Bliss exhaled deeply, relieved. The watchful gazes had disappeared. Did this imply that her wish aligned with the expectations of the great priest or the king of all? At the very least, it did not constitute a waste of the eternal dragon's wish. Truly, these gods are ever so cunning, each with their own hidden agendas. The gods killed by other gods cannot be resurrected. In other words, to resurrect her mentor Ramsey, she would likely need the approval of the king of all. It seemed imperative to enhance her strength swiftly. A god of destruction is something the king of all can easily discard. To obtain any semblance of influence, she would have to ascend to a level comparable to that of an angel. Sigh. I hope it won't take too long. The newly acquired rules within her body. The dragon power, a peculiar sort of special causality. The Dragon Balls generating negative energy was reminiscent of the evil dragon narrative from GT. Was it not? Due to Salama's regulations, the Namekians need not fear the negative energy produced by their Dragon Balls. Yet they are acutely aware that such artifacts must not be misused in the realm of the 10th universe's gods of destruction. It was evident that the flow of time in this universe was considerably slower compared to others. Upon returning from a visit to the 6th universe, Bliss finally confirmed that the universe she governed was experiencing some temporal discrepancies. Though this trend was gradually reverting, she was unable to discern the cause of the slowed time flow. She could only roughly estimate that within 6 months, the temporal flow of the 10th universe would align with that of the other universes. If I cannot determine the cause, there is no need to dwell on it. It is hardly a grave matter, Bliss shrugged. Compared to the issues of time flow, she now found herself more concerned about another matter, visiting the palace of the king of all. Unlike Goku, she could not engage in conversation with the king of all without hesitation or trepidation. Put it nicely, she was carefree. To put it bluntly, she was somewhat mentally unwell. Bliss tugged at her white hair and sprawled herself on the ground. She truly did not wish to go. The thought of being captured and imprisoned upon arrival filled her with dread. What if the king of all and the great priest had some peculiar predilections? For instance, what if she inadvertently transformed into a plush toy? Just imagining it was terrifying. After all, this was the king of all, not some nonsensical internet persona, but the supreme deity ruling over 18, oh no, 12 universes. After rolling on the lawn for half an hour, Bliss reluctantly rose and used her destructive power to brush off the weeds and dust clinging to her god of destruction attire. Even with her procrastination, she still had to visit the palace of the king of all to receive her appointment as god of destruction. Bliss patted her cheeks with her hands, murmuring, "I'm not afraid. I am not afraid. I'm already a god of destruction. What storms have I not weathered? It's just the king of all's residents. Can he really devour me?" Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm her tumultuous emotions. With a swift use of instantaneous movement, Bliss vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. In the blink of an eye, she found herself at the entrance of the palace of the king of all. The abode of the king of all, as the name implies, had a grand entrance that resembled an enormous character. It exuded little authority, appearing instead in a cartoonish style. Shortly after she arrived, a man also materialized at the entrance using instantaneous movement. "I have met the great priest. In this informal setting, there was no need for excessive solemnity." The great priest waved his hand, signaling Bliss to rise. Yes, under the guidance of the great priest, Bliss traversed through the palace gates, crossing a path reminiscent of a cosmic star map, soon arriving before the king of all, whose head resembled a tricolored flag. That he stood there, hands resting behind him, awaiting her arrival. "That I have met his majesty, the king of all." Bliss bowed slightly. Bliss, disciple of the former god of destruction Ramsey of the 10th universe, now the god of destruction of the 10th universe, the king of all spoke with a clear voice. Though devoid of any negative tone, Bliss felt an unsettling chill run down her spine. "Compared to the gods of destruction of other universes, you have performed admirably," the king of all stated calmly. "This is my duty." Uncertain of the king of all's true intentions, Bliss nevertheless offered her sincere compliments. "The great priest and I have both observed that you have received dragon power from Salama." "Correct?" "Indeed." With regard to her wish, Bliss had nothing to hide, especially since he had already indicated his awareness. Do not misuse it. Such power, if it causes an imbalance in the universe, could lead to severe consequences. "Yes, I shall remember this." Great priest, bring that here." The gaze of the Supreme King shifted towards the high priest beside him. The high priest nodded, approached Bellies, and handed her a white slip of paper. This was the object needed to awaken the angel, for the angel was bound to the realm of the Destroyer God. If the candidate for the Destroyer God did not possess this paper, the angel would remain in slumber. After delivering the note to Bellies, the Supreme King descended from his throne and engaged in a brief conversation with her, discussing peculiar and intriguing matters before allowing her to depart. This entire encounter left Bellies with a sense of unreality. What was the Supreme King's intent, inquiring about the amusements and delicacies of the 10th universe? Asking her to bring some back next time? Shouldn't he be asking something more significant? Was it really just a matter of collecting her appointment letter and leaving? She pondered over numerous hypothetical solutions, hoping they wouldn't all come to naught. Of course, Bellies was not seriously unwell. With the Supreme King having released her, it was improbable that she would return to confront him. Why not inquire about something useful? Instead, she was sent away, causing her to waste time preparing various strategies to confront challenges. Voicing such thoughts might result in her being erased by the Supreme King in the next moment. After Bellies departed, the High Priest stood behind the Supreme King, awaiting his words. "That child is quite intriguing. She clearly yearns to revive her teacher, yet refrains from expressing she perhaps afraid of me," the Supreme King mused, recalling the curious power he sensed when he shook her hand. Destruction, creation, and the power of dragons were in a delicate balance within her. "Is there anything we must prepare?" the High Priest inquired solemnly. "Nothing at all, High Priest, since the 10th universe is already detached from my jurisdiction. Let us bestow it upon her. I am not as miserly as Salama. The power of dragons must be comprehended on one's own. If you say so, that individual may come to confront us. What does it matter? Consider it compensation for ensuring that parallel worlds do not emerge in this realm, a relic of 20 years ago. Have you discerned something?" the High Priest asked. "A terrifying power. Even I cannot measure the immense strength concealed within the soul." Approaching it even slightly would pose unparalleled danger, the Supreme King replied, before shifting his tone. However, I do not sense any malice whatsoever. Moreover, that child's personality is quite delightful. Why not cultivate a friendship? The Supreme King chuckled, remarking that even a miserly figure like Salama was willing to part with a fragment of dragon power. It is merely one universe. Let her play as she wishes. Chapter 36. The two newcomers in the realm of the Destroyer Gods, 10th Universe. Upon returning from the palace of the Supreme King, Belly still felt as though she had traversed through time and space. Indeed, it felt surreal. The Supreme King and the High Priest had not pressed her with further questions, just before her departure. The Supreme King had uttered, "The 10th Universe shall be entrusted to you henceforth." Did this hold some special significance? All of it felt like riddles. Belly sighed, retrieving the white slip of paper adorned with runes that the High Priest had given her. As the paper fell to the ground, a radiant white light erupted throughout the realm of the Destroyer Gods. Seconds later, the light converged, gradually revealing the silhouette of a girl. She bore long, grayish-white hair styled in braids, and held a scepter topped with a spherical gemstone in her right hand. "Welcome back, Hers." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the girl slowly opened her eyes, her blue visage still tinged with drowsiness. "Is this the new Destroyer God?" That voice, Belly's. "It is I, your student Kers." Belly stood before Kers, her mentor and sisterly figure, whom she had not seen for 5 years. "Is that so? You have indeed visited the palace of the Supreme King," Kers responded, her voice laced with disbelief as she sensed her own condition. "I just returned from there, Kers. I avenged teacher Ramsey," Bellies explained, though her plan to revive her teacher had not succeeded. "Lord Ramsey." Kers' awareness still clouded, given her recent awakening that a god slain by another god cannot be revived. "I have heard this from the super divine dragon. How unfortunate," Bellies lamented. "The super divine dragon? You mean the dragon of the gods?" As time passed, Kers' consciousness fully returned, and upon hearing Bellies mention the super divine dragon, she recalled the wishing orbs created by the dragon god Salama. "Indeed, the High Priest facilitated my endeavors." Bellies recounted the recent events and the peculiarities surrounding the flow of time within the 10th Universe to Kers. Naturally, she omitted any mention of the chat group. After listening to Belly's narrative, Kers furrowed her brow in contemplation. The energy perception of angels surpassed that of ordinary Destroyer Gods by a considerable margin. Even without the use of the chat group, Bellies likely could not compare. Moments later, Kers' youthful face displayed an expression of disbelief. "What has transpired?" Bellies felt a sudden chill, fearing Kers had uncovered some dreadful calamity. This 10th Universe. Kers fell silent for a while, her response delayed as she attuned to her own condition. "The binding mark has vanished." "How is this possible?" Kers murmured. "Kers, what seems to be the issue?" Bellies inquired eagerly. "The laws binding me to the Destroyer God have dissipated. The bond between angels and Destroyer Gods was established at the inception of a universe, upon a Destroyer God's demise. The binding transferred to the realm of the Destroyer Gods, awaiting the next successor. This was a law unalterable even by the Supreme King or the High Priest. The only way to dissolve such a bond was for a Destroyer God to make a monumental contribution to the universe, freeing the angel from the constraints of the law. Furthermore, Kers had discerned another issue. The 10th Universe had subtly drifted beyond the universe's purview, although it was not yet comparable to the entirety of the universe. It was no longer under the Supreme King's dominion. "Lady Bellies, may I inquire about something?" Kers spoke, unconsciously adding a respectful tone. Bellies, who had always regarded Kers as a teacher, was somewhat puzzled. "What is it?" "My connection with the laws of the 10th Universe has completely severed, and the 10th Universe is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Supreme King. Are you aware of this?" "Huh." Bellies looked bewildered. "What is happening?" "Meow, meow, meow." Kers explained the information she had detected. Nearly half an hour passed during this exchange. "Do you believe me if I say I have no idea why?" Belly said, feeling a bit confused, wondering if the chat group had caused some mischief again. "I believe you, Lady Bellies," Kers replied earnestly, though Bellies could not discern the sincerity on her face. Once she had grasped a semblance of the situation, Bellies spoke. "With the connection to the Destroyer God severed, Kers, do you intend to return to the universe?" At this, Kers shook her head. "Unless you, Lady Bellies, no longer desire my presence." though she was the oldest among the angels and had the most experience. She was not the strongest, as she was neither adept in combat nor particularly fond of it. Kurz, according to what you said, if I can reach the level of the Supreme King or the High Priest, I could potentially revive Ramsay, correct? Kurz nodded at I, in theory, yes. You possess the powers of destruction, creation, and dragons. As long as your strength is sufficient, reviving a god that has perished in this universe is not impossible. Moreover, it is crucial to note that although the 10th universe still nominally connects to the greater universe, it has effectively become a sovereign entity within the cosmic hierarchy. Rest assured, Kurz, that I will certainly revive our teacher. Bellies vowed earnestly. Thank you, Kurz replied, visibly touched. Bellies took a step forward and extended her hand. Miss Kurz, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Kurz extended her other hand, not holding the scepter, and grasped Bellies' hand, smiling gently that I, too, look forward to your guidance. Lady Bellies, the destroyer god. After reminiscing about the past years, Bellies began to delve into the main topic, such as the production of Dragon Balls. Angel Kasai, well-versed in various matters, guided Bellies, who quickly crafted the Dragon Balls. With a satisfied clap of her hands, Bellies gazed at the Dragon Balls arranged on the ground. Each Dragon Ball was the size of a palm and featured a unique star pattern that distinguished it from other Dragon Balls. Ranging from 1 star to 7 stars. Ding! The chat group is leveled up to level 2. Point sign-ins have been activated, and a consignment platform for items with plural usage has opened. Bellies. She could comprehend the point sign-in, but what did the consignment platform for items with plural usage entail? Before Bellies could fully process her astonishment, another notification chimed in. Ding! Captain of the 5th Division has joined the chat group. Ding! Millennium on my OG has joined the chat group. Bellies. What on earth, more newcomers? 5th Division Captain. Isn't that the guy with the hair gel? She had no idea who the Millennium on my OG was. Slowly, Bellies opened the chat group and cautiously logged in. In the world of Soul Reapers, the 5th Division Captain was Aizen S. Suk. In the world of the On My OG, the Millennium On My OG was Asakura. Wide out upon seeing their introductions, Bellies felt a headache coming on. Both were formidable bosses, even more challenging than the likes of Uchiha Bito. Uchiha Bito, that arrogant fellow, would merely need to be defeated once before becoming a troublesome nested boss, in terms of villainy. He could not compare to the 2 new members of the group. Bellies continued to lurk without speaking. With a capable employee like Uchiha Bito, there was no need for the boss to intervene personally. It seemed she was also enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 37. Aizen S. Suk, Asakura Y. Ding. Uchiha Bito enters the arena. Ding. Millennium on my OG enters the arena. Bellies, who was perusing the chat group's messages, wore a perplexed expression. What was going on? What conflict were the 2 engaged in? She had just logged in and briefly glanced at the newcomer's information, but hadn't even had the chance to read the public screen. In the 36th segment, as the administrator, Uchiha Bito, and the newcomer Asakura, Y had actually started to fight. Uchiha Bito stood in the arena with his arms crossed, his youthful physique exuding youthful strength. At that moment, he did not display the essence of the 4 madmen's maniacal laughter. His gaze calmly fixed on the boy across from him. You little brat, take back what you just said. You may insult me, and I wouldn't care, but you ought not to insult the group leader. Bellies silently munched on popcorn, only to find herself unexpectedly involved. What had Asakura Y said to insult her? She hurriedly glanced at the public screen. To her surprise, she saw, "You are merely an insignificant ant." Wait a moment. While that seemed quite arrogant, it wasn't exactly an insult. It was merely some discomforting words. How touching! Uchiha Bito was actually fighting for her. Yet, something felt off. Bellies shifted her gaze to the arena live stream. Asakura Y grinned mockingly. I did not insult anyone. I merely spoke the truth. Since this is a chat group transcending countless worlds, the group leader must naturally possess formidable strength. That I believe my abilities are sufficient to claim the position of group leader. Asakura Y, the Millennium on my OG. A powerful figure who had unraveled the mysteries of life and death, felt that no one was more suitable for the role than he. How audacious! Just because you have 1,000 years in your title. If you wish to become the group leader, defeat me, Uchiha Bito, first. By the way, I am the administrator appointed by the group leader, so my strength is, of course, considerable, Uchiha declared confidently. After his previous battle with the group leader, Uchiha Bito, through extensive mental simulation, believed himself to be far stronger than before. Something was amiss. Bellies furrowed her brow. Uchiha Bito was not someone who could be easily provoked. The world's greatest princess. Is anyone there? What is going on between Uchiha Bito and this newcomer? After all, there is a plethora of messages on the public screen, but Bellies hadn't fully read through them, only catching a few towards the end. World's greatest princess. I am not entirely sure, but Uchiha Bito's temperament does not seem like one that would be easily provoked into a fight. To be honest, found the situation quite perplexing. The newcomer, the Millennium on my OG, had only made a few rather arrogant remarks upon entering the group and had not spoken much since. Moreover, she vaguely sensed that Uchiha Bito had lured the other into provocation. The purpose remained unclear. The world's greatest princess. Was this done deliberately? I never said that. The world's greatest princess. has also learned to argue. Bellies pondered for a moment, but found no answers, leading her to refocus on the live stream. Uchiha Bito stared down his opponent, his voice cold. Show me your strength. Asakura Wide, where is your fire spirit? Asakura Y smiled eerily. The administrator can see the members' information? No wonder I felt something was off. That aren't you worried that you might inadvertently lose and bring shame upon your esteemed group leader? Uchiha Bito's strength was unknown to Asakura Waita, however. He was the strongest on my OG in a millennium. Confident that he would not lose. Since you are not coming at me, then I shall take the initiative. Uchiha Bito formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation, a massive sea of flames surged forward, swiftly encroaching upon Asakura Waidaha. Asakura Wai chuckled lightly. A colossal spirit emerged, deep crimson in color, exuding immense pressure. The fire spirit extended its hand towards the raging sea of flames. Its palm, like a whirlpool, began to absorb the encroaching inferno. In no time, the seemingly endless sea of flames was completely consumed by the fire spirit, which grew even larger than before. Indeed, the spirit of natural forces. Uchiha Bito noticed Asakura Wai standing atop the fire spirit's shoulder. After this incident, he would likely have to apologize to the group leader. Uchiha Bito snapped back to reality, his pitch-black eyes rapidly transforming into the eternal kaleidoscope, and then directly into the Rinnegan. Oh, as Asakura Wai beheld the transformation of Uchiha Bito's eyes, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. Quite formidable. It was not merely talk. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Uchiha Bito, this was the first time in a millennium that he had sensed such weight. Those eyes could communicate life and death. As the great Onmyoji who traversed the boundaries of life and death, he quickly recognized the peculiarity of Uchiha Bito's gaze. Intriguing. Battles are best when evenly matched. However, I wonder if you possess such capabilities. Asakura Wai bellowed. Fire spirit. Let's go. With a spirit power value of 1.2 million, it almost indicated that he stood at the pinnacle of this world. Unexpectedly, entering this peculiar chat group today had presented him with an opponent that ignited his fighting spirit. In the blink of an eye, the fire spirit disassembled and, in the next moment, reassembled behind Uchiha Bito. Asakura Wai, perched on the shoulder of the fire spirit, proclaimed, I accept your soul. The fire spirit reached out its hand to grasp Uchiha Bito. Wheel of Hell. Uchiha murmured lightly, just as the fire spirit was about to seize Uchiha Bito. A resounding impact reverberated. The fire spirit was struck heavily, along with Asakura Wai, who was sent flying alongside it. What? What just happened? Asakura Wai maneuvered the fire spirit to halt its retreat, his gaze turning sharp. A glance at the right side of the fire spirit's chest revealed a few fractured lines. An unseen attack. He could sense it, yet it was invisible. In other words, they were not in the same space. Asakura Wai extended 2 fingers and gently traced them across his eye sockets, and immediately a peculiar sheen appeared in his eyes. He saw them point to entities resembling clones, identical to Uchiha Bito, appeared to be akin to shadows. Was it these entities that struck the fire spirit? To speak frankly, my previous actions were merely a preliminary probe. It was quite astonishing to effortlessly send the fire spirit flying. Uchiha Madara refrained from further assault, opting instead to analyze the structure of the fire spirit through the sensation of his shadowy realm. The concepts of soul and natural energy seemed comprehensible, yet the execution proved to be exceedingly challenging. Uchiha murmured to himself, I in the chat group. Belarus observed the confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Asakura Y. That makes sense. No wonder Uchiha Madara sought to engage with Asakura Y. Was it due to the fire spirit? This fellow, Uchiha Madara, appears to possess an insatiable thirst for power. Perhaps it was influenced by witnessing the clash between Ing and Ozer. Whether that is true or not, Belarus could not ascertain, yet she had a rough idea of Uchiha Madara's intentions. The fire spirit is a product of nature. In other words, it is constructed from natural energy. Uchiha Madara's goal is to master sage arts and comprehend the power of nature. Chapter 37. Playing with the silken strands of her snow-white hair at her temple. Belarus softly murmured, Indeed, those who can play the role of villain often possess goals and dreams, tirelessly striving toward them. Her gaze then fell upon Asakura Y's position. What could be the reason for Asakura Y's provocations? She found it hard to believe that a great Onmyoji, who had lived for a millennium and was destined to become the future Spirit King, would lack any cunning and act like a fool, incessantly provoking others after joining the chat group. Thus, he must have his own schemes. This is troublesome. Belarus felt a twinge of concern that one day she might not be able to keep these individuals in check. Especially since Uchiha Madara was even more of a headache than Asakura Y in the world of Shinigami, Aizen S. Suk. Yes, that very master of hair gel. Within the 5th Division's barracks, Aizen quietly practiced his calligraphy at his desk. However, the lenses of his glasses glinted slightly, revealing a hint of a playful smile on his face. The perspectives of the other world administrators and the group leader have broadened, and my aspirations have risen to new heights. Aizen set down his brush, lost in contemplation, and murmured softly, Yukitake J. Sure has already gone to the human world. The plan is nearly ready to commence. Ichigo, do not disappoint me. Chapter 38. The fierce battle in the chat group continued unabated. After being kicked away by Uchiha Madara's shadow, Asakura Y remained unfazed in battle. Sustaining injuries is a normal occurrence, especially when the wounded fire spirit is not him. As the flames restored themselves, the somewhat ghastly wound on the fire spirit's chest rapidly healed. Uchiha Madara, you are quite impressive. Asakura Y acknowledged from his elevated position on the fire spirit's shoulder. Humph, how arrogant. Uchiha Madara was incensed, recalling his former self when facing Asakura Y. However, with the expansion of his perspective, he no longer viewed others through such a lens. Uchiha Madara manipulated the two shadows he had created, slowly advancing toward Asakura Y. A surprise attack can only be executed once. Do you think I wouldn't be on guard against the same trick? As the shadows of Uchiha Madara stealthily approached, the fire spirit swung its long arms, summoning a tempest, a towering fire tornado, reaching a height of 100 meters, surged toward the two encroaching shadows. Yet, the colossal whirlwind conjured by the fire spirit effortlessly passed through Uchiha Madara's shadows in an instant. What? Asakura Y was taken aback at that moment. Uchiha Madara's shadows leapt simultaneously, accelerating toward the fire spirit. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before and behind the fire spirit, executing a pincer attack. Underestimating me, are we? The fire spirit gathered its immense palm, coalescing a sphere of flames. The fireball crackled and popped as it unleashed a barrage of fiery arrows. One by one, the flaming arrows rained down upon the shadows of the shadowy realm, incinerating the two shadows that had yet to strike back into ashes within mere seconds. The flames in the fire spirit's grasp vanished. Asakura Y cast a glance at Uchiha Madara in the distance. Is this the foundation of your confidence as an administrator? Just a mere transformation of shadows. I can discern how to counter it with but a glance. It is utterly insignificant. Upon hearing Asakura Y's derision, Uchiha Madara remained unfazed and brushed the dust from his shoulder. The shadows of the shadowy realm dissipated, and he had already acquired the data he sought. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. Hashirama, I will soon surpass you. Perhaps by then, I won't even need the 10 tails to reach the level of the 6 paths. No, with the chat group in existence, I am confident I will undoubtedly attain the 6 paths. Seeing Uchiha Madara display such disdainful amusement, Asakura Y raised an eyebrow slightly. The bodies of the fire spirit and Asakura once again disassembled. Just as before, Uchiha Madara sensed a murderous intent emanating from behind him. Is this the law? No, not yet. Observing the previous battle between Ing and Ozer, and now witnessing Asakura Y, it was less about law and more akin to a method of skillfully appropriating the essence of the law. The legendary Onmyoji, having survived for a millennium, was indeed extraordinary. Before engaging in combat with Asakura Y, Uchiha Madara had accessed information about Asakura Y through the chat group's authority. Although the information was limited, Uchiha Madara resolved to entice his opponent into challenging him. To be attacked without retaliating is not my style. That a surge of blue chakra enveloped him, a massive shadow was cast upon the ground, with crimson arms and fearsome claws lunging fiercely toward Uchiha. Suddenly, a blue arm seized the fire spirit's limb. Asakura Y was momentarily taken aback. What is this? In that instant, Uchiha was encased in the solidified blue chakra. The skeletal form of Susanu's hand grasping the fire spirit that aimed to strike him. Those eyes, those circular eyes, emitted a frequency of power that seemed to resonate with this skeletal energy form. How intriguing. Asakura Y manipulated the fire spirit, which lifted its right foot and aimed a kick at Uchiha Madara and Isuzu, an eye for an eye. The two energies clashed. The fire spirit and the blue Sunu trembled slightly. The overwhelming force radiated from them, extending thousands of meters in all directions. The once solid ground was left in ruins, strewn with debris and shattered stone. Susanoo cannot hold on much longer. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. The fire spirit's kick had caused Susanoo's ribs to crack. Had he not sensed the anomaly and intensified the output of his spiritual energy and chakra, that previous kick would have shattered Susanoo outright. The power of nature is indeed terrifying. No, rather than the power of nature, this fire spirit possesses an unparalleled strength of its own. If only I had the 9 tails. Uchiha Madara recalled the tailed beast that Hashirama deemed too powerful to be left unsealed. It seems this peculiar skeletal form is not all that impressive from a distance. Asakura Y's voice dripped with disdain. Simultaneously, the fire spirit raised its other arm, which had not been seized, and fiercely swiped toward Uchiha Madara, who was shielded by Susu. The fire spirit's 5 elongated fingers glimmered with a menacing light. It was one of its skills, the flame lance. The claws, infused with potent natural energy, appeared capable of tearing through anything. Asakura Y was confident that with this move, he could effortlessly shatter Susanoo, which was roughly the same size as the fire spirit, and potentially injure Uchiha Madara within. With a resounding crash, Susanoo barely held back the flames, encircling the fire spirit's claws for mere seconds before exploding violently. As Susanoo shattered, Uchiha Madara's defenses crumbled entirely. So, Uchiha Madara, thank you for indulging me. I shall claim your soul. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his right hand. Section 38. Unwavering and unyielding. The Rinnegan absorbed the fire spirit, which was half a meter away from Uchiha Madara, hindered by an invisible wall of light. Particularly, the left hand piercing towards Uchiha Madara, with flames encircling its fingers, vanished at a visibly rapid pace. What is happening? King Masakura Yi felt a momentary astonishment. The mystical power of the fire spirit dissipated swiftly. Those eyes possessed the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Indeed, they are formidable. For the first time in battle, King Masakura Yi utilized his skills. He placed 2 fingers between his line of sight and then made several gestures in the air. Elemental transformation. Solidified gold. Upon uttering these words, the fire spirit beneath his feet underwent a transformation. The original fire attribute was overshadowed by a golden hue. The errant energy surrounding him rapidly coalesced, becoming unyielding. What? Uchiha Madara's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing this. He could no longer absorb the energy of the fire spirit. This sensation was reminiscent of his battle with Senju Hashirama, where he employed fire release, only for it to be extinguished by the powerful vitality of wood release. At this moment, Uchiha Madara also discerned that the fire spirit, now golden, exhibited a significantly enhanced attack strength. The nullification from his Rinnegan's animal path was astonishingly insufficient to impede it. Uchiha ceased his absorption of the fire spirit and unleashed a repulsive force from his palm. Shinra Tensei by nullifying the animal path's effects. Uchiha aimed to send the fire spirit, and King Masakura, flying away. Bang! The tremendous repulsion from Shinra Tensei struck the fire spirit. It felt akin to a blow against dense metal. It only slightly hindered the opponent's movements. One hand of the fire spirit blocked the repulsive force aimed at King Masakura, while the other continued its thrusting attack towards Uchiha. This one do, even Shinra Tensei. Uchiha's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. Apart from his battle with the group leader, this was the second time Shinra Tensei had been breached. Very well, I have some understanding of sage arts. There's no need to be overly demanding. Uchiha Madara suddenly lowered his right hand. The repulsive force that had risen from his being dissipated in an instant. Oh, is he giving up? Observing Uchiha Madara's actions, King Masakura displayed a hint of confusion. Even without the ability to read minds, it was evident that Uchiha Madara still retained combat capability from the recent skirmish. It was clear that Uchiha Madara was an exceedingly proud individual. Would such a person easily concede? Just as King Masakura prepared the fire spirit to extract Uchiha Madara's soul, a voice pierced through, sending chills down his spine. Retreating to learn certain abilities is not a behavior befitting Uchiha Madara. What follows is the true battle. Unleashed through my complete Susanoo, an overwhelming aura surged forth, a terrifying energy that bore down on King Masakura. Chapter 39, Dragon Ball, a complete Susanoo. King Masakura, atop the fire spirit, felt his body grow heavy. That energy could even manipulate the density of space. Although slight, it was remarkable. Uchiha Madara, King Masakura maneuvered the fire spirit to leap backward. In uncertain circumstances, retreating was the wisest choice. King Masakura harbored doubts about the arena's rules. Regardless of claims that death would not impact his physical form, he had no desire to test that theory. Allowing Uchiha Madara to experiment was acceptable, and it was this reason that drove him to pursue Uchiha Madara's soul. Such a powerful energy can still be contained. Impressive indeed. Gazing up at the towering, complete Susanoo, over 400 meters high, King Masakura, couldn't help but smile that in comparison, my fire spirit does seem rather diminutive. The fire spirit, less than 100 meters tall, appeared like a child next to the towering, complete Susanoo. Once the complete Susanoo was fully formed, Uchiha Madara refrained from making grandiose declarations before battle. The hands of the Susanoo rested upon the hilt of its sword. In the next instant, a blade of light erupted forth. A deafening sonic boom resonated ahead of the Susanoo. Terrifying energy ripples extended from the sky into the distance. The earth trembled violently. The surface began to collapse in layers. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued. The blinding radiance engulfed the Susanoo, as well as its intended targets, the fire spirit and King Masakura. After a considerable time, the brilliance gradually receded. The solid form of the Susanoo appeared somewhat disheveled. The blade wielded by the complete Susanoo came to a halt in mid-air. A massive crimson figure stood before the Susanoo, its height nearly equal to that of the complete Susanoo. It has blocked it. Observing the fire spirit, with its hands clasped together, catching the blade of the Susanoo unarmed, Uchiha Madara bore no profound astonishment. It would have been strange had it not been able to stop it. Within the chat group, many members were watching the duel unfold. Overall, the exchange between both sides was far more captivating than one side merely overwhelming the other. Notably, a bespectacled captain from the 5th Division showed considerable interest in the live broadcast of the two combatants. Destruction God Realm. There's something amiss? Keisai. While watching the arena broadcast, Bellies was drawn back to reality by Keisai's voice. She glanced at Keisai, her tone laced with confusion. My Lord of Destruction, you've been dazed for half an hour. Keisai covered her head, exasperated. Bellies had this habit. When not engaged in serious matters, she tended to zone out. After years apart, she still managed to daydream even when faced with significant issues. What? I feel it hasn't been long at all. Bellies offered an awkward smile. She was not yet prepared to disclose the matters of the chat group. To Keisai's identity as the daughter of the High Priest made it uncertain where her loyalties lay. At least Bellies did not dare to gamble on that, fearing that just as she spoke, the High Priest might appear. My Lord Bellies, once the Dragon Balls are ready, We must test their quality, otherwise it could pose a threat to the universe. Keisai was not entirely ignorant of the Dragon Realm. She was aware that the Dragon Balls could emit negative energy. That's so. Then let us give it a try. Gathering the scattered Dragon Balls together, she gazed at them, a flicker of excitement stirring within her heart. Using the Dragon Balls and creating them are two distinctly different concepts. Arise, Shenron, as her words fell. The resonance intensified, and the Dragon Balls grew increasingly luminous. A bolt of golden light, akin to lightning, surged upward from the Dragon Balls. Above the God of Destruction realm, a thick cloud gathered. Subsequently, from within the clouds emerged a deep red, vividly corporeal creature. It descended slowly, revealing its complete form beneath the clouds. With red scales, a pale underbelly, blood-red eyes, and a body spanning hundreds of meters, it appeared magnificent. State your wish. Any desire will be granted. Wait, Creator? As Shenron spoke, it suddenly faltered. Come now. No need to be nervous. Continue speaking. I'm all ears. Bellies laughed nonchalantly. How could that be? The little dragon was crafted by the Creator. How could it dare to overstep its bounds upon the somewhat imposing visage of the red divine dragon? A few droplets of cold sweat emerged. Alas, in my inaugural attempt at bravado, I have mistakenly presented myself to the wrong individual. Henceforth, when summoned by others, I must ensure clarity before I speak. Having only been born less than a day ago, I certainly do not wish to face creation. It appears there is no issue. You may return now, Bellies. After observing the dragon for a moment, she spoke. Indeed, the little dragon is in splendid health, capable of consuming several portions of meat in one sitting. With that, without allowing Bellies a moment to respond, the dragon vanished with a swift whoosh. The resonance began to diminish, and the Dragon Balls lay quietly on the ground. Bellies, Chris, do you consider this dragon a failure or a success? She inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. It seems rather unreliable. Can this creature truly grant wishes? A faint, strained smile appeared on Chris's face. It is merely the first attempt. Some adjustment is to be expected. Although I have never encountered a divine dragon before, did that one not exhibit excessive fawning? Having placed the Dragon Ball securely, Bellies recalled matters pertaining to the underworld and stated, there are certain elements that my current creative powers cannot fully restore. Could you venture there for a moment? The underworld? Upon Bellies' request, Chris tapped her angelic staff, projecting an image of the infernal realm. The destruction is quite severe. Is it a result of Zamasu's actions? Yes, that individual is somewhat deranged. Fortunately, we had made prior arrangements for stabilization. Otherwise, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the realm of the dead. Bellies sighed. I shall go take a look. Chris transformed into a beam of white light and departed from the realm of the destroyer. At last, he is gone. Once Chris had been dismissed, Bellies picked up the Dragon Balls. What if I were to share the Dragon Balls in the chat group? Bellies pondered this idea. Utilizing the Dragon Balls to enter various worlds and make wishes could provide her with insights into the laws governing each realm, significantly assisting her in her own development. She recalled a peculiar trading platform that had appeared during the previous upgrade of the chat group. Upon reflection, it seemed designed precisely for the Dragon Balls to be utilized by the group members. Very well, let us investigate. Bellies once more directed her consciousness into the chat group. Has the live broadcast concluded? She wondered at World's First Princess. Is anyone there? Who emerged victorious in the battle between Uchiha Madara and Asakura Y? I am quite curious. Uchiha Madara, World's First Princess, leader of the group, I was the victor in the recent confrontation with the newcomer. Additionally, I wish to apologize to the group leader for engaging in combat with the newcomer without prior consent, thereby causing an undesirable impact. The fight with Asakura Y stemmed partly from his provocations and partly from my interest in testing the power of his natural attributes out of course. I had prepared for the possibility of punishment from the group leader. Regardless of the outcome, World's First Princess. No need for concern. Simply exercise caution next time. Uchiha Madara, do not act with undue haste. In truth, once you are revived, it will be far easier to enhance your strength. Uchiha Madara, revived? Who knows how long that will take. World's First Princess. Is there not a sign-in system? Each time you check in, you earn points which can be exchanged for items. Ding! Group leader, World's First Princess. has placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the item consignment platform. Uchihamadara, world's first princess. To be revived, you can utilize the Dragon Balls. Uchihamadara. Hybera, AI. Ignoring the excited reactions of the group members, Bellies focused her gaze on the recorded footage of the recent battle. As the group leader, she was capable of capturing real-time recordings of the arena confrontations. Despite possessing greater strength, Asakura Y had nonetheless succumbed to Uchiha Madara. The mindset during battle proved to be quite crucial in contrast to Asakura Y, who hesitated to fully embrace the rules of the chat group for fear of being defeated. Uchiha Madara fought with the ferocity of one willing to sacrifice a limb to claim a piece of his opponent. Ultimately, this reckless determination led to Asakura Y's untimely demise, as he was overwhelmed by a barrage of strikes, leaving him utterly vanquished. One could only wonder if Y would feel disheartened upon his return. She found herself quite curious about the matter. Chapter 40. Y's wish in the world of Shaman King. Asakura Y slowly opened his closed eyes, his consciousness returning to his body. The scenes of the previous battle replayed in his mind. My hesitation has led to my utter defeat. Leaping down from the rooftop, Y's feet gently touched the ground. He opened his palm, gazing at the fire spirit, which had coalesced into a small flame. You felt the excitement too, did you not? We are about to step into a world far broader than merely becoming the Shaman King. The flame formed by the fire spirit flickered slightly, seemingly in agreement with Y's sentiments. Though defeated by Uchiha Madara, Y bore no anger toward him. The victory had been achieved through direct confrontation, even if it involved utilizing the chat group's rules and risking one's life. Such actions lay within acceptable bounds that if one were to assign blame, it would rest solely on Y's own carelessness. Well, I shall simply strive to win next time. However, it was through this defeat that he came to realize the formidable nature of the chat group. It could entirely simulate his body, even directly replicating the fire spirit. Death itself could be rendered with alarming realism. Uchiha Madara wielded the so-called true 1,000 hands, raining down 1,000 fists upon him. Y exerted every ounce of strength to block, but ultimately he was unprepared, managing to deflect perhaps half of the onslaught. Subsequently, both he and the fire spirit were met with that relentless barrage of fists. Akin to bullets, the density of the strikes was beyond what even the fire spirit could withstand. Despite Y's mastery of yin-yang techniques, his physical form could not surpass that of the fire spirit. Furthermore, the strength of the body simulated by the chat group was nearly equivalent to his current form, rendering it impossible to withstand such force. The chat group, Uchiha Madara, and that enigmatic group leader, Y allowed a smile to grace his face. Perhaps the days ahead would not be so monotonous after all. Ding. The group leader has added the Dragon Balls to the consignment platform. Members wishing to utilize them may proceed to purchase. Asakura Y was momentarily taken aback. Dragon Balls? What might those be? He skillfully opened the chat group and clicked on the newly added option. Moments later, images of 7 orange glass orbs, each adorned with different star counts, appeared, capable of granting any wish, including the resurrection of the deceased, but limited to just one. Chapter 40. Resurrection. Asakura Y's previously composed demeanor began to shift. Memories from 1,000 years past surged forth from the depths of his mind, of the shaman killed by ordinary humans. His own mother. For millennia, Y had tirelessly endeavored to become the Shaman King, with the goal of eradicating the filthy ordinary humans and creating a world solely for shamans. Additionally, he sought to harness the power of the Shaman King to unearth his mother's remains from the 46 billion years of history on this planet and resurrect her. Could the Dragon Balls truly achieve this? Y was barely aware of the tremor in his voice as he spoke. Upon viewing the price of the Dragon Balls, a frown crossed his brow. The purchasing rights for the Dragon Balls required 5,000 points. Points? What are those? He noticed an accompanying sign-in system and instinctively clicked on it. Ding. You may sign in once per month, earning between 100 points per sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 25 points. I asked that all. Y furrowed his brow in frustration. With only 25 points a month, when will I ever accumulate enough? Moreover, these 25 points are not guaranteed. Next month, I might only earn 1 point. Glancing at the usernames of all the members in the chat group, Y hesitated briefly before changing his long-standing shaman title to his own name. Asakura Y. Asakura Y. Everyone, I am the newcomer Asakura Y. May I pose a few questions? Uchiyamadara. What on earth? So polite. World's first princess. Of course, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Matsukura Yuong. Is it true that the Dragon Ball sold on the consignment platform can resurrect lost lives? The world's first princess. If a soul imprint exists, it is possible. However, if the soul has been forcibly erased, it cannot be done. It is important to note, though, that individuals who died of natural causes or illness cannot be revived. In other words, only those who died under extraordinary circumstances can be resurrected. Matsukura Yuong. What about those who have been deceased for a considerable time? The world's first princess? How long are you referring to? Matsukura Yuong. Approximately 1,000 years. Uchihamadura. Hybera AI. The others. This esteemed on Myoji seems to harbor a peculiar misunderstanding regarding prolonged death. A millennium has passed. The ashes could be scattered by now. The world's first princess. Resurrection is indeed feasible. 1,000 years is not excessively long. According to the laws of your world, a summoner's soul can endure for a millennium without fading, which is not insurmountable. The world's first princess, Matsukura Yuong. I am quite curious. Who do you wish to resurrect? Mako or Ihwa Chitos? In a world of a Shaman King, upon seeing the messages in the chat group, Matsukura Yuong stood up abruptly. Matsukura Yuong. How do you know? This is astonishing. I have never mentioned anyone I wish to resurrect in the group. Furthermore, you even named them. Mako, the mother of Matsukura Yuong from a millennium ago. And Ihwa Chitos, who could be considered Matsukura Yuong's dearest friend, in a sense. If it were not for Ihwa Chitos's powers, he would have been killed long ago, 1,000 years prior. The excessive use of Ihwa Chitos's abilities led to her demise. A burden Matsukura Yuong has carried with guilt for years. The world's first princess. When you joined the chat group, the past and future of your world became recorded within it, albeit only a portion and not the entirety. The world's first princess. However, rest assured, this pertains only to the predetermined past and future, meaning events that would transpire had you not joined the chat group. Matsukura Yuong. Is that truly the case? This esteemed on Myoji seems somewhat reluctant to believe it, yet upon reflection, is perhaps the most reasonable explanation. Matsukura Yuong, unable to contemplate an answer, deftly changed the topic. Matsukura Yuong. How does one acquire points to exchange for the Dragon Balls? To be frank, if it requires a monthly check-in yielding 1,100 points each time, it could take many years to achieve resurrection. Moreover, he desires to revive 2 lives. Not merely one, he is uncertain whether the Dragon Balls can resurrect 2 individuals or if it is limited to 1 at a time. The world's first princess. Have you not examined the rules of the consignment platform? The world's first princess. Each group member may list valuable items with multiple uses for consignment, earning points through evaluations by the chat group. Furthermore, if your uploaded items are purchased by other group members, you will also receive 1/10 of the purchase price in points, which will be obtained multiple times. Matsukura Yuong. I see now. I understand. Ding! Matsukura Yuong uploaded Super Occupation Strategy and received 1,000 points. Matsukura Yuong glanced at the newly added line of points in the chat group. Is this truly all? Nevertheless, receiving 1,000 points for an old manuscript he penned years ago is not insignificant. Matsukura Yuong's demeanor remained calm, yet the glimmer in his eyes could not conceal the tumult of emotions stirring within him. He proceeded to upload additional methods for refining spiritual energy and Onmyoto techniques. After evaluation by the system, Matsukura Yuong's personal account in the chat group showed a total of 4,150 points. Chapter 41. Ying's request. The group leader arrives in Teyvat, the world's first princess. I almost forgot to mention something important. The points required to use the Dragon Balls are correlated with the laws of each world. The world's first princess. To put it simply, the stronger the individual S potential, or the higher the world S rank. The more points are needed for a wish with the Dragon Balls. Hybera AI. For me, the exchange for the Dragon Balls requires 500 points. Is that excessive? Irina. Mine requires 2,000 points. Kikyu, for 1,500 points. Uchiha Madara, 5,000 points. Matsukura Yuong, 5,000 points. Captain of the 5th Division, 6,000 points. That seems rather unbelievable. Ing. In the world of nihilistic novels, the exchange station is 937929266 points. I feel it is impossible for me to gather that much. Hybera, AI. Well, there's no point in comparing that is it fortunate or unfortunate for her. Her world is merely an ordinary one. Even without doing anything, she could accumulate enough points through check-ins over several years to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect her sister. At this moment, in the world of Shinigami, the 5th Division S Barracks, Aizen Susuk stood with his hands clasped behind his back outside the barracks. How do the wish-granting Dragon Balls compare to the H-Gyoku? However, if the demand for wishes is calculated based on world strength, then excluding the unknown world of the group leader and that of Ing, it seems likely that her world is ranked higher than his current one. Meanwhile, in Teyvat, Ing rode the Golden King Beast, accompanied by a host of Abyss Order members, marching majestically towards the Wangshu Inn. The Wangshu Inn was constructed from a rock spear cast down by the Geo Archon Morix, and beneath it lies the sealed demon named Ojal. With the Golden King Beast, dozens of Abyss Apostles, and hundreds of Abyss Mages, this formidable force would pose no threat even to the flying beasts of Liyue. Especially the Golden King Beast, which, after being purified by the Abyss's power, possesses strength comparable to that of the ancient dragon. During the Ying's gaze fell upon the chat group to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. She inquired whether the group leader could come to assist in safeguarding the area. Chapter 41. After all, the current Abyss army could manage to contend with the immortals of Liyue, but when it comes to facing Morix, it remains quite a challenge. Even the Golden King Beast would only be able to hold out for a short while. The unsealing process requires time. If the seal of Ojal is broken and the main forces of the Abyss Order are eliminated by Morix, there would be no place for lamentation. Ing, world's first princess, group leader, would you be interested in coming to the Teyvat continent? The world's first princess, Ing. I plan to capture Ojal, but I am concerned that my subordinates will not be able to withstand Morix. The world's first princess. In other words, you are in need of additional manpower? Ing. Perhaps a little. I wonder what the group leader thinks. The world's first princess. I require 2 vision orbs. Ing. Surely you do not need such items? As beings of divinity, what use do you have for vision orbs? The world's first princess. I wish to observe the principles behind their creation. You need not worry. Ing. Very well. I agree. Group leader, when will you be coming? The world's first princess. I can only remain in Teyvat for 3 hours. What I bring to Teyvat will only be a fraction of my power. Is that acceptable? Ing. The time required to unseal and defeat Ojal may take about an hour, so it should be sufficient that I am just uncertain whether the group leader can hold off Morix before I finish these tasks. Ing. Additionally, I am somewhat concerned that the Anemo Archon might intervene. The world's first princess. I can hold them off, but only to prevent them from interfering with you. Beyond that, I will not take responsibility. Ing. That is sufficient. The group leader's strength should be more than capable of defeating the Geo Archon and the Anemo Archon. Even capturing them is highly probable. However, she has no obligation, nor can she be asked to do so. One should not push their luck, or rather, one should not overstep their bounds. Ing merely wishes to preserve the main forces of the Abyss and avoid having them wiped out while she attempts to unseal Ojal. Everything else can be addressed later. The world's first princess. Whenever you are prepared, simply call for me, and I shall teleport over. Ing. All right. Ing and Bellies conspired loudly within the group chat. Yet, none of the participants interjected. Some were at a loss for words, while 2 newcomers, Masakura Yi Wang and Aizen S. Suk, were merely curious that in Soul Society, Aizen contemplated whether he should share some Keto techniques in the chat to earn points, but then noticed the group leader preparing to venture into that realm known as Teyvat that it would be impossible for him not to feel a sense of intrigue regarding this alternate world, especially since it involved both Ing and the group leader. Teyvat, along with the group leader Bellies, piqued his interest to witness their prowess. From their conversation in the chat, Aizen subtly inferred that a battle might soon ensue. Though he was uncertain whether it would be broadcasted live, if not, he would have to request the group leader to initiate a live stream. To be honest, Aizen was reluctant to reveal himself, as the exchanges between the administrator Uchihidara and Masakura Yuang, coupled with Bellies' subsequent explanations, confirmed that the group leader was aware of events transpiring in his world, yet the extent of her knowledge remained ambiguous. In Tevat at the lonely cloud pavilion, white light flickered around Ing. Moments later, a slightly taller girl with white hair appeared beside her. "Welcome to Tevat," Ing greeted with a gentle smile. As she spoke, the members of the Abyss Order were startled by the sudden arrival. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Bellies and Ing turned their attention to the throng of Abyss Order members. "Ing, you Haven Tea brought your entire arsenal. Have you?" "I brought half. Some are also lying in ambush in Liyue to threaten Morix." Ing replied, "You truly are bold. Are you not afraid of the heavenly principles awakening?" Bellies remarked with a hint of exasperation. "That is precisely why I invited the esteemed group leader to assist." Ing retorted, not mimic Spider's way of speaking, "Please," Bellies interjected. Ing waved her hand. "Yuan Shang, come here to Your Highness, what are your commands?" Yuan Shang floated over to Ing. "Before my return, I entrusted command of the Abyss Order to this friend of mine. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Highness," Yuan Shang replied, not daring to object, casting a furtive glance at Bellies standing beside Ing. This white-haired girl appeared distinctly human. It was hard to fathom her capability to command the Abyss Order without causing significant upheaval. Sensing Yuan Shang's apprehension, Ing spoke again. "This friend of mine is named Bellies. I have invited her to block any potential appearances of Morix. As for the rest, you may proceed as usual." "Block Morix?" Yuan Shang's head snapped up, disbelief etched across his face. He murmured instinctively, "Is there a problem?" At that moment, Yuan Shang felt a chilling aura enveloping him, his body weighed down as if mired in sludge. He quickly bowed. "No. How could I dare to voice an objection?" The sensation was akin to being submerged in a quagmire, gripped by a fear that was intoxicatingly overwhelming. After conveying her instructions, Ing led a portion of the Abyss Apostles towards the sealing location of Osail. With Ying's capabilities, unsealing Osail did not require the likes of Dada Duck's forbidden symbols. A simple strike with her one-handed sword against the stone would suffice. Chapter 42. The Unruly Abyss Order, once Ing departed. The members of the Abyss Order displayed defiant expressions. After all, they were from the Abyss. It was inconceivable for them to heed the leadership of another, even if it were a command from the princess herself. Externally compliant, internally they bristled with resistance. The ranks of Ying's followers included mages, chanters, apostles, shells, and the Golden King Beast, a truly diverse assortment. Sitting atop a protruding stone, Bellies rested her chin on her wrist, scrutinizing the fierce-looking members of the Abyss Order. "I must say, I find your gazes rather unappealing. Could you not soften them a tad?" Upon finishing her words, Bellies lightly tossed a handful of gravel. The stones rolled across the ground and landed before the Abyss Order members. Just as the members were left bewildered, the palm-sized gravel began to emanate a constellation of violet luminescence. Immediately after, an overwhelming pressure enveloped all members of the Abyss Order, save for Yuan Shang. The foremost Abyss chanters and apostles crashed heavily to the ground, their chests meeting the earth in a brutal embrace. The other members of the Abyss Order, situated further back, seemed to grasp the situation and quickly adopted defensive postures. Nearly 100 Abyss mages simultaneously encased themselves in spherical shields. However, under the sheer weight of the pressure, regardless of the properties of their shields, the protective barriers of the Abyss mages shattered upon the slightest contact. As the shields disintegrated, every Abyss mage found themselves pinned to the ground by the oppressive force. Simultaneously, other Abyss chanters, apostles, and shell knights were also rendered utterly powerless and firmly suppressed within the entire lonely cloud pavilion. Only Bellies and Yuan Shang remained standing, while the rest lay prostrate like discarded fish. "This is quite alarming," Yuan Shang stammered. Wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow, he swallowed hard, peering past the fallen Abyss Order members towards the Golden King Beast, which was similarly pressed to the ground, partially sunken into the earth as a fire Abyss chanter. Yuan Shang was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread. However, as a loyal supporter of Ing, he knew he must speak up to plead for mercy. Otherwise, this assembly could face dire consequences. That Milady Bellies, please forgive the members of the Order for their rudeness. It was unintentional. Hearing this, Bellies looked up at Yuan Shang, who stood beside her with his head bowed. Are you afraid of me?" Yuan Shang's heart sank at this remark. "You are the esteemed guest of the princess, and indeed, Our esteemed guest, I hold you in the utmost respect. How could I harbor fear? Bellies waved her hand, cutting off Yuan Shang's words. Rest assured, the subordinates of Ying shall not perish. The pressure I exerted upon them was calibrated according to their energy levels and will not claim their lives. With that, she lightly flicked her fingers. With a sharp crack, a burst of violet light shot forth, shattering the gravel imbued with the violet glow on the ground. As the stones fragmented, the oppressive force weighing down upon everyone suddenly dissipated. One by one, the abyss mages and chanters gasped for air, with the Golden King beast in particular rolling its eyes back, its body heaving as if exhausted, its wolfish head contrasting starkly with its draconic form. Panting as if it were a spent beast, observing the defeated remnants before him, Yuan Shang felt his lips twitch. Goodness, with this many incapacitated, it's questionable whether they can even rise again, let alone engage in combat. Are we merely waiting to harvest grass in Liyue? Yuan Shang, come here, Ying called, her tone laden with complexities. Upon hearing that nightmarish voice, Yuan Shang felt a shiver run down his spine. Why yes, milady. Grant me a portion of the abyss's power. Bellies requested. Yuan Shang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Milady, the abyss is perilous, if not handled carefully. This formidable individual named Bellies was a significant guest of Princess Ying, that a careless mistake could lead to the abyss's corruption. Even if he were later punished by the princess, such an error would be irreparable. Yuan Shang, do you not wish for Ying's subordinates to engage in battle against the immortals of Liyue now? Bellies calmly observed Yuan Shang's hesitation and inquired further, or do you believe the abyss would pose a threat to me? No, I would not dare. Yuan Shang swiftly shook his head. What a jest. This individual can annihilate over 100 elite members of the abyssal cult with but a flick of their wrist, without even lifting a finger. Yuan Shang transformed the power of the abyss into a swirling mass of black mist. Gradually nudging it towards Bellies, as he pushed it forward, he cautioned, you must be exceedingly careful. Should anything seem amiss, please inform me immediately. Perhaps I can offer some remedy. Understood, Bellies replied, observing the black mist cradled in her palm. The maternal tone of Yuan Shang's concern left her momentarily speechless. The abyss, indeed, a force that evokes trepidation within the natural order. What could possibly be so extraordinary about it? Delving her mental energy into the orb of black mist, a chilling sensation enveloped her. Oh, intriguing, unbeholdable, a harbinger of destruction. After a brief moment, Bellies withdrew her mental probing. Extending her left index finger, she traced the surface of the mist resting in her right palm. Go, she commanded, gently tugging upward. Countless minuscule droplets emerged from the mist, cascading towards the fallen members of the abyssal cult. One by one, the droplets seeped into their bodies. In mere seconds, the previously gasping and groaning members of the abyssal cult began to rise, their chaotic and weakened auras returning to a state of normalcy. Meanwhile, the mass of black mist in Bellies' hand had shrunk to the size of 3 fingers, shifting her gaze to the somewhat apprehensive members of the abyssal cult. She declared, before your princess returns, you shall heed my instructions, yes? The smile that graced the lips of the silver-haired maiden instilled a sense of dread within the members of the abyssal cult. As if they were gazing upon a demon, they quickly nodded in mute agreement, while those able to speak clamored in a cacophony of affirmation. No problem. See, this is quite easily resolved, is it not? Your smiles are considerably more amiable now, Bellies remarked. All right, disperse and attend to what Yuan has commanded. With a wave of her hand, she signaled them to resume their duties. Once the members of the abyssal cult had departed, Yuan's attention turned to the fire abyssal bard, Yuan Shang, who stood beside her. I have high hopes for you, Yuan stated, causing Yuan Shang's heart to skip a beat. He was uncertain why this capricious figure would express such sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully replied, it is our honor to serve Her Highness. You desire strength? Bellies interjected, not allowing Yuan Shang time to ponder. I possess a small amount of abyssal black mist, which I have just slightly altered. As you witnessed, it merely consumes a trivial amount of energy to restore the other cult members. Even for the Golden King beast, it only required a bit more. Bellies observed the compressed orb of abyssal black mist in her palm and calmly stated, Yuan Shang, the remainder is yours should you wish for it. This is a clerical role for me. Combat is not my forte. Yuan Shang's expression morphed into one of consternation. While he was uncertain of what Bellies had infused into the abyssal black mist to restore the powers of all cult members, he harbored doubts that excessive inhalation of this mist might yield dire consequences for the abyss itself. Do you not wish to accept it? Bellies remarked, not pressing the issue. If that is the case, Yuan may indeed be disappointed. Her intent in bringing me here was to thwart Morix. It is possible she also wished for me to comprehend the abyss and its curses. However, she has not articulated this, or perhaps she does not deem herself capable of affording me the cost of direct intervention. Bellies paused, her gaze fixed on the visibly conflicted Yuan Shang, and continued in a measured tone. With your discernment, you likely realize that I am significantly stronger than Yuan, and even far more formidable than your cult's objectives, of course. Here, I am not my true self. But how much difference does that make in the grand scheme of this world? Listening to Bellies' languid words, Yuan Shang fell silent for a while before responding with a wry smile. Given your assertions, do I possess any alternative options? Indeed, I have not coerced you. This is a voluntary choice. Is it not? Bellies countered. Yuan Shang muttered under his breath. MMP, is there no alternative? Bellies smirked up. By the way, do you not revel in that scorching, lashing sensation? This presents a splendid opportunity, and even if something were to go awry, I could always rescue you. Of course, unexpected events are always a possibility. The mist hovered at the tip of her index finger. Bellies gently waggled it. If you refuse, I shall simply disperse it. The analysis of the abyssal power was merely a whim of Bellies. If her goal were not achieved, it would matter little. I am but a peripheral figure of the cult, yet for the sake of her highness. Yuan Shang stood tall and resolute, an aura of sanctity radiating from him. The abyss knows no fear. Excellent. No wonder Yuan holds you in high regard, Bellies remarked, with a delicate flick of her finger. Sending the black mist hurtling towards Yuan Shang, he scarcely had time to react before the mist slipped into his body through his chest. Enjoy it thoroughly, Yuan Shang, Bellies said, waving her hand to conjure a gust of wind that whisked him away, preventing his inevitable cries from disturbing her ears. Seemingly devoid of further tasks, she decided to commence a live broadcast. With practiced ease, she entered the chat group. Ding! The world's foremost princess has begun her live stream. Greetings, everyone. I am currently in the land of Teyvat, the world where Yuan resides. Bellies waved to the group members. Uchiha Bito. Princess, are you dressed so formally today as well? Mizukami, why? Is this the princess? How dignified. She resembles my mother a bit. World's foremost princess. I'm merely in the garb of a destroyer, and you concoct such thoughts. It feels as though their words carry a certain implication. Also, Mizukami, why? As a grand on my OG, refrain from casually addressing me as mother. I have no sons in the thousands of years I've lived, even if you have undergone reincarnation, the world's foremost princess. Ahem, everyone, let us not dwell on peculiarities. There may be a battle shortly. I am aware that certain members of the group are particularly fond of such exhilarating events. Uchiha Bito. A battle? Is it between the princess and Yuan? World's foremost princess. I might not engage in combat here, but Yuan will certainly have a confrontation. She will be live streaming her battle against Ojael, Spider Child. Is that the Ojael, the former demon? That transparent, smooth appearance bears resemblance to tentacles. World's foremost princess, Spider Child. You always manage to pinpoint the highlights. The abyssal princess Yuan battling tentacles. This thrilling scene. Is it free to watch? Yuan, still mining with one-handed swords. Lifting Ojael's seal, a certain unnamed abyssal princess Yuan almost lost her grip on her weapon upon hearing Spider Child's comment. Yuan, absorbed in her mining endeavors, muttered to herself, I am not angry, not angry. What reason do I have to be upset with a spider? Regardless of who Spider Child was in the past, they were now merely a spider. One must possess a degree of normalcy in their thought processes and not take offense too seriously. With a swift strike, Yuan severed the massive knight docking stone array before her, though she still felt a sense of unease. Ojael tentacles. Yuan protagonist. The notion of Yuan battling tentacles. Absurd. By the way, what is the princess up to? The time spent breaking the seal was exceedingly dull, prompting Yuan to instinctively click into the princess's live stream. Yuan, What is happening? It sounds akin to some creature in heat. World's foremost princess. Please do not misunderstand. That is not me, but rather Yuan Shang. That I am uncertain why his exclamations are so peculiar to world's foremost princess. By the way, that Yuan Shang is one of Yuan's subordinates. That a question mark gradually formed in Yuan's mind. No, although Yuan Shang can sometimes be a bit peculiar, it is not to the extent of shouting like that, or rather, what have you done to him? Ing directed her gaze towards the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Bellies was equally a loss for words to decipher the situation. Bellies had to approach Yuan Shang, for his cries were undeniably jarring. If she failed to clarify this matter, her authority as the group leader would be undermined. In the future, whenever members referred to their leader, the first thought would be the disconcerting screams of a certain male creature. Bellies felt a shiver run down her spine and pointed towards the abyssal bard Yuan Shang, who was 10 meters away, exclaiming, "This is the one making the noise, not me. Please do not misunderstand." After uttering those words, Bellies felt an odd sense of discomfort. Why did she feel the need to clarify? Was it an unnecessary embellishment? At that moment, the pitch-black abyssal energy continuously emanated from Yuan Shang's body. He rolled on the ground, clutching himself, occasionally letting out moans that were tinged with distress. Ing, the world's foremost princess and group leader, questioned, "What have you done to Yuan Shang?" The sound transmitted through the live broadcast nearly shattered Ing's usual composure. It was simply too distressing. The world's foremost princess replied, "I merely made slight modifications to the abyssal energy within him, inadvertently touching upon the curse within his body. There should be no significant issues." Ing asked, "Will he still be able to survive?" A knowledgeable and cunning subordinate like Yuan Shang was someone Ing valued. Despite his somewhat erratic personality, as long as that could be overlooked, it posed no problem. The world's foremost princess reassured her, "Rest assured, he is still your subordinate. Even if I conduct some experiments, I would not truly endanger his life." She continued, "If Yuan Shang manages to endure this, his strength will see a notable enhancement, though the extent of that improvement depends on him." Ing expressed her gratitude. "In that case, thank you. That I would never refuse a powerful subordinate." As time ticked by, the chaotic aura surrounding Yuan Shang began to coalesce, and his anguished wails gradually subsided. Bellies sensed the stabilizing abyssal power within Yuan Shang and nodded approvingly. Indeed, the enhancement is quite substantial. Though it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, had it failed, it would have been rather unfortunate. Regrettably, the entity that arrived in Teyvat was not her true form, but rather an unstable energy body. Bellies sighed. She had a general understanding of the energy structure of the abyss, even possessing some insight into the curse. However, since it was not her true essence that descended, but merely an unstable energy form, a complete analysis remained unattainable. Moreover, the laws governing the universe of Teyvat were significantly different from those of her own realm, belonging instead to the universe of an imaginary tree. Each world seemed to dangle upon bubbles of the imaginary tree. Chapter 44. The abyss surrounds Liua. The once clear sky suddenly darkened. Ningguang, who was working the Yujing terrace, felt an ominous pressure and instinctively lifted her gaze towards the window. Is it going to rain? Ningguang murmured. This sensation made her uneasy. That direction seemed to be towards the Ganyu pavilion. Ningguang furrowed her brows, observing the area where the sky met the water, now shrouded in ominous black clouds. "A grave situation has arisen, Ningguang." The door swung open, and a blue-haired girl with Qilin horns rushed in, panting. "Ganyu?" Ningguang exclaimed, taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Ganyu in such a state of panic. In the past, Ganyu would have only entered after receiving permission, even though Ningguang had never explicitly demanded it. Ganyu adhered to her role as a secretary, never overstepping. "What has happened?" "It's Ozer. The seal on Ozer at the Ganyu pavilion has been completely lifted." Ganyu's breathless voice turned grave. "What?" Ningguang sprang to her feet. "Wasn't Ozer's seal confirmed to be intact?" "What do you mean by completely lifted?" Ningguang's expression tightened. Even a minuscule leak of power from a demon god had required an immense effort to seal. So if it were fully unsealed, Ningguang dared not contemplate further the message from my master via the communication talisman. Ganyu explained, she, along with several other true deities and the demon subduing saint, are en route to the Ganyu Pavilion. My master mentioned that Ozer's unsealing is exceptionally serious, likely due to the actions of some demon god left behind on the continent. Only 3 true deities and the demon subduing saint. Is that all? Ningguang suppressed her rising anxiety, her tone laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Ganyu fell silent for a moment before responding. According to my master, they have already made contact with that individual. Is that so? Then I can rest easy. Both were acutely aware of who that individual was. In truth, after the Ozer incident concluded, Ningguang had essentially confirmed that the Geo Archon was still alive. She had perused extensive materials to validate her suspicions. For instance, the death of a demon god would cause vast areas to become wastelands. Why that logic? The fallen Yama from the Liyue region would lack the necessary scale. Furthermore, the attitudes of the immortals were telling. Did these immortals care about Liyue? Not necessarily, for they had grown distant over the years, their relationships largely maintained by contracts. If the Geo Archon had truly perished, could the immortals still engage in friendly discussions with the 7 stars to confront Ozer? The very thought seemed implausible. Today, she indirectly confirmed this point through Ganyu's words. The Geo Archon was still alive. The reasons for his retreat remained unknown. Chapter 44. This is bad. Miss Ningguang, a flustered secretary named Baisher, rushed in, her expression a mix of alarm. What has happened? Ningguang inquired, her gaze shifting to Baisher as well. It's the Abyss Order, Baisher gasped, urgency evident in her voice. The entire city of Liyue has been surrounded by the Abyss Order, and they are allowing no one in or out. Are there any casualties? Ningguang pressed. Not at present. They are merely sending everyone attempting to leave back, but they pose no hindrance to those entering. Surrounding Liyue, could this be the Abyss Order's doing with Ozer? Ganyu pondered aloud. By the way, since people can safely come through, is it possible to gather information on the Abyss Order's intentions? Ningguang continued her inquiry. There's a scholar from Sumeru who seems to have acquired some information from the Abyss Order. Though we cannot ascertain its truth, Baisher replied. Quickly bring him here. What is his name? I believe it is Yuan Shang. Baisher hastily departed and soon returned, accompanied by a young man exuding an air of scholarly sophistication, complete with glasses perched on his nose. Lady Ningguang, I hear you seek my assistance, Yuan Shang greeted, performing the customary Sumera bow. Indeed, Ningguang nodded. I have heard that you gleaned information from the Abyss regarding their intentions for surrounding Liyue. You are quite bold, in response. Yuan Shang adjusted his glasses and stated, the pursuit of knowledge is the instinct of a Sumeru scholar. A competent scholar. One must not let personal fears prevent them from seeking the unknown. That would be a desecration of knowledge. Ningguang remarked, I have heard that many Sumeru scholars have rather quirky personalities. Today, I have encountered one. What have you learned from the Abyss? Ningguang asked, gesturing for Baisher to step forward. At that moment, Baisher brought forth a treasure chest and placed it before Yuan Shang. I understand that scholars often face financial difficulties, so if you provide me with all the information you have without omission, this chest of Mora will be yours. However, should there be even a hint of falsehood, I will have no choice but to ask this scholar to spend some time in the Qinyan army's prison. With a snap, the chest opened, revealing layers of glimmering gold Mora. Well then, it would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. This will allow me to continue my research. Yuan Shang coughed lightly. Ningguang, Ganyu, Baisher, is this truly a scholar? Their perception of Sumeru scholars was utterly transformed. Cough, cough. Yuan Shang cleared his throat and began to elucidate. The abyssal creatures declared their intent to obstruct the entrances and exits of Liyue, preventing its inhabitants from departing. The reasons seem to be related to Ganyu Pavilion, though I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. That I recall one Abyss speaker mentioning that a certain entity was sealed in that location, which is the Abyss's objective. The phrase Abyss's objective prompted a series of bewildered glances among those present. Just then, Keqing, Yelan, and Yinfei ascended to Chuanyu Pavilion. Ningguang, what shall we do next? Keqing inquired, stepping forward. Is it possible to gauge the Abyss's overall strength? Ningguang turned her gaze toward Yelan. There are many, more than just a multitude of Abyss mages. There are also over 10 Abyss apostles and Abyss speakers. Yelan replied that if conflict arises, Liyue's populace should fear the Abyss's aura. which is akin to a lethal poison for ordinary folk. Even for those wielding a vision, prolonged exposure to the Abyss's power can lead to dire consequences. Currently, the Abyss has shown no signs of aggression. I have merely tasked the Qinyan army with monitoring them, Keqing added. After listening to Keqing and Yalan's report, Ningguang turned her attention to Yanfei and inquired, "What is the stance of the Adepti?" The Adeptus she referred to as Granny Ping. "I have no particular opinion. I merely came to observe," came a sudden voice. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source, revealing an elderly man with silvery hair, holding an unusual teapot as he approached leisurely. "You should keep your distance from that abyssal guest. It could be perilous otherwise." Chapter 45. The Forceful Scribe. Yuan Shang what? Granny Ping's words startled the gathered crowd. Abyss? Who is the Abyss? In an instant, all eyes darted toward one direction before hastily averting away. "Who are you?" "You are not a scholar from Sumru." Ningguang's tone was notably grave. The young man, presumably named Yuan Shang, stood calmly, nonchalantly stowing away a box of mora. With a sinister laugh, Yuan Shang shed his human guise, revealing the form of a pyro-abyss speaker. He cast a glance at Granny Ping, standing among the others, and mused, "Truly, a Liyue Adeptus is formidable. I had thought I could pass unnoticed, yet here I am, detected." Observing the gathering of vision bearers encircling him, Yuan Shang felt no urgency. He spoke again. "What I said earlier remains true. Our sole objective in the Abyss is the god of evil, Ojal. However, should Liyue choose to engage in combat, we are more than willing to oblige." "Humph. You think these members of the Abyss Order outside could obliterate Liyue?" "You are sorely mistaken," Ningguang retorted coldly. Your trump cards are those aloof Adepti, or perhaps that martial god Morix." "Oh, I mean the so-called social recluse only now," Yuan Shang commented, nearly causing the onlookers to lose their composure. "Morix, the martial god. No doubt. Morix equals Zhongli. Zhongli equals social recluse. Who exactly is Zhongli? Is he not the guest elder of the Wangxing funeral parlor?" It seemed that if he were indeed that individual, the moniker social recluse fit quite well, especially Keqing, who nearly faltered in her grip on her sword, astonished. "Meow, meow, meow. What nonsense is this Abyss speaker spouting? The Geo Archon is not dead. He is Zhongli." She was aware of Zhongli, sharing her own disdain for the Archon. There's no point in pondering. They cannot save you," Yuan Shang scoffed. "The Adepti you so hope for are already barred from entering Ganyu Pavilion. And your much-anticipated Geo-God Morix is utterly powerless before that existence." "What did you say?" "Abyss, do not belittle the Archon." Keqing charged forward, her weapon crackling with electric energy. "Wait, Keqing." Ningguang attempted to pull her back, but was a moment too late. The lightning surged forth, aiming to obliterate the chaos. The overwhelming fury filled Keqing's elemental burst gauge in an instant. The elemental bursts of the gods are merely remnants for us Abyss to toy with. As Keqing transformed into a flurry of sword shadows, hurtling toward him, Yuan Shang merely extended his hand and grasped the incoming blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. He caught the sword wielded by Keqing mid-strike, halting her in mid-air. Her wide, cat-like eyes were filled with disbelief. "No, it cannot be." Her elemental burst had been effortlessly interrupted. "Keqing, move aside." Ningguang's voice rang out from behind, and sensing the intense geo-elemental surge, Keqing relinquished her weapon and retreated hastily. Celestial collapse. Dozens of geo-gems hurtled toward Yuan Shang from various angles. He stood his ground, casually shaking the hand that held the sword, causing it to twirl gracefully. As a scribe, one must possess some martial prowess. Otherwise, survival in the Abyss would be exceedingly challenging. With rapid movements, he deftly parried the gems unleashed by Ningguang's elemental burst, blocking each one with remarkable precision. Chapter 45. Was it truly this simple? Ningguang's face reflected astonishment. She could not help but feel a sense of dread. Was this Abyss creature, known as an Abyss speaker, truly so formidable? Outside Liyue, there seemed to be a dozen more with similar appearances. Furthermore, from Yuan Shang's words, they learned that not only had the Adepti been obstructed, but even the Geo Archon Morix had been detained. Moreover, after accomplishing all this, the Abyss still had the strength to break Ojal's seal, possibly even battling him. With the Abyss so powerful, did they still harbor hope? Umph. Liu Qixing, your strength is rather lacking. You cannot even contend with a mere scribe from the outskirts of our order. Yuan Shang remarked with a hint of regret. He then casually tossed the sword he held in Qixing's direction. Among those present, aside from Granny Ping and Ganyu, no one else managed to react. The slender sword had embedded itself in the ground before Qixing, half of it sinking into the floor of Chuanyu Pavilion. Now, this Adeptus and the esteemed Miss Qilin, as long as you do not wander about recklessly before we complete our dealings with Ojal. We shall not take any action against I am but a scribe and have no taste for bloodshed. It lacks elegance. Yuan Shang narrowed his eyes, observing the teapot in Granny Ping's hands, and smiled. You hesitate, wondering whether to use that object to seal me. Are you concerned about its efficacy, or perhaps its inadequacy? Granny Ping remained silent, her eyes reflecting a profound weariness. After a long moment, she sighed. Liu will adhere to the agreement and refrain from any transgressions against the abyss, but we ask that you uphold your end as well. Otherwise, if the fish perishes, the net shall break, and neither side shall fare well out of course. We abyss are far more committed to our agreements than you humans or Adepti, Yuan Shang replied. Reaching behind him, an oval portal materialized, before stepping through the portal. Yuan Shang smiled and said, Do not worry, it will not be long. At most 3 hours, and all will be settled. The abyss's portal gradually faded as Yuan Shang entered. Granny, do you wish to say something? Yin Fei, but Granny Ping shook her head. I lack the confidence to detain him. The abyssal power he possesses is several times that of a typical abyss speaker. Let us wait then. We shall bide our time for 3 hours. Our foremost objective now is to ensure the safety of all Liu's citizens. Granny Ping stepped forward and apologized to Ningguang. I apologize, Ningguang, for making a decision without your consent. It was initially intended to be a matter of governance. Now it has become utterly chaotic, especially after Yuan Shang spoke. Everyone present understands that the Geo Archon is not dead, and his identity is still that of the guest elders only. No, even if it were not you, I fear I would have made a similar decision. Gongwang shook her head and spoke, the direction of Goyan Pavilion, but a multitude of abyssal apostles, abyssal minstrels, and hollow knights stand in the way of several immortals. As the battle rages on, numerous abyssal apostles and knights fall victim to the immortals' onslaught. However, the condition of the immortals is far from optimal, especially for the demon-slaying great sage. His eyes are reddened, subtly influenced by the power of the abyss, hinting at a tendency to go berserk. We cannot possibly deal with the Golden King beast in such a short time. Luyan, borrowing Wenjinjuan, gazes at the nearly kilometer-long Golden King beast. The creature's strength is significantly greater than that of any individual among them. Only through collaboration can they hope to suppress it. The most terrifying aspect is the Golden King beast's regenerative abilities, along with the more dreadful abyssal rules that overshadow those of other abyssal beings, capable of even eroding their celestial power. Has the Emperor not arrived yet? Li Shui Daishan Jinjuan inquired anxiously. Though the enemy numbers have dwindled to 3 or 4 abyssal apostles and about 10 abyssal mages, the real problem is that this golden dragon beast stands before them like a formidable roadblock. If this continues, they may not be able to vanquish their foe. Moreover, with the intensifying influence of the abyss, they all risk falling. The Emperor is hindered by the enemy and is temporarily unable to extricate himself. We must devise our own means, Xiu Zhiang Jinjuan suddenly interjected, pausing momentarily, furrowing his brow. What is it? Liyun, borrowing Wen Jinjuan, dodged an attack from the Golden King beast and pressed for answers. Speak, what is going on? Where is the Emperor? The Emperor is currently unable to escape due to the enemy's obstruction, Xiu Zhiang Jinjuan replied. This is impossible. The Emperor is invincible. Liyun, borrowing Wen Jinjuan, countered loudly. Could it be that some of the 7 rulers of the mortal realm have allied with the Abyss? Chapter 46. Abyssal Princess Ing versus Osail on the Teyvat continent. Battles raged on with fervor. In the chat group, the live broadcast heightened everyone's adrenaline. Compared to the group leader's stream, the clash between Ing and No against Osail was far more captivating. Most group members were keenly observing Ying's live video. At this moment, near the Goyan Pavilion, Osail had fully unsealed his might. His colossal form loomed over the sea, 5 serpentine heads lifted high. His azure body grew denser, no longer resembling the weakened state he exhibited during his assault on Liyue Harbor. With a single roar, the sound waves alone stirred up towering waves reaching hundreds of meters high. Ying brandished her weapon, effortlessly sweeping away the oncoming tsunami that wind's respite. She commanded, as a massive whirlwind instantly devoured the 100-meter wave. As the wind element expanded, the wind tornado transformed into a water vortex, surging towards Osail. "Human, you have enraged me." Osail recognized the golden-haired girl before him as the one who had severed one of his heads during his previous assault on Liyue. All 5 of his heads opened their mouths simultaneously, condensing their powers. Spheres of water, compressed to their utmost, materialized at the edges of Osail's mouths. He stood resolute before the water vortex, intending to shatter it with sheer force. Falling Star, a massive rock, 700 to 800 meters in radius, suddenly appeared above Osail's head. Leaving him no time to react, he felt a tremendous impact on his 5 foreheads as the heavy stone crashed half of his body into the water. The skills he had yet to fully gather erupted at that moment, leaving him dazed. "Curse you!" Osail howled, managing to utter only 2 words. The wind's respite, combined with the water's embrace, formed a water tornado that reached him, slicing through his massive form. Ying, clad in a white gown, surveyed the scene with indifference. The blade of her weapon radiated a verdant glow. With a soft command, "Grass shall flourish," mushroom-like grass lamps bloomed above Osail's head. The seawater gradually turned green, creating a grassy domain spanning thousands of meters. At this moment, Osail writhed in agony. The elements assaulted him as if he were being flayed alive. Osail gathered all his strength, preparing to unleash his fury. However, he suddenly felt the sky above him enveloped in an interplay of fire and lightning attributes. How is this possible? A mere human possesses such a multitude of attributes. Osail exclaimed in disbelief. Even the sensation of pain coursing through him began to dull. Initially, they battled using water attributes. Then it seemed she switched to wind, followed by rock and grass attributes. Now, he sensed the stinging presence of lightning and fire emanating from her. Could it be that she commands the power of all elements? Ying's sword ignited with flames, while lightning flickered around her form, instilling fear in Osail. "Osail, you are too powerful. You must be sealed away. And I shall require your strength in the future," Ying declared, transforming into a streak of lightning, her speed surpassing Osail's perception. The 5 heads of Osail, 10 eyes, could only catch a glimpse of fire as it swept past him. Chapter 46 continued. In an instant, Osail's body was engulfed by fierce lightning and blazing fire. With a thunderous roar, the sea churned violently, accompanied by the evaporation of seawater, the bursting of grass seeds. The electric shock of thunderwater and the overload of lightning and fire, rocks flew in every direction. For dozens of kilometers, the ocean lay in ruins. After the explosion, Osail's form shrank significantly. He floated quietly on the water surface, the eyes of his 5 heads swirling with confusion. After a brief moment, Ying produced the Chungo pot and casually struck Osail's forehead with it. Clang! The pot's opening emitted a crimson glow, enveloping Osail's massive body. In no time, Osail's form rapidly diminished, completely absorbed by the red light within the pot. Ying pondered the situation with the group leader, but suddenly sensed that the abyssal forces she had brought were on the verge of annihilation. Additionally, she recognized the presence of a familiar aura belonging to one of the 7 rulers of the mortal realm. After contemplating for a moment, she shut down her live stream and opened a spatial portal, intending to check on the situation at Goyen Pavilion. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Jelf, "Indeed, I still have a long way to go. No wonder Ying Senpai is so formidable. Irina, I want to learn. Those techniques seem incredibly powerful. Spider Child, that massive demon was just sealed in a pot. It's astonishing. If I had that pot, perhaps I could capture a demon king in an instant." Although the complete form of the demon Osail was strong, it was anticipated that it could defeat him, leading to increasingly peculiar focal points of discussion. Captain of the 5th Division, Teyvat Continent. I truly wish to see it. The only exception was the captain of the 5th Division, Eisen S. Suk, who observed a new version of events from Ying's live stream. one that diverged from the realm of the Spirit King. Embodying elemental power, outside Goyan Pavilion, in a vast expanse of sea, the demon-slaying great sage evaded the attacks of the abyssal apostles, shaking the hoopoe, yin in his hand to pierce through a nearby fire abyssal mage. With each kill, the burdens of karma on Zhao's shoulders grew heavier, tainted by the power of the abyss, but he groaned, clutching his head, his complexion pale, struggling to maintain his grip on his weapon. Die. Liyue's immortal. An abyssal bard, spotting an opening, harnessed the power of the abyss to launch a surprise attack. Xiao. The three adepti of Liyue, in their endeavor to restrain the golden wolven beast, were unprepared for the dire state of the demon vanquisher. In a moment of urgency, they found themselves unable to offer timely assistance. As the abyssal forces threatened to claim Zhao's life, the three adepti were filled with alarm, seizing the brief moment of chaos created by their coordinated efforts. The golden wolven beast broke through their blockade, unleashing a terrifying ray that sent the trio reeling. Once repelled, the adepti disregarded the golden wolven beast and hastened to rescue Xiao. But alas, their efforts were a fraction too late. Guided by the whispers of the wind, a melodious tune wafted from afar, a familiar sound that gradually cleared Zhao's muddled consciousness. The impending eruption of his karmic burdens was soothed by the melody that reached him. He brandished his weapon, performing an aerial kick with his polearm, and at the critical moment sent the abyssal singer hurtling away from his head. Gasping for breath, Zhao's weary eyes glanced into the distance. To his astonishment, was that individual truly arriving as a result of the Emperor's design? The adepti of Liyue also took note of the unexpected melody. High above, a green figure approached rapidly, in mere seconds. The east wind dragon, Talin, descended with the force of the wind, appearing before the gathered crowd. Utilizing the wind's buff and the inertia from his dive, he swung his tail at the golden wolven beast with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the beast was sent crashing backward, and even the two abyssal mages near it were obliterated by the dragon's strike. From behind Talin, a youth holding an instrument leapt down. "I hope I haven't arrived too late," he remarked with a smile directed at the people of Liyue. "Thank you ever so much for your assistance, Lord Barbados." Xiao expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that had it not been for the arrival of the Anemo Archon, he might have met a tragic fate. "There's no need for such formality," Vinny replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing the old man's call for help, I summoned Flynn to my side. Casting his gaze upon the injured adepti of the Vinti then turned to the abyssal cultists, particularly the golden wolven beast, that moment. Despite being struck by Tulin's tail, the beast appeared unscathed as it returned to the fray. Vinny mused, is the Abyss Order truly capable of such strength? Chapter 47. The Anemo Archon's rescue and the meeting with Vinny was taken aback by the might of the Abyss. During his journey to provide support, he had made a detour to Liyue, only to discover that the Abyss Order had encircled the region, allowing no one to enter or exit. He had also encountered an exceptionally powerful abyssal singer, whose strength seemed comparable to that of the golden wolven beast. Realizing that Liyue was fortified against external threats, Vinny strode boldly into the fray. Subsequently, he learned from Aping the unfolding events and, knowing the adepti had ventured to Ganyu's abode, promptly set out, summoning Talin to serve as his enforcer. What? Liyue permits entry but forbids exit. Who does he think he is? The Anemo Archon, one of the 7 rulers of the world, Vinny thought, racing to Ganyu's location. While riding Talin, he briefly considered visiting the old man, but ultimately decided against it after sensing an overwhelming presence. Even as the Anemo Archon, he could not detect the identity of the old man's adversary, only perceiving the old man relentlessly hurling rock spears in a particular direction, seemingly with great effort. Very well, Vinny resolved, acknowledging that if even Morix struggled against this foe, and he could not sense their presence, there was no need to intervene. Upon determining the location of the adepti, he resolved to leave the old man to his own devices. Observing the state of the Liyue adepti and the threat posed by the golden wolven beast left Vinny somewhat bewildered. When did the Abyss Order gain the capacity to simultaneously suppress Ojal, besiege Liyue, and keep Morix off balance while restraining the adepti? Your Excellency, we must swiftly defeat the Abyss Order, Liyue's Anemo Archon implored. Ojal has been unsealed. We must confine him again before he fully regains his strength, or the consequences will be dire. Please assist us." Vinny glanced at Liu's Anemo Archon, shaking his head. "There is no necessity for that. Just now, the winds informed me that Ojal has already been captured by the Abyss." "What?" The Anemo Archon and the other Adepti were taken aback. Damn it, the Abyss acted with such swiftness. It's barely been a moment since Ojal was released, and now he is gone. "Lord Anemo, please help us defeat these abyssal foes. Since he has been captured, we must first resolve the immediate threat," the Anemo Archon insisted. The golden woven beast, Tulin soared through the skies, vigilant against the threat before him. Yet Vinny hesitated, pondering. "I see no reason to antagonize the Abyss." Taking stock of the golden woven beast's formidable power, Vinny acknowledged that it rivaled that of the great dragon Durin, and he commended the Adepti for withstanding it for so long. "Why, Your Excellency?" the Anemo Archon queried, perplexed. "Even if your strength is not at its peak due to the events of 5 centuries past, with our combined might alongside the East Wind Dragon, defeating a mere golden woven beast should pose no challenge." "Useless," Venti replied. "Since Ojal has been sealed, the Abyss's forces may have already arrived. The terror of the Abyss was undeniable, and they were not alone, nor were they unencumbered. The situation surrounding the old man remained unclear. If the Abyss claimed to be merely encircling, then perhaps waiting would be prudent. Your Excellency, as one of the 7 rulers of the world, your words seem somewhat incongruous with your esteemed status." Ziue, the Anemo Archon, remarked that, "Is it possible for the Abyss to repeat the madness of 5 centuries ago?" The Anemo Archon, a being who could abandon his own kin for centuries. What courage do you believe he possesses? At the side of an abyssal singer, a portal to the Abyss materialized. From within emerged a golden-haired maiden clad in white. Upon hearing the commotion, the gathered crowd turned their attention toward the portal. You are." Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. The other Adepti quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer. The golden-haired maiden, capable of effortlessly severing Ojal's head, was none other than the traveler's sister. "You are the Abyss?" Zhao's tone turned hostile. "You should say that the Abyss is mine," Ying replied, her demeanor decidedly indifferent to this moment. 2 abyssal singers kneeling behind her spoke respectfully. "We apologize, Your Highness. Despite our utmost efforts, we failed to slay any of the Adepti of Liu. It is not your fault. The arrival of the Anemo Archon was indeed unexpected, yet the plan has been fulfilled, so there is no need to dwell on such matters. Indeed, thank you for your forgiveness." "Your Highness." The 2 abyssal singers rose, taking positions behind Ying as her protectors. "It has been a long time." Ying, sensing Zhao's intent to attack, Vinny quickly stepped forward, raising a hand to stay him. "Do not be rash. Even at my peak, I might not be your equal." "What?" Vinny's words brought Zhao to a halt. "You remember, after all. Your memories have not been erased." Ying's gaze remained tranquil. "Vinny, no. Barbados, the Anemo Archon, 0.5 centuries ago. Who wishes to revisit those matters? What significance do they hold now?" Ying interrupted, summoning her exclusive weapon. "I have come to Ganyu's abode for Ojal. Now that my objective is achieved, should you wish for battle, I am prepared to oblige." With swords drawn, Ying and the Anemo Archon faced off, and the Adepti of Liu braced themselves, feeling a pressure akin to the peak strength of the Emperor emanating from Ying. "I have no desire to fight you. I doubt I could contend with you even now," Vinny stated nonchalantly. "Desiring to resist, yet reluctant to relinquish, you who are subservient to the whims of celestial law may only comprehend your plight when all is lost. I have no words to express regarding you feeble deities." Behind Ying, a colossal portal materializes. She gestures for the Abyss Order members to depart first. In a mere moment, only Ying remains outside the portal. Yet even so, not a single Liu adept dares to launch an attack. After a brief silence, Ying speaks. "The adept of Liu should refrain from uttering unwarranted words and engaging in unwarranted actions. You cannot impede my path, not even your esteemed god of war. Should you wish to prevent Liu from descending into the fate of Kenria from 5 centuries past, I suggest you bear this in mind." The sword in Ying's grasp emanates a purplish-red glow of the Abyss. Without a trace of hesitation, she turns and steps into the portal, seemingly untroubled by the threat of ambush. as the portal gradually vanishes. Liyue's Yuheng, with eyes ablaze, radiates a terrifying celestial power. How infuriating! What does this individual mean? Does she look down upon us? Calm down, Vinciai sighs. I will speak to the old man regarding Ying later. Whatever course he chooses to take is his prerogative. However, I must caution you concerning Ying's brother, the traveler. Treat him as you have in the past, for the intricacies involved are profound, and only a select few among the 7 archons are aware of them. Upon hearing Vinciai's words, the Liyue Adeptus fall into a contemplative silence. They are not foolish and quickly grasp the underlying intent of the Anemo Archon speech. After a moment of silence, they nod solemnly, indicating their agreement with Vinciai's perspective. Chapter 48. The Battle with Zhongli, if one could call a battle in the land of Teyvat. The Geo Archon Morix, or Zhongli, stands in confrontation with a white-haired girl clad in pharaonic attire. Yield, Geo Archon of Liyue. You lack even the qualifications to touch me. What purpose does this serve, other than to squander your strength and invite further weariness? Her azure eyes remain calm as both float above the ocean. Yet compared to Morix's chaotic aura, Beli's is far more at ease. She remains as she was upon arrival, unperturbed by the unfolding events. The entire sea is dotted with dense rock spears, forming small landmasses. Stones, no matter how worn, remain steadfast. Perhaps hope is elusive, yet they will never forsake their will. Zhongli stands firm in the sky, wielding his rock spear. The will of stone? He muses, finding it somewhat laughable that as a former god of war, he places faith not in brute strength, but in an ethereal concept of will. Yet, in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, how long can your will endure? Beli shrugs, declaring, the abyss seeks Asura. I shall not allow you to interfere. Zhongli raises his rock spear, his voice resolute. By conventional reasoning, I may possess no chance of victory, yet certain matters must be addressed. The power of Geo condenses within the spear, which he hurls toward Beli's with force. The sound of its passage distorts the very fabric of space. It approaches her with blinding speed, threatening to pierce her through. For the sake of those so-called adepti, Beli's interjects, extending a finger to touch the tip of the oncoming spear. With a mere tap, the spear halts in midair, enveloped in a violet destructive force. Almost instantaneously, the spear, infused with immense geo-energy, dissipates into nothingness. Regarding Zhongli, Beli's harbors neither animosity nor fondness. At most, the resemblance between Liyue and her previous life offers a semblance of familiarity. She cannot allow him to pass. It is a matter of principle. Of course, the prospect of slaying Zhongli does not concern Beli's in the slightest. Through their engagement, she seeks to unravel the elemental forces of this world. Thus, she remains unhurried. However, Zhongli perceives the situation differently. Perhaps it was the earlier transmission that led him to believe the Adepti had encountered a golden king beast, which fuels his agitation. Impenetrable as a fortress, he mutters, summoning a rock shield around himself. Once more, he charges at Beli's, spear in hand. Each maneuver, thrust, parry, sweep, is executed with unparalleled mastery, showcasing his formidable prowess. Yet amidst the fleeting shadows of a spear, Beli's effortlessly evades each strike. And no matter Zhongli's efforts, he cannot land a single hit. Suddenly, Zhongli's arm holding the spear quakes violently, but tremendous force reverberates through the shaft, sending both him and the spear reeling 1,000 meters away, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Incredible! The once steady demeanor of Zhongli now wavers. With just a finger, she has shattered his shield and inflicted injury upon him. Perhaps he understands deep down that he has no hope of overcoming this challenge. Yet he cannot remain idle. Indeed, she could eliminate him in an instant if she so wished. Such strength likely far exceeds that of the slumbering being on the Sky Island. Where, indeed, did the Abyss find such a monster? No, it is more appropriate to question how such a formidable existence could ever be drawn to the Abyss. I hope Barbados proves reliable, whether as the Geo-Archon or God of War. Zhongli ranks among the most formidable of the 7 Archons. However, in terms of perceptive sensing, he falls short compared to that unreliable old friend. Chapter 48. The wind represents freedom, and it also signifies the perception of the anemo element, capable of infiltrating every nook and cranny. What does the abyss desire with Asura? Zhongli recognizes his slim chances of breaking through, yet he maintains his composure, probing for answers amidst his assault. Your prior contract with the Fatui and the actions of the abyss are fundamentally related in outcome. Do you understand what I am implying? Bellies nimbly dodges Zhongli's spear and replies, the abyss requires Asura for its plan, hence my uninvited presence. The Sky Island, is it your target? Zhongli's tone grows grave. Recalling the goddess heart he traded with the Fatui and its intended use, he then shifts his tone. With your power, is it truly necessary to go through such trouble to contend with the Sky Island? Bellies answers, it is not I who will confront the Sky Island. I am merely here to assist, in essence, my goal is to delay you until the Abyss's orchestrator captures Asura, necessitating your presence here. Upon hearing this, Zhongli falls silent, distancing himself from Bellies. He prepares to unleash a technique, heavenly movement of all things, in hopes of uncovering a flaw in her defense. It seems the matter is concluded. Bellies suddenly states, what? Zhongli queries, perplexed, halting his preparations to gaze at her. Nothing much, merely that Asura has been captured. My task is complete. With that, Bellies vanishes from her previous location, a daunting individual. Has Asura truly been taken? Zhongli stares at the spot where Bellies stood before, abruptly tasting blood in his mouth, coughing violently. The weariness intensifies. Bellies first uses her teleportation to reach Liua, bringing along a group of Abyss Order members. Then teleports again to the area where the barrier was previously established. Ganyu's pavilion, this moment. Ing stands in an open area safeguarded by the barrier, awaiting Bellies' return. Upon seeing Bellies, Ing strides forward, placing her hands before her in gratitude. Thank you, Guild Master. When Ing arrived at Ganyu's pavilion, she heard her subordinates mention that the Abyss members had been decimated by Liu's adepti, were it not for the Guild Master's use of some special power to revive them. Few among them would remain unharmed. Now, the Abyss members at Ganyu's pavilion are all present and accounted for. How could those Abyss members, who were slain by Liu's adepti, still be alive? In truth, this is an endeavor by Bellies to simulate Izanagi using the laws. The abyssal black mist, which had previously infiltrated the abyssal masses, serves this very purpose, that if one were to be slain today, the laws would activate, transforming all adverse factors, including death, into illusions. Deceased members of the congregation would return to the cloudy pavilion. As Bellies has strategically utilized the ley lines to establish a real-time teleportation point for their resurrection, that Bellies' experiment has proven successful, as long as one's strength does not reach the level of the laws. A semblance of Izanagi akin to the Uchiha Madara Sharingan will indeed be effective. However, once one attains the level of the laws, Izanagi becomes ineffective and no need for thanks. It is quite normal for a group leader to assist members occasionally. Just remember to return the items from the transaction to me. Bellies graciously accepted Lumen's gratitude. The god eye, you say? A dark sorcerer approached Lumen, presenting her with 2 god eyes held in his hand. Is it possible for them to remain inactive? Lumen inquired, her voice tinged with worry. That will suffice. I merely need to verify whether the laws contained within are activated. It is of no consequence to me. Bellies replied, accepting the god eyes from Lumen's grasp. Yet the moment she touched the god eyes, they unexpectedly radiated a glow. The patterns that emerged were those of the dendro and electro elements that confine the limits using willpower is indeed a crude method. A faint purple aura of destructive power enveloped Bellies. Almost instantaneously after the 2 god eyes illuminated, they faded back to their former dullness. Group leader, is everything all right? Lumen asked, her concern evident. Oh, it's nothing. The gift is delightful. And I am quite pleased, Bellies stated, snapping her fingers as her form transformed into shimmering motes of light, drifting away with the wind. Until we meet again, Lumen. Chapter 49. Members utilize the Dragon Balls returning to the realm of the Destroyer Gods. Bellies scrutinized the now completely dimmed god eyes. Just as certain novels from her past hinted, the existence of the god eyes serves as a form of fuel reserve, though it remains unclear what type of fuel it is. Is it the essence of the god eyes bearer or the wishes contained within? The god eyes elevate one's lower limits, yet simultaneously impose restrictions on the upper limits. This upper limit pertains to the mastery of multiple attributes, including the potential to ascend to godhood on Teyvat. Well, acquiring 2 god eyes can be considered a rare gain, after thoroughly analyzing the composition of the god eyes with her mental prowess. Bellies found her interest in them somewhat waning. However, despite the limitations imposed by the god eyes, it does not seem entirely unfeasible to employ them for some members of the mundane world. As not everywhere is under the watchful gaze of the sky island regarding their fuel reserves, Bellies carefully placed the god eyes aside before opening the chat group. Speaking of which, regarding her battle with Morix, if one could even call a battle, Bellies subsequently closed the live stream. Pondering the current state of affairs within the group, Bellies opened the chat group. Spider Child. Lumen, your child's pot is surprisingly large. Do you have more? Lumen, crafting this is quite challenging, primarily due to the scarcity of materials. My child's pot was acquired during my travels in Teyvat. Spider Child. Oh, is there none left? Lumen, none at all. Spider Child. How disheartening. I thought I could trap the demon lord inside. Lumen, just how deep is your obsession with that demon lord named Ariel? Spider Child. You don't understand. The demon lord has killed me twice. Twice. If not for my cleverness, I would have been gone long ago. Woe is me. I must capture her and teach her a lesson. Whip after whip. Lumen, it seems to me that what you feel is not hatred but rather petulance, that world's first princess. Lumen, what are your next steps? Will you continue to undermine the Sky Island's plans? Spider Child. Oh, the group leader has also logged in. Welcome, esteemed leader to world's first princess. Spider Child, why aren't you off leveling up? Are you waiting to be killed by the demon lord for a 3rd time? Spider Child. I am no longer afraid of the demon lord. I have learned new skills, and she cannot kill me now, that world's first princess. Spider Child, let me inform you of something. The demon lord is acquainted with Chiolai. In other words, if she cannot find you for an extended period, she may seek out Chiolai to open a spatial gateway. Spider Child. That's against the rules. Chiolai is a dragon god, an existence that transcends system limitations. If he helps the demon lord, where will that leave me? World's first princess. Thus, Spider Child, you must strive diligently and not become complacent. Otherwise, you may very well find yourself as a roasted spider one day. Spider Child, I shall go level up immediately. Spider Child departed with newfound determination, that world's first princess. Lumen, are you there? Lumen, yes, esteemed leader. Were you inquiring about the mechanical Owser's plans? Lumen, to be honest, I am still hesitating, as my brother has only just arrived in Inazuma, that I wish to wait until his strength increases before proceeding. Unlike the original narrative, Lumen now has more options with her participation in the chat group. Reflecting on Owser's plan to destabilize the Sky Island, it no longer seems as crucial. Although Owser may not be pleasing to the eye, he is still passable as an ornamental fish, rather than spend time on such matters. It would be wiser to focus on enhancing her own strength. Lumen had just made a copy of the magical compendium uploaded by Jelf, and she was currently engrossed in the contents of the magic book she had replicated. Elements and magic share certain commonalities in a sense that in the world of fairy tale. Jelf noticed that his original points were still a ways from 50 and sought ways to accumulate more. Just then, a notification chimed in the chat group. Lumen has purchased the magical compendium you uploaded, costing 2,000 points. You will receive 1/10 of the points. You have gained 200 points, bringing your total to 5025. Upon seeing the score exceed 5,000, Jelf's breath quickened and his eyes gleamed with excitement. This is enough. I can finally do it. Though Jelf had seldom spoken in the group, upon witnessing the Dragon Balls, he was struck with the desire to use them. Purchasing the right to use the Dragon Balls, for the first time in 4 centuries, Jelf felt his heart racing. Chapter 49. Ding! Purchase successful. You have acquired the right to use the Dragon Balls. The first usage of the Dragon Balls in the chat group will be live-streamed. Please find 7 similarly sized stones to project the Dragon Balls usage rights. The projection of the Dragon Balls will yield the same effects as the actual Dragon Balls, and the usage can be preserved for 1 year, allowing for a single wish. After the wish is made, the projection will vanish. Note: any attempts to probe or study the Dragon Balls will be deemed disrespectful, resulting in disqualification from the wish, and points will not be refunded in the realm of the Destroyer Gods. Belize also noticed that someone in the chat group had purchased the Dragon Balls. Initially, she thought it might be Yuang or Uchiha Madara, but was surprised to find it was Jelf from Fairy Tail. The live streaming commenced, and everyone eagerly crowded in, given the significance of the Dragon Balls. Observing this event could offer substantial advantages in the future. I asked at the Dragon Balls. AI Hyber remarked, "They look stunning." Unlike the images she had seen, the 7 orbs displayed by Jelf solidified her resolve to utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect her sister. Uchiha Madara, I wonder how many points this individual spent on acquiring the Dragon Balls. Madara pondered, realizing that Jelf had not disclosed the cost of using the Dragon Balls. Jelf, the usage rights for the Dragon Balls require 5,000 points. I have been accumulating them for quite some time. Uchiha Madara, oh, is it similar to the world I inhabit? It appears to be a formidable world indeed. Yu Wang, wishing upon the Dragon Balls. Let me witness their power. World's first princess, are you present? I have a question. World's first princess. I am here. What do you wish to inquire? Yu Wang. Regarding the Dragon Balls, how many individuals can be resurrected at once? World's first princess. Each wish made with the Dragon Balls can resurrect a maximum of 1 deceased individual. There is no limit to the number of resurrection attempts, meaning that if the resurrected individual dies again, they can still be brought back with the Dragon Balls. Yu Wang. Oh, so it's infinite resurrection. It is indeed intriguing, yet the number of individuals to be resurrected seems somewhat lacking. The esteemed Mahjong Yu Wang desires to revive 2 souls. One is his mother, and the other his dearest friend. The World S1 Princess adds, by the way, each time the Dragon Balls are used, the points required for the next utilization double. Zhuang, Yu Wang exclaims in shock. Huiyuan AI, Ing, and others, including the leveling Spider Child, instinctively contribute to the chat. Spider Child remarks, wow, compounding interest, how nefarious. A true capitalist. Chapter 50. Shenlong, the World S1 Princess states, I hear someone speaking ill of me. Spider Child, instead of focusing on leveling up, you sneakily peek at the screen. Spider Child replies, I said nothing. I shall resume my leveling immediately. In a fluster. The unintended message is sent, and the chat responds once more. The World S1 Princess asserts, you are correct, Spider Child. Spider Child, bewildered, wonders about the group leader's sudden acknowledgement. The World S1 Princess continues, many can deduce my purpose in sharing the Dragon Balls. Over half the group is aware of the reason. Spider Child inquires, really? How come I didn't know? Am I that dull? No, I refuse to accept that. The World S1 Princess retorts, how should I respond to that? Ing interjects, it is a principle. If I'm not mistaken, the group leader uses the chat's points exchange to observe the rules of various worlds. The appearance of the Dragon Balls likely has a similar rationale. After much hesitation, Ing finally posed her thought. Indeed, when she purchased the magic book written by Jirfu, this idea had already formed in her mind. Put succinctly, where do the items shared in the chat go? The answer is unequivocally to the group leader. Thus, inferring from this, the use of the Dragon Balls becomes self-evident. After all, how could such an immense amount of points be accumulated? It must be exchanged. Each use drains the member's resources. Whether for the exchange of Dragon Balls or items from other worlds, points serve as the universal currency. Even if members feel exploited, most would willingly comply. Zhuang Yuan contemplates, so that is the case. Upon reflection, it bears considerable significance. Uchiha Madara comments, as expected of the group leader. Indeed, a familiar presence. After several seconds of silence, the less educated Uchiha Madara manages to utter 2 words. The World S1 Princess remarks. These villains indeed grasp the situation swiftly, save for Spider Child. There seems to be a certain Aizen S. Suk as well, but it is odd that he could not come to mind. Jirfu states, in life and actions, one should not focus on what she thinks, but rather on what she does. The ability to exchange for the right to use the Dragon Balls can compensate for our past regrets. I support the group leader in this, concerned that the group leader might become wrathful and reclaim the Dragon Balls before he has made his wish. He feels compelled to flatter her. The World S1 Princess candidly states, there is no need for pretense. I am indeed here to exploit you, and you all willingly comply. Does that not bring mutual joy? Jirfu agrees. Indeed, the group leader speaks wisely. Her words are profound. The World S1 Princess chides. Each of you seems to have cast aside your principles. Do you truly fear that I will not grant your wishes in the fairy tale world? Jiafu arranges the Dragon Balls. With hands clasped, he bows before the orbs, maintaining a sense of reverence, even if it seems unnecessary. Jiafu then opens his eyes. Come forth, Shenlong. The resonance of the Dragon Balls intensifies, their brilliance flickering incessantly. Soon after, the sky darkens, enveloping the entire Sirius Island in dense black clouds. The area covered by the clouds is not extensive. It does not extend to the entire world. According to Beliris, isn't it merely a matter of making a wish? Why does it feel akin to the end of the world? A sense of ritual suffices. Thus, the cloud cover is only slightly larger than the area of Sirius Island. The Dragon Balls on the ground emit golden lightning, instantly piercing through the clouds. Moments later, within the dense blackness, a serpentine red dragon tail emerges, followed by a gigantic dragon head that breaks through the clouds. Descending gracefully, amidst the thunder and lightning, the majestic dragon lands beneath the clouds, its crimson scales glimmering in the dim sky. With a resonant roar, the formidable dragon addresses Jiafu, saying, "Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any desire you have, I shall fulfill." Spider-Child exclaims, "So that is Shenlong? It appears so regal. I wonder if it tastes good." The World S#1 Princess responds, "Is there nothing beyond eating that you can think of?" "It is exhausting. What is going on with your thought process, Spider-Child? You are a spider, not a pig. Are you not concerned about overindulging?" The captain of the 5th Division remarks, "A Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish is indeed miraculous." In the 5th Division's quarters, Aizen toys with the H-Gyoku in his hands, the lenses before his eyes shimmering with a white light. He wonders if it can evolve perfectly. Uchiha Madara asks, "World S#1 Princess, in other worlds, can one use the Dragon Balls belonging to others?" The World S#1 Princess replies, "Uchiha Madara, I know what you wish to inquire about. Let me clarify. That is impossible. Do not think to exploit loopholes. A Dragon Ball belonging to a world can only be effective for its members." She continues, "For instance, if you're interested in the world where Huiyuan AI resides and wish to trade with her to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you, that is not feasible. The Dragon Balls in Huiyuan AI's world can only affect those within her realm. Even if you manage to traverse to her world, the Dragon Balls cannot resurrect you." Such cunning thoughts may have crossed some minds. Hence Beliris had set the rules beforehand. Otherwise, the wishes made with the Dragon Balls would descend into chaos. Who knows? One day members might traverse worlds. And certain powerful members could approach those from ordinary worlds, compelling them to assist in making wishes. Uchiha Madara acknowledges, as expected of the group leader, "Your meticulous approach is admirable." The World S#1 Princess quips, "Let us see about the wishes. I am not Senju Hashirama." Uchiha Madara retorts, "What does that have to do with whether you are Senju Hashirama?" Chapter 50. Jiafu gazes at the blood-red Shenlong. Coiling majestically in the sky, he even feels the curse upon him spreading toward it. However, even the power of the curse seems to exert no influence over the dragon. This revelation astonishes Jiafu. The Shenlong created by group leader Beliris surpasses the divine being that placed the curse upon him in terms of rule application. State your wish. If you have none, I shall take my leave. Wait, seeing the Shenlong poised to depart, Jiafu hastily calls out, "I have a wish. Can you help me revive my brother?" "Your brother?" The Shenlong's form shifts slowly, its crimson gaze illuminating Jiafu. Moments later, the red light recedes back into the dragon's eyes as it speaks. "Your brother's fragmented soul has fused with a being known as Eteria's Naz Dorjinir. T.O. resurrect your brother. 2 wishes are required. The first wish must fully separate and repair the portion of your brother's soul within Naz. Only then can the second wish restore him completely. Therefore, a single wish will not suffice. You will need to gather the Dragon Balls once more." The Shenlong speaks steadily, while Jiafu furrows his brow, casting his gaze toward the chat group's Dragon Ball exchange value. Lost in thought. Previously, it was 5,000 points. Now it is transformed into 937,929,266 points for the World Weariness Novel Station. Heaven knows if this world can amass such a sum. Is there no other way? Jiafu presses. There is. After making the first wish, You can substitute as the life and death overseer of this world. The Shenlong's sentence remains unfinished, as a voice interjects, "Those who defile life and death shall be cursed." A resonant voice reverberated throughout the entirety of Sirius Island, a dark halo, imbued with boundless pressure, descended from the heavens. At this moment, Jelf's pupils constricted sharply. Even after 400 years, he could not forget that voice. "Begone!" The dragon erupted in a blaze of crimson energy, its might shattering the clouds and soaring into the sky. From an unknown location high above, a piercing cry of anguish echoed. "Humph! What strength does one possess to dare curse the great Dragon Lord? Truly, they know not the meaning of mortality." Jelf, Chapter 51. Wishes and newcomers in the group. Irina. Who was that wretched soul that just cried out, "Spider"? I share the same curiosity. World's first princess. It seems someone cast a curse of immortality upon Jelf, perhaps a deity named in something. Haitian AI. So, does that mean this so-called deity was vanquished by the dragon summoned by the group leader? World's first princess. I cannot say for certain. The dragon possesses a degree of autonomy. As long as it remains within certain bounds, I can hardly be bothered, perhaps, after the members wish 10 or 8 times. It will cleanse the negative energy it has accumulated, treating it merely as an unfeeling harvester. More like harvesting chives. Spider, world's first princess, are you not afraid of it rebelling? World's first princess, what is there to fear? If it disobeys, it can be reforged. Besides, this batch of Dragon Balls feels somewhat misaligned with my nature. Spider, in the world of fairy tale, Jelf gazed upwards at the gradually darkening void in the sky, his expression sharpening. Speak your wish. Do you seek to mend your brother's soul, or do you desire something else? The dragon regarded Jelf and continued, I have a suggestion for you. You may wish for me to eliminate the one who just troubled my ears. Angstrom God? Jelf snapped back to attention, responding with realization. At the name? Indeed, it isn't something. Logically, such a wish should be forbidden, yet this minor deity dared to assault me and attempt to collar me with a curse. Could my temper possibly tolerate that? The dragon, in its unabashed manner, declared that it could invoke the dragon's infinite right to self-defense against the reckless actions of that minor deity. However, the right to self-defense has its limits. And I am currently quite displeased. Yes, very displeased. So what now? Jelf's mouth twitched in discomfort. There was something distinctly unhinged about this dragon, that if you wish for me to eliminate him, then under the circumstances of infinite self-defense and your wish, I may act to eliminate this pest without contravening the rules set by our Creator. The dragon grinned, its voice brimming with confidence. What do you think? Is it not enticing? The curse upon you seems to have been cast by that very individual. I would be avenging you, did I assure you. This is not personal vendetta. It is not because I wish to harm him that I hope you will make this wish. Absolutely not. May I inquire about the current status of Angstrom God? He shall not rise for at least a century. The dragon scoffed, casting a glance at Jelf. Even so, he is not someone you can contend with at this moment, so wishing for me to eliminate the one who cursed you is undoubtedly your wisest choice. Of course, even if he is slain, the curse upon you shall take years to dissipate. Yet, I do not wish to make that wish. Jelf shook his head. Very well. What is your desire then? The dragon, poised to strike, halted abruptly at Jelf's voice. What do you wish for? Ugh, how unfortunate. Assist me in safely extracting my brother's soul from Natsu's and restoring it completely. Furthermore, ensure that Natsu remains unharmed and encase my brother's soul in a vessel capable of containing it, while guaranteeing that the curse within me does not affect him. Dragon, is such a wish permissible? Jelf articulated clearly. From the dragon's words, Jelf discerned that Angstrom God would be unable to wreak havoc for a considerable time. This indicated that his safety was assured. Hence, the question of slaying Angstrom God was of little significance. With the group chat at his disposal and its talented members, breaking the curse of Angstrom God within a century was not an impossible feat. Thus, there was no need to squander a wish. It was wiser to first ensure the complete restoration of his brother's soul. Are you certain you wish for this? No regrets. The dragon's voice resonated deeply, seemingly seeking confirmation of Jelf's yearning, with an underlying hint of melancholy. Absolutely. Can it be done? Upon Jelf's words, The dragon pondered momentarily, its eyes igniting with a crimson glow. This wish is exceedingly simple. Moments later, a diamond-shaped ornament appeared in Jelf's hands, resembling a pendant. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. The dragon's form began to fade rapidly. The obsidian clouds cloaking Sirius Island gradually disperse. In mere moments, the dragon vanished entirely, leaving behind 7 stones, which Jelf had meticulously shaped into spheres, mere remnants of the once-wished Dragon Balls, now reduced to ordinary stones. Jelf grasped the diamond crystal ornament, his once confused eyes now brimming with determination. Angstrom God, before you recover to the point of being able to strike against me, I shall undoubtedly resurrect my brother and possess the strength to contend with you. The wish has been accomplished. In the chat group, discussions regarding the dragon persisted. Irina, this wishing dragon seems rather peculiar. Haitian AI, its level of intelligence is astonishing. It appears more akin to a living being than a mere programmed entity. Primarily, that temperament, how shall I say it, leaves one a loss for words, guiding wishers to make wishes for personal vendettas. This dragon truly possesses character. This moment, Jelf also came online. Jelf, world's first princess. Thank you, group leader. I have acquired my brother's soul. With one more wish, I can bring him back to life. Jelf, group leader, is there a method to rapidly accumulate points? The second use of the Dragon Ball requires 9,379,29266 points from the Despair Novel Transfer Station. I am genuinely concerned I may not gather enough. Madara, has the points for the Despair Novel Transfer Station doubled? I still have 5,000 on my end. Is it only after personal usage that it doubles? Matoit Sina, I have not seen any change either. It remains 5,000 to IT seems indeed to be calculated based on personal usage. Previously, I assumed it was based on the total usage of Dragon Balls. World's first princess. Reaching level 3 in the chat group will unlock world tasks, so do not fret too much about points. Haitian AI. World's first princess, group leader, for members like me from the mundane world. Is there a quick way to earn points? Haitian AI had long been concerned about this aspect, as she lacked the superpowers that other members possessed. Signing in once a month felt rather sluggish. Previously, a single sign-in had only earned her a meager 10 points. World's first princess. At level 3 of the chat group, you can engage in item sales, etc. If group members make purchases, you too can earn points. For example, APTX 4869 can be sold, and the system will evaluate its worth. World's first princess. Thus, whether in a mundane world or an extraordinary one, there is no need for concern. World's first princess. Haitian AI. In fact, the world you inhabit possesses magic, making it an extraordinary realm. Not ordinary at all. Haitian AI. Extraordinary. Where is such a thing? Did the group leader misspeak? Could it be that Adagawa's modified sneakers and his aerial shots are considered extraordinary? Or perhaps his unscientific skateboard skills and the death god aura? None of these seemed to fit. Just as Haitian AI was about to further inquire with the group leader, she heard a delightful notification sound. Ding! The Avenger of the Kulu Tower clan has joined the chat group. Ding! The Avenger of the Sharingan has joined the chat group. Chapter 52. 2 have arrived. Uchiha's 4 madman Madara was idly passing time, when suddenly a notification sounded from the chat group, prompting him to instinctively shift into work mode. Madara. Welcome newcomers, I am the group administrator, Uchiha. Wait a moment, Sharingan. Upon noticing the new members, Madara was momentarily taken aback. Was this Sharingan the one he was familiar with? World's first princess. To the 2 newcomers, welcome to the group. I have already transmitted the group rules into your consciousness. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I am the group owner, Bellies. While Madara was still in shock, Bellies took over his introduction, addressing the group members. Madara, group owner, could you pause for a moment? Can you wait until I finish my question before introducing? Please, the Avenger the Sharingan. What is your name? Are you perhaps an Uchiha? Madara grew anxious, even interrupting the group owner without concern for the consequences. After all, he had just witnessed a living individual, possibly a member of his clan, enter the group. What did this signify? It meant he was one step closer to resurrection, to his dreams, and to eternal peace. However, a considerable amount of time passed, and neither of the newcomers responded to Uchiha Madara's inquiry. Perhaps both were highly vigilant. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, Kurapika furrowed his brow, staring at the so-called chat group he had inadvertently joined. Sorting through the vast amount of information flooding his mind, he remained cautious while contemplating his next move. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. There was no need to rush into the spotlight. He would observe the situation first. After all, it was not he who was being questioned by the individual known as Uchiha Madara that moment. In the world of Naruto, within a dark, serpentine lair, a pair of striking three-tomo Sharingan gleamed with a crimson glow. Crackle, a bolt of lightning sliced through 3 targets positioned before him. Boom! The 3 targets were simultaneously obliterated into fragments. Orochimaru's illusion. Regardless of your plans, they hold no significance before my eyes. Avenger of the Sharingan. Orochimaru, if you desire me, you ought to employ something substantial rather than mere illusions, daring to flaunt them before my gaze. Uchiha Madara. What are you? Orochimaru, one of those disgraceful individuals spared by Hanzo during the Second Shinobi World War. How shameful for Konoha, one of the 5 great villages, to have fallen so low as to require mercy, yet still claim the title of legendary 3 ninjas. Truly shameless. Orochimaru seems to have a reputation in Konoha. Uchiha Madara, I am not one of those useless little brats. I am Uchiha Madara. What is your name? Avenger of the Sharingan. Humph. Finally showing your true colors. That do you think I, Uchiha Sasuke, fear you? In the presence of the Sharingan, all your schemes are rendered futile. Uchiha Madara stepped into the arena. The Avenger of the Sharingan entered the arena as well. In the realm of destruction gods. Bellies observed the confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke from afar. Bellies' lips twitched slightly. Uchiha Sasuke was so courageous, facing Uchiha Madara for the honor of the Uchiha clan, even attempting to provoke a fight. It was amusing to witness 2 individuals from the same world. It seemed like a spectacle was about to unfold. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Madara emerged unscathed, feeling invigorated, while Uchiha Sasuke lay in disarray on the ground. Panting, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, the live stream of the arena was terminated. Uchiha Madara's educational bout with Uchiha Sasuke imparted a profound understanding of the weight of lineage upon his younger counterpart. Each punch, kick, and slash of Susanoo radiated with the earnest affection of a senior. In summary, this battle concluded with Uchiha Sasuke's defeat. This moment, within the chat group, an unusual silence enveloped the members, seemingly awaiting the unfolding drama between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, your name is Uchiha Sasuke, correct? You just mentioned that you are a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Who are your parents? The urge to strike this young man named Sasuke evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his childhood encounters with Izumi. Uchiha Sasuke. My father is Uchiha Fugaku, and my mother is Uchiha Mikoto. Even if I mentioned their names, I doubt the ancestors would recognize them. Uchiha Sasuke opted to refer to his parents formally as a sign of respect towards the elders of his clan. Uchiha Madara, Fugaku Mikoto, I see. You're their child, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, how do you know my parents? That's impossible. Wasn't Uchiha Madara killed by Senju Hashirama? Moreover, during our earlier encounter, if one could call it battle, it was merely Uchiha Madara schooling him. Otherwise, he would have been defeated in an instant, especially with the complete Susanoo. Unparalleled, divine power. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, you are still too young to grasp the hidden truths of the shinobi world. Even in death, I persist. I possess far more knowledge than you realize. You believe that Senju Hashirama could outmaneuver me. Uchiha Madara, he was too stubborn. Had he listened to even a fraction of my advice back then, the shinobi world would have found peace long ago. The first, second, and third great ninja wars were all his fault. He should never have distributed the tailed beasts. Uchiha Sasuke. Is that so? Leaving the training ground and returning to his room, Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the messages in the chat group, uncertain of how to respond. Uchiha Madara. Yes, my apologies. I digressed at S1 ages. Nostalgia becomes commonplace, and your visage reminds me of my brother, Izumi. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke. You previously claimed to be a descendant of the Uchiha clan and that you defected from Konoha. Was it due to Konoha's machinations? Although he harbored no love for the Uchiha clan, he would not go so far as to annihilate them. Section 52. Uchiha Madara sought peace, not obliteration. What meaning does a peace devoid of humanity hold? Thus, one could conclude that the destruction of the Uchiha clan could only be attributed to the disciples of the evil trio. Inheritors of Senju Tobarama's innate malevolent intent. Uchiha Sasuke, the one who did not annihilate the Uchiha clan, is my brother, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Madara, what? Not only Uchiha Madara, but even the other onlookers in the group were left with a large question mark hovering above their heads. Except for a certain white-haired group owner, who is currently contemplating whether to share the Naruto storyline. For, upon Uchiha Sasuke's entry into the group owner's attachments had included a three-dimensional projection of the Boruto storyline from Naruto. Chapter 53. Angel, Kashim, should I share it? I'm a bit hesitant. Belly's gaze at the two individuals, who had finally reunited as ancestors and descendants, that if she shared it, would Sasuke and Madara end up at odds? In a sense, Madara and the Uchiha clan's demise were indeed interconnected. After all, Obito was Madara's agent. However, there was another possibility. Perhaps Konoha itself wished to eradicate the Uchiha clan. At least, that was the intention of the first Hokage. Why not share one or two clips first to gauge the reaction? With this thought, Bellies began recording video clips. World's first princess. Dear members, since Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara hail from the same world, the established past and future within the chat group will become exceedingly clear when two members from the same world join the chat. World's first princess. To put it differently, the original past and future can now be presented in a three-dimensional projection. What do you think? Isn't that delightful? The world's foremost princess. For instance, this JPG will display a short video on the public screen that in the video, Uchiha Madara, clad in white garments and wielding the six-path staff, ascends gracefully into the heavens. Gazing upon the blood-red moon, he forms hand signs and declares with a commanding voice, illuminate the world, infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke, what is this? Spider child. Such an eerie scene. That person's eyes resemble those of Lord Madara. But no, the entire being is akin to Lord Madara, save for the hair. The world's foremost princess. The figure in the three-dimensional projection is indeed Madara, representing his most powerful state achieved in the predetermined future. Yes, Six Paths Madara. Jelf, does it symbolize the power of the Six Paths reincarnation? Maikawa why? Oh, is at the peak of Uchiha Madara's strength. That appearance indeed seems formidable. 5th Division Captain. Quite intriguing. Not bad. Uchiha Madara. Wait, group leader, do you possess the developmental timeline of events in my world? I mean videos like this. The world's foremost princess, JPG. The group leader edited a segment of the three-dimensional projection for the public screen, revealing another scene that on a cliff, Six Paths Madara, with his Rinnegan eyes, gazes down upon the world with an air of authority. He is articulating something with great eloquence. Suddenly, a hand pierces through Madara's chest from behind. Crimson blood flows from the wound, and a dark hand is partially visible at Madara's chest point. Six Paths Madara displays a look of astonishment, disbelief, and shock. The scene abruptly ends. Uchiha Madara. Jelf, Maikawa why? Haha, you made me laugh so hard. That night, sitting by the campfire, leisurely roasting marshmallows and sipping warm water, Maikawa why nearly spat it out. Just moments ago, he looked so glorious, and now someone has plunged a hand in his chest. The group leader must have done this on purpose. Uchiha Madara. Group leader, what was that projection about? It can't be real, can it? The world's foremost princess. Didn't I mention this to you before? Infinite Tsukuyomi succeeded, but it also failed. Someone betrayed you. Uchiha Madara. Betrayal? Uchiha Madara's expression darkens as he gazes at the arm. That pitch-black hand that he evidently thinks of a certain dark entity. But why would that little creature betray him? It defies logic and reason. The world's foremost princess. Have you figured it out? If it weren't for Uchiha Sasuke joining the group, I wouldn't have revealed this to you so soon. But now it doesn't matter. The world's foremost princess. Kurizetsu was not created by you. As for how it came to be, you can see for yourself. Ding! The group leader sends an attachment for Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, allowing all group members to view it in holographic form for free. The world's foremost princess, Naruto, is current. While Boruto takes place several years after Six Paths Madara's failure, the world's foremost princess, Uchiha Sasuke, the truth about your clan's annihilation is also contained within the former. You may search for it at your leisure. With that, the group leader's avatar indicates they are offline, that in the realm of destruction. Bellies senses Crix, emerging from the underworld and returning to the realm of destruction. After some contemplation, he retrieves the Dragon Balls from the group, infusing them with the power of dragons. Indeed, the chat group can eliminate the negative energy of wishes and aid in collecting the laws of other worlds. Excellent. Bellies feels quite satisfied. There's no need to waste time cleansing negative energy. He can also gather laws from other worlds for reference. Moreover, each successful wish enhances his understanding of his own dragon power. Bellies raises his hand into a fist, a serious expression on his face, with diligence. I shall rise above the heavens. Bellies. I have returned, and a figure adorned in an angelic gown with braided hair steps forth. How goes the situation in the underworld? Bellies inquires. The damage is not severe. You are not fighting in the underworld, so the repairs pose little trouble. However, it seems the beings of the underworld have vanished. That it was Zamasu's doing. Belly sighs, souls altered by divine essence, coupled with Zamasu's manipulation, cannot be reincarnated. Not to mention, they cannot even restore their consciousness. The Dragon Balls? I cannot achieve that. How could mere Dragon Balls restore them? The power of the Dragon Balls cannot exceed that of their creator, which refers to the dragon power within him. I still retain the fragmented souls. Perhaps in the future, I can create something interesting. Bellies responds. Bellies, my lord, I merely inquired. There is no need to share this with me, as I am merely your servant. Crix whispers. Please do not say that. Crix, both you and Ramses are my mentors, now and forever. Bellies is perplexed as to why Crix would adopt such a humble demeanor. No. Crix shakes her head. Are you still unaware? The Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest have severed direct ties with our Universe 10. Do you understand what that implies? Crix, being the oldest among all universes, is privy to the most secrets. What the Grand Priest and Grand Zeno have done may be unclear to other angels, but Crix can draw conclusions. The Grand Zeno has only done this once before. In relation to the Dragon God, Salam, the implications are weighty, and Crix, when mentioning the Grand Zeno and Grand Priest, omits the usual honorifics, addressing them directly. K. Crix, are you overthinking this? Bellies feels a shiver run down her spine. Crix shakes her head once more. She waves her angelic scepter, and the surrounding laws begin to coalesce. Moments later, a luminous orb forms in her palm. This orb slowly drifts toward Bellies. What is this? Bellies asks, puzzled. My loyalty, Lord Bellies, akin to the current relationship between the Grand Priest and the Grand Zeno. I shall detach from the entire universe and remain forever loyal to you. Chapter 54. The Loyalty of Angel Crix. Chapter 53. Having been a god of destruction for so many years, Bellies is no longer the naive scion she once was. She diligently studies various texts concerning deities and more, as this pertains to her own existence. She does not wish to be careless one day and be erased by the Grand Zeno. Looking at the glowing orb floating before her, and then at Crix, who places her angelic scepter before her, performing an impeccably standard gesture, Crix states, there is no need for such formality. It should be as it was before. After all, you are still my mentor. I cannot revert to my previous self. This is a necessary protocol. Crix shakes her head, saying, until your power surpasses all angels, such a contract must exist. Human hearts are inscrutable, and deities are no exception. Even I, as an angel, am not exempt. Very well. Unable to resist Crix's insistence, Bellies extends her finger to touch the orb. In the next moment, the orb transforms into countless sparkling stars, merging into Bellies' body. This moment, her connection with Crix grows even stronger. The master-servant contract. Bellies is fully aware of the contents of the contract and has received feedback from the chat group. From the moment the contract is signed, everything Crix does and thinks in the future could be accessed by Bellies with a mere thought. Furthermore, she could, with a single thought, take the life of this angel, who far surpasses the strength of a god of destruction. Congratulations, you have become the true ruler of Universe 10. No, of this universe. Crix slowly rises and bows slightly to Bellies. Crix, is such formality necessary? Bellies cannot help but ask. It is. That is the duty of an angel's existence. Crix shakes her head. After the contract is signed, even if you wage war against the entire universe, even if your enemy is the Grand Priest, I will assist you with all my strength. Bellies. Waging war against the entire universe. Crix, how daring you are to think such thoughts, let alone voice them. The Grand Priest is your father. Is it truly acceptable to say that? My lord, do you remember the warning I gave you before my slumber? Crix suddenly states, to master the powers of creation and destruction before approaching the Grand Xenos palace. Not that. Crix shakes her head. It concerns the 18 universes, or rather, the 6 universes that the Grand Xeno erased. What are you trying to say? Beliris expressed her confusion. The 6 angels from different universes not only tacitly accepted the actions of the destroyer gods and the supreme Kai in corrupting the divine tree, but also deliberately concealed their deeds to prevent the Omni King and the Grand Priest from discovering them in a timely manner. Noticing the perplexity on Beliris's face, Kes did not keep her in suspense. Concealment? Indeed, I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose the specific reasons and processes at this moment. Kes continued, if you wish to examine it through a contract, you may do so. However, I would advise against IT. It is best not to be fully aware of these matters until your strength surpasses that of an angel. Nevertheless, I can share a fragment of information. Their intention is to liberate the universe from the dominion of the Omni King and to extricate themselves from the constraints of universal laws. To put it more concretely, Kes paused for a moment, hoping to transform the universe she manages into the next dragon realm, one that could coexist alongside the entirety of the multiverse. More fundamentally, it is akin to our own situation, existing outside the jurisdiction of the multiverse while maintaining close ties with it. Upon reaching this point, Kes ceased her explanation. Was it because their actions with the corrupted divine tree touched upon certain aspects of the multiverse? Or perhaps crossed the Omni King's bottom line, provoking his wrath and resulting in their annihilation? Beliris voiced her doubts. Kes neither contradicted nor denied her. With a sigh, Beliris chose not to pursue the matter further. While she could indeed learn of the events transpiring in those 6 universes through a contract, she decided against it since Kes recommended otherwise. What should I do now? From Kes's earlier remarks, Beliris understood that she was likely no longer under the Omni King's jurisdiction, as for the destruction of planets. To be honest, it was not something she particularly desired to undertake. That is not permissible. Kes seemed to see through Beliris's thoughts and shook her head. For now, we are still the 10th universe, and at least until we completely sever ties with the multiverse, the responsibilities of a destroyer god must continue. How can we achieve that separation? Beliris inquired pensively. Why enhancing the comprehensive coefficient of the universe or by elevating your own strength, thereby nurturing the laws of the universe to further perfection? Kes imparted a wealth of knowledge to Beliris, insights that were typically beyond the ken of ordinary destroyer gods. Had the 10th universe not found itself in such circumstances, Angel Kes would not have divulged these matters. Can other means elevate the universe's coefficient? Beliris produced 2 peculiar glass spheres and extended them toward Kes. Kes gazed at the objects in her hands, a hint of curiosity gracing her countenance. They are called Eyes of the Gods, containing rather unique laws. Kes projected her mental energy into them, withdrawing it several seconds later. Remarkably, they are activated through wishes. Can they enhance the universal laws? Not at all. The effect is negligible. Kes shook her head. Had it been the ripples of a world, it might have sufficed, but as artificial creations, they fall short. Are you not curious where I acquired them? You naturally possess your own means of acquisition. If you prefer not to disclose, I shall not why.is that so? Beliris fell silent. She hesitated on whether to inform Kes about the chat group. Beliris had contemplated various methods to enhance the universe, but they likely required Kes's assistance rather than being solely within her capacity. Perhaps a few more days of contemplation. With a sigh, Beliris resolved to return to her quarters for rest. The information she had gathered that day was overwhelming and necessitated careful organization. Meanwhile, in the chat group, she flipped to the last message, observing the darkly ominous Uchihamadara, his expression terrifyingly grim. Uchihamadara, Black Zetsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki, remember this, I Uchihamadara shall undoubtedly return. the formidable Shura of the shinobi world. The strongest patriarch of the Uchiha clan had been thoroughly played by a dim-witted Black Zetsu. Indeed, Black Zetsu was of low intelligence, as evidenced by his handling of the battle between Naruto and Kagaya. Black Zetsu, merely a dog-headed strategist. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, set your issues aside. Should you not provide me with an explanation? Was the Uchiha clan's extermination orchestrated by you, through Obito? Once, he had respectfully referred to his ancestor. Given the Uchiha's propensity for intermarriage, making it plausible to regard older relatives as ancestors over the span of a century. Yet now, watching the pivotal moments of Naruto, Shippuden, Uchiha Sasuke was struck by the realization that Obito was the masked man, one of the puppeteers behind the Uchiha clan's demise. And still, he referred to him as ancestor. Have you ever seen an ancestor wishing for their descendants to be slaughtered and instructing others to carry it out? Chapter 55. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, considering you bear resemblance to Izuna, I shall overlook your rudeness. Uchiha Madara. The extermination of the clan has nothing to do with me. That was Obito's doing. Even if I harbored grievances against the Uchiha, I would never resort to exterminating my own clan. I, Uchiha Madara, disdain such actions. Uchiha Madara. Of course, if you claim that Obito acted due to my influence. I have no retort. Uchiha Madara. Observe Danzo's arm and recall the Jinjutsu he fell victim to when he confronted Uchiha Shursui. What technique did he employ to retaliate? Uchiha Madara. That was Izanagi. Even without the Nine-Tails incident, how much longer could the Uchiha's extermination have been postponed? Moreover, they are the inherently malevolent disciples of Senju Hashirama, mere rats in a filthy gutter. After perusing Black Zetsu's revelations, Uchiha Madara suppressed his fury and began to scrutinize matters pertaining to Uchiha Sasuke. To his astonishment, he unearthed two hidden talents, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. What the hell? Especially Obito, when did I permit you to unleash the Nine-Tails? When did I authorize you to exterminate the Uchiha clan, tarnishing my name as you do? Furthermore, you unleashed the Nine-Tails and were subsequently vanquished by a mere Hokage. How utterly disgraceful! A humiliation to my legacy. Uchiha Sasuke. Do you still wish to quibble, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara. I speak the truth. The one you should confront is not me, but your brilliant elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. Do not forget, he was the one who sought Obito's assistance. Uchiha Sasuke. You. Chapter 54. The two raucous jesters in the chat group fervently exchanged barbs. The other members of the chat group continued to catch up on their anime, and even if they noticed the dialogue on the screen, they were hesitant to interject. The world's first princess. Ah, how delightful. It seems lively here. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, not a previously passive group leader, suddenly emerged. The two disputants fell silent at once. The world's first princess. Why the sudden quiet? No need to hold back. Continue. I relish the spectacle. Spider Child. That group leader isn't fanning the flames a tad inappropriate. Akatsuki Y. Truly worthy of the group leader. In the realm of mediation, I would gladly call you the strongest. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara. Well then, Akatsuki Y, as a defeated opponent, how dare you mimic my speech? The world's first princess. What does it matter? It's merely a matter of dying. It's not as if one cannot be revived. Uchiha Sasuke. Revived? Kurapika. There exists something called Dragon Balls in the chat group, though it seems one can only revive one person at a time. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, Kurapika meticulously comprehended the contents of the chat group upon entering, particularly focusing on concerns such as resurrection. Upon seeing the information on the screen, Uchiha Sasuke quickly searched the trading platform. Dragon Balls, Revival. Uchiha Sasuke's body trembled slightly. He uploaded the training method for lightning release, Kirin, to the chat group, earning 300 points, which, however, paled in comparison to the 5,000 points he needed. Uchiha Sasuke, world's first princess, group leader. Do you have any methods for quickly acquiring a substantial amount of points? The world's foremost princess, ninjutsu. Secret arts. These can all be exchanged for points. If the items you upload are purchased by other members, you will additionally receive 1/10 of the points. Uchiha Sasuke. I wish to resurrect all of my clan members. Is there any way to do so? Reviving relatives, even clan members, can be postponed for the sake of vengeance. The world's foremost princess. Guilt, you truly are a kind-hearted child. The world's foremost princess. Well, it is not impossible. However, before I answer your question, allow me to inquire about your thoughts on Uchiha Itachi, that I refer to his actions. Uchiha Sasuke. I am uncertain. Itachi acted for my sake. His feelings towards Uchiha Itachi are complex and tumultuous. The world's foremost princess. Perhaps you are too focused on Uchiha Itachi and have overlooked other matters. Uchiha Sasuke. I did not quite grasp your meaning. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke. You truly are a blank slate. Dante, tell me you have not noticed the other celestial beings. Those are meant for you. Uchiha Sasuke. He did not use it against me. And in the end, he acknowledged his mistakes. Makarov. Acknowledged. You connect the celestial beings in your last conversation with Uchiha Itachi, yet you do not entertain deeper thoughts? Uchiha Sasuke. I too have an elder brother. If my brother were like Uchiha Itachi, I would run as far away as possible. Itachi's desire for control is far more terrifying than any bone doctor. Uchiha Sasuke. Let me put it plainly. Are you certain that Uchiha Itachi acted for your benefit, rather than for Konoha? Uchiha Sasuke. Your final conversation appeared to me as moral coercion. Uchiha Itachi incessantly spoke of Konoha, revealing truths that predominantly extolled Konoha, while neglecting to mention how Konoha forced Uchiha to remain silent. In the end, he stated, I am Uchiha Itachi of Konoha, claiming to offer you a choice, but at that moment, did you truly have a choice? If the celestial beings could still be utilized, would he not have directly employed them against you? How much of what he said can be assured as truth, rather than merely a calculated statement based on your character, after reviewing the plot concerning the Uchiha? Even accustomed to the depths of the abyss, felt a chill run down her spine. She could not comprehend Uchiha Itachi's mindset. What did he consider his brother Uchiha Sasuke to be? A mere tool? Without Konoha, could the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke survive in the ninja world? Was he to serve Konoha like a dog, addicted to it, while dragging his family along? This was far more severe than being a mere pet of Kamisato Ayaka. In the Sound Village, within Orochimaru's abode, Uchiha Sasuke observed the messages displayed on the chat group. Memories of various scenes from the plot flooded his mind. Initially, he could still persuade himself that Itachi acted this way solely for his sake. Yet, upon hearing the analyses of others, he fell silent. Uchiha Itachi's eyes gradually closed. Time passed, and the atmosphere around him grew increasingly cold. As he opened his eyes, tears streamed down his face and his pupils. The crimson tomo transformed into a hexagram shape. Chapter 56. The Leader's Plan, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke instinctively touched his eye sockets, feeling the pulsation of his eyes. His ocular power had significantly increased, far surpassing the cumulative efforts of 2 years of training. He realized he had likely awakened that pair of eyes. However, Uchiha Sasuke was not particularly concerned at this moment. Compared to the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was more intrigued by the matter mentioned by the leader. Uchiha Sasuke, world's foremost princess, leader, you previously mentioned a way to help me revive my clan members. How exactly does that work? The world's foremost princess, to merge the ninja world into my universe. But the revived individuals will be limited to those who perished on the night of the massacre. Uchiha Sasuke, merge into the universe. The world's foremost princess. To put it simply, the so-called ninja world exists on a singular planet, while my governed universe contains many such planets. However, as we belong to different universes, I wish to incorporate the planet you inhabit into my jurisdiction. The world's foremost princess. So, do you understand now? Explaining the concept of a universe and planets to Sasuke seemed somewhat challenging, especially given the rather concerning cultural level of the ninja world. Uchiha Sasuke, what benefit does this bring you? Uchiha Sasuke cautiously refrained from agreeing. The world's foremost princess. I merely wish to experiment with something. However, rest assured, regardless of success or failure, there will be no danger to your world. Uchiha Madara, world's foremost princess. Leader, do you intend to draw the ninja world into your universe? The world's foremost princess, precisely. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you. The world's foremost princess. However, one thing must be noted. If you agree to my proposal, it likely means you will stand in opposition to the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Sasuke. Opposition to the Sage of Six Paths. Having witnessed the plot regarding the Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke could not possibly be unaware. He was merely the old man who granted himself and Naruto a cheat, the world's foremost princess. The reasoning is quite simple. Once your world is incorporated into my jurisdiction, the Sage of Six Paths will lose all authority in the ninja world. He will not permit this to happen. Uchiha Sasuke, are you prepared for such a reality? Uchiha Madara, the Sage of Six Paths. A peculiar idealist, much like Hashirama, Uchiha Madara held no fondness for Kagaya Otsutsuki. Regardless of Kagaya's situation, had it not been for that old man who sold cheats and personally intervened without adhering to the rules of combat, he would have long since eliminated Naruto and Sasuke. After decades of hard work, he was surpassed by the old man in mere minutes. Anyone would feel disheartened. The world's foremost princess, outdated reincarnations of Indra. You need not interject. I am addressing Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, as though he would care about the identity of an Indra reincarnation. Uchiha Sasuke. I do not know. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you worried about? Are you afraid of losing to Naruto Uzumaki, as in the projections? Or do you plan to follow the original path? Uchiha Sasuke. I will not retrace the original path, nor will I utilize Itachi's eyes again. Makarov. Oh, how intriguing. You do not intend to seek the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke. Using those eyes creates a psychological barrier. He knows he can never return to Konoha, especially after learning of Itachi's actions. He cannot possibly forgive him. What does it mean when Uchiha and Konoha engage in battle, leading to other nations invading? And, as the son of the clan leader, he would be the first to carry out a massacre of his own clan. Should the Uchiha contemplate the consequences of mutual destruction, while Konoha remains unconcerned? To be honest, after understanding the intricacies of the situation, Uchiha Sasuke would rather perish in battle against Konoha than live a life of compromise. Furthermore, it seemed that Itachi left him behind, possibly to ensure he continued to serve Konoha after his death. Uchiha Sasuke. Leader, may I take some time to contemplate? I have just awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, and my mind is somewhat disoriented. The world's foremost princess. Of course, take your time. There is no need to rush or put too much pressure on yourself. It is perfectly fine if you choose not to agree. In the realm of destruction, Bellies was not surprised by Uchiha Sasuke's reluctance to provide an immediate answer. However, she was somewhat taken aback by Sasuke's awakening of the Mangekyou. That Bellies' desire to pull the Hokage world into her own was a sudden thought. The laws of the Eye of God were too few to reinforce the cosmic laws. That wouldn't pulling a world entirely different from the original cosmic laws strengthen those laws? Ah, I am truly too clever. This is perfect. At this moment, in the world of Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke pushed open his door and stepped out, traversing the long corridor until he reached its end. This was the chamber of Orochimaru. After the third Hokage had sealed his hands, Orochimaru had remained bedridden for an extended period, choosing to remain still as if in a serpent hibernation. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, rasped a voice from within the room. Sasuke opened the door and entered. How peculiar, Sasuke. You've never knocked before. Orochimaru lay on the bed, occasionally coughing lightly, while Kabuto, acting as Orochimaru's assistant, prepared his medications. After activating his Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke could distinctly sense the murky chakra emanating from Orochimaru. However, he paid it no mind. There was still considerable time before Orochimaru would undergo his body transfer, and there was no need to confront him just yet. I seek your assistance in investigating certain matters. If you would be so kind, Sasuke addressed Orochimaru. Oh, how intriguing that you would have something to ask of me. And with such politeness, Orochimaru replied in his hoarse voice. What is it? Do tell. Orochimaru, you have more than just Kabuto as a spy in Konoha. Do you not? Sasuke remarked, casting a glance at Kabuto. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Kabuto momentarily paused in his task before resuming his work. What is your intention? Orochimaru did not respond directly to Sasuke's inquiry. I wish to investigate the allocation of resources among various clans from the onset of the First Shinobi World War until the conclusion of the Third. Such records must exist. Furthermore, I wish to focus on the Third Shinobi World War and the attitudes of Konoha's upper echelon towards each clan during the 56th year of Konoha. I want to know everything, particularly regarding the Nine-Tails incident and the foundation of Danzo's root. Sasuke's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any turbulence. Yet upon hearing Sasuke's words, both Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged startled glances. Sasuke, what you wish to investigate is far from trivial, Kabuto remarked, setting down the medication to scrutinize Uchiha Sasuke. Setting aside how much time it would take to compile all this information, on what grounds do you believe Lord Orochimaru would acquiesce to such an unreasonable request? Very well, Sasuke. I shall have Kabuto compile a report for you. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glimmered slightly. Lord Orochimaru, it's no trouble at all, Kabuto interjected, his expression darkening. You two can merely converse while I am left to work overtime. Of course, it matters not to you. I am the one burdened with the labor. Yet, since Orochimaru had spoken, Kabuto was left with no choice, recognizing his position as a subordinate. Damn it, it seems Lord Orochimaru is not merely nurturing a vessel, but rather a revered ancestor. Over the past 2 years, Orochimaru had granted Sasuke nearly every request. Kabuto sometimes found himself twitching at the corners of his mouth. Sasuke, I am quite curious about your transformation. Would you care to enlighten me? Orochimaru rasped. Sasuke remained silent, choosing not to respond. Very well. If Sasuke is reluctant to share, I shall not press further, Orochimaru said with a smile, not overly concerned, for he understood Sasuke's nature. Through his cursed seal, Orochimaru sensed a distinct shift in Sasuke's chakra. What this change entailed was unclear to him. Nevertheless, Sasuke's visit, seeking to investigate these matters, sparked a realization within the shrewd Orochimaru. The Uchiha massacre. Sasuke, you have indeed uncovered a significant issue. So tell me, how will you choose to proceed? I am curious where this wind will carry you. Chapter 57. The Resurrection of Kikyo Uchiha Obito, the world's foremost princess, if Sasuke agrees to your request. What must he accomplish? The world's foremost princess. At least half of the living in the shinobi world will wholeheartedly accept it. The world's foremost princess. To put it more simply, he would replace Uzumaki Naruto and become the new child of destiny. Uchiha Obito, do you believe in such a concept as child of destiny, my dear leader? Uzumaki Naruto was merely designated by Otsutsuki Kagaya, heralded through that cracked frog. Without Kagaya's intervention, where would the notion of a child of destiny arise? It is akin to two ants fighting. Only for a cat to appear and crush one, the surviving ant then becomes the so-called chosen one, simply because it emerged victorious, does it not? The world's foremost princess. I merely use that as a metaphor. My task is directed towards Sasuke, and of course, I must wait for his consent, and rush on my part. The world's foremost princess. However, this task will also require your assistance. Mr. Obito, Uchiha Obito, assistance, my dear leader. You truly possess a peculiar sense of humor. Obito did not refuse, for with the infinite Tsukimi no longer in play, it was prudent to observe the growth of the younger generation. Moreover, reviving the Uchiha clan could be viewed as a form of atonement for his negligence as their leader. Uchiha Obito, may I pose a question? My dear leader, you seem rather invested in Sasuke. Logically, one would not expect such a sentiment. The leader and Uchiha Sasuke were not from the same world, nor had they ever crossed paths previously. Yet the leader was willing to assist Sasuke in resurrecting his clan. This struck Obito as peculiar, regardless of whether it was a trivial endeavor for her. The world's foremost princess. I have my own agenda, and the resurrection is merely a matter of convenience. Bellies did not elaborate further. To seize the laws of the Naruto world was one thing. Aiding Sasuke also stemmed from a personal motive. She wished to see how he would react once he grasped the entire truth. It served as a diversion to alleviate her boredom, if pressed for a reason. She had a brother whose personality bore some resemblance to Uchiha Sasuke, albeit this brother, due to certain circumstances, was a few years her senior. But that was of little consequence. Ding! Kikyo has successfully been resurrected from her spiritual state. Uchiha Obito. Glancing at the information on the screen, Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback. The world's foremost princess. Oh, she has been revived? Bellies expressed surprise. Kikyo's resurrection indicated that the narrative of Inuyasha had commenced. In other words, Kikyo's ashes buried in the earth had been unearthed. The world's foremost princess, Kikyo. what is your current status? It had been quite some time since Kikyo had been active in the group. After a brief silence, Kikyo responded, I have been revived by a demon named Neriku, and seem to have gained an additional reincarnation. The world's foremost princess, Kagome. The leader was not surprised that Kikyo was aware of events in her world. Kikyo, yes, Neriku intends to extract Kagome's soul and infuse it into my body. The world's foremost princess. Have you been observing all this in the realm of the god of destruction? Bellies gazed at the chat records of Kikyo with astonishment. Kikyo, indeed, the world's foremost princess. Kikyo, even if my soul is extracted, it's not a significant issue as long as it's not for too long. Inuyasha is already on his way here. The world's foremost princess. Are you able to move now? Recalling that in the original narrative, Kikyo had only regained full consciousness after Kagome's soul was infused into her ceramic body amidst resentment. Kikyo, I can move, although it took considerable time to acclimate. The reincarnation of the illustrious Kikyo has manifested, yet her soul appears to lack no essential quality. Previously, both Lord Yu and Aizen had shared certain methods pertaining to soul cultivation among their items. Kikyo, having sensed a deficiency in her own soul, decided to exchange some of these methods for her practice. During this time, she has seldom appeared in the group, her thoughts predominantly focused on mending her soul. Consequently, her resurrection has rendered her body ceramic, yet she remains largely unchanged, even eschewing the need for the Shirkan jewel's maintenance as depicted in the original narrative. Perhaps with further cultivation, she might ultimately transcend her ceramic form and act freely with her spirit alone. Kikyo, as the world's foremost princess, could you share some insights about my relationship with Inuyasha? She now exists not merely as a manifestation of resentment, but is on the cusp of becoming a true spirit, no longer a mere ephemeral wisp. Upon reflection, she discerns significant flaws in the circumstances surrounding her estrangement from Inuyasha, the world's foremost princess. Do you wish to reconcile with Inuyasha? Kikyo, a shattered mirror cannot be restored. The bond between us was severed 50 years ago, and I ultimately cannot place my complete trust in him, that world's foremost princess. Is that so? It seems you have made a decision. The events of that time are intricately connected to the demon spider you saved. World's foremost princess. The demon spider consumed by the monster transformed into Neriku, who harbors an obsessive fixation on you. As for the nature of this obsession, I shall leave it unspoken, for you can surely infer it. A villainous brigand, on the brink of death, was rescued by a benevolent priestess, who became his sole beacon of hope. Yet, this priestess subsequently fell for another half-demon, and thus the tragedy unfolded. Kikyo, I see now. I am beginning to comprehend. In the world of Inuyasha. Kikyo gazes skyward, her eyelids fluttering. This where all the tragedy commenced. The Shirkan jewel has yet to sow discord between her and Inuyasha, a matter of greater significance. Neriku. No, it is indeed Neriku. How insidious your machinations are. Truth be told, after attacking her, Neriku could have simply absconded with the Shirkan jewel, yet he chose to return and replay the scene with Inuyasha. However, perhaps it is not without merit. Two hearts entwined in solitude found solace in one another, she or Inuyasha. Neriku merely transforms this fantasy into a grim reality. Sister, the curse you laid upon me may well be justified. A priestess such as I should not possess love. After her musings, Kikyo's gaze shifted toward Kagome, who is submerged in a pool, preparing for the ritual. Kagome. Inuyasha, I entrust this to you to avoid arousing suspicion from Neriku. Kikyo withdrew her gaze from Kagome, her eyes sharpened, the red and white priestess garb billowing slightly in the still air. Neriku, if you wish to play, then I shall indulge you in your game. Chapter 58, Priestess Kikyo, Part 1. The chat group remained suspended on Kikyo's utterance of I see now. Bellies, intrigued, ponder the forthcoming encounter between Kikyo and Inuyasha, now aware of the truth that world's foremost princess. Kikyo, would it be convenient for you to go live? Demon Spider. Live stream? Where is there a live stream? World's foremost princess. Demon Spider, you have resurfaced again. Demon Spider, what do you mean by resurfaced? I have longed for this moment, finally escaping the clutches of the Dark Lord for the third time. My tender heart has endured immense trauma. Oh, dear group leader, do you comprehend the extent of my suffering? Demon Spider, the Dark Lord is utterly unscrupulous. He even summoned Xiao Lai to launch a remote attack on me. Just the thought of it incensed Demon Spider. The summoning to the Dark Lord's realm was deemed indeterminable, suggesting it was a backdoor granted by the overseer of the system. Demon Spider, what? Dear group leader, I nearly missed seeing you, just a hair's breadth away. World's foremost princess. You seem quite lively. Not at all like someone who has narrowly escaped disaster. Demon Spider. Regardless, dear group leader, you would not come to my aid, so I shall face each day with optimism, treating every day as if it were my last. Ensuring I eat well, sleep well, and watch the live streams that world's foremost princess. Your spider life is remarkably simple. Demon Spider. Dear group leader, you mustn't say that. Are you not also one who seeks amusement? World's foremost princess. Demon Spider, you are becoming increasingly mischievous. Demon Spider. Where? Dear group leader, please do not be angered. I was merely speaking hastily. Demon Spider. Let's watch the live stream. Yes, the live stream. Where is it? Kikyo. Are you certain you wish to watch? I may engage in some rather intense actions. As she disrupted the divine realm, a certain white-haired lowly perused the chat group's messages. What could these intense actions entail? That piqued her curiosity, though such sentiments must remain unvoiced. The group leader, perpetually authoritative, was no exception today to world's foremost princess. If it pertains to personal matters, and you prefer not to go live, that is perfectly acceptable. We will understand. Kikyo. No, it is not that. I merely worry that some in the group may not accept my methods at Karayu. Fear not to go live. Do you think there are many good people in the group? World's foremost princess, Makarayu. Though I am unaware of how you arrived at that conclusion, it appears to be quite accurate. Those who join are either villainous side characters or future major antagonists. It is as if all are malevolent, that if we speak of kindness, Kikyo, you are the most benevolent of us all. Karayu. No, I meant to say aside from the group leader is a good person. A certain great Onmyoji hastily attempted to amend his words. World's foremost princess. Makarayu, your attempt at salvage seems more like a clumsy cover-up, and further, I do not wish to be labeled as a do-gooder. Aizen Sosuke, Kikyo, I am curious. Did the soul cultivation method I shared prove beneficial to you? Could you enlighten me? Kikyo, indeed, it has been effective. My spirit is nearing solidification. Even if I were to abandon the ceramic body meant for my resurrection, I would retain considerable strength while navigating solely with my soul. Kikyo, however, perhaps due to the differences in our worlds, I cannot maintain this state indefinitely and still require a medium to serve as my soul's vessel. Aizen Sosuke, as long as it is beneficial, that is all that matters. That I was concerned you might regret your purchase due to its perceived lack of value. Aizen's tone in the chat group was exceedingly gentle, resembling that of a neighborly older brother, evoking an inexplicable fondness. Kikyo, no, I am quite satisfied with the cultivation method. I sincerely thank you, Mr. Aizen, and I must also express my gratitude to Lord Yu. Your Onmyoji techniques have greatly aided me. Karayu. There is no need for such formality. I am rather intrigued by the world you inhabit. The implication was clear. It was time to go live. Encouraged by the others, Kikyo finally made her choice. Ding! Kikyo initiated the live stream. At that moment, she stood within a cave, gazing outward, adorned in the red and white priestess garb specially prepared for her by Naraku. She gradually approached the entrance, her pace unhurried, as if her very essence had been stripped away, her pupils devoid of any spark. Observing Kikyo's live stream from a panoramic view, Bellies could not help but express her astonishment. The performance was remarkably lifelike, akin to the original narrative, and oh wonder it is said that women possess an innate talent for performance. Even a pure priestess like Kikyo, with her shirkan jewel brimming, displayed not a single flaw in her act. You have arrived. Indeed, such attire suits you best. Naraku, hunched over, addressed Kikyo without a care, his gaze fixed on Kagome, who was ensconced in the green potion. Kikyo offered no reply, her obsidian eyes betraying not a trace of fury, her attention riveted on Kagome. Who is she? Kagome, ensnared in the pool, unable to move, beheld the woman beside Naraku, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Her name is Kikyo, hailed as the most powerful priestess 50 years ago. And you, dear Kagome, are her reincarnated? Kagome was evidently startled by Nariku's words. Indeed, Nariku's voice brimmed with the joy of a plan nearing fruition. Your soul is about to be returned to this most formidable priestess. She shall also become my most capable subordinate. Tao began to cast a spell as the green potion in the pool, infused with various herbs, gradually emanated a radiant glow. Oh, I feel so uncomfortable. Gu Wei struggled to rise, her body feeling as though it were crushed beneath an immense weight, completely immobilized, and she sensed her control slipping away. It's futile. With your half-baked witchcraft, you cannot break free from my bindings. Accept your fate. That moment, a voice echoed from afar. Ji Wei. How is this possible? I clearly set many minions to obstruct. Upon seeing Inuyasha approaching rapidly, Li Tao panicked, hastening her spellcasting. She needed to resurrect Kikyo quickly. Otherwise, Inuyasha would stand no chance against her. Behind Inuyasha, a frail elder was slung over his back. Kikyo recognized her as the little girl who once accompanied her. Has it been so many years? Kikyo murmured softly. Such an evident sound, so close at hand, should have caught Li Tao's attention. Yet in her current state of panic, she was oblivious. Inuyasha leaped up the mountainside and caught sight of the witch he had yearned for. Kikyo, his voice shattered Gu Wei's tenuous hold, causing countless soul fragments to escape her being and instantly merge with Kikyo's form. However, none present noticed this occurrence. Kikyo subtly performed a spell with her fingers. The souls entering her did not merge with her essence, but were instead confined within a prearranged barrier. Of course. Kikyo feigned the act of absorbing the soul fragments. She ascended into the sky, her body radiating a pure white light. Moments later, as Gu Wei's essence was completely absorbed by Kikyo, she descended gracefully. Her closed eyelids slowly opened, revealing dark orbs that exuded a chilling hue, her gaze traversing past Li Tao to rest upon the half-demon clad in a white fire rat robe. Inuyasha. So you still live. Why do you not perish? I sincerely apologize, Kikyo, but I remain alive and well. Hearing Kikyo's irate tone, Inuyasha retorted with a scoff. At this point, why come before me? Kikyo replied coldly, what have you done to me? Do you have no recollection whatsoever? Li Tao stepped beside Kikyo, sporting a villainous grin. Kikyo, this Inuyasha is the one who caused your demise 50 years ago. Your resentment has yet to be released. Has it? Kill Inuyasha and bid farewell to the past. Kikyo offered no response, and in the next moment, she vanished from Li Tao's sight. She appeared behind Li Tao, placing a hand upon her head. Even if you resurrect me, I'm not a creature like you that can be controlled. Li Tao screamed as blue flames erupted from her head. In an instant, she was reduced to ashes. In the chat group, a notification sounded. Ding. Kikyo has uploaded the soul separation technique and the clay resurrection technique. Uchimadara commented, clay resurrection technique? I wonder how it compares to the Edo Tensei of Senju Hashirama. Observing Kikyo's uploads, Uchimadara felt a twinge of curiosity but resisted the urge. Having painstakingly amassed over 4,000 points, he was not about to squander them here. In Inuyasha's world, after Kikyo dispatched Li Tao, her gaze returned to Inuyasha. Inuyasha, do you wish to kill me once more? Inuyasha stuttered, unsure of how to respond. Kikyo fell silent for a moment before gently raising her left hand. The bow and quiver in Kied's possession seemed to have a will of their own. Flying into Kikyo's grasp, in that case, I might as well take the initiative and end this. Wait, my lady. Kied stepped in front of Inuyasha, clearly fearing that Kikyo might slay him with a single arrow. Taking a breath, she said, perhaps there is a misunderstanding. 50 years ago, Inuyasha was also attacked by you. That I suspect someone may have been instigating discord between you and Inuyasha, Kied proposed. Little Kied, even if what you say is true, what of it? I'm already a dead woman. What do you wish to convey? That I should return my soul to others? Kikyo drew her bow, knocking an arrow. Sister, Kied opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Gazing at Kikyo, whose spiritual energy surged uncontrollably. Step aside, Kied. This matter does not concern you. Kikyo's unleashed spiritual energy surged forth, propelling Keat away from Inuyasha. Under Kikyo's control force, Keat sustained minimal injury despite being blown away. Juzi exclaimed, "Hey, are we really going to fight?" In the chat group, Juzi watched in astonishment as Kikyo's murderous expression was broadcast live. Just moments ago, Kikyo had not expressed such sentiments to the group. The hatred born of love. Do you comprehend, Juzi? I had expected Kikyo to weep upon seeing Inuyasha, yet she appears so composed. Composed? Are you serious? Leader, she is poised to take a life. No, to slay a demon. The predetermined future known to those in the group shows that Kikyo wept uncontrollably upon encountering Inuyasha, nearly dragging him to the underworld. The world's #1 princess remarked. Irina shivered. That sounds terrifying. Kikyo interjected. I intend to conduct some experiments. I harbor no thoughts of killing Inuyasha. Kikyo felt the need to clarify that as she drew the bow and knocked the arrow, she nearly lost her composure. The group was filled with onlookers, eager for entertainment. How could she weep profusely while broadcasting? Even if her heart ached, she could not reveal that sentiment now. She would still need to engage in group activities later. Enough, let me finish this and depart. The emotions she had nurtured for so long were dispelled by the group's chatter within mere minutes. In contrast to her emotional state in the original tale, sustained by resentment and solitude. Requiring solace from Inuyasha, Kikyo had become far more rational. After all, the group consisted of peculiar members who had witnessed myriad events unfold across various worlds, broadening their perspectives. Some matters might be difficult to relinquish, but they were not entirely insurmountable. With a swift motion, an arrow shot straight toward Inuyasha's feet. Startled, Inuyasha leaped to evade it. The ground erupted into a massive crater. Inuyasha landed safely, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, having just been resurrected, his limbs felt somewhat uncoordinated. Next time, he would surely hit his mark. A familiar voice pierced the air, causing Inuyasha to shiver. He looked up at Kikyo, who was drawing her bow once more, and panic surged within him. Kikyo, do you truly wish to kill me? I have died once, Inuyasha. You still lived. Do you not find that unfair? Kikyo, are you still Kikyo? Inuyasha's eyes widened. Had it been 50 years ago, Kikyo would never have uttered such words. Farewell, Inuyasha. With a release of her fingertips, a surge of spiritual energy accompanied the arrow as it flew toward Inuyasha's chest. This time, Kikyo could not afford to miss. Nor would she. Damn it. Sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy barreling toward him, Inuyasha unsheathed Tetsuzaiga, bracing himself for the impending strike. The clash of potent spiritual energy and Inuyasha's demonic power resulted in an even fiercer struggle. Yet in the end, Kikyo's energy enveloping the arrow proved superior. Tetsuzaiga lost its transformed state amid the confrontation. As the arrow, infused with pure spiritual energy, neared Inuyasha, the energy fluctuations abruptly diminished. What? Kikyo was taken aback. Countless fragments of souls surged forth from her body, swiftly converging upon Kagome, who lay in the pool. Meanwhile, the arrows aimed at Inuyasha lost all potency due to Kikyo's unstable spiritual energy. Section 58. Kikyo cast a fleeting glance at the pool behind her. Lost in thought before unsteadily rising to her feet, she paid no further heed to Inuyasha and turned to walk away into the distance. Wait, Kikyo! Inuyasha called out, attempting to pursue her, but before he could take more than 2 steps. He found himself ensnared by the binding spell. 6th binding. 6 rods prison. In an instant, his body was completely immobilized by the golden energy constructs of spiritual power. Kikyo! Inuyasha shouted again, but she did not turn back. Inuyasha, our relationship ended 50 years ago. I cannot fully trust you, nor you me. Let today mark the conclusion of everything. Treat the girl by your side well. Her name is Kagome, not Kikyo. With those parting words, Kikyo took another step forward, walking into the distance. Gazing at the azure sky, she felt no pangs of longing for what lay behind her. Chapter 60. Aizen Sosuke. After immense effort, Inuyasha finally broke free from the restraints of the 6 rods prison. He sniffed the air, desperately seeking Kikyo's scent, but found nothing. Kagome, he suddenly recalled and hurried off to find her. Hearing her name called, Kagome slowly opened her eyes, fatigue etched across her features. Thank goodness, Kagome has awakened, exclaimed Shippo, leaping up in excitement. Are you all right, Kagome? Is there anything wrong? Keed chimed in, her voice tinged with concern. No, I'm fine, Kagome replied, struggling to sit up. She pressed her hand against her forehead for a moment and murmured, there are so many memories flooding into my mind. Are they Kikyo's memories? Keed pressed further. From what we just witnessed, it seems Kagome's soul has returned to her body, due to the nature of reincarnation. She might have absorbed some memories from Kikyo's lingering resentment. There's nothing directly related to her, just an abundance of techniques and methods for utilizing spiritual power that it feels as if someone deliberately forced these things into my mind. This unnamed individual went unspoken, yet everyone present could guess. It was likely Kikyo. But why would Kikyo do such a thing? Kagome's words left the group exchanging bewildered glances. After much discussion, they found no answers and decided to depart. At this moment, Kikyo floated high above, enveloped in a faint barrier that concealed her presence. She gazed down below, finally exhaling in relief. Once Inuyasha and the others had left, she manipulated the barrier to descend to the ground. She stumbled slightly upon landing, almost losing her balance to in the chat group. The live broadcast continued. Many members could discern Kikyo's weakened state. Kikyo, you really are reckless, a spirit, linking with the living souls, especially with that girl named Kagome, who shares a reincarnated connection with you. Aren't you afraid of having your soul drained? Asked Yuruchi Shuhan. I am merely doing what I feel is necessary, as a farewell to the past 50 years. Kikyo replied, leaning against a tree and sitting on the ground, her breathing slightly labored. In the world of the Spirit King. Yuruchi stood upon the shoulder of a fire spirit, observing the chat group's content with a gentle smile. Her stubbornness is somewhat reminiscent of Anakayok. In the realm of the Destroyer Gods, Berthold watched the live stream with keen attention. Unlike others, she scrutinized the details more closely. Kikyo's first arrow aimed at Inuyasha was a purifying arrow, deliberately targeting the ground to allow him a chance to evade. The second arrow was a sealing arrow, which was blocked by Inuyasha's Tetsusai. As for Kikyo's earlier comments about not being accustomed and missing her target, it was all a ruse to deceive Inuyasha. Despite claiming to sever ties with the past, she had, in fact, transferred her former techniques to Kagome through a merging of souls, demonstrating remarkable boldness. Yuruchi had noted, had Kikyo delayed severing her connection with Kagome, she might have faced not merely injury, but the complete consumption of her soul by Kagome's. The living souls possess a far greater capacity for absorption than those of the deceased. Furthermore, the similarity in soul frequencies between Kikyo and Kagome was, in many respects, even closer than that of twins. Kikyo was indeed too kind-hearted in the Soul Society. Aizen Sosuke stood outside the barracks, his black-framed glasses perched on his nose, paired with a broad Captain Teori, presenting an image of an amiable figure. The unfolding events in the chat group captured his attention, revealing an intriguing soul capable of releasing bindings of level 60 or higher without incantation due to their semi-spiritual form. One could only wonder what level she would reach upon completely forsaking her broken corporeal form. It was a prospect that sparked anticipation. However, in this world, it was unlikely that anything akin to a Zanpakuto would manifest. Weapons associated with souls might relate more closely to her proficiency with bows and arrows, though it was also possible that nothing would appear at all. Aizen was indifferent to such possibilities. After all, Kikyo's use of Kidu merely completed one of his experiments. Currently, he was more concerned with Inuyasha and that peculiar demon blade. The demons of that world, in a certain sense, bore resemblance to hollows, and he wondered if he might have the opportunity to capture a few for examination in the future. As he toyed with the H-Gyoku in his hand, his fingers danced over it. Had it not been for his desire to avoid having the Dragon Balls collect data, he might have wished to perfect the H-Gyoku using them. From the group leader's previous remarks, Aizen was acutely aware that wishing upon the Dragon Balls likely involved the Shunran gathering laws across various worlds. Thus, to mitigate any uncertainties, he had yet to act on his accumulated points for the Dragon Balls. Aizen Taishu, a girl with a bobbed haircut, clad in Shinigami attire and wooden sandals, approached at a run. Aizen casually concealed the H-Gyoku within his clothing. "What is it, Hinamori?" he inquired, offering a warm smile. "Huff, huff, Captain, 3rd Division Captain Ikamura-jin says he needs to see you." But he didn't specify the reason. She panted, "Oh, is that so?" Aizen mused, gently pressing down on Hinamori's bun of dark hair. "What troubles you, Hinamori?" Hinamori hesitated before replying. The 3rd Division Captain gives off a rather unsettling vibe, akin to a cold, venomous snake. You must be cautious when meeting him. Though such words were not typically appropriate, especially for her as a vice captain, she chose to trust her captain, but do not worry. As captains, we have nothing to fear from Captain It seems I've overheard something rather unpleasant. The slightly sharp voice broke in, calm yet tinged with irritation. That moment, the 3rd Division Captain, Ikamura-jin, entered the barracks. "Ikamura Taishu," Hinamori exclaimed, flustered. "Why did you come in without waiting for an announcement?" She appeared as if she were caught in the act. Aizen placed a reassuring hand on Hinamori's shoulder and stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind her. "Ikamura Taishu, isn't it rather inappropriate to enter another division's barracks without permission?" Aizen adjusted his glasses as he spoke. "Oh, where's the harm in that?" "I'm just in a hurry," Ikamaru replied nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Hinamori for a moment before shifting his gaze back to Aizen. "Captain Commander, you were meant to accompany me to the Central Spirit Academy to instruct the students today. You haven't forgotten, have you? However, as the vice captain, you commit a grave sin by casually slandering the captain." Section 59. "Captain Ikamura-jin, it is indeed inappropriate to say such things, for your visage hardly suggests benevolence to any observer." Upon hearing Aizen's remark, Ikamura-jin's expression briefly stiffened. He longed to retort, "Are you truly one to judge goodness? While he may not appear virtuous, you certainly do not embody it either. Manipulating the emotions of your own vice-captain while expecting her to feel gratitude. How despicable. Especially at this moment, when Hinamori Momo, her eyes sparkling with admiration, is sheltered behind Aizen." Ikamura-jin felt a pang of pity for the girl, uncertain if she could survive without Aizen in the future. "Captain Aizen, shall we move along? It would be inconsiderate to keep the students waiting." Struggling to suppress the urge to draw his Zanpakuto and thrust it into Aizen's chest, Ikamura-jin forced a strained smile. "Very well, but you must refrain from holding my vice-captain accountable, understood?" Aizen added. Upon hearing this, Ikamura-jin's eye twitched. Yes, after all, she is your beloved vice-captain, and I am not one to be petty." Subsequently, Aizen Sosuke and Ikamura-jin exited the squad's quarters. Before departing, Aizen reassured Hinamori Momo, instructing her not to worry, for he would always be there to protect her. Once outside, Ikamaru-jin glanced at Aizen Sosuke beside him. "Captain Aizen, do you genuinely hold faith in your vice-captain?" "What does it matter, Jin? I am merely responding to the child's aspirations. Time is fleeting, so let this beautiful dream endure a while longer. There is no need to shatter it just yet," Aizen replied, gazing up at the sky before leisurely continuing. Yes, that's so. You truly are kind-hearted," Ikamura-jin replied with a broad smile. Chapter 61. Kusu's proposal to destroy the divine realm. Yawning, Bellies rose from her bed, rubbing her drowsy eyes. "I'm utterly exhausted. The work of a destroyer god is quite unadorned." Dressing casually, Bellies stepped out of her room. However, Kusu stood waiting at the entrance. "Good morning, Lady Bellies." "What morning? We're not on a planet." Bellies yawned repeatedly. "Kusu, how long have I slept?" 2 weeks, Bellies. You seem not to have noticed. It feels as though it has passed in an instant. Perhaps you have acclimated to the duties of a destroyer god. Typically, in order to manage the destructive power within, destroyers use sleep to stabilize their abilities, akin to meditation on certain planets. Some destroyer gods sleep for hundreds of thousands of years. I recall that in the 14th universe, there was a particularly slothful destroyer god whose prolonged slumber led to the death of the Supreme Kai, resulting in a vague, chaotic demise. However, you need not worry about such matters. Kusu, noticing Bellies' incredulous expression, explained that destroyer god and the Supreme Kai shared a symbiotic relationship. If the Supreme Kai perished, so too would the destroyer god. Upon hearing Kusu's explanation, Bellies recalled her visit to the king of All's palace. where neither the king of all nor the grand priest mentioned this. Not even in her studies on the Supreme Kai's creative powers, Ikati was as if they were entirely indifferent to the matter. Speaking of the Supreme Kai, I seem to have not encountered the grand priest or the king of all regarding my arrangement. Bellies inquired, puzzled. You are unaware? Kusu tilted her head, her tone laced with surprise. The grand priest gave you that rune-imbued note, which essentially means, I have already been sold to you. Bellies. In simpler terms, the laws of the entire universe dictate that unless the king of all intends to intervene, for example, to erase a universe, he will not interfere with the 10th universe regarding matters that do not significantly impact the universal coefficient. In other words, the vast majority of the laws established at the formation of the universe no longer apply to the 10th universe. Even the king of all and the grand priest, when attempting to measure the coefficient of the 10th universe, can only derive it by calculating the overall universal coefficient and subtracting the coefficients of other universes. It seems like there is no difference, yet it appears there is a significant distinction. Kusu continued, the contract between us essentially binds me entirely to you, that if your strength surpasses mine, then mine will elevate accordingly. Contingent upon the limits you can achieve, should you, Lady Bellies, meet an untimely end, I too would perish, much like the relationship between the Grand Priest and the King of all. That's so, Bellies remarked. Somewhat contemplatively, I did not realize the Grand Priest and the King of all shared such a close connection. However, Kusu, is it truly wise to divulge the secrets concerning the Grand Priest and the King of all to me? It is of no concern. Kusu shook her head. The current Grand Priest is merely my father. He taught us as he did. If we were to become adversaries, he would not show mercy. Isn't that a rather dangerous teaching from the Grand Priest? What if it leads to a situation where the father is kind and the daughter is filial? Thus, Lady Bellies, for the sake of our universe's future, please strive earnestly. I have a question. Kusu, does your immunity to the laws of the universe mean you can act freely? As an angel, even if I'm not the most powerful, I can single-handedly confront the destroyer gods of 12 universes. With such power, what need is there for a vehicle? Please abandon such perilous thoughts. I am merely an angel who is not adept in combat. From another perspective, angels can only be regarded as higher substitutes for the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai exists to synthesize the destructive powers within destroyer gods, preventing outbreaks of chaos. Meanwhile, angels are there to instruct destroyer gods in the proper use of their destructive powers. I was merely contemplating, Bellies replied with an awkward smile, that I also wish to engage in battle with other destroyer gods. If I cannot win, I shall call for help. You should focus on your training to avenge Lord Rumsey. You have been rather lax these past few days. The angel's staff tapped gently on Bellies' forehead, and she made no resistance, sticking out her tongue that I do not wish to, but I feel my progress has reached a bottleneck. What about transformation? Due to the contract, Kusu sensed a powerful force within Bellies. Did you not say you would train in your normal state? Bellies paused before replying. To be honest, I cannot control that state. It is not the ordinary scion transformation. The typical scion transformation merely influences temperament. However, with the emergence of that state, Bellies feared that if she were to transform into a super scion again, it might become exceedingly troublesome, especially after Rumsey's death, the unexpected appearance of a new transformation while pursuing Zamasu. Although it was fleeting, had she not sensed the imminent danger of her consciousness being extinguished and suppressed the transformation with sheer will? The entire universe might have been obliterated. That was 5 years ago when Rumsey had just perished, and her divine status had not yet fully manifested. 5 years ago, Bellies' strength lacked the mastery of destructive power. If she refrained from using it, her strength was merely at the second level of Super Scion. Now, Kusu, I cannot control that state. I fear it may lead to trouble. Thus, I have nearly fused my destructive power, creative power, and the transformation lineage of the Scions into one. That transformation seems to correspond to my current normal state. Yet, therein lies the terror. It is not a mere Super Scion transformation. The power of a Super Scion, once the normal state reaches a certain level, diminishes in the effectiveness of transformation, or rather, the multiplier effect curves downward. Just like in Dragon Ball Super, when facing an opponent barely manageable in normal form. Transforming into a Super Scion offers little increase in strength 0.50 times. If calculated in such a manner, an opponent barely manageable in normal form would surely be obliterated upon transformation. Yet, has that ever happened? For instance, when Sun Wukong confronts the three hounds of the ninth universe, the disparity does not seem excessively vast, even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan. Apart from the notable difference presented by Super Saiyan 3. The rest are fundamentally comparable. This phenomenon is particularly evident during the Tournament of Power, especially in his battle against the Saiyan Kefla from the 6th universe. To illustrate further, take the example of Super Broly. After being repelled by Vegeta in his Super Red form, Wukong seizes the opportunity to engage him in his normal state and manages to hold his ground for a while. This gap cannot be deemed significant. Rather, it is simply perplexing. Since the inception of Dragon Ball Super, the power of the gods of destruction has consistently escalated that in the Tournament of Power, can Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct truly prevail against an official god of destruction? Absolutely impossible. For example, in the manga, Vegeta, who is on the verge of mastering the power of destruction, is effortlessly subdued by Beerus in just a few moves. Only upon becoming an official god of destruction does Belis comprehend the tremendous gulf that exists between a fully fledged god of destruction and a candidate for the role. The strength of an official god of destruction, in a state of full power, is unfathomable for a mere candidate, akin to embodying the very laws of an entire universe within one's being. Reaching an unimaginable zenith of vitality, energy, and spirit. Belis, would you care to explore the void? Keisai suggested after a moment of contemplation. Yet, Belis remained somewhat apprehensive. Fear not, Belis, my power has not been enhanced, Keisai clarified, adding, in other words, even if you were to transform, you would still be unable to defeat me. Belis flinched slightly at this remark. While true, it was rather disheartening. Chapter 62. The battle in the void exists as an otherworldly space. Isolated from all other dimensions. Typically, entry is granted only under the guidance of the Grand Minister. However, as the eldest and most senior of all angels, Belis can access the void directly, free from the constraints of the entire universe. At this moment, Belis and the angel Keisai hovered within the realm of the void. Shall we prepare a battlefield, Lady Belis? Keisai inquired. There's no need. This is sufficient, Belis, adorned in the ceremonial garb of a god of destruction, shook her head. Very well. Then we may commence, Keisai stated, holding her scepter with a tranquil expression. With a swift motion, Belis vanished from Keisai's sight, only to reappear behind her in the next instant. Her fist surged with a powerful aura. Launching a forceful strike toward Keisai, Keisai grasped her scepter, positioning it behind her, and skillfully utilized the gem-tipped, and to deflect the blow, a resonant sound emanated from the angel's scepter, vibrating gently. Utilizing the momentum, Keisai retreated to a distance, slowly turning to face Belis, her angelic gown still a regal purple, holding her scepter firmly. Your strength has significantly increased, Lady Belis, Keisai remarked softly, yet it remains insufficient. This level still pales in comparison to Lord Ramsai. Then allow me to demonstrate this technique, Belis proclaimed, raising her palm to unleash a massive energy sphere resembling a planet, hurtling it toward Keisai. As the colossal purple destruction sphere approached, Keisai elevated her scepter, and in an instant, it emitted a pure white radiance. The crimson destruction sphere diminished visibly under the light, vanishing entirely within moments. The power of angels and gods of destruction is nearly equivalent, as they represent opposing forces. Utilizing equal measures of energy can completely nullify the destructive force. Keisai elaborated to Belis that I understand. I have learned much over these past years, Belis replied, suddenly teleporting behind Keisai once more. However, as Keisai turned to face her, Belis exclaimed, Solar flare. The wind-up is too extensive, Lady Belis. Keisai swiftly conjured a transparent mirror capable of blocking light before her. The fist surged from behind, and Keisai's expression shifted to one of confusion. Yet, relying on her extraordinary innate skills, she sidestepped the rear assault with two quick steps that, have you developed a new skill? Keisai inquired, astonished to see two nearly identical Belis standing side by side. Moreover, it seemed there were more than two. She sensed two additional identical auras lurking behind her. Dividing one's divine energy into 4 portions is a rather imprudent endeavor to know. Keisai, I am aware I cannot best you. However, if I do not take this approach, I fear I shall lose control of that power. Keisai remained unfazed, observing the bellies encircling her. The overwhelming energy was too substantial for a single body to contain, necessitating its division before transformation. As an experienced angel, Keisai quickly grasped Bellies' intention. Having 4 manifestations would exacerbate the mental strain considerably. I recognized that rather than risking the overwhelming energy to the point of losing consciousness, this method of dispersing my spiritual power allows for a gradual adaptation. The 4-way fist, a technique used by Tian Xinhan during his battles with Wukong in the original series, the Tob Frank. This technique is far more effective than Piccolo's clone training, primarily serving as a training exercise. Furthermore, Bellies dedicated considerable time to mastering this technique. Now, let us begin, since ascending to the role of God of destruction. Bellies had never employed this transformation. Although she had realized how to do so after that fleeting moment, she was reluctant to proceed without assurance. If her consciousness were to spiral out of control, annihilating the universe, the Omni King might indeed intervene to erase her. For years, she had sought a means to mitigate this peril. With the angels in slumber, she found no avenue to address this concern. It was only upon the recent awakening of the chat group and her journey to Teyvat that she gleaned some valuable insights that in the Dragon Ball universe. The concept of training is quite broad. Particularly, non-divine training primarily revolves around energy. Without energy, a body is easily incapacitated. In the Dragon Ball realm, energy, vitality, and spirit can be categorized into 3 dimensions. Chi signifies the essence of life. Energy symbolizes the life force, while Shun denotes the soul. Even the so-called divine realm attained by Vegeta and Son, Wukong, merely enhances energy to a divine tier, with little advancement concerning life and soul. Otherwise, Frieza, post-mortem, would not have been easily subdued by King Enma. A pale aura surged skyward. 4 dazzling lights illuminated the void, casting it in brilliance. Such formidable energy, Keisai murmured, assessing the pale aura enveloping Bellies. The explosive energy persisted for nearly half a minute. My hypothesis was correct. By dispersing my energy, I continuously maintained control. Observing the 4 versions of herself surrounding Keisai, Bellies felt the terrifying aura that could nearly rival anything that a white-haired Super Saiyan 3 resembling a hedgehog. Nonsense, this is certainly not a Super Saiyan 3 in her current state. Even in her normal form, she could easily grasp Majin Buu by the head and rub it against the equator of Earth. Keisai, be cautious. Shifting her gaze to the serene angel Keisai at the center of the 4 bellies, she declared, "It is permissible." And no sooner had the words left her mouth than Keisai sensed an intense force of impact. With a flick of her wrist, Keisai wielded her scepter to deflect the incoming fist. Boom! A powerful shockwave emanated outward from the 2, expanding in all directions. But this was far from over. A sound echoed from behind, and Kux merely leapt lightly into the air, causing Bellies to miss her mark. Another assault from Bellies ensued, a flurry of fists so densely packed that they were nearly invisible. Yet, Kux deftly evaded, refraining from counterattacking. Above Kux, a figure suddenly materialized, belonging to the 4th Bellies. The Super Boost Cannon restrained Kux's movements as 3 Bellies simultaneously executed a teleportation, swiftly retreating before being struck by the energy wave from above. Chapter 61. The terrifying energy wave traversed the Void Realm, creating a resplendent galaxy within the fabric of space. Kux too was engulfed by this formidable wave of energy. However, once the energy dissipated, Bellies remained undeterred, her gaze fixed on the gradually fading pristine barrier that emerged in its place. Utilizing her angelic staff as a fulcrum, Kux conjured a barrier to shield herself within. "You have made considerable progress compared to 5 years ago, Lady Bellies," Kux remarked with a hint of nostalgia, as the glass orb atop her staff emitted a barrier that began to fade and then swiftly vanished. It time to cease. After the recent skirmish, Kux could roughly gauge her destroyer's current power leveled out of course. This pertained to the strength of the 4 bellies divided among themselves. rather than the prowess she had envisioned. Cux, what lies ahead is the true battle. You must proceed with caution, Belly stated after a moment of silence. Having transformed in her current form, Belly sensed that if she were to retract the power of the Four, her scion bloodline would inevitably undergo a reversion. This reversion might not drastically alter her appearance, yet the uncontrollable sensation it invoked left her deeply unsettled. Chapter 63. The battle's conclusion. Belly's inhaled deeply. The three avatars aside from her main self became translucent, gradually fading away. As the three manifestations dissipated, the energy enveloping Bellies grew exponentially. This surge of power, vastly more formidable than before, left Cux, who had maintained her composure, momentarily taken aback, like the hair of a super scion in its third form. Her locks gradually became encased in a layer of white light. The previously tranquil energy now surged with ferocity. The magnitude of this energy was now on par with that of Lord Ramsay. A streak of white light sliced through the void realm, and a barrage of fists descended upon Cux. Boom! Struck by the impact, Cux's body erupted with a powerful energy field. She quickly retreated from the explosion's smoke cloud. Gazing at the distant Bellies, a flicker of seriousness glimmered in her eyes. This is an entirely different caliber than before. Though as an angel, even without a penchant for combat, her overall prowess far surpassed that of a destroyer. She possessed the capability to easily subdue her own destroyer's current transformation. However, Cux's intention was not to vanquish Bellies, but rather to witness her growth and the enhancement of her abilities over the years. In order to devise a more effective training regimen for the future, Cux could no longer instruct Bellies as she would with any other destroyer. She had distanced herself from the entire universe. From a different perspective, she had become the guide of her once disciple, now the destroyer. Although oblivious to the heights Bellies might achieve in the future, she would assist as much as she could while still able. Cux switched the staff to her left hand, gently squeezing her somewhat numb palm. The turbulent aura she sensed was entirely distinct from the serene mastery of the ultra instinct she had taught. It resembled a latent potential of her bloodline, an advancement forged from the fusion with destroyer energy. That Cux's gaze remained fixed on Bellies, who now appeared strikingly formidable. Her once smooth white hair had transformed into sharp, snow-white strands elegantly cascading over her shoulders. Accompanied by an intensely pale aura, she radiated an air that deterred any intruders. Whoosh! Bellies vanished from Cux's view once more. Instantaneous movement. No, something was amiss. There were no traces of spatial ripples. In the fleeting moments of Cux's contemplation, Bellies had already appeared before her, extending her fist in a powerful strike. Was it merely speed? Cux nimbly dodged, using the tip of her angelic staff to deftly deflect Bellies' fist, causing her to misalign her attack. Switching the staff from her left hand to her right, the terrifying wind from Bellies' punch whistled past Cux's ear, even causing her angelic white hair to flutter slightly. In the next instant, as Cux evaded Bellies' assault, Bellies unleashed a flurry of punches. Countless fists transformed into mere afterimages, relentlessly targeting various parts of Cux's body, swaying left and right, twisting and leaping, despite the overwhelming power of Bellies. Cux's exceptional technique rendered her efforts fruitless. Roar! A beastly roar reverberated through the air as a surge of energy erupted from Cux, who was caught off guard and sent flying by the explosive force. Had her consciousness been engulfed? A grave expression crossed Cux's face. If so, she would have to incapacitate Lady Bellies first. Cux, I beseech you, grant me a moment. A sudden voice echoed in her mind, causing Cux to frown slightly. Lady Bellies? There was a hint of uncertainty in the voice. I have conceived a method of control. Would you kindly obstruct my body for a moment? I require some time that I will do my utmost. However, regarding matters of the soul, you must exercise utmost caution. Understood? Although she was unclear about Bellies' intentions, Cux still cautioned her. Understood. The voice in her mind faded, leaving Cux to observe Bellies, whose pupils had completely lost focus. After a moment's hesitation, Cux resolved to follow Bellies' wishes. She swiftly approached Bellies. Roar! Bellies brought her palms together before her, conjuring an overwhelming wave of pure white energy that surged towards Cux. Upon witnessing this, Cux hurriedly dodged. Just as she evaded the energy wave, Bellies' figure reappeared to her left. With a fierce kick, she struck towards Kux. Kux raised the tip of her staff to block the incoming kick, retreating to evade the range of Belly's attack. Following her failed assault, Belly's opened her hands and relentlessly hurled energy blasts towards Kux. Roar, roar, roar! A torrent of light spheres rained down, darting through the air like a tempest. The energy spheres gleamed with a dazzling brilliance, their sheer number leaving scarcely any gaps. Even the Ultra Instinct would find it challenging to evade them. Kux raised her staff, uttering a soft incantation. A barrier emerged, swiftly enveloping her. Boom! 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 The energy blasts mercilessly collided with the barrier before her. The barrier erupted with a cacophony of explosions, sending ripples of dust into the air, taking advantage of the smoke that clouded visibility. Belly's moved with remarkable speed, appearing behind Kux. With her fingers interlaced, she delivered a powerful downward strike. The barrier trembled under the weight of the incredible force, observing the violet destructive power entwined around Belly's hands. Kux swiftly dispelled her barrier. Deprived of its protection, Belly's descending fist caused her to lose her balance, nearly toppling over. Seizing the opportunity, Kux gently tapped Belly's back, concealed beneath her white hair. In the blink of an eye, Belly's was sent hurtling backward. Chapter 62. The surge of power began to stabilize, and the tumultuous sensation gradually subsided. Throughout the engagement, Kux could distinctly perceive the state of energy within Belly's. Then let us linger a while longer time passed without measure in the realm of the destroyers. Kux, accompanied by Belly's, returned from the Void Realm. Just as Belly's feet touched the ground, a horrifying fissure instantly spread across the entirety of the destroyer realm. I have exercised considerable caution in my control. Belly's watery eyes gazed towards Kashi beside her. Kashi sighed, gently tapping the ground with the tip of her angelic staff, causing the cracks on the surface to swiftly mend. Lady Belly's, you should maintain this state for your cultivation until you become accustomed to it. Is it not possible to revert? Belly's queried uncertainly. Your current aura has exceeded the limits that your body and soul can bear. It is merely due to the transformation and the ancestral bloodline that the upper limit has been forcibly raised, allowing you to barely manage it. It is not impossible to return to your normal state. But do you wish to sleep for several hundred years to stabilize the energy within you? Kashi discerned Belly's thoughts, although it was not an overly long duration. Many destroyers would slumber for millennia. Perhaps I shall pass, Belly's remarked with a slight twitch of her lips. Several hundred years. How many of those foolish friends in my group would still be alive? How long would it take for me to revert? Once you have straightened your hair, which has become spiky due to your excessive aura and contained the rampant energy within your body to a significant extent, you would be able to return to normal. However, by then, you would no longer require any transformation. This would essentially be your normal state. Most transformations occur when one cannot sustain high levels of energy, resulting in what is termed a combat form. Very well, I shall do my utmost, Belly's replied, pouting. Sleeping through several hundred years was not a favorable prospect. Although her current situation was rather troublesome, it was not unmanageable. Belly's cautiously made her way back to her chamber, wishing to think no further on the matter, hoping merely for a good rest, confident that as long as she did not fall into a deep slumber, she could maintain her transformed state. Crack! The bed frame split. I had barely touched it and had not even fully lain down. Belly's exclaimed, "Do you realize the immense impact this has on my tender psyche?" If one were unaware, they might think I were engaging in some vigorous activity. Chapter 64. Spider Child, Whiteweave Spider Child. It has been many days since I last saw the group leader. I miss her. Irina. Uchihamadara. Do you know where the group leader has gone? Ever since the last time the group leader mentioned something about a world quest to Sasuke, her avatar has not lit up during this period. Uchihamadara. I am but a mere administrator. How could I possibly know the whereabouts of the group leader? Moreover, we are not from the same world. Uchihamadara. Irina. Do not call me old man. I may appear older in my avatar, but in reality, I am younger than many. Yirfu and the others are several times my age. Uchihamadara paused. Why does Irina call Yings not by name, but as sister, while when addressing Jirfu, it is either brother or teacher? Yet with him, it becomes grandfather. Clearly, he's been infected by this spider with a limited capacity for thought. That Uchihamadara. I'm still quite young, truly. Most of the time, I am in slumber. My actual age should not be significant. Jirfu, as the strongest mage in the fairy tale world, he fails to comprehend why Ing concerns herself with age. Given that they have all lived for at least several hundred years, that world's first princess. Ah, I seem to have stumbled upon something amusing. Someone has been supercharged. Uchiha Madara. Ing. The group leader always appears when discussing nonsensical matters. Upon seeing the familiar nickname on the public screen, Spider-Child was thrilled. Spider-Child. Group leader, I finally see you. I thought something had happened to you, world's first princess. What could possibly happen to me? I merely spend more time in cultivation, world's first princess. Spider-Child, have you ascended to godhood? Have I been offline for too long? Spider-Child. Ascended to godhood? What nonsense is this? You cannot mean that I must become a god to revert to human form. Right? Half human, half spider. Spider-Child, having experienced initial confusion, recalled a certain Chulai, along with the malevolent deity D, suspecting an absurd notion arising in her mind, world's first princess. Ah, did I say anything? I said nothing at all. Upon seeing Spider-Child's human avatar, still with white hair and long eyelashes, Bellies could not help but be reminded of Spider-Child's human form. Spider-Child. Woo, the group leader is being unfair. You just said that and are now deceiving Spider, world's first princess. All right, I admit it. I did say that only by becoming a god can you fully transform into a human appearance. Spider-Child. Ah, so it is true. Spider-Child wore a dejected expression, having evolved to an immeasurable extent, but still only existing as half human, half spider, with no path to completely revert to human form. Hence, Spider-Child continually chattered about the group leader in the group. Aizen Sasuke, world's first princess in Spider-Child's realm, do other races also need to become gods to adopt a human appearance? In the Soul Society, Aizen Sasuke had a relatively deep understanding of the frequently active Spider-Child in the group. Moreover, Spider-Child occasionally shared intimate photos with the Demon King in the group, making it hard for others to overlook that world's first princess. Indeed, is there a problem? Aizen Sasuke, Spider-Child's friend, that Demon King named Ariel, has not ascended to godhood. If her true form is that of Spider-Child, how does she maintain her human state? World's first princess. Being overly curious is not good. Aizen Sasuke, but it matters not to tell you. The Demon King Ariel is, in fact, human. Aizen Sasuke. I see. Ultimately, having undergone transformation through the Hogyoku, Aizen Sasuke easily deduced the reason behind Demon King Ariel's state, believing the group leader's answer to be infallible. However, a certain spider was shocked to the point of nearly dropping her jaw. Spider-Child. Spider-Child. Is this true? World's first princess. More genuine than a pearl, Spider-Child. Have you encountered Potamus? Spider-Child. That leader of the elf clan? I did have a skirmish with him previously. But midway, Demon King Ariel descended from the heavens and crushed Potamus with a single kick. However, the one crushed seemed to be a robot. Moreover, during Ariel's descent, her tone and actions toward Potamus suggested a personal vendetta, which Spider-Child found hard to believe. That world's first princess. Spider-Child, what I am about to say, the Demon King has not mentioned to you, so you best treat it as unknown. Do you understand? Spider-Child. Why? World's first princess. Ariel was originally human, while Potamus has always been the leader of the elf clan. Furthermore, world's first princess. In a certain sense, Potamus is the father of Demon King Ariel. Spider-Child. Spider-Child stared, dumbfounded. An elf father? A human Demon King? Ariel. Spider-Child. Group leader, you cannot mean to say. World's first princess. It is just as you think. Spider-Child. Why would they do such a thing? In her mind, Spider-Child could only conjure a few words. Modified human. The elf clan leader Potamus must have taken Ariel from humanity and transformed her into the primordial spider, that world's first princess. Though Potamus's strength may not match that of the current Demon King, he could certainly kill the Demon King if he wished. Based on this, what do you believe Potamus's motive was? Spider-Child. To become a god. Spider-Child had an answer in mind but felt uncertain. World's first princess? Who knows? By the way, Little White, since you have evolved to the final stage of the system, according to my agreement with D, she will conduct an assessment on you. Spider-Child. World's first princess. As for the specifics of the assessment, I am not certain. It may very well align with Dee's own wicked interests. Hearing the group leader's words, Spider-Child was instantly filled with trepidation. Spider-Child, see, can I not go? World's first princess. You may, Spider-Child. Wonderful. The world's foremost princess. The malevolent deity D has grown weary of Chiu-Lai. Should you fail to ascend to divinity and pass her trials within a stipulated time frame, the very planet may face annihilation. Spider-Child, what do you mean if she does not attain godhood? The planet is doomed. Such alarmist rhetoric is utterly unfounded, is it not? After all, she still embodies the hope of the entire world. Chapter 65, Konoha, an obstacle to peace in the shinobi realm. Spider-Child, what must I do to achieve divinity? She does not wish for death. After all the toil to become half-human, half-spider, it would be a grave loss to perish. The world's foremost princess. I cannot disclose that information, for it is part of my agreement with D. If you follow the course of events, you shall undoubtedly find your opportunity, that I can only inform you that your chance to attain divinity lies within a certain relic. The world's foremost princess. Naturally, this is something you must accomplish in the future. As for whether joining the chat group will alter things, I cannot say. It is not of great import to me. Spider-Child. She knows well that the group leader is a riddle maker who enjoys toying with spiders. Bellies did not divulge the intricate details to Spider-Child. Sometimes, vague utterances may hold greater potential. Once clarity is achieved, unforeseen complications may arise. In the original narrative, Spider-Child's ascension to divinity was a most unexpected turn of events. In truth, it matters not if Spider-Child does not become a deity. Such divinity is hardly significant, and even Dee herself seems indifferent, merely finding Spider-Child intriguing enough to grant her a chance. After recounting Spider-Child's tale, Bellies pondered another matter within the chat group. She wondered how Uchiha Sasuke was contemplating the situation. Regardless of whether he rejected or accepted, Bellies felt little emotional upheaval. It was merely a slight inconvenience to gather the laws of the Naruto world. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke would undoubtedly employ the Dragon Balls, making the collection of the Naruto world's laws a manageable endeavor. As for how the two would utilize the Dragon Balls, that was beyond her concern. The world's foremost princess, Uchiha Sasuke, are you present? Uchiha Sasuke, I am here. Leader of the group, the world's foremost princess. What have you decided? Will you agree? You may act according to your own judgment. There is no need to worry about my displeasure. Uchiha Sasuke. This matter was previously mentioned by Madara, but I am uncertain how to garner the genuine recognition of the majority of those alive in the shinobi realm. The world's foremost princess. Any approach will suffice. The system will autonomously assess the recognition level of the living in the shinobi realm towards you. Once it exceeds 50%, your task will be deemed complete. The world's foremost princess. To be candid, only upon your achieving over 50% recognition can I invoke the rules of the chat group to draw your planet into my jurisdiction. The world's foremost princess. At that juncture, I shall resurrect your kin as a reward for task completion. The world's foremost princess. However, this is limited to that one instance. Even I cannot arbitrarily contravene the life and death doctrine within my jurisdiction. Otherwise, it would severely impact the laws governing my universe. The final statement was merely a ruse. It is best not to defy the boundaries of life and death if it can be avoided. Should the distinction between life and death become too ambiguous, it would adversely affect the universe's development. Uchiha Madara, world's foremost princess, what reward shall I receive for assisting Uchiha Sasuke in fulfilling his world task? The world's foremost princess. How about the resurrection of you and your brother Izuna? Uchiha Madara. Very well. I accept. Uchiha Madara seemed to dread a potential change of heart from the group leader. Points are something to be conserved judiciously, as he had no intention of employing the infinite Tsukuyomi. The group leader, the world's foremost princess, announced a world task. Naruto world. Ding. Uchiha Sasuke has accepted the task. Uchiha Madara has accepted the task. This moment. In the Naruto world, Uchiha Sasuke gazed thoughtfully at the task list within the chat group. 5 years. Neither a lengthy nor a brief span. Yet, 5 years to win the loyalty of at least half of the shinobi realm was an insurmountable challenge. Uchiha Sasuke was not a feudal lord or a Kage with vast influence. Even a Kage or a feudal lord would need to conquer at least half of the shinobi realm to achieve such recognition. Uchiha Sasuke. Is 5 years the only time frame? The world's foremost princess. Indeed, you may use Jinjutsu to control everyone, or even eliminate those who oppose you, leaving only your supporters. All is permissible. The world's foremost princess, as long as you meet the minimum requirements of the task. I shall reward you in Uchiha Madara accordingly. Irina. Isn't that rather cruel? Irina, who had just prepared for travel, felt a pang of compassion. The world's foremost princess. The resurrection of so many individuals is inherently a trial I impose upon Uchiha Sasuke. Should he fail to accomplish it, I shall simply declare the task a failure without inflicting any punishment. The world's foremost princess. However, should you be drawn into my jurisdiction and your past actions lead to a planetary evaluation falling below the universe's minimum rating standards, I will not hesitate to obliterate it after bestowing your rewards. The world's foremost princess. Of course, those to be destroyed will include you as well, with no exceptions, even if you are members of the group. Uchiha Sasuke, having been in the group for some time, must have been informed by Uchiha Madara regarding my true nature. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke fell into a prolonged silence, offering no response. Uchiha Madara. Does this mean we cannot engage in indiscriminate slaughter? What are the rating standards for the universe you govern? How can we be certain that upon entering your jurisdiction, we will not be destroyed the very next moment? The world's foremost princess. The precise evaluation criteria are determined by cosmic coefficients, and I am merely the executor. What I can tell you is that the evaluation standards are broadly related to the planet's ecology, the strength of life, mortality rates, planetary lifespan, and future prospects, among other factors. The world's foremost princess. Currently, your shinobi realm, although diminished in value due to the influence of chakra fruit, is still a considerable distance from crossing the line of destruction, so there is no need for concern. Uchiha Sasuke. May I seek external assistance? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, from the Pure Land, was taken aback. Am I not external assistance? Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, what do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke. If you wish to assist me, wait until you've kicked the coffin lid aside. Uchiha Madara. The world's foremost princess. Who are you seeking? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. Not him. I have no desire to involve that individual that I intend to prove him wrong. Konoha is an impediment to peace in the shinobi realm. The world's foremost princess. Ah, it seems you have a plan. May I inquire who it is? Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru that he has an interest in immortality, and I am confident I can persuade him. However, I'm uncertain about his stance regarding the chat group. Uchiha Sasuke's intention in mentioning this was to gauge the group leader's opinion of Orochimaru. After all, a person like Orochimaru does not conform to conventional perceptions. Quite a few thoughts lingered in his mind. In the realm of destruction, Belly smiled subtly. Subsequently, she posted a message in the public chat. The world's foremost princess. That is acceptable, but ensure your safety. If any mishap arises from revealing the chat group's existence, I shall not be held accountable. Uchiha Sasuke. Thank you, esteemed leader. With the leader's consent. Uchiha Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Seeking Orochimaru's assistance would not pose a challenge for Sasuke. After all, he had resided with Orochimaru for 2 years, and aside from his covetousness for Sasuke's body, their interactions have been relatively amicable. Chapter 66. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke once again visited Orochimaru's chamber. As usual, the room was under the care of Kabuto, tending to the ailing Orochimaru. Upon seeing Sasuke, Kabuto did not even glance his way. Sasuke-kun, it has been some time since you last sought me. Orochimaru's raspy voice carried a hint of amusement. I come to implore your assistance with a matter. Sasuke began. Uchiha Sasuke, do not overstep your bounds. Yaoshiro suddenly raised his head. The last time he organized the information for Uchiha Sasuke, he had worked day and night, exhausting himself thoroughly. Upon hearing that Sasuke had come to request Orochimaru's assistance again, Do could no longer contain himself. Do, let Sasuke-kun finish speaking. Orochimaru coughed a few times and shook his head at Do, who stood nearby. Yaoshiro remarked, your health seems to be deteriorating. Orochimaru. Observing Orochimaru's face, which appeared even more pallid than before, Uchiha Sasuke replied nonchalantly, compared to you, this original body is truly lacking. Orochimaru did not shy away from expressing his desire for Sasuke's body. Is it worthwhile to cling to life in a state of decay? Even if I were to obtain you, how long could I sustain myself? The notion of changing bodies every 3 years was not a fabrication of Uchiha Sasuke's imagination. It was a reality Orochimaru had faced through multiple reincarnations. If the body is compatible, sustaining it for 10 or 8 years is hardly a challenge. Why that time, I fear I would have devised even better methods of replenishment. Orochimaru stated that, "It sounds like you've had a tough time." Sasuke acknowledged. Unable to refute Orochimaru's explanation, Sasuke-kun, "You have changed significantly in recent days that if I am not mistaken, you have awakened those eyes, haven't you?" The deliberate pace of Orochimaru's words carried an implication that caused Do's expression to shift dramatically. Manjikyu Sharingan. These words instantly surfaced in Do's mind. "What will you do if I say yes?" Uchiha Sasuke's deep black eyes transformed into the crimson three-tomo design. "What is there to do?" Orochimaru responded. "I am more curious about what event has led you to become so composed." Furthermore, he paused momentarily. "After reviewing the information Do has collected, what thoughts cross your mind? I mean regarding the Uchiha massacre." Boom! As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, a terrifying chakra enveloped the air. Uchiha Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, morphing into the six-pointed star of the Manjikyu. Manjikyu Sharingan. Do gasped in horror. Even though Orochimaru had openly stated it, Do still found it hard to believe that Sasuke had now awakened those eyes. With a deep breath, Uchiha Sasuke exhaled a cloud of tainted air, the chakra surrounding the room gradually dissipating, leaving only the Manjikyu shape in his eyes. Cough, cough. Orochimaru coughed repeatedly, seemingly affected by the chakra Sasuke had just released. "Lord Orochimaru." Do hastily sought to offer Orochimaru medicine. "I am fine, Do." After coughing, Orochimaru smiled faintly. "It is truly rare that you did not take action against me. Such composure suggests that your eyes have likely been open for some time." In the realm of Sharingan research, Orochimaru surpassed anyone else. He had a vague understanding of the uniqueness required for the transformation of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Only upon seeing Sasuke's Manjikyu did he fully grasp it. In truth, Orochimaru had already realized that the ultimate evolution of Sharingan was Pain's Rinnegan. "Orochimaru, why did you attack the third Hokage? Was it for Konoha, or because he was your teacher?" Uchiha Sasuke's purpose in coming here was to ascertain Orochimaru's thoughts and then devise a plan. In the predetermined future he had witnessed, Orochimaru had mentioned that he killed the third Hokage to set the windmill in motion. The meaning of that motion was subject to individual interpretation. I see. So, you, who seem to know the truth, ultimately stand in opposition. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. "Sasuke-kun, I have no particular opinion on Konoha. Does that answer satisfy you?" The Manjikyu Sharingan spun rapidly. In an instant, Orochimaru sensed the scenery around him shifting to Jinjutsu. However, Orochimaru remained unperturbed and unangered. With the Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke indeed had little hope of victory, yet eliminating Orochimaru was entirely out of the question. He had left numerous contingency plans throughout the ninja world, with many methods of resurrection at his disposal. Alas, if Sasuke were to kill him, it was likely that Do would perish as well. Such a talented and diligent subordinate would be a tremendous loss if he were to die so easily. Nevertheless, the expected torment did not manifest. Uchiha Sasuke merely gazed at him in silence. "Sasuke, what do you intend to do?" Orochimaru asked languidly. "I know I cannot kill you, and my purpose in seeking you out is to request your alliance." Oh, Orochimaru neither accepted nor rejected the notion. "So, what exactly do you wish to accomplish, Sasuke-kun?" "Orochimaru, since you're curious, then pay close attention that I will reveal what you want to know, or rather, what I wish for you to know." The Manjikyu Sharingan spun once more, and the blood-red scene enveloping Sasuke and Orochimaru began to shift. Outside, witnessing Orochimaru caught in a Jinjutsu, Do was taken aback. "Lord Orochimaru." Do's face contorted in horror. "How dare you? Uchiha Sasuke, you just claimed you wouldn't harm Lord Orochimaru. Yet look at you now." Do seized a medical kunai from the table, channeling chakra into the blade, preparing to attack Uchiha Sasuke to protect his esteemed Orochimaru. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha ha. On the bed, Orochimaru spat several mouthfuls of blood, his face displaying a markedly unhealthy pallor. "Lord Orochimaru." Do, abandoning his previous thoughts, hurriedly grabbed a bucket from beneath the bed to catch Orochimaru's vomit. That's unnecessary, Do. Ignoring his appearance, Orochimaru wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. Sasuke, you have presented me with an offer I cannot refuse, and your opportunities are indeed enviable. Sage of Six Paths. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Uchiha Madara, and that mysterious group leader, haha. Orochimaru lifted his head, a manic glint emerging on his sickly face. Sasuke-kun, since you are the reincarnation of Indra, do you not realize that you might be under the surveillance of the Sage of Six Paths? I am aware that the group leader has blocked that surveillance. Uchiha Sasuke replied. So, what do you say, Orochimaru? Will you agree? Sasuke-kun, I cannot refuse, can I? You have shown me a broader horizon. Orochimaru gathered his thoughts, took a deep breath, and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, stating, within 5 years, I will help you achieve your desires and will also seek out Uchiha Madara's corpse, since that Shura of the ninja world is willing to assist. It will be a waste to leave him in the Pure Land. However, the specific plans will have to wait until I regain my hands. How about that? Very well. Sasuke nodded, having glimpsed the future. It was only natural for Orochimaru to have his own thoughts. In the sequel series, Boruto, Orochimaru was the only one who had not been weakened, but rather strengthened. Chapter 67. The Evil God D and Kurapika. In the universe where Spider is located in the underworld. Ming 2. I am ready. I want to go out and play for a while. I will deal with work later. Sitting at his workstation, the evil god D stretched his arms out on the table, wearing an expression of disillusionment. That won't do, Lord D. You can't just run off and leave the work to me. Who is the ruler of the underworld? You or I? A woman dressed in a maid outfit with shoulder-length hair stood behind D, incessantly tapping her fingers on the table, urging the evil god D to focus on his work. By the way, if it weren't for your aura, I wouldn't have known where to find you. So, did you have fun? You have quite the leisure time, don't you? Even as a student, you were bullied, yet you didn't fight back and even helped others reincarnate. The maid, Ming Tu, was at a loss for how to respond to her superior. That was an accident. Besides, that little spider named by Ji is quite interesting. The evil god D commented with keen interest. Humph, how dare you say that? Summoning powerful beings from other universes could expose our universe's coordinates, which would be quite troublesome. Ming Tu, I'm serious this time, that I plan to establish a relationship with that deity named Bellies that, if possible, I want to take a step further. Upon hearing this, Ming Tu fell silent for a moment and sighed. Sigh. As you wish. You are the supreme deity of this universe. Even if I wished to rebut you, I would be unable to impede your desires. It is akin to attempting to compel the malevolent deity D to return to her duties. If she truly wishes to flee, not even I could restrain her. D reclined in her chair, gazing upwards at her maid, Ming Tu, who stood beside her. In the battle against that other cosmic administrator, I discerned that I was not her equal. Most significantly, her life force exuded an aura of remarkable youth. Did you not assert that she is merely a projection? Indeed. With a heavy sigh, the malevolent deity D spoke gravely. Yet, even with the entirety of the universe augmenting my power, the likelihood of emerging victorious against her would still leave me gravely wounded. The youthful cosmic administrator hails from a realm of formidable strength, which could prove perilous. Ming Tu appeared contemplative. Thus, I intend to join that chat group to ascertain her general disposition before further discussion. Although our interactions have been limited, my experience allows me to conclude that she is not the type to rigidly adhere to the law of the Black Forest or impose undue hardships upon others. Like you, she likely abides by the principle of equivalent exchange. That is highly probable, D replied. From her assistance to that little spider, I can make certain inferences upon hearing this. The maid shrugged her shoulders. You need not confide in me regarding these matters. I am merely your subordinate. However, I do hope you will deliberate carefully before making any decisions. Understood, D nodded. Ditto. What is it? D raised an eyebrow. I may need to step out for a while. It is time to administer a test to that little spider, D stated. Will she come at that time? If possible, please take me along, Mingta urged earnestly. Regardless of where D ventures, having an aide is preferable to solitude in the presence of such formidable beings. No problem, D nodded, then grasped a stack of documents from the table. Placing them before the maid, I shall entrust this matter to you. Do not fret. I shall not deduct your wages, my dear Mingtu. Mingtu wore a look of exasperation as she watched the malevolent deity open a spatial portal and depart. As the rift closed, Mingtu sighed. I hope Lord D's decision is not misguided. In the chat group, after conversing with Uchihamadara and the Spider Child, a newly joined member from the world of Hunter x Hunter, Kurapika, began to speak. Group leader, what price must I pay to revive my clan members? Like Uchiha Sasuke, Kurapika's kin had also been annihilated, the only distinction being that the massacre was perpetrated by outsiders rather than by a beloved family member. It is impossible unless there are two individuals from your world within the group. Only then can one employ Sasuke's method, replied the first princess of the world. Is that so? Is there no alternative? Kurapika inquired. You can only collect Dragon Balls each time you wish to revive someone. You may resurrect one, the princess elucidated. Kurapika felt a pang of discontent. However, the chance to revive even one clan member was better than none at all. Kurapika, have you acquired your hunter license yet? The princess continued, noting that she was unaware of the current progression of the hunter world, whether Kurapika's situation was pre- or post-hunter exam. Not yet. I plan to participate in the hunter exam this year. There are about 6 months until the registration period, Kurapika replied. So, you have yet to learn none. The first princess expressed a modicum of interest in the concept of none from the hunter world. It appeared somewhat akin to the chi of the Dragon Ball universe, yet was more versatile, even bordering on the realm of laws. Of course, the specifics remained unclear to her. Kurapika was still an ordinary human, having not yet delved into the realm of none. Furthermore, the princess's current state made it implausible for Kurapika to consent to her visiting his world, to say nothing of the fact that she, on occasion, could inadvertently wreak havoc in the realm of destruction, leaving chaos in her wake. Would Kurapika dare to send her there? It was not her intention to cause destruction. Rather, she sought to assist others and glean insights into the laws. What is none? Kurapika inquired. Suddenly alert, he had previously learned that the so-called Dragon Ball wishes were, to some extent, contingent on the strength of the world. Although not entirely correlated, it was certain that his world was not a mundane one. After all, acquiring Dragon Balls required 6,000 points. It certainly could not be classified as an ordinary realm. None is essentially the energy of the body, or rather, life force. The specifics elude me, as I am not from your world. The laws differ, and consequently, so do the manifestations. The princess explained. In essence, you should understand that it is an extraordinary phenomenon. Is it possible for me to learn then? Kurapika's voice quivered slightly as he spoke. Should he master none, he might have the opportunity to exact revenge upon the spiders that in your world. The hunter exam mandates that becoming a hunter entails learning in other words, once you become a hunter, the Hunter Association will assign someone to teach you how to harness none. The princess proceeded to share some basic knowledge about none from the hunter world with Kurapika, finding a quiet spot in the hunter world. Kurapika sat down to meticulously analyze the information the group leader had provided. Although this was common knowledge for hunters, it effectively opened a new door for him. World's first princess, I have heard from other group members that you possess the ability to discern the established past and future of all group members through this chat group. Will I have learned none in the future, and what will my none abilities entail? You are quite astute, Kurapika, grasping the crux of my words. Your none ability will be of the materialization type, and upon awakening your crimson eyes, it will transform into a rare attribute type. The princess revealed, I shan't delve into the specifics of your none abilities, as I cannot guarantee that your future path of learning none will adhere to the predetermined direction. The development of none of the same attribute varies for each individual. Who could predict what type of none Kurapika would choose to develop upon joining the group? Please, I implore you to inform me. I shall bear all consequences, Kurapika urged. The princess fell silent for a moment, but ultimately disclosed Kurapika's original none ability to him. It was worth noting that the princess harbored considerable interest in Kurapika's absolute time after awakening his crimson eyes. That ability seemed to touch upon the laws, and logically, given Kurapika's current strength, he should not have been able to access it. Was it due to constraints and oaths? After some contemplation, the princess sent a message to the group. Kurapika, if you wish to learn none before the hunter exam, I can teach you. However, the process may prove somewhat perilous. Chapter 68. Kurapika's desire to learn none. Kurapika gazed at the messages on the chat group's public screen, remaining silent for a considerable time. His future lay in becoming a hunter, and with the assistance of the Hunter Association, learning nin abilities. However, the prerequisite was his successful completion of the hunter exam. From the moment he joined the chat group, his future had already changed. Kurapika could not guarantee that every choice he made during the hunter exam would align with his previous future. Nor could he assure that he would inevitably become a hunter. He could not simply consult the group for guidance on every decision he faced. Aside from the impracticality, he lacked the audacity to pose such inquiries to the group leader. Taking a deep breath, Kurapika shifted his focus back to the chat group. World's first princess, I wish to learn. Regardless of the dangers involved, if I can master none, it will all be worthwhile. Kurapika understood well that the group leader's willingness to instruct him in none was an immense privilege. No matter how the future unfolded, he was merely an ordinary person at present. Having only accumulated 10 points through check-ins, he could not afford anything from the group's trading platform. Then, you should first head to the Sky Arena. The battles beyond the 200 floor are fought by none users. The world's foremost princess seeks a means to procure a viewing ticket for the Sky Arena, specifically one that allows access to the 200th floor and beyond. She intends to broadcast the event live in a group chat, as I aim to analyze the principles of none through observation of the battles fought by none users. Kurapika, is there a problem? While I possess decent strength, it is implausible for me to discern the intricacies of none without prior observation, especially when it pertains to phenomena from an entirely different world. Kurapika, indeed, that seems reasonable. Kurapika, seated in a chair, felt a slight twitch in his cheek. This group leader appears somewhat unreliable, that I hope he doesn't jeopardize his own life in the pursuit of learning none. The world's foremost princess, Kurapika. Should you fail to acquire a viewing ticket for the 200th floor, seek out a young man named Yungu and a child named Jishi in the Sky Arena. The world's foremost princess. Both of them are none users. And Yungu is a hunter affiliated with the Hunter Association. Kurapika, a hunter. Are you suggesting I learn in from them? The mention of hunters suddenly reminded Kurapika that they're typically associated with none. The world's foremost princess. That is unlikely. He will not teach you unless you obtain a hunter's license. In the original narrative, it was Yungu who instructed Gon and Killua in the ways of none. Initially, he attempted to mislead them and had no intention of teaching that. Of course, teaching them none was not Yungu's primary mission. He was merely accompanying his disciple for the competition. The world's foremost princess. What I mean is, try to live stream your observations during Jishi's matches that I will see if I can analyze the composition of none across worlds. Kurapika. This seems rather dubious. The world's foremost princess. By the way, Kurapika, you could also participate in the Sky Arena matches. Remember, it would be best to compete in your scarlet-eyed state, allowing you to practice toggling it on and off at will. Perhaps this will facilitate your awakening of none. Kurapika, while that is true, I have my concerns. The world's foremost princess. Can't you wear colored contact lenses? No one below the 200th floor would be able to discern that you belong to the Scarlet-Eyed clan. Kurapika, I am from the Karuta clan. The world's foremost princess. That name is somewhat difficult to remember, but it matters little to me. It is all the same. Kurapika, after detailing the matters at hand. Bellies' consciousness exited the chat group. As the angel Kasai was seeking her out, Bellies, regarding the two eyes of God, I have successfully analyzed them. Kasai, holding an eye of God, bowed slightly upon seeing Bellies approach. You seem quite pleased? Bellies looked at her in surprise, a little. Kasai nodded shyly. Then, with a serious expression, stated, these two eyes of God can indeed enhance the laws of our universe and may be used to conduct experiments on certain celestial bodies, thereby augmenting the universe's rating coefficient. Please elaborate. The information about the eyes of God from the game Genshin Impact surfaced in Bellies' mind. Kasai organized her thoughts and explained. The primary function of the Eye of God is to strengthen the user's abilities in a specific aspect by solidifying their desires. This enhancement is typically most suitable for the user, akin to sacrificing overall development to concentrate on a singular advantage, thus making it easier to comprehend the laws. Kasai paused for a moment before continuing. When a user grasps the laws, the constraints of the Eye of God cease to exist, and the willpower will return to the user. The laws, such power, even in its weakest form, cannot be easily comprehended. Bellies murmured, pondering aloud, but what if one fails? In the world of Genshin Impact, the Eye of God serves as an external magical organ. As the user perishes, the eye dims until the next chosen individual appears. In the game, only a few can reactivate the Eye of God, notably Ningguang from the Liyue region and the renowned Leaf Emperor, Kitahara Kaza. Bellies, did you not predict this? Keisai fell silent for a moment, then remarked, upon the user's death, the power solidified as desire will be absorbed and stored by the Eye of God. Until the second user emerges, though whether this individual will inherit the previous user's desires remains uncertain. We lack sufficient subjects for experimentation. However, one thing I can ascertain is that the creation and emergence of the Eye of God, aside from collecting the solidified power of desires, facilitates the user's mastery of the laws. Is mass production feasible? Bellies inquired. An problem. But due to my incomplete understanding of the laws governing the realm of the Eyes of God, the items produced may differ significantly. Keisai lightly pointed her staff at the empty space before her, and glimmers of laws began to coalesce. With a crack, a crimson-marked Eye of God fell to the ground. Bellies casually picked up the eye, the moment her slender fingers made contact with it. A faint light emanated from the eye, and she felt a slight constriction of energy within her body, a lively fire attribute. Purple destructive energy erupted from Bellies, instantly dispelling the sensation of restraint. Bang! In the next moment, the Eye of God shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground through the gaps between her fingers. Bellies was left speechless. Indeed, in her transformed state, she still struggled to control her power. Despite her careful attention, the eye shattered in an instant. Chapter 69. The gluttonous spider swallows a bomb. Observing the fragments cascading from Bellies' fingers like sand, Keisai sighed and remarked, "You may have exerted yourself a bit too much. This so-called Eye of God is not inherently powerful and is meant for training weaker beings." "How was I to know?" Bellies shrugged. "I assumed you would make it a bit sturdier. Would you like another? If so, I can create one for you." Keisai held 2 Eyes of God that she had brought back from the Teyvat continent. "Forget it." Bellies waved her hand dismissively, not concerned about it. If necessary, she could always create a few to toss onto some planets to observe their effects. Perhaps once the Naruto world is pulled in, she could test a few there. The natural energy of a Naruto world bears striking similarities to the elemental power of the Eyes of God. "As you wish," Keisai nodded. After some time, Bellies remained submerged in the group chat, which had grown rather quiet as everyone busied themselves with their own affairs. Ever since learning that Kikyo could cultivate in a spiritual state, even the zealot Uchiha Obito could not resist. After all, if the world quest were completed, both he and his brother could be resurrected, so Uchiha Obito was in no hurry to utilize the Dragon Balls. To aid Uchiha Sasuke, who bore a striking resemblance to his brother Izuna, Uchiha Obito also entered a state of training and purchased methods from the group to enhance his strength. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility of the chat. "Spider Child, help." "Oh, great group leader. The world's foremost princess, Spider Child. While I was accompanying the Demon King to the Demon Clan's encampment, we unexpectedly encountered a peculiar ruin, and then we ran into Bottomus. And our group began to explore the ruin. The world's foremost princess. Get to the point. Bottomus and Spider Child, along with the Demon King, are they not at that ruin?" Bellies pondered thoughtfully. "Spider Child. Yes. Yes. In short, at the base of the ruin, we discovered a bomb capable of annihilating the continent, and it seems to be on the verge of detonation." A bomb that could destroy a continent. An artificial construct? As the Abyss Princess observed the situation in Inazuma, she became quite intrigued by the message Spider Child had shared in the chat. "Spider Child. Yes. I can't help but suspect it may be related to Bottomus. Yet he currently cannot control the bomb, and it is set to explode in 3 minutes. The world's foremost princess, Spider Child. Do you wish to transform into a human form? Spiderling. Ooh, great leader. Why are you saying this now? Little Spider wants to survive. We can talk about humans later. World's first princess, Spiderling. If you swallow that bomb, you might become a deity." Upon hearing Bellies' words, Spiderling, who was anxiously facing the Demon King in the ruins, felt a question mark slowly appear on his forehead. "Spiderling. Leader, don't deceive me. If I swallow something like that, even if I possess skills. I might not even leave behind ashes. How about this, great leader? Could you spare some time to come over and disarm this bomb? World First Princess. That's not possible. I'm currently in a state of cultivation, and my powers have been somewhat uncontrollable lately. If I come to your side, it might not just be a continent that gets destroyed, but the entire planet could explode. Spiderling. Ing. World First Princess. Great leader, is it true that Spiderling can become a deity? Ing, with a foolish expression, pondered, the leader wouldn't joke about such matters. This implies that in the predetermined future, Spiderling is likely to become a god of that world by relying on this bomb. World First Princess. Yes, but that was in the past, or rather, it was something Spiderling did before joining the chat group. World First Princess. As for now, I really don't know. Perhaps with a bang, there might not even be a body left. Spiderling. Did I really eat it? Upon seeing the messages in the chat group, Spiderling was instantly bewildered. That massive bomb, radiating a glow reminiscent of infrared light. Can a human even digest it? Spiderling's 8 legs trembled, coughing a few times, and glanced at Bottomus. Hey, Bottomus, don't you have a way to stop the bomb? No, once the bomb counts down, even I can't do anything, Bottomus replied nonchalantly. After all, it's just a clone. It doesn't matter if it dies. Spiderling. What an infuriating fellow. What to do? What should I do? Spiderling. Can I ask a question? If I swallow this thing, will I really survive? What are the odds? World First Princess. 50%. Spiderling. Is it that high? Hearing the leader say this, I feel more confident. Huiyuan AI. The leader means it's either success or failure. Be mentally prepared. Spiderling. ISNT that the same as saying nothing. Can there really be a situation where one is both successful and failed? Gritting his teeth, Spiderling gazed at the bomb's countdown. With only 30 seconds left. Wow, I'll give it my all. For the sake of becoming human. Spiderling shouted and dashed towards the bomb. His speed was so swift that even the Demon King and Bottomus beside him failed to react. Whoa! With his mouth wide open, Spiderling swallowed the bomb in one gulp. Spiderling's audacious action stunned the Demon King, Ariel, and Bottomus, who were nearby. Hey, don't eat everything. The Demon King's scalp tingled as she hurried to Spiderling's side. This kind of energy bomb was something even she, who consumed anything, dared not touch. Spiderling, trying to throw away his life. In truth, the Demon King had another method to forcibly transcend the limits of her powers, using her immense strength to counteract the bomb's might. However, doing so would greatly deplete her lifespan, perhaps leaving her with only a month to live. In the original story, the Demon King Ariel defeated Bottomus's true form using this very method. There's no saving him. Bottomus smiled wryly. Shut up. The Demon King compressed and released her powerful energy, sending Bottomus flying into the wall. Ariel didn't bother with Bottomus anymore. He was just a clone and could be easily dispatched with a flick of her hand. What she was concerned about now was Spiderling. Little White. Spiderling rolled on the ground, clutching his body, his face contorted in agony, which made the Demon King's heart ache. Why are you so foolish? I still have a way. You didn't have to swallow the bomb. Time ticked away second by second. The Demon King Ariel could only stand by, watching helplessly as Spiderling struggled, growing weaker by the moment. Damn it, the Demon King gritted her teeth. Chapter 67. Not an accidental encounter with Bottomus. They and Spiderling would never have ventured so deep into this ruin, nor would they have inadvertently activated a bomb capable of destroying continents. Useless. The bomb's power is beyond what your spider friend can consume. Even you, I'm afraid, wouldn't stand chance. Bottomus extracted himself from the wall, still wearing a haughty smile. Go to hell. Ariel raised her hand, her black eyes emanating a chilling aura as a torrent of powerful energy surged toward Bottomus. Boom! Bottomus exploded, mechanical fragments scattering everywhere. Humph. Even if White dies, it's not for you to say. Ariel lowered her hand and took a deep breath. She stepped back a few paces, her gaze still fixed on Spiderling. That if I could absorb some of the bomb's energy, perhaps. Ariel contemplated her abilities. However, Spiderling's current unstable condition could lead to an explosion if external forces interfered. Damn it, must I just watch? Ariel keenly noticed the chaotic energy around Spiderling beginning to stabilize. Furthermore, a cocoon started to form around him. The stabilization of energy means little white has passed the most perilous moment. Is he evolving? Ariel questioned uncertainly. Nevertheless, her anxious heart felt somewhat relieved that moment in the chat group. Spiderling, it's been a while since you've been active. World S first princess. Perhaps he just swallowed the bomb and is evolving. Or he might have been blown to bits. We're just waiting to feast. Leader, you can speak, but please don't say that anymore. Chapter 70. The godlike Orochimaru. Irina. Leader, it can't be true. Can it? Spiderling. Although she hadn't been in the group for long, Spiderling had always been the life of the party, and everyone had grown quite familiar with her. If a member were to suddenly perish, Irina felt a pang of sadness. World S first princess. Don't worry, Irina. Little White will be fine. Her icon hasn't dimmed yet. Has it? Irina. Is that so? Irina instinctively glanced at Spiderling's icon, which still appeared to be glowing. In the realm of destruction, Bellies observed the chat group as content. She was not worried about Spiderling due to her agreement with the evil god D. Even if something would happen to Spiderling, the evil god D would retrieve her. Unlike in the original story, where the evil god D treated Spiderling as a mere plaything, now, with the agreement in place. Judging from the serious transactions D had made with her earlier, even if Spiderling ultimately failed to become a deity, it would merely result in a lower valuation. What the evil god D was truly concerned about was not Spiderling, but rather the one behind her. Thus, Spiderling's existence was merely a casual amusement for D. It sounded rather vexing for Spiderling. For now, there was no need to worry about Spiderling. She might pop back up before long. World S first princess. Uchiha Sasuke. What are you doing now? Uchiha Sasuke. I am on my way to the land of whirlpools with Orochimaru. He wishes to reclaim his hands sealed within the Shinigami and then proceed to resurrect Uchiha Obito. World S first princess. ISNT Uchiha Obito's body with black Zetsu. Are you confident? Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru said he has a plan to end the world of Naruto. Led by Orochimaru, Sasuke and his group arrived near Konoha. In a place similar to the original story on the towering cliffs, Sasuke gazed into the distance. Far away, the lights of Konoha were ablaze. It truly was peaceful, but it didn't belong to me. Sasuke's gaze subtly shifted to a certain spot at the edge of Konoha. It was the site of the Uchiha clan's relocation after the tumult of the Nine Tails, in the pitch-black night. It exuded an air of desolation, starkly contrasting with the vibrant life of Konoha. Upon seeing Konoha once more, would he still feel a sense of nostalgia? Orochimaru approached Sasuke's side, eyeing the scene previously revealed by Sharingan. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had stood in this very spot, gazing at Konoha in a similar manner. Perhaps, but such feelings were of little consequence now. Sasuke had little attachment left to Konoha. After a sigh, his eyes flicked to his left arm, where Xiangling was snugly hugging it, rubbing against him incessantly. Sasuke felt exasperated. That's enough. Let go of my arm. Sasuke-kun, upon hearing Sasuke's serious words. Xiangling released her grip. After watching the events of the Hokage, Sasuke vaguely understood why Xiangling relied on him so much. An unexpected rescue during the Chunin exams. He was not Xiangling, nor did he wish to overthink it. He would let things unfold naturally. His primary objective now was to complete the world mission in the chat group, to resurrect his parents and clan members. Sasuke, before you consider transplanting Hashirama's cells, I suggest you also consider a partial transplant of Xiangling's cells. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are distant relatives, and Xiangling possesses a remarkably pure bloodline from the Uzumaki clan. This might reduce the risks associated with the subsequent transplantation of Hashirama cells. Sure, whatever cell Sasuke desires, I can provide, Xiangling exclaimed, raising both hands in agreement. Even if it's just a bit of cells, we could even swap our cells. That we'll discuss this later, Sasuke replied after a moment of silence. Orochimaru, didn't you say you would retrieve your hands? Shouldn't you hurry? Soon after Sasuke's words, several figures on the cliff vanished into the night sky. Rustling sounds echoed from the cliff towards the forest behind. The shrine of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru found the Shinigami mask and began to release the Reaper's seal. Sasuke produced a scroll and casually tossed it on the ground. With a puff, the scroll emitted smoke. revealing 5 lifeless white Zetsu as for how these white Zetsu came to be. It was simply that before Uchiha Obito's demise, he had not had the chance to inform Kakashi and the others about his collection of white Zetsu, akin to private savings. Thus, Sasuke, through the chat group, learned where Obito had hidden the white Zetsu and conveniently brought over 5 dormant ones in the original work. Orochimaru, utilizing his exceptional skills, successfully exploited a bug in the Shinigami's technique. The Shinigami could only gradually fade away in a state of helplessness. Truly, the body of white Zetsu is remarkably resilient. Orochimaru grinned, raising his hands in triumph. For to be sensei, I wonder what your expression will be when you see me reclaim my hands. I am quite curious. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, then formed hand seals. He forcefully slammed his right hand onto the ground. Edo Tensei, that a cacophony of anguished wails ensued. The first, second, third, and fourth Hokage materialized before the onlookers. However, the next moment, before the 4 Hokage could regain their senses, coffins rose behind them, swiftly encasing all but the 3rd Hokage. Hee, I dare not release the 1st Hokage so carelessly, Orochimaru commented with a grin. Once the coffins were secured, they were gradually buried underground. This moment, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had regained his consciousness. Long time no see, Sarutobi Sensei, he cackled. The 3rd Hokage, still in a state of chaos, had not fully awakened when he heard the voice he had longed for. Orochimaru, indeed, it is I. Surprised? Orochimaru replied without mockery, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Sarutobi Sensei, your proud Shinigami technique has been unraveled by me. In other words, your death was in vain. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. The 3rd Hokage's expression turned fierce, seemingly ready to attack Orochimaru. That won't do. Orochimaru formed hand seals, interrupting the 3rd Hokage's incantation. How infuriating. I cannot move. The 3rd Hokage glared at Orochimaru. I truly regret not killing you sooner. What a pity, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, his snake-like eyes narrowing. There is no remedy for regret in this world. What do you intend to do to Konoha? The immobilized 3rd Hokage could only glare impotently. His eyes blazing with fury. It is not what I intend to do to Konoha, but rather what my disciple, Uchiha Sasuke, believes should not exist. Disciple. Sasuke? The 3rd Hokage's gaze followed Orochimaru's gesture, landing upon the members of Team Hawk and Kabuto. Leading them was a youth whom the 3rd Hokage recognized, despite the significant changes he had undergone. You are Sasuke. It has been nearly 3 years, Sarutobi Sensei. Observing the elder, who was slightly hunched, with a face lined with wrinkles and clad in gray armor. Sasuke felt a complex array of emotions. Sasuke, have you betrayed Konoha? Why do you consort with someone like Orochimaru? The 3rd Hokage's voice carried a hint of reproach that it was Itachi's arduous efforts that preserved the Uchiha bloodline. How can you abandon Konoha? I cannot pretend I did not hear that, Sarutobi Sensei. Orochimaru's mocking tone interjected. Sasuke-kun came to find me of his own accord, or do you, Sarutobi Sensei, believe there is a better teacher for him in Konoha? And that person is willing to instruct Sasuke? You, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's words left the 3rd Hokage momentarily speechless. Sasuke's situation was exceedingly complex. In a certain sense, training Sasuke to grow stronger posed a peril to Konoha, as they sometimes feared that Sasuke would uncover a particular truth. Moreover, in the realm of shinobi, whether as a teacher or considering one's own innate talent, few could rival Orochimaru's abilities. Sarutobi Sensei, what do you think Sasuke's fate would be after your demise? Need I spell out for you? Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Surely you do not think Danzo would honor your agreement with Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru had gleaned from Sasuke's memories that soon, when Naruto came to find Sasuke, there would be an incident where Sai attempted to assassinate Sasuke, an order issued by Danzo that if Sasuke remained in Konoha after the 3rd Hokage's death, would that unstable factor be allowed to persist for the sake of Konoha's roots? The threat posed by Uchiha Itachi? Nonsense. How long could that pair of eyes sustain him to exhaust Konoha? Besides, he was Uchiha Itachi, not Uchiha for disclosing secrets to other nations. That was even more laughable. For years, the Uchiha clan had been kept under surveillance. When Uchiha Itachi defected, how many secrets could they truly possess? Over the years, things had long since changed. Even the secret passage that once allowed entry into Konoha undetected might have been under the third Hokage's watchful eye. It was merely that he had died at that time. And oh wonder in Boruto, Sasuke would say that visiting Orochimaru was an essential task, that it was not merely for learning, but more so to escape Danzo. Albeit Sasuke had been unaware of this at the time. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage refrained from rebuttal, clearly contemplating the actions of his old friend, that it was indeed possible that something would be done to Uchiha Sasuke after his death. Sasuke, the third Hokage began that I stand here, which signifies that I am aware of all truths. Sasuke's voice was remarkably calm. The third Hokage sighed. I'm truly sorry about Itachi. When unable to resolve a problem, has it not always been the practice of the higher-ups in Konoha to eliminate the one who poses the problem? At this point, what purpose did it serve to speak of such matters? Regarding the third Hokage's mention of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke displayed little emotional fluctuation. Sasuke, I have always wanted to stop. Enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Sasuke Uchiha's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope. He abruptly interrupted the third Hokage's discourse with a resounding shout. Eyes akin to Itachi's. The third Hokage's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing Sasuke transcend to the level of the three-tomo Sharingan. Third Hokage, following the chaos of the Nine Tails, you exiled the Uchiha to the fringes. I refuse to believe you never contemplated the ramifications of such actions. The Uchiha endured for 8 long years, yet your higher-ups have consistently failed to provide any explanation. For 24 hours, we were under incessant surveillance. Yet no evidence was ever found if that is the case. Why not clarify the situation? What will the rest of Konoha think? How will the populace perceive this? Sasuke's tone softened as a thought crossed his mind, and he let out a slight chuckle. However, you two have engaged in similar actions. For instance, the identity of Naruto as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is widely known, yet the identity of the fourth Hokage's son remains shrouded in secrecy. Sasuke, the expression of the third Hokage, gradually morphed into one of horror. How could you possibly know of Naruto's identity? Alas, it is a pity, third Hokage. The information I possess regarding Sasuke has always been meticulously compiled by me. A white-haired figure adjusted his glasses and stepped forward, gazing intently at the third Hokage. Are you the one known as Kabuto from that time? Kabuto's identity had been disclosed to him by Kakashi during the Chunin exams, though it had not been confirmed whether he was a spy for Orochimaru. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, disregarding other matters, and directed his attention back to Sasuke. Is there truly no room for negotiation? What are your intentions regarding Konoha? Third Hokage, you once stated that Itachi's actions were for the sake of peace, did you not? Indeed, once the Uchiha clash with Konoha, the likelihood of conflict escalating is. The third Hokage's words were cut short. You, the F4, collectively over 200 years of age, are attempting to deceive a 13-year-old boy into obliterating his clan. Should the Uchiha be the only ones to consider the consequences of war with Konoha? While you high-ranking officials deem it unnecessary to contemplate the costs of exterminating the Uchiha and the repercussions of invasion by other nations. No, you have considered it. Thus, you seek to achieve the greatest benefit at the least cost, shirking the blame while draping yourselves in righteousness, and perhaps even deterring other clans. What a grand manifestation of the will of fire. Sasuke's voice grew increasingly frigid. Then, if Konoha obstructs peace in the shinobi world, should I not dismantle this stumbling block? After all, for the sake of peace, Konoha ought not to exist. Sasuke, you're being excessively radical. I did not concur with Danzo's actions. True, you did not concur, yet you did not outright reject them either. Did you? Sasuke replied coolly. From Konoha's perspective, to eliminate a hostile clan at minimal cost while reaping benefits is entirely justifiable. I do not see an issue with it. However, your actions disgust me. Yet there is little more to say. Your wife perished during the Nine Tails incident at the hands of the masked man, and you attribute the blame to the Uchiha. Therefore, you seek to eradicate the Uchiha. This is quite normal from a personal standpoint. Third Hokage, you must secretly wish to annihilate the Uchiha. Do you not? You need not respond that it was not our Uchiha who instigated the Nine Tails incident. I have uncovered who is responsible, but there is no need to divulge that to you. Sasuke suddenly laughed. Right and wrong no longer matter to me. I share this with you simply to accomplish one thing: to make those who orchestrated the Uchiha's demise pay the price. Whether they are from the Umbu or the Root, all those who contributed to the slaughter of the Uchiha clan must answer for their actions with their lives. As for the executioners, let it be you, the heir to the will of fire, along with the second Hokage, who deems the Uchiha inherently evil. Sasuke, you cannot do this, the third Hokage exclaimed, alarmed. What? Is it not permissible for you to annihilate the Uchiha while I am barred from eliminating those responsible? Sasuke's expression hardened. That I have shown remarkable restraint by not allowing Sarutobi and Shimura to be exterminated. To conspire with the son of the Uchiha clan leader to eradicate one's own kin is a far more egregious act than anything I am contemplating. Perhaps I could propose a different condition. Sasuke pondered before smirking. That I could spare them, but what if you were to eliminate the Sarutobi clan yourself, including your grandson, Konohamaru? Sasuke, what? You spare no one, young or old, not even women or children. This not akin to what you compelled Itachi to do to the Uchiha. Ignoring the third Hokage's desperate cries, Sasuke gestured towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, a coffin materialized behind the third Hokage, slowly drawing him within. Once the reanimated fourth Hokage was adequately prepared, Orochimaru approached Sasuke's side. Sasuke-kun, do you truly intend to eradicate the Sarutobi clan? Sasuke sighed. If they're not obstructing us, then they pose no issue. However, those who have harmed the Uchiha must not be spared. The third Hokage should have a list of those who acted during that time. Very well, I shall have Kabuto assist in compiling it. However, will the third and second Hokage be the ones to carry out the executions? Orochimaru inquired. Indeed, this matter leaves no room for negotiation. But Orochimaru, do exercise caution with the second Hokage. He possesses the ability to terminate the reanimation. Rest assured, Sasuke-kun, I am not as careless as Kabuto, Orochimaru remarked, casting a knowing glance at the bewildered Kabuto. After concluding these matters, Sasuke's consciousness entered the chat group. On the public screen, a large full-body selfie appeared. It was a young girl. Her pure white hair was delicately veiled by a felt hat, her skin flawless and delicate, radiating a sanctified glow against the backdrop of her white robe. Section 69. Chapter 72, Shiratori and the Prince of Science. After Spider-Child posted her selfie, her tone took on a slightly mournful note. Spider-Child, master of the group, please help me check if there is something wrong with my body. I have transformed into a humanoid appearance and feel utterly bewildered. Where are my skills, my magnificent health bar, my stats rivaling that of a demon lord? Gone. Everything is gone, reduced to a blank slate. How am I to survive now? Am I to merely rely on the demon lord Ariel for sustenance? Oh no, little Spider cannot accept that. World's first princess, Spider-Child, do not be concerned. Your life essence and soul essence have surpassed the limits imposed by the system. Therefore, in a sense, the system cannot affect you. Spider-Child, please elaborate, master of the group. I am quite anxious. World's first princess. Congratulations, little Shiratori. You have shed your spider exterior and transcended into divinity, achieving a level akin to that of the dragon god Chio Lai. However, it must be noted that you are still far inferior to him. Spider-Child, wait, what? Becoming a deity? Does that mean she has succeeded? But why does it feel akin to drinking a potion in a game? Spider-Child, why am I unable to use my skills? What could be the reason? I can barely walk a few steps without gasping for breath. One would believe I am recovering from a grave illness. World's first princess. Before becoming a deity, the abilities you employed were merely templates pre-etched by the system. You were merely utilizing them, not having actually mastered them. World's first princess. Spider-Child, you must have attempted to upload your skills to the chat group. But it did not succeed, correct? Spider-Child. Yes, that is correct. She had contemplated uploading her skills multiple times, yet each attempt was met with a notification stating, skill incomplete, unable to upload. World's first princess. That is because the skills from the system template do not qualify as your own abilities. You merely access them through the system, not having truly mastered them, hence the inability to upload. Do you understand now? Thanks to the group leader's explanation, Spider-Child finally grasped the reason for her inability to wield magic. It turned out she had only known the surface without comprehending the underlying principles. Spider Child, I think I understand now. So, master of the group, what is happening with my body? World's first princess, the simultaneous advancement of your life essence and soul will require a period of adaptation. This depends on you. World's first princess, it will not take long, so there is no need for concern. Spider Child, that is a relief. Thank you, master of the group, for clarifying things for me. The world's foremost princess, there is no need for such formalities. Rather than expressing gratitude, it would be prudent for you to swiftly harness your powers. I am unaware of when the malevolent deity D may decide to test you. Spider Child, as for that eminent leader of the evil deity D, I can't shake the feeling that there is something amiss with my memories. It seems there are discrepancies that I in the realm of destruction. Upon seeing Spider Child's words on the public screen, Bellies felt a spark of realization. It appeared she had sensed something, though perhaps she had yet to confirm it. The world's foremost princess, once you fully master your own abilities, everything will become clear to you. There is no need for haste. Baiji, Spider Child, understood. Filled with curiosity, Spider Child departed the ruins alongside the demon Lord Ariel. However, shortly after Spider Child's exit, a black-haired maiden appeared at the lower levels of the ruins. Merely offering a slight guidance, I never expected the little spider would consume that object. Should I call it reckless? Or simply say that fools are often blessed? Not only did Spider Child swallow the bomb, but she also remarkably withstood it, successfully breaking free from the system's constraints. In truth, her intention was for both the Demon Lord and Spider Child to simultaneously mitigate the bomb's power. Nevertheless, it matters not. The figure of the malevolent deity D gradually became transparent. The subsequent trials shall await your full recovery. Your ultimate adversary is no trivial foe, dear little spider. He will seek to slay you in order to save his own planet. With that, the ruins were left devoid of any presence. Outside the ruins, Spider Child and her companions were en route to the demon camp. So, you have ascended to divinity, akin to Chula. The demon Lord Ariel scrutinized Spider Child, her disbelief evident. Reflecting upon herself and recalling the lengths she had gone to attain godhood, even inadvertently synthesizing the formidable Bottomas, a pinnacle of planetary power. This little spider, how long has she been alive since her birth? Are you truly not deceiving me? The demon Lord Ariel, concerned that she might have misheard, inquired once more. That was what the leader mentioned. I previously alluded to the one capable of matching strength with the malevolent deity D. Baiji shrugged her shoulders in resignation, stating, I will require some time to fully regain my powers. Without the system's assistance, I fear I must relearn how to cast magic, which is quite bothersome. As for the issue of magic, I can assist you. Though I have not transcended the system's limitations, I have lived for many years and am relatively knowledgeable about these matters, remarked the demon Lord Ariel. Thank you, Ariel, expressed Baiji with gratitude. No need for thanks. More importantly, I am curious about what you mentioned regarding wishes. Was that true? Baiji had recently brought up the Dragon Balls, which could fulfill any wish. Indeed, it is true, but I must completely master the skill before I can upload it to the chat group in exchange for points. Baiji explained, puzzled by such a stipulation. Naturally, Baiji was more focused on the points required to exchange for the Dragon Balls rather than the exchange rules. What exactly is the basis for calculating them? The points for the Dragon Balls are merely 5,000. While not insignificant, it is perplexing. From the perspective of 5,000 points, it seems my world is roughly comparable to that of Uchiha Madara and his counterparts. Excluding the malevolent deity D, does it only account for the boundaries of this planet as it currently stands? Baiji was confused, but refrained from querying the group. She wished to aid Ariel in rescuing her mother. The angel Shaliel, who had been sealed at the lowest level, existing as a system sprite, once a divine being of the goddess's teachings. Spider Child pondered how to gather the points necessary for exchanging for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Dragon Balls, within the destruction realm of the 10th universe, the recent group members have been notably quiet, either preoccupied with tasks or rarely engaging in conversation. Belly stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat exasperated. Ever since her transformation, her appetite had increased significantly, seemingly having fully embraced the form of a scion. After attaining divinity, her consumption had diminished, even becoming inconsequential. Why then, after transforming, did she suddenly crave food. When she could easily forego it, she picked up a fruit of the tree of might nearby and sampled it. It has a slightly tangy taste, but it is acceptable as a snack. Speaking of food and science, Belly's thoughts drifted to the seventh universe. I wonder how Vegeta and Nappa are faring. I find myself quite curious. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Belly's mind. Ding! The artist maiden has joined the chat group. Ding! The Scion Prince has joined the chat group. Chapter 73. Newcomers in the group. Plot twists. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Gazing at the newly joined members in the chat group, a question mark slowly materialized on Belly's forehead. The Scion Prince? Vegeta? No, I merely mentioned him. There was no need to summon him here, was there? Belly's glanced at the profile of the other new member. From the anime Night and Magic, it tells the tale of a high-end programmer and mecha model enthusiast too. While crossing the street at night, was sent to a different world by a speeding truck. The protagonist, Elnsda Echeberria, who possesses the gender of a shoujo, navigates a world imbued with magic and mecha, successfully developing a bespoke mech through programming, thus commencing the legend of the Phoenix that, in simpler terms, it is akin to a Gundam series. Belly's closed the profile of the artist Maiden and hesitantly tapped on the Scion Prince's avatar. The Scion Prince and the group leader hail from the same world. The bold letters struck Belly's, speechless. Oh no, how could it be Vegeta? She truly hoped that no one from the Dragon Ball world would join the group, at least until she had the capability to match the Omni King. Destruction gods are prohibited from interfering with the operations of other universes or appropriating their resources. This is a consensus among all destruction gods and angels. This is why, during her last visit to the seventh universe, Belly's refrained from pilfering senza beans or similar items. Such actions are strictly forbidden, and should an angel discover such transgressions, the repercussions are dire. Of course, if one were to pilfer without being caught, it would be permissible. However, Belly's had no confidence in her ability to navigate in the angel's shadow. Should I just kick him out? A peculiar idea suddenly surfaced in her mind. Currently, the 10th universe appears to be outside of the Omni King's jurisdiction, yet it is still nominally within his domain. If Vegeta were to